Analysis of myths. I'm invincible upon knowing the plot. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. Senior year returns to school. The daily life on campus returned to calm. Teacher Yiren left soon. It would take time, and there was already a solution. The next thing to do was undoubtedly to wait patiently. Lee Soo regained his calm and began his journey of cultivation again. After quickly filling up his true energy, he began to ponder the Taoist arts while quietly waiting for the time to enter for the third time. Lucy also closed her eyes and obtained the heart blade, and it was Lee Soo's broken level heart blade, which was basically equivalent to having the top level S-level ability. The improvement brought by this is undoubtedly huge. Faced with this result, Wuemo and Yiren naturally complained a lot. Generally speaking, shouldn't S-level skills just be practiced to great success? What the hell is the great perfection? It's okay if it's not worth much, but what about the difficulty? As an S-level skill, what about your reserve? However, when they saw Lee Soo's Taoji, the two of them closed themselves. It actually formed a magical power. When did she capture the Taoji and form a magical power? 23 years old, the peak of the Taoism realm. At that time, she had been studying the Taoji for more than 3 years. Comparing people with each other is really infuriating. In the dormitory, Lee Soo calmly observed the principles of heaven and earth through his own eyes, capturing the Dao rhyme inside. However, this time he did not integrate it into his own true ki. Before entering the world of Taoism, do not touch the content of Taoism. What you understand and what you have learned are two concepts. Some things can only be understood in the fragments of the world. After listening to the advice of the two, Lee Soo naturally did not try to integrate, but captured first, and then went to the world of Taoism, and he could compare, right? The foundation is laid, and then you can practice directly. While practicing, Lee Soo naturally did not forget to watch the Cheng Shengju. This thing is a genuine Taoism, and it was written by Guan Chengzi. The level is definitely not low. Even if the world behind him is just a Taoist world, it is definitely a top-level Taoism. Looking at the Cheng Shengju again, through the analysis of the Taoism, Lee Soo undoubtedly gained a lot. Finally, I understand what the ghost painting talisman recorded in Guan Chengzi Cheng Shengju is. That is what he understood from watching the Black Tortoise, and it is the method of the Black Tortoise. The 7 pictures are patterns. The ghost painting talisman is the inscription pattern. Only by engraving the patterns and patterns can the black turtle technique be formed. This is the path to supernatural powers. After reading the first 3 pages, Lee Soo couldn't help but tremble in his eyes. Although it was a Taoist technique, if he could achieve it and engrave the black turtle pattern on his body, he would undoubtedly form a real supernatural power, the black turtle supernatural power. The more he read the Cheng Shengju, the more excited Lee Soo couldn't help but get. A corner of the waves. Just this corner of the sidelight has made him feel the profoundness of the Taoist and supernatural realms after the martial arts realm. Interesting. It's really interesting. Looking at the black turtle pattern recorded in the Cheng Shengju, Lee Soo's eyes kept jumping, and golden light flashed. The ball of Taoism in his mind kept trembling, and dots of golden light flowed. Taoism rhyme. The indescribable Taoism rhyme slowly flowed from the bottom of his heart. The true ki was fluctuating, as if it was stimulated, sensing something, vibrating inexplicably, and echoing in the sea of ki. Lee Soo took a deep breath and really wanted to go to the fragments of the world, right away, right away. He was almost certain that, as long as he stepped in for the 3rd time, his true ki would undergo a transformation, from martial arts true ki to Taoist magic power. It would be a complete transformation. For several days in a row, Lee Soo was deeply immersed in the perception of the Dao rhyme of heaven and earth and the comprehension of the longevity formula. After finally stopping, a trace of fatigue flashed in Lee Soo's eyes. He was mentally exhausted. Let's go to the lake. Relax and observe the water. I remember there is one in the military university. I will go and have a look later. The black tortoise belongs to water, and the inscription pattern is closely related to water. If I go to the lake, I may have a deeper feeling. Oh, right. Taking out his ID card, Lee Su made a phone call. Old Wang. What's wrong? Wang Meng's voice sounded. Do you want to learn the Vajra indestructible divine art? Ha. Do you want to learn it? Ah Su. Stop talking nonsense. I'm just asking you if you want to learn it. Do you think my talent is still short of 1 or 2 helpers? You can just be a chicken and dog and ascend to heaven with me. Fuck. Ask again. Do you want to learn it? Yes. Of course I won't. The Vajra indestructible divine art. Then come to Junda. I'll send you an invitation. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lee Su smiled. He didn't care about helpers at all. He was invincible in the same class. No, he could beat 100 of them by himself in the super class. If he really met an opponent in this situation, what would be the use of helpers? The big guys had to go out. Besides, when teacher Yiren left, she also said that the selection of followers must not be based on interests, but on understanding. The key is to understand what kind of person your follower is, and whether you are suitable for him. The giver is the king, but also the head of the family. What is your personality? What is the hub of expectation? The connection between the dependents and the dependents is not only the skills, but also the heart. I know that Lucy is very suitable to be your dependent. You value feelings, and so does she. Therefore, you can know each other and love each other. Pay attention to me. That little girl is Wuemo's treasure. And you bastard, are not allowed to connect randomly. You can't walk when you see a beautiful person. You marry someone you like. It's common to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but dependents can't mess around. Do you understand? Dependents are also connected. If they are jealous of each other, they can feel each other, which will be very bad. Teacher, you misunderstood. Am I that kind of person? You are that kind of person. Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Since I'm a dependent, it is reasonable to get more beautiful women, to be pleasing to the eye, right? However, can dependents also sense each other? Be careful, forget about palace scheming. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Just as Lee Su invited Wang Meng to the military, in the center of the world island, on the tallest tower, a group of people appeared as the brilliance flashed. They were full of blood and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. They were all wearing the uniform of the military university, some in silver and some in black and white. The 2nd and 3rd year students of the military university are back. Hiss. In the crowd, the man wearing the silver-white military university uniform took a deep breath, and a look of great joy appeared on his face. I'm finally back. Lan Xiang is back. Familiar feeling, nostalgic feeling. This is peace. At this moment, only Lee Su was not here, otherwise he would definitely not be able to help but twitch his mouth. Many people smiled. Yes, they are back. In an instant, they all felt relieved. Among the team of more than 100 people, one of the few girls couldn't help but burst into tears. Half a year, who knows how they have been living in the past 6 months. Sleeping in the wild, with no food to eat. Sometimes they were so hungry that even the insects that they once hated the most and were the most disgusting seemed like delicacies on earth. Brother Ying, did everyone perform well this time? Let's go to Yun Meng's? Lan Xiang couldn't help but shout. The 3rd year student who was in the lead, with a handsome face, gentle temperament, and sharp eyebrows, heard the words, and said with a funny look on his face, okay, within 30 million, you can eat whatever you want. His name is Ying Zan, the Ying of King Zaya, the absolute core of this group of people, and also the absolute genius of his class. He has touched the Tao after entering the world fragments 3 times and mastered 2 S-level skills, the 5 absolute divine skills in the divine sword slash from the Peerless Twins and the Crescent Moon Scimitar. There is no doubt that they are the top level unique skills. Now he is already a master of the Taoist realm. In an instant, everyone couldn't help cheering. Although they have extraordinary status, they are still students themselves and are far from being rich enough to eat with tens of millions. There is only one person in the crowd, with a slightly frowned brow, very beautiful, with waist-length black hair. Her surname is Zhang Shengying. This is not simple. She is the granddaughter of the military general Zhang Heo and the daughter of Zhang Shand, the current commander of the Southern Demon Army. Originally, the girl's name was Zhang Shengying, and Zhang Shan chose her for a simple reason. He was not convinced, and he had never won over Yang Fei once in his life, so he placed his hopes on the next generation. He gave her a name before she was born, but it turned out to be a girl. Zhang Xian was so angry that when his daughter could talk, she called her daddy in a soft voice. Millimeters, it smells so good. The name was not changed, Shengying, which has the same pronunciation but different characters. The girl was also very competitive and very strong. Although she only mastered a set of S-level martial arts, it was Mingyu Gong, the most advanced martial arts of Taoism. Originally, this martial arts had already been owned by someone, but her father and grandfather accidentally slipped their hands and wiped out a family that owned this martial arts, whose proud eyes seemed to look at everyone like ants, and was an absolute supporter of the 5 surnames, and even made a big fuss in the mortal world. To what extent does one have to slip one's hand to wipe out an entire family? The little girl only mastered this one skill, but she entered the world fragment 3 times and completed her practice 3 times. Mingyu Gong has reached a level that has never been achieved before and will never be achieved again. She has also touched the Tao 3 times and has now entered the realm of Taoism. After finally coming back, she should relax. She doesn't like this way, and the reason is naturally the consortium. 30 million is not a small amount. Although it is nothing to Yangzhan, not all the people present have wealthy families. If you develop a habit, you will definitely spend lavishly in the future and will be easily attracted by the sugar-coated bullets of the consortium. Forget it. If you are attracted so easily, you are not worthy of entering the military. Zhang Shengying didn't say anything. The leader of this session was undoubtedly Yangzhan, so she had to give him face. She spoke lightly, her voice was ethereal and pleasant, and the Taoist aura filled her body. I won't go. I still have a lot of reports to fill out, and now that I'm back, there are a lot of things to deal with in the school. Zuzu, Tangyu, you come and help me too. Ah. When Zhang Shengying called them, the 2 little girls in the team shouted immediately. They were cute. Zuzu was round and looked like a younger sister, while Yutang was delicate, cute, and quirky. She was also a younger sister. They all looked at Yangzhan with pleading eyes. Yangzhan smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Don't look at me, I can't do anything. Zhang Shengying was beautiful and also learned the Taoist mind method, but I don't know why, but it was inherited from her family, so she was serious and abided by the rules. Can't afford to offend, can't afford to offend. The 2 girls looked disappointed, shrugged their heads, and followed. Their identities were not simple either. The latter was the daughter of the ZHU family, and the former was the granddaughter of the one in the Ministry of Education. Zhang Zuzu, ZHU Tangyu. It's strange that the names of the ZHU family can be said to be simple and crude. For example, the father is ZHU Changba, the son is ZHU Zhang, and the daughter is ZHU Tangyu. Oh, you said her mother got it. That's really embarrassing. Well, now in Xia country, these 3 generations are a bit of a sign of yin being stronger than yang. Sister Ying, Sister Zuzu, Sister Tangyu. As soon as they separated, a lovely voice sounded. It was Zhao Yap, the 3rd generation of the Zhao family, a freshman who had just enrolled in the military university. Beside her were Ailin and Anjaya. Then next to her was Yanhua, who was obviously not in good spirits. Zhang Shengying looked at the 3 people and smiled immediately. Although they were 2 years younger, they basically grew up in the same courtyard. Yeah, Ailin, and Zhao, what's your expression? Are you still not satisfied with the bold hair art? Seeing Yanhua's appearance, Zhang Shengying frowned slightly. Among the few people, Yanhua's image was undoubtedly not in line with her impression. After all, he was born in a military family. Yanhua said nothing, just lowered his head. Zhang Shengying raised her eyebrows and looked at Zhao Yao and the others. What was going on? Let's not talk about Yanhua's dress. His personality was undoubtedly quite arrogant. Apart from winning the battle, he was arrogant and didn't care much about the senior students. He felt that, as long as he could improve, he would definitely be better than the other party. He wanted to educate the other party and make him realize his shortcomings, but it might be a bit too much to say that. The gap between having resources and not having resources is not so easy to make up, especially in a short period of time. He Zhao Ya smiled and said happily, Sister Shengying, your lineage has another genius. Oh. Zhang Shengying was stunned. Senior Li Su? Senior Li Su? Question mark? Zhang Shengying was a little surprised. Although Zhao Ya was confused, happy and heartless, this girl was very proud. Unless the other party was really better than her, it would be impossible to gain the respect of this little girl. For example, Yan Hua, because of his boundless arrogance, annoyed Zhao Ya and beat him up. That is to say, Irene has a good personality. Although she looks arrogant, she is a lady at heart and can tolerate. Li Su? Freshman? Yes, aren't you student? Zhao Ya nodded. Zhang Shengying was stunned. She knew teacher Yiren and had studied with her before, but is it our faction? Teacher Yiren is currently in City Z. She is a high school teacher and has many students, dozens of them every year. Naturally, it is impossible for all of them to be from their lineage. To join their lineage, the requirements are quite high, and admission to the military university is a basic requirement. Which family? Not that family, just an ordinary student. Zhang Shengying was immediately interested when she heard this. An ordinary student? Even if it is said that ordinary people in normal society want to stand out, it is not easy. Talent, luck, and environment are all indispensable. This is undoubtedly even more so in this world. Being able to stand out basically requires the efforts of several generations, and once you die accidentally, it will be cut off. For an ordinary student to be admitted to the military university and join their lineage, this is not something that can be done by ordinary people. You must have extraordinary talent and strong luck. What about Yan Hua? Zhao Ya smiled and happily recounted what happened in Yunmeng's not long ago. After inserting Yan Hua again, she said, what about Senior Li Su? Senior Li Su, so amazing. After entering the school, he fought alone against more than 50 first level soldiers from the military university and won. The little girl was very excited, as if it was not Li Su who was fighting, but her. Zhang Shengying was really surprised at this moment after hearing this. Vajra indestructible divine art. That's fine. Fighting against 50 first level soldiers from the military university and winning? This is quite amazing. The Vajra indestructible divine art must have been practiced by the opponent to a very high level, at least to the perfect level. Really? This is really interesting. I have to go and see it. Such a record is not even for her and Dying Zan. When they entered the military university, they were naturally specially recruited. Although both of them broke the tradition of the military university, they did not have as many people as Li Su. She had 20 opponents at that time, and Yingzhen had 30. Is that right, isn't it? Zhao Ya said as she walked, while holding Zhang Shengying's hand with a smile. Zhang Zusu and Zhu Tangyu, who were following her, were also curious and shocked. Ye would not joke about such things, which made it even more shocking. What kind of person is he? **** military university. After receiving Wang Meng and teaching him the Vajra indestructible divine art, Li Su stopped practicing because Wang Meng was curious about the appearance of the military university. Instead, he took him to visit the school, although he himself had never visited the school. Looking at Li Su, who was as confused as himself, Wang Meng sighed. I say, it's your own school after all, so why is it so? It's been more than a month, and you don't even know where the school cafeteria is? Li Su's mouth twitched, and he didn't say anything. Wang Meng felt a little powerless. No matter what Li Su said, there was just one thing, which was very old-fashioned. This guy, if he was not interested in something, he really had no interest at all, and would not understand or know it at all. In high school, even if it was the most popular thing at the moment, as long as he was not interested, he really had no idea. He devoted himself to what he liked, although it was not a serious matter. Fortunately, this time he should like to practice, and he was lucky enough to obtain a powerful technique, so he was completely on the road. The two walked and talked as they walked towards the lake of the military university. It's great, the military university, there is even a lake. Cutting in the clear water, the waves like scales, and the breeze with the fragrance of flowers. Wang Meng showed an extremely envious look on his face. His university was very miserable. Not to mention the lake, the terrain was very small, not even 1/3 of the military university. But, I say, Su, what did you do in the military university? Wang Meng couldn't help looking at the military university students who passed by from time to time, and immediately began to whisper with shock, amazement, provocation, and even scrutiny. What did he do to attract so much attention? Li Su, is he a guy who just enrolled like him? Although Zhao Yat said it, Wang Meng was stunned at the time, and didn't listen at all. Li Su raised his head and was stunned. What did the military university do? Nothing. Just enrolled and went to school. Oh, and attended a welcome party. Wang Meng was a little surprised. Welcome party? The military university actually has this thing. Li Su nodded. Of course, how can a university not have a welcome party? Well, the tradition of the military university is also a kind of welcome party. Li Su's voice was not loud, but would the strength of those who could go to the military university be bad? Listening to the wind and identifying the position is a basic exercise. As Li Su's words fell, many people twitched their mouths, especially the sophomores who had fought with Li Su. Some of them were furious. What a fucking welcome party. The courage was almost beaten away by the opponent. It took several days to adjust the mentality. Oh, not far away, a mushroom-headed girl pushed her glasses, her eyes glowing. The tradition of the military university is equal to the welcome party? As expected of the tyrant, it is indeed different. The demeanor of a king, the bearing of a strong man. RRR, my thoughts simply cannot stop. Wonderful, wonderful. While screaming, the girl frantically operated on her identity card. Isn't this a bad idea, senior? Next to her was a boy with a typical weak and submissive look. He had an uneasy look on his face and kept glancing at Li Su. Although they were thousands of meters apart and there were branches blocking the view, the pressure from that person was too great, and he always felt that the other party would be able to find out. You gave him the nickname Tyrant before, and you also introduced that battle in great detail, which made everyone in the military university very dissatisfied with him. Today seems to be the day when the seniors of the military university come back. If they see it, it will be bad. Listening to the words of the weak and submissive junior next to her, the mushroom-headed girl sighed and turned her head. You don't understand. You really don't understand. For the news department, this kind of thing is interesting. The mushroom-headed girl's eyes were shining, her expression was extremely excited, and her gossipy heart was trembling. Military University, the first university in Zaya country. When she came, she was undoubtedly extremely looking forward to it. However, the result was so depressing and boring, and even less interesting than other less interesting schools. Aingzhen and Zhang Shengying, these were the people she had high hopes for, but in the end, it was not a two-legged tripod, but a situation like King Zaya and Minister Zhang, where one dominated, which undoubtedly made her extremely disappointed. Sure enough, women's fighting spirit is far weaker than men's. I thought it would continue to be boring, but unexpectedly, Li Su appeared, and the mushroom-headed girl was immediately excited. There was already a fish king in the lake, and suddenly there was another one. What would that cause? Question mark? War. Looking at his already crazy senior sister, the weak and submissive junior brother trembled and closed his eyes. He seemed to have seen the scene when Li Su came to find the mushroom-headed senior sister, and the senior sister threw him out to vent her anger on the other party. Woo, I want to go home. Chapter 152. This script is wrong. Li Su stood quietly by the lake, his eyes flickering constantly. When water is a drop, it is one shape. When it is a puddle, it is another shape. And when it becomes a stream, a river, or a lake, it is naturally another shape. Looking at the lake surface that occasionally ripples under the breeze, Li Su's heart is constantly shaken. The shape of water, the state of water, and the meaning of water. Too much poured into his heart, leaving traces constantly. When you can't see the rhyme of Tao, you just think the scenery is beautiful. When you understand it, you can't help but want to say that creation is magical and unpredictable. The pattern of the black tortoise clearly fits a large number of water patterns. Looking at the textures that keep flashing in the lake in front of him, Li Su couldn't help but inhale, corresponding to the records in the Changshengju, constantly adjusting and matching in his heart. With constant watching, reading, and understanding, Li Su gradually saw something. The water of the black tortoise is completely different from ordinary water. There are too many things engraved in its water. There are more than thousands of characters on each drop. It is obviously just formed in the heart, and it has not taken shape. Lee Soo still feels great pressure, and is difficult to combine. This water should be similar to the three lights divine water, the innate water. It is not the Taoist realm, but the more terrifying supernatural power realm or above. Maybe it can be barely mastered, and it can only be perfected when it reaches the immortal realm. No, it is completely impossible. In his current realm, just seeing it has exhausted all his strength. If he studies it, it will probably take only 1 second for this water to crush his spirit. Slowly closing his eyes, Lee Soo no longer looked at the lake, nor did he think about the contents of the Changshengju. The level is too high, the realm is too high, and the pressure is too great. This is not learning at all, but being directly covered by huge information, and forced into the brain. And unlike the Taoist interpretation, Lee Soo felt that, if he really continued to interpret it, it would be fatal. His current life height is completely unable to form such power. Even if the essence of his whole body is concentrated in it, it cannot form a drop. Wait, this description seems a bit wrong. Soo, what's wrong with you? Lee Soo closed his eyes and stopped feeling the shape of water. Wang Meng, who was standing beside him, finally found a chance to speak. Huh? What's wrong? What's wrong? You've been standing here for an entire afternoon, okay? Wang Meng was a little mad. Not long after he came to the lake, Lee Soo suddenly stopped talking, staring at the lake, motionless, and didn't respond when he was called. If it weren't for the fact that his eyes were shining as he stared at the lake, and he was mumbling to himself, as if he had realized something, and wasn't suffering from a demonic disorder, Wang Meng would have called the doctor to come over. There's a psychopath here who needs urgent treatment. He has become a raider, and he still has a lot of knowledge about the raiders' situation, the martial arts realm, the Taoist realm or something like that. Lee Soo was feeling, and with this thought in mind, Wang Meng couldn't call or leave, and stood there for an entire afternoon, until Lee Soo stopped. This was going to cost him his life. He had planned to leave around 1 o'clock. After all, he had made an appointment with the girl before. After glancing at his ID card, Wang Meng couldn't help but feel a stomachache. That girl actually posted on the school's official website that he was a scumbag. Please, at least wait until I scum you before you tell me. As a master of making friends, Wang Meng naturally didn't wait. He apologized immediately and explained the reason. However, what he never expected was that the number of people condemning him not only did not decrease, but increased, and in the end it turned into a denunciation. Go to hell with the current pretenders. This is really unreasonable. Fortunately, he inherited Lee Soo's indestructible power. Otherwise Wang Meng would have thought that I should drop out of school. Sorry, I suddenly thought of something and lost my mind for a while. Lee Soo looked up at the sky and found that the sun was already setting. He smiled a little embarrassedly. Wang Meng looked at Lee Soo. What the hell is called a moment of absent-mindedness? 5 hours, okay. 5 full hours, okay. Do you know how much dilemma you are in for so many hours? When he thought about leaving the young lady's arms and being denounced by half of the boys in the school, tears flowed down his face for a while. Okay, I'm leaving. He had to go back and quickly coax the young lady back. That broad mind was his true love. The most important thing was that he was called a scumbag, so he had to give her a stab anyway. Lee Soo thought about it and simply didn't understand it. It would be better to wait until the third time to talk about the Taoist magic. I'll take you there. The two of them talked and laughed and walked out in the direction of the military gate. Asterisk 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 brother Lan. Lee Soo's friend seems to be leaving, and they went out together. As soon as Lee Soo and the other two left the lake, one of the students watching from a distance immediately sent the information through the ID card. Really? I know. The people have been arranged. Let's watch the show. At this moment, on the top balcony of the 100th floor of Yun Meng's restaurant, Lan Xiang's mouth curled up slightly. Standing on the 100-story building, looking at the countless people below, the script has been written, and everything will go according to his plan. The King's Road has no opponents. Inside, the elites of the military were eating and drinking happily. Lan Xiang, what are you doing? Lan Xiang, who usually yells the loudest, was alone on the balcony, so he asked immediately. "No, I'm answering a call." Lam Xiang hung up the phone, a smile on his face, and walked in with a glass of wine. "Li Su, let me test your quality. Are you qualified to stand beside the king?" Lam Xiang glanced at the first column marked in red on the news column of the military college students in his ID card, and closed it casually. The tyrant said that the tradition of the military university is the welcome party. The mushroom-headed guy in the news department really likes to exaggerate. There is only one king in the military university, and the crown is not something that can be worn by everything. Welcome party? The tradition of the military university has just begun. Kid, you have been sitting in the special admissions position for more than a month, right? It's time to get off the altar and look up at the high throne with ordinary people and realize that you are just one of the common people. Lam Xiang walked in with a smile. Why do you miss me when I'm gone for a while? Brother Aang is still here. Bah, don't be so self-indulgent. Only a fool would miss you. That's right. It's just that there's one less clown. I'm not used to it. That's right. That's right. A banquet can't be without a clown. Haha, really? Then how about I sing a song for everyone? No need. Things like pufferfish intestines getting into your ears, you can savor them slowly in private after the banquet is over. Hahaha. By the way, where did Khan Fei and the others go? They disappeared halfway. Oh, it seems that they said they had something to do and went back to the military university first. Okay, don't mention them. Let's continue drinking to commemorate 3 months of inhuman life. Cheers. Asterisk 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 Military University, Student Union. After separating from Irene and Yanhua, Zhang Shengying, who returned early, came here directly with the 3 girls. Although she was somewhat interested in Li Su, for Zhang Shengying, the first thing to do was undoubtedly the summary report of this mission. At this moment, Zhao Yao's face was wrinkled, as if she had been drafted. Damn, how could she forget that Sister Shengying was undoubtedly a very serious person compared to those who went out to have fun. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable to come to her at this time? Recalling the look in Irene's eyes when she left, Zhao Ya wanted to cry, but had no tears. She should have waited until tomorrow. Zhang Zusu and Zhu Tangai, whose expressions were not much better. They were 1 year older than Zhao Ya and were sophomores. It was a time for them to jump around. The so-called agile rabbits referred to them. Asking the 2 little girls with ADHD to sit down quietly and sort out the huge data report in front of them was no different from holding a rabbit's ears and falling on a wooden pole. Their legs kicked and kicked again, feeling very aggrieved. Zhang Shengying had no reaction to the psychological reactions of the 3 girls. First of all, she was the eldest, and then the parents of the 3 families had greeted her in advance before school enrollment, and their daughters were left to you. Who was Zhang Shengying? She would give in a little to Aang Zan. After all, she didn't want to send out the signal that there was a rift between the Aang family and the Zhang family. Adults might not believe it, but children might not. As for the others, she was the well-deserved big sister. So, while sorting out the information, Zhang Shengying said, "Zusu, please help me contact the teacher. 120 sets of weight-bearing tools will be used tomorrow morning. The boys will weigh 500 kilograms and the girls will weigh 200 kilograms. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zusu nodded immediately. She was not surprised at all, but a little happy. Why? Because they were excluded. That's right, there were 124 military college students who went out. The 3 of them came back to sort out the information without rest, and the rest all went to party. How could Sister Shengying forget? Therefore, except for Aang Zan, the others did not run a marathon, and it was a super marathon. After the marathon, their legs would be weak for at least a week. Tangai, how is the information statistics going? It's still a little short, Sister Shengying. Okay, yeah, what about your data? There are still 10 to 20%. Yeah. They returned to the military university at about 10 o'clock and worked until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The 3 girls, Zhao Ya, finally finished it by lying on the sofa of the student union with exhausted faces. More than 100 people and 3 months of information are simply too difficult. Yeah, it's just right that you are here. The effect will be much faster. Report to the student union tomorrow and serve as an accountant. Then Tangayu, you should also be prepared. In another half year, I will start to let go of the student union's affairs, and you will lead everyone to complete it together. Ah. The two girls screamed at the same time, feeling tired. There is no doubt that the days to come will be like hell. After all, not everyone has the processing speed of Zhang Shengying, who can do the work of more than 10 people. For example, just now, with such a large pile of information, the three of them only processed 3/10, and the rest was all done by Zhang Shengying alone. It's killing me. Zhao Ya lay there with a look of despair, without any thoughts. It's all her own fault. Hey, yeah, I remember the freshman you mentioned was called Li Su. Zhang Zusu suddenly spoke. Yes, Senior Li Su. Zhao Ya became excited. As for her idol, she felt like taking stimulants when she mentioned his name. He's on the front page of the news department of the military college students. Unlike the other two girls, although Zhang Zusu was also active and playful, she was essentially a quiet girl with a sisterly temperament and a short memory. So when she was working, she complained about being tired, but when she was done, she immediately took out her ID card to gossip happily. Oh, let me see, it's true. Haha, she is worthy of being my idol. The tradition of the military university is only the welcome party. It's so domineering. Zhao Ya became excited. Let me see. Zhu Tangayu also ran over with a face full of curiosity. Zhang Shengying looked at the three girls who obviously had ID cards, but they were squeezed together to look at them. She couldn't help rubbing her eyebrows, not feeling hot. However, she also took out her ID card, scanned the news department, clicked on the content and saw it, and couldn't help frowning. The mushroom head did it? Was it intentional? She had heard Zhao Ya talk about her junior Li Su. He was undoubtedly a good person. He was not a hawk with a violent temper. This was evident from the fact that Qianhua could stand still after provoking him 3 times. He was not someone who would take the initiative to stir up trouble. Therefore, the arrogant attitude and tone in the article were probably created by the mushroom-headed person in the news department. She liked to do this kind of thing the most. In order to provoke a fight between herself and Yingzhan, she did a lot of such things. Now the target is on Li Su, the junior brother. He is not afraid of big troubles. He will be arranged to work in the logistics department of the military department in the future. However, it seems that her junior brother is really strong. Otherwise the mushroom-headed person would not target him. The military is now divided into a group, which is a good thing for Zhang Shengying, but a bad thing for the mushroom-headed person. It's a stagnant pool. If you want to stir it up, you must have some strength. Something happened. Finally realizing that she also had an ID card, she couldn't help but screamed after squeezing Zhu Tangayu, who was separated by the heat, to open the ID card. What's wrong? Senior Kyan and his friends are back. They blocked Junior Li Su at the door. Kyan Fei? Zhang Shengying frowned slightly, a little unhappy. It was a small group that believed that Yingzhan was the next king of Xia. They were die-hard supporters. Almost all students who entered the military university would be found by them, and then they would be tested and selected. Of course, they did not do it too much, and there was room for maneuver, so Zhang Shengying couldn't say anything. Go. Zhao Ya couldn't help it, and wanted to watch the show. Zhang Zusu and Zhu Tangayu also stood up, and prepared to run out. Yeah. Here. Zhao Ya froze, and stood at attention. Pay attention to your image. Sister Shengying, can we go? Zhang Shengying didn't stop him. It's done. Go if you want. Military university is not a kindergarten. First year students are still safe, but second year students will go to the battlefield, which is much more cruel than the world fragments. They will face insect pests, one of the 3 evils in the world. The 3 girls ran out directly. Zhang Shengying shook her head and clicked on the video. She could have watched it directly, but she insisted on going to the scene. It was really. Kyan Fei and his men were not weak. They had been to the battlefield. This battle would probably not last too long. There is a huge difference between a level 1 soldier and a level 2 soldier, and there is another huge difference between a level 2 soldier and a level 2 soldier who had been to the battlefield. Asterisk Schoolgate. After Li Su sent Wang Meng out, Wang Meng called a car directly. While waiting for the car to arrive, the two continued to chat. Su, when are you going to go to the world fragment again? Well, it's been almost 10 days since I came out, maybe 20 days later. Just 1 month later, you're going again. Yes. Are you too impatient? Is your true key full? Have you improved your abilities? Wang Meng was a little surprised. He was not ready for the second time, but Li Su was ready for the third time. It's full, and my abilities have reached the top. The rest depends on time. If there wasn't something interesting to kill time these days, I would be bored to death. By the way, rewards. I'll go get the rewards later, and see if there are any good things. Hiss. Wang Meng looked at Li Su. Is this guy a human? Really a human? The same person as him? What's that look in your eyes? Nothing. You're thinking about something bad. No, that's your illusion. I can sense your mental fluctuations. Did you know that? Damn, your uncle. After a while of playing around, the taxi came. Wang Meng smiled and said goodbye to Li Su directly. Let's go. Well, be careful when you go out. Drink more water when you have nothing to do. Don't go to the place to find girls. If someone dies, I'll kill you. Why does this sound so familiar? My aunt told me. Damn. However, at this moment, 3 people got off the car. With a little bit of alcohol, the 3 people's eyes were like wolves, their faces were cold, and the atmosphere around them condensed in an instant. Even if they didn't speak, Li Su and Wang Meng could feel the murderous intent of these 3 people. It was very strong, and they had seen a lot of blood. No, it should be that they had seen a lot of blood for a long time, so there would be such a breath. I took a look at the other person's clothes. They were from the military university, silver, and were sophomores. The breath was very strong, far exceeding Luke Iron. The elites from the military university are back. But why are there only 3? I heard that there are quite a few people. There are dozens of elites from the military university, right? If you count their families, there are probably more than 100 people. Unlike Li Su's class, there are only 4 in total. The class before that doesn't seem to be that many, but there are more than 30. Only the class before that had nearly 200 students. Is this class concentrated because of me? PFFT. Is it because I'm here, so one person is worth 100? No, in my situation, one person is worth 500. Wang Meng took 2 steps back, feeling a little palpitated. The murderous aura was too strong. Li Su didn't say anything. He didn't know him, and he didn't care. Murderous aura. Haha, compared to the madness of Dini and the solemnity of Zhao Heng's army, these 3 are not enough. It's almost the same, if all of them come. The 3 people who got off the car were naturally Qian Fei and his group. It was also very simple to come back early. Lan Xiang forwarded a piece of content in the news department of the military university column. After clicking on it and reading it, Qian Fei and others unanimously determined that Li Su was a troublemaker who needed to be educated, otherwise he would definitely rush to Wang. As supporters of Aang Zan, Qian Fei and the other 2 did not hesitate and returned directly from the venue. It is undoubtedly necessary to educate the younger students and let them understand their identity and attitude in the future in the military university, otherwise it is easy to do some irrational things in the heat of the moment. The military university already has a king. If you want to live here, you have to understand the rules of the military university. Looking up, the 3 of them were stunned at the same time. Qian Fei couldn't help laughing. Are you thinking about how to find him? It would be nice to go directly to the dormitory, knock the person unconscious, and hang him at the door of the dormitory for people to admire. But if you go too far, the big sister will undoubtedly suffer. Here, it's just right. And, what a coincidence, that there are friends here. This is even better. It's perfect. There is no need to provoke anything forcefully, just target his friends. Men all love face. What will be the reaction when a friend is insulted? You say, no reaction? Haha, then there is no need to do anything, right? TSK. Qian Fei smacked his lips immediately, looked at Wang Meng with contempt and disgust and said, the level of this year's military university has dropped drastically. Are the recruiters blind? This is a place to study, not a place to show off. You call all kinds of people here. Do you think the military university is a memorial hall? Boy, it's not your fault that you couldn't get into the military university. There's nothing wrong with yearning for this place. Just keep it in your heart. And you came here specially? That's why you say you are incompetent. Instead of envying me, why don't you work harder in your own school? There may be a little hope in the future. This has already embarrassed your parents. Are you still going to continue? Alas, I'm sorry. Like son, like parents. Sorry, I don't blame you. I guess you inherited bad genes from your parents. He has a very venomous tongue, and he is top notch in terms of sarcasm. Wang Meng was stunned, and then his pupils suddenly widened, and his face turned red instantly. He could still smile when scolded, not caring, and didn't want to cause trouble for Li Su. But this bastard not only scolded him, but also scolded his parents? Fuck you. Li Su stepped forward and held down the furious Wang Meng, with a smile on his face, looking at Qian Fei and the other two. Looking for trouble on purpose? I don't know the reason though. But didn't your mother teach you to be polite? You're spewing shit. Do you want to die? Qian Fei narrowed his eyes and sneered in his heart. He knew that he was a thorn. However, you think too much about them as the first-class soldiers of the military. Let me tell you, we can. Boom. Killing intent, boundless and terrifying killing intent, burst out. The Dao Heart Demon cultivation method was fully activated. In this world, here, it was stirred for the first time. As the first magic skill in Huan Dashu, when it bared its fangs, it was definitely a scene that made everything extremely desperate. Black, endless black. It was like the abyss of the 9 netherworlds, like hell. Li Su's extremely fierce killing intent was like a substance, and it directly pressed on Qian Fei and the other two. In just a moment, the three people who were a little drunk shuddered, sweated profusely, and immediately sobered up. At this moment, in front of them was a black hole that seemed to be able to pull all the souls in. Countless dead souls and evil spirits were howling in the hole. The whole body goosebumps exploded all over their bodies, and their hairs stood on end. Every nerve was telling them at this moment that they would die. Not only them, but also the military college students who were secretly watching the show inside the gate of the military university, Zhao Yao and the other two who ran to watch the show in a panic, and the two mushroom-headed men who were excitedly taking pictures secretly, couldn't help but shudder at this moment, and broke out in a cold sweat. Tyrant, that was the name given to Li Su by the mushroom-headed man, because of his overly violent fighting style. However, at this moment, everyone present had only one thought in their minds. What kind of tyrant is this? Question mark. This is clearly a demon king. It was as if the devil from the depths of hell smiled at them, and everyone couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Especially the man who had fought with Li Su. At this moment he was directly chilled to the bone, and he became stronger. Form a formation. After all, I have been on the battlefield and experienced fighting. Qian Fei roared and used all his courage. The other two also reacted. At this moment, they no longer cared about their identities and regarded Li Su as an enemy like a pest. The fighting spirit was high and the true energy was gushing. They were not weak, but had experienced blood and fire. Before the thought fell, Li Su's figure had disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already come to Qian Fei. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Qian Fei. Move. The three stood there in a daze. Obviously, the veins in their bodies were about to burst, but their bodies seemed to be filled with lead, and they could not move at all. The 100-year demon species has already shaken the world. 200 years. What is the concept? The wave was emitted and directly pressed into their bodies. Not only that, Li Su observed through the Taoist eyes and captured the meaning of the 5 element. It was not difficult to engrave the 5 element of earth in the wave. That is, he was strong at this moment. He suppressed his killing intent and didn't let the fluctuations explode, otherwise the 3 in front of him would probably turn into a pool of meat paste immediately. 8S level skills, 200 years of extreme internal strength, plus the Taoism to master the principles of heaven and earth. What is Li Su's strength? It's hard to say, but below the Taoism realm, or 1,000 or 10,000 people will have a little trouble in front of him. Taoism seed. What is Taoism seed? After the Battle of Yunmengs, almost all forces called Li Su this. Why? Simple, he has surpassed the martial arts realm. He grabbed Qian Fei's head and slowly lifted it up. The skull was squeezed and creaked, as if it would burst in the next moment. The killing intent was surging, and the killing heart was surging. Lee Su's eyes were like ink, without any emotion, and there was boundless anger in them. The last person who provoked him like this was chased and chopped by him until Loyang City was broken, and his chest was leaking air. Looking at Kian Fei, Lee Su's eyes were burning with fire and great disappointment. That's it? You're provoking me with this? And you're insulting my brother? That's it. Lee Su was very dissatisfied, very dissatisfied, and his mood was about to explode. He couldn't suppress his anger. He wanted to provoke. Okay, at least you have some strength, right? Can you resist a little? Doesn't this mean that he can't even vent his anger? Facing Lee Su's increasingly violent eyes, Kian Fei was trembling and afraid. It was just a normal operation, but the ending was completely different from what he expected. Director, did you give the wrong script? They are here to educate people, not to be educated. Is this a freshman? A freshman. This murderous intent, this murderous heart, this tyranny, they are about to wet their pants after being on the battlefield. Kian Fei was like a shivering turtle at this moment. If he hadn't been lifted up, if he hadn't been unable to move, he would have knelt directly on the ground. At this moment, Lee Su, who was standing in front of him, gave him the same feeling as Aang San, the Aang San who had completely erupted during the insect pest. The same horror, the same trembling. Will die, will definitely die. Unless Aang San appears, unless Zhang Shengying appears, no one can save him, no one. Old teacher? But will the teacher come to face Lee Su's terrible killing intention? Most likely not. After all, Lee Su has shown such a terrible talent at this moment. How dazzling will his future be? How dare the military teacher not consider it? Offend him to save himself? He is not that valuable. And it is obvious that, even if he kills him, Lee Su will at most be punished to go to the military to make up for his mistakes, let alone being killed. There will be no imprisonment. This is a king level strongman. That's right, it is the same king as Aang San, a real king. The kind of existence that can make humans cheer and increase their momentum, as long as they go to the battlefield. Damn it, it's awful, it's terrible. The three little girls of Zhao Yap, including the mushroom head, couldn't help but get a little anxious at this moment. Lee Su's killing intention was too strong, and he was obviously in a state of rampage. Not only that, the martial arts he displayed were obviously full of demonic nature, which was not obvious at ordinary times. Now that it broke out, it further stimulated his killing intention. Just like Aang San's divine sword slash, once it is performed, the killing intention cannot be suppressed at all. No, if he really kills, Senior Lee Su will probably be punished. Damn it, that loser Kian Fei is actually the king, the real king. I only thought he had potential before. No, I can't. This stagnant water has to be broken by him. Where is Zhang Shengying? Why hasn't she come yet? Someone is going to die. Mushroom Head had no awareness that this scene was caused by herself. She was extremely anxious at the moment. She didn't want Lee Su to kill anyone and then be punished to leave the military university. You caused the pot, but I have to solve it for you. Li Yao, you can do it. A light voice sounded, and Zhang Shengying appeared beside her in an extremely strange way, scaring the other party. Seeing Zhang Shengying with a bad face, Mushroom Head shuddered and grinned. Zhang Shengying exhaled, stood up and floated towards Lee Su. I heard that teacher Yaran accepted a junior brother, which made me very curious. I couldn't help but want to meet him. What kind of person is he? Now that I have met him, Teacher Yi, you really gave me a big surprise. Step by step, Zhang Shengying walked into Lee Su's magic force field. In an instant, Lee Su felt it, and without looking back, he chopped out with a knife. The knife of the heart. The knife light exploded, and the knife force broke through the air. In the knife intent, visible golden fragments were mixed in it, and the cracks in the knife light seemed to break the sky. Obviously the knife was not slashing towards him, but at this moment everyone present had the feeling of being slashed by a knife, and no bones were left. Sure enough, the feeling was not wrong. Zhang Shengying's eyes flashed with a strange color. Although he was still in the martial arts realm, it was obvious that his junior brother's true ki was mixed with the rhyme of Taoism. The force field that enveloped the four directions contained the five element of earth, and the one that was cut out was the 5 element of gold. A child of destiny. A child of destiny without a doubt. Father and grandfather should be very happy. After winning the battle, Zaya country will have another king level strongman. However, junior brother, senior sister is not the guy you caught. With the palm raised, Mengyu Gong burst out, and White Taro is impermeated, like the light of dawn, and indestructible. Clang. There was a loud noise, and it exploded. The space in front of Zhang Shengying was directly shattered. The ground immediately cracked, stretching for more than 10 meters, densely packed, and extremely fragmented. It was obviously boundlessly terrifying, but Zhang Shengying did not move at all, and the white Taoist energy of Mengyu Gong seemed to be unaffected. In his rage, Li Su was slightly shocked, and felt the changes behind him. Not only was there such an inexplicable fluctuation, but it also calmed his violent and hot heart a lot. Looking back, he saw that she seemed to be illuminated by the boundless moonlight, so beautiful that she did not look like a human being on earth, but the moon palace change, with waist-length hair flying, like a dream. The anger was slowly suppressed, and feeling that the other party was not here to make trouble, Li Su asked in confusion, "Who are you?" "My name is Zhang Shengying, and I'm also a disciple of teacher Yaran. I'm considered your senior sister." Zhang Shengying smiled lightly. Li Su raised his eyebrows. "Zhang? Doesn't that mean the descendant of the Zhang family?" "Junior brother, I think the other party must have done something too much, otherwise you wouldn't be so angry, but just teach him a lesson. Forget it if you want to kill him. After all, even if you have a reason, killing is killing, and you have to be punished. It's not worth it." Li Su was stunned, because Zhang Shengying did not directly plead for mercy to the other party, but said that it was not worth it. From his own point of view, this undoubtedly made him have a lot of goodwill. However, Li Su did not let go of Qian Fei, but turned his head to look at Wang Meng, and gave him a look directly. Kill. Obviously, as long as Wang Meng nodded, Li Su would tear off the other party's head without hesitation. Wang Meng smiled, and shook his head directly. He was very angry that his parents were insulted, but when Li Su lifted the other party's head and wanted to strangle him to death, his anger disappeared, but he began to worry, not wanting Li Su to really kill him. He was not stupid, and understood that, although the other party mocked him, his target was not him at all. In the future, I will get it back myself. If it was before, Wang Meng might be extremely angry and aggrieved, but he knew himself best, that he had no ability. But now, it's different. He got the Vajra indestructible magic skill passed down to him by Li Su. This is not just strength, but also Li Su's intention. One person's success will bring prosperity to the whole family? No, Li Su is saying to follow me, and stand behind me. That's right. This is what a family is. Otherwise, Li Su could have waited until he was strong enough, and got some elixirs and fruits to give him longevity. Li Su was stunned for a moment, then smiled and threw the money away. Okay. Wang Meng knew best, that as his good brother, he was a carefree and playful person, but that didn't mean he had no ability. He had it. It's just that it was difficult for him to be serious. This might be a good thing. At least in this way, the other party would have enough motivation. I'll go first. Well, come on. This is a big goal. Ah, I know. Wang Meng smiled and got into the taxi that was still parked on the side. The next moment, the taxi sped away and disappeared with Wang Meng. Damn, is it easy for me to make money? I'm scared to death. No, I'm done with this trip, and I'm going home to change my pants. After the car carrying Wang Meng disappeared, Li Su turned around and looked at Zhang Shengying and said, "I'm sorry senior sister, I'm causing you trouble." Zhang Shengying couldn't help laughing. "Junior brother, you are not acting hawkish at all now." Li Su was stunned and laughed. "Isn't senior sister also not hawkish? The calming effect of your kung fu is amazing." "Really? Father and grandfather are also very troubled. They told me not to go to the military, saying that I would not be able to muster any momentum on the battlefield, and it would make people cold and numb." What an interesting person. Li Su looked at Zhang Shengying, who was self-deprecating in surprise, stood up straight and said, "Li Su, nice to meet you." Zhang Shengying. The girl also stood up straight. For a moment, the atmosphere between the two was very good. A person who abides by the rules, and a person who strictly abides by the rules. In addition to the relationship between senior sister and junior brother, Lee Soo had a good feeling about the girl in front of him, and the girl naturally felt the same about him. Click, click. At this moment, a strange sound was heard. It was the sound of taking pictures. The mushroom-headed senior sister jumped out, stood at a very close distance, completely ignoring the atmosphere, taking pictures frantically, and muttering in her mouth, "The tyrant and the emperor's daughter, one good and one evil, but they are from the same lineage, the same teacher, and they admire each other." The status of the walking has been impacted, and the military has since started a 3-leg tripod. From then on, there will be hidden waves, and there will be no peace. Lee Soo couldn't help, but her eyelids twitching wildly. She felt something was wrong with the sudden appearance of the mushroom head. A vein popped up on Zhang Shengying's beautiful face. As a lawful person, what she hated most in her life was undoubtedly this kind of guy who wanted to stir up chaos. And the most excessive thing was that the other party actually blatantly acted in front of her. She moved her body and reached out to grab the mushroom head skull. While the other party was screaming, she lifted him up. "Li Yao, it seems we have to talk. Wait, let me post the news first." The mushroom head shouted. Obviously, even in danger, he still remembered his original intention. Bang! The camera in the mushroom head's hand was shattered directly. "Ah, my lying SLR camera!" Exclamation mark. The mushroom head was heartbroken. More than 1 million, gone, turned into slag, and most importantly, it couldn't be bought anymore. Using the true energy to suppress the other party, hands and feet together including the head, Zhang Shengying smiled and said, "Junior brother, let's go first and deal with this thing." Lee Soo nodded. "Senior sister, take care." At this moment, the mushroom-headed junior student in the corner, who was full of weakness, forced his eyes and looked resigned. With a face full of fear, he pressed the ID card and released the content arranged by the senior sister. "Ah, I'm dead. Absolutely dead. Asterisk 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 Yun Meng's restaurant." As the news from the military university was passed on, Lan Xiang, who was originally laughing and persuading people to drink, froze. He originally glanced at the ID card to see Lee Soo's face that recognized the reality, desperate and ugly, but he saw Kian Fei and the other two who were terrified and incontinent. How could it be? Snap. Lan Xiang's mentality was unbalanced, and the hand holding the wine glass shook, and the wine glass was covered with cracks. "Lan Xiang, what's wrong with you?" Everyone was stunned. Lan Xiang showed a very forced smile on his face and said, "It's okay, I suddenly thought of something, and couldn't control the strength." Turning around, Lan Xiang elegantly changed the wine glass, his face gloomy, as if he was thrown into the ice storage for 3 days. This was completely different from what he had expected. To avoid any accidents, he didn't even let Kian Fei go alone, but 3 people. They could form a formation and launch an attack. Even if there were a team of 100 first level warriors, they could easily kill them. What went wrong? This was not his script. No. 10,000 words. Really 10,000 words. Chapter 153 Lee Soo's mental explosion. Well, so something like that happened. Student Union. After the celebration, they rested for a night. As everyone else was arranged by Zhang Shengying to run the marathon, Aang Zan, who was sitting on the sofa, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and smile a little. "No wonder I said that Lan Xiang looked very unhappy this morning, and Zhu Dong and the others didn't smile at all. Such a thing actually happened. Lee Soo, she's really good. You can actually laugh." Student Union. Zhang Shengying looked at Aang Zan, who still had a smile on his face, and didn't know what to say. Unexpectedly, after returning from Yunmeng's, when he learned that Kian Fei and his friends had been killed by the freshmen after provoking them, Aang Zan did not look surprised, but smiled happily and said, "Why not? When we are about to leave, such an outstanding junior has appeared. It is the best for the military university in the Xia Kingdom." Today's military university, let alone the third-year students, although there are geniuses in the second year, such as Zhang Zusu and Zhu Tongyu, they are very strong, but there are undoubtedly problems with their personalities. As for Kian Fei and others, they are even more troublesome. Once we leave, I'm afraid that the morale of the military university team will be almost dispersed. Although Aang Xiang and others wholeheartedly believed that Aang Zhan was the king, they did not think so themselves. Instead, they felt that the appearance of Li Su was a good thing for the military university. Zhang Shengying looked at Aang Zhan and felt a little exhausted, because she knew that the other party was not joking when he said that, but was serious. Yes, serious. It's hard to imagine, right? Not to mention that he has overwhelming strength and seems to be regarded as a king-level super talent by the outside world. As the grandson of King Zai Yingwu, it is undoubtedly possible that the person in front of him will become the next Lord of Daxia regardless of status or strength. It is only a matter of time. However, this guy who is almost undefeated on the battlefield and can give everyone a huge momentum once he appears, is essentially a good man. It's hard to believe, right? It's hard to imagine, right? This guy, who was born in the Hawk faction, is definitely a dove, a super dove. Was he born in the wrong place? The guy with the mushroom head has always thought that it was Zhang Shengying who took the initiative to cooperate with Aang Zhan and pulled the general into a group, making the military university as calm as stagnant water. But it's not. How could a strong Zhang Shengying be willing to be a supporting role, serving others? Therefore, after entering the school, she was not as friendly as the mushroom head thought, but she had thought about competing with the bastard in front of her. The same is true for the student union president. Originally, if you want to be the student union president of the military university, you must be the strongest person in the military university. Zhang Shengying naturally intended to compete with the other party, and even launched a private challenge for this purpose. In the end, the other party refused. The original words were Shengying is a student union president. That's great. To be honest, I'm very busy, and don't have time to care about so much. Whenever I think of this, my veins almost exploded. This guy is busy for a hammer. Most of the time he spends playing except for practicing. Zhang Shengying took a breath and said, Yingzhen, you. Yingzhen smiled faintly, turned his head and said, Shengying, people's personality is like this. Things that can't be done, no matter what. Although I have good talents, I'm not suitable to be a king. This is reality. This is reality. Do you care so much about what your uncle said? It's not my father who said it, but I did it myself. But things that can't be done, can't be done. Yingzhen smiled. Compared to the king, I'm more suitable to be a charging general. After that, Yingzhen stood up and walked out. I won't bother you with your work. You are so indifferent, Janda. Aren't you still here? Isn't Li Su your junior brother? Yingzhen, you bastard. Haha, I'm so sorry. Looking at the closed door, veins on Zhang Shengying's face kept popping up. This damn guy, does he know what his words and deeds meaning, Janda? What does it represent? With her? King is something that you can't just want, but you have to be recognized by the people around you. Obviously, she, Zhang Shengying, is the student union president, but in fact, the elites are all following Yingzhen. Of course, it's not that Zhang Shengying is bad. There are many factors. The most important one is undoubtedly that this guy doesn't need a special call on the field to make countless people follow him regardless of life and death. Only this temperament, she can't learn, and she can't learn it. Even Zhang Shengying, who has a good family education, couldn't help screaming. It's annoying, really annoying. Asterisk 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 marathon. The atmosphere is very dull, more dull than you can imagine. After returning to school, before they had time to be happy, many people felt like they were pinned to the ground and fed a pile of shit. They were so upset. Kian Fei and his 3 bastards went to cause trouble for a freshman, but they didn't even make a move before they were beaten to a pulp. If it weren't for the senior sister, Kian Fei would definitely die. Absolutely. They had no doubts. Even if they didn't see the real scene, they could feel how furious the student named Li Su was just from the video. Kian Fei had a foul mouth, and they were deeply aware of this. Sometimes, even his companions wanted to kill him. Therefore, not only did they not sympathize with Kian Fei and his 3 guys, but they felt that this was how it should be. After watching the video, most of the people present went to the scene. Although the freshman named Lee Su almost instantly crushed Kan Fei and his 3 friends and they couldn't see anything, he had a fight with senior sister Sheng Ying, which had an impact. However, recalling the knife in the video, that seemed to rush out and stab them, many people shuddered when they arrived at the scene, not to mention the sophomores. Even the seniors in the 3rd year couldn't help but shout fuck. That's right, fuck. A distance of more than 10 meters, it was chopped to pieces by the knife force. What the hell is this kidding? That was a hand/air splitting knife, not a knife. How powerful is that knife? Most of the sophomores present would die if they were hit by the knife. The 3rd year students can basically withstand it. After all, they are all 3rd year students. Even if they haven't become 3rd level warriors, they are on the edge, which is a strong one. By the way, the peak of the 2nd level warrior is the limit of the martial arts realm, and the 3rd level warrior must be in the Taoism realm. Maybe some people will say that the peak of the 2nd level warrior is the limit of the martial arts realm, and there is no difference between it and Lee Su. What a joke. Whose martial arts realm can slash the air splitting knife with one hand for a distance of 10 meters, and after breaking it, it can also crack the ground within a radius of more than 10 meters. Is this the martial arts realm? The ordinary Taoism realm does not have this power. Didn't they say that this junior named Lee Su was learning the Vajra indestructible divine art? Is it a defensive divine art? The defense in the video? It's not good at all, right? A senior couldn't help but complain. Brother, you are wrong about this. Where is wrong? A junior took out his tablet and opened 2 videos while running, playing them at the same time. But in the video, Lee Su looked high-spirited, with golden light bursting. With every move, the Vajra indestructible divine art turned into a terrible sword aura, and every punch and kick carried the momentum of destroying the sky and the earth. Especially the scene that seemed to be fighting in the restaurant. The middle-aged man who was fighting was really miserable, and was beaten up the whole time. Hiss. Is this a defensive divine art? Who the hell can classify it? Go wash your eyes, okay? Have you noticed that this junior looks a lot like Brother Rying? A girl spoke up, her eyes shining with stars. How are they alike? Everyone immediately refuted and complained. Not at all alike, okay? In the fight of Big Brother Ryingzan, he has the upper hand. His 5 unique skills can quickly learn the martial arts of the world. The most terrifying thing about Ryingzan is his talent for learning. He can learn while fighting. After a few simple martial arts moves, you will find that the opponent uses it better than you, and you are very angry. What about Lee Su? Domineering, and domineering. The indestructible magic of the Vajra is what suppressed Kan Fei and the others, and it was also the fight with senior sister Zhang Shengying. The sword intent that seemed to cut everything apart. Even if I was just watching the video, I had an unforgettable feeling. Unreasonable, just like his title, a tyrant. It's not about their fighting style, but look at this guy. The guy protected by junior brother Lee Su. Look at his expression. Isn't it exactly the same as when we have Big Brother Ryingzan around us? The girl picked up the video and zoomed in on Wang Meng, who was standing on the side, completely unpopular, unnoticed, like a background board. Is it polite? Everyone was startled, and after looking at each other, they stopped talking. It was naturally very annoying to be on the opposite side, but if it was a teammate, you know what, it really gave them a feeling of Ryingzan. The seniors are about to graduate, and they have brother Ryingzan and sister Shengying to protect them, so there is no problem. Although we will also have ZHU and Tongyu next year. If Tyrant is also on the battlefield, I will feel at ease and have no problem with the next year's pest trip. Although Lee Su's current strength is far inferior to Ryingzan, it is obvious that he is destined to reach the same height as Ryingzan. In an instant, the eyes of many second-year students lit up. It's not about betrayal or anything. The military university itself emphasizes strength. Lee Su has shown a strength far beyond their strength in his first year. There is envy and jealousy, but to say that he is not convinced, how is it possible? What's more, whenever you go to the battlefield once and really face the pests that seem to devour everything, you will understand that the stronger the comrades, the better. At this moment, as the elites of the military university ran and talked, Lan Xiang's face became more and more ugly. It was mainly because of the gazes of Zudang and others behind him. which were too piercing. Without understanding the strength, he rashly let people go up. If they succeeded, it was their duty, but if they failed, they would be responsible. Kyan Fei and others were Aang Je's diehards, the kind in name only. Their being beaten was undoubtedly equivalent to Aang Je's shame. Really, the saying that the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are anxious is probably like this. Although Aang Zhan did not say anything from beginning to end, Zhu Dong and others felt ashamed, and Lan Xiang naturally became the target of their anger. Look at what you did. Lan Xiang was undoubtedly very uncomfortable at this moment. The script was broken, and his ambitions were broken with it. Originally, he had planned to continue to operate in the military university after Aang Zhan left and wait for the successors to appear, pull up the chariot, and continuously develop forces for Aang Zhan, and finally form a big trend, the trend of Aang Zhan becoming the king. As a result, Li Su came up and slapped him, not only smashing his script to pieces, but also being hated by Aang Je's diehard fans. Lan Xiang didn't say anything. He was able to establish himself in Aang Zhan's camp as a second-level warrior and become a person who spoke to the outside world, which showed how deep his mind was. The reason for his failure was not because of his wrong decision, but because he really didn't expect Li Su to be so evil. Recalling the broken sword intent on the ground, Lan Xiang almost went crazy. Is this a human? Is this a fucking human? A second-time raider? With this kind of power? How would he, who had finally reached the standard of touching the road after 4 raids, think? So at this moment, Lan Xiang was very calm, not only because he had no cards in his hand, but also because he didn't need to do anything, and someone would naturally take action. For example, Zhu Dong and the others behind him, especially Fang Zhan who had been silent since morning. This name was when his father entered the world fragments and met Fang Zuanling, the famous prime minister of the Tang dynasty, the Duke of Crossing, in Shuanglang. When he mentioned his son's name during the conversation, Fang Zuanling, who already had an older son, helped him think of it. It was originally intended to be the name of the younger son. As we all know, the legend of Shuanglang ended only in the 10th year of Zhengun. Lan Xiang knew Fang Zhan very well, especially his character. Any slander against Aang Zhan would never be allowed by the other party. In other words, he was a fool. He was so reckless. Hey, only his father had the nerve to do so. Although Fang Zuanling was not well known in the martial arts world, when it came to the officialdom, he was very experienced and had a long-term vision. How could his youngest son be so foolish? Therefore, Lan Xiang only had one thing to do now, which was to wait. Then he would look for an opportunity to save this failure. As for Li Su, Lan Xiang was not worried, not at all. Although Fang Zhan was a fool, he was very strong. He learned the unique skills of the 4 famous detectives, and he kept doing it. With his tall stature, his power was doubled. After reaching the Daoist realm, he learned the Vajra talisman, and integrated it into his skills. Although it was simple, it was extremely violent. It can be said that apart from Aang Zhan and Zhang Shengying, even the third Zhu Dan would have a headache facing him. One force can defeat 10 wisdoms, and this is demonstrated to the fullest in him. So, run. Finish running first. Although your legs will probably be broken after you finish it. Asterisk 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 in the student dormitory, Li Su sneezed. At this moment, his face was a little dark. What happened? Did he sneeze several times in a row? Did he catch a cold? How could it be possible? How could such a funny thing happen to him? Someone is talking about me? Well, I'm afraid it's not someone, but the whole school is talking about me. Li Su's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but look down at the content of the military college student column news department on his ID card. Shocked, the birth of the tyrant. The tyrant said that the tradition of the military university is just the welcome party. In the battle at the school gate, the tyrant reappeared his sharp edge, and the surging magic power suppressed the elites of the second year. The tyrant, the emperor's daughter, and the walking, the 3 pillars. What is the direction of the military university? Direct hit, the tyrant in Lu Zi's heart. Direct hit, the tyrant in Zhao Ya's heart. Direct hit, the tyrant in ZHU's heart. Direct hit, the tyrant in Tong Yu's heart. I'm so fucking. Li Su threw the identity card on the ground. His face turned green. The first 4 are fucking enough. Senior sister Lucy can still make sense. After all, they have been in contact for a long time and are still relatives. What the hell is they? Oh yeah. They only met at the exchange meeting in Yunmeng's and then had a meal together? And who is ZHU? Who is Tongyu? Question mark? I'm going to hit your sister. I don't know any of them, okay? What he said was very serious, and I almost believed it myself. This writing style, the author is not as good as hers, right? Lee Soo couldn't help but marvel at the sentimental expression and felt that the girl was shy and timid towards him, and maybe he would get her if he took the initiative. It's okay to talk nonsense, but it's too much to make up stories, right? You were electrified by my eyes? I don't even know who the person is, but I'm showing off my feelings all over the street, right? Lee Soo understood, deeply understood why the quiet senior sister Zhang Shengying couldn't remain calm when facing the mushroom-headed girl named Li Yao Bao. This thing is basically a collection of the group of reporters from the BBC in the previous life, right? Why are you making trouble for yourself when you have nothing to do? Kyan Fenny and the others would drive out such a fucking thing. Maybe they read this article about this disaster? On the side, the neighboring big sister Lucy, who was sitting as if she was at home, laughed out loud. Junior brother, you are miserable. You were actually targeted by that mushroom-headed senior sister. I'm afraid your life in the military university will not be peaceful. Lee Soo took a breath, turned around and glanced at Lucy hatefully. I'm afraid it won't be peaceful. We had a fight yesterday, okay? That bastard mushroom head, I'll scalp you if I catch him. And senior sister, what's your situation? Question mark. What is the most profound impression of junior brother? His fighting posture and smile. The former is full of passion, and his every move shows his peerless style. I have never seen the fighting posture of senior Yangzhan, but if we talk about the king, at that moment, junior brother is the king, making the enemy's hands and feet cold and his companion's blood boil. As for the latter, it makes people feel extremely at ease, as if the sky is falling with him. There is no problem. He said that kind of words on the front page of the news department and ran into my room, wearing the same clothes as the last time he lived here. Be careful, I will enter you, so that you can understand how painful such a big lump is. Well, what's the matter with you, senior? Do you have any questions about your hard sword? Lucy smiled and said happily, no, my hard sword is very sharp. It pierced my heart directly. After settling for a while, I should be able to enter the world fragments. Lee Soo's forehead was throbbing with veins. He gritted his teeth and stared at Lucy. Senior, tell me why you're here. Lucy stretched out her legs. Her legs, which were white and could be played for 10 years, were almost touching Lee Soo's calves. At the same time, she stretched her waist with both hands upwards, proving her ambition once again, and said, I'm here to take advantage of you. Take advantage of you? Well, your special admissions room has enough extraordinary particles and good facilities. After I went back that day, my shoulders were sore after living there for a few days. So I plan to stay here temporarily. Lee Soo heard this. His old face was as black as ink, and he almost exploded on the spot. Really thought, he really didn't dare. After all, he had not forgotten the look in teacher Wu Emo's eyes when he left. It was undoubtedly the look of a farmer who was growing cabbages looking at a wild boar hanging outside the railing. Lee Soo took a deep breath. It was okay. It was okay. There was just one more mouth to eat and drink. It was okay. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Anyway, there were not many extraordinary particles in this room. After the last time the standard was exceeded, he did not absorb much. It was about 1 particle a day. 1 particle for 10 seconds? It was useless. Lucy blinked and continued to act stupidly. Hey, junior brother, my arm is so sore. Can you rub it for me? Lee Soo's expression was calm, and the crazy look on his face was completely gone. His eyes were dark and deep. He stretched out his hand expressionlessly and grabbed the other's skull. He squinted his eyes and smiled. Teacher Wu Emo said that he was not allowed to attack you. But there should be no problem in martial arts exchange, right? Lucy, who was lifted up by Lee Soo and screamed, changed her face in an instant, and her face turned pale. Junior brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Sorry, it's late. Chapter 154 A Mouth of Scarlet. While the elite students were running non-stop, Lee Su dragged Lucy to compete. At this moment, in the center of the World Island, a black car slowly drove towards the direction of the World Island University administration. Although there was no escort convoy along the way, there was no doubt that the entire road leading to the military university was cleared first. The military university is different from ordinary schools. Once you become a second-level soldier, you will go to the military headquarters for internship regularly every year to participate in the war against the pests from the Black Domain that want to invade the mortal world outside the territory of Xia Kingdom! Exclamation mark. The Black Domain here is an adjective. Black is the first characteristic of that place. It is a place where the sun cannot shine. The earth is dark and there is no edge. The domain is very large, including the Earth Fairy world and the Myth world, which are all in the Black Domain. Perhaps the mortal world is actually covered by the Black Domain. After becoming a second-level soldier in the military university, you must go to the military headquarters within a year to conduct an internship for about 3 months. Basically, this period is fixed 1 month before the start of the college entrance examination, from June to the end of August. And this period happens to be the beginning of the new semester. There is a reason for choosing this period. The main reason is that the insect pest outbreak is very intense during this period, and there are many new insect swarms. Perhaps someone will ask, if it is intense, well, let the new students go at this time. Simple, kill the experienced old insects and let the inexperienced new insects come. There is a huge difference between new insects and old insects. Not only are they more experienced, but the armor of old insects is also very hard. In the case of not fighting against insect swarms head-on, the possibility of death when encountering old insects is much higher than that of new insects. And once the insect pest breaks out, it will continue, and it may not stop for several days or even dozens of days. Therefore, it is best to train soldiers during a period of large numbers of new insect swarms. Not only military college students have to participate, but various places are also recruiting soldiers, and students graduating from ordinary schools and universities will also go. You ask that almost all the people of Xiago will participate, so what about the consortium? Will they go? It doesn't matter whether they go or not, but the consortium has a certain proportion of killing quotas every year, and it's okay, as long as they complete it. So you can use your brain to fully imagine why in the face of insect pests, there are still direct disciples of the consortium who are in the mood to run out and show off. Well, I've strayed off topic. Let's get back to the point. September is the start of the school year, which is very important for every school. The military university is no exception. During this period, the school's principal, vice principal, and director of the teaching department will basically attend the school's student assembly, and the principal himself will give a speech to inspire everyone. So, here comes the question. Who is the president of the military university? It seems that, since Lee Su came to the school, he hasn't seen many teachers, let alone the principal and vice principal. Let me introduce them here. Since its establishment, the president of the military university has been the Minister of Education of the Xia Kingdom. The vice president of the military university is a general level and marshal of the military department of the Xia Kingdom. The director of the academic affairs office of the military university is a lieutenant general level and head of the military corps of the Xia Kingdom. In other words, the students trained at the military university are basically school officers, or even generals, and are ranked at the core of the Xia Kingdom. Even the University of Science and Technology next door is a level lower in this regard. The first university is no joke, at least in this world. Therefore, it is easy to imagine who is sitting in the black car that is slowly heading towards the direction of the military university. Although there is no convoy escort, there is no doubt that one of the 3 leaders of the military university is in the car. Perhaps someone will ask, the core figures of the Xia country are not escorted by a convoy. Too much. Yes, they are the core figures of the Xia country, but please don't forget that they are undoubtedly the top strong men in the world. If you can kill them, no matter how many guards you have, it will be useless. Haha, I haven't been back for a long time. In the car, there is a heroic and unruly old man. He has an old face, but his eyes are bright and energetic. His body is very large, and his palms are almost half as thick as those of ordinary people. He just sits and smiles at the scenery outside the car, but his momentum is so huge that it is scary. On the side, Wu-Mo, who is almost about to enter the realm of supernatural powers, and 2 other teachers of the military university, can't help sweating and breathing. The aura is too strong, too strong. Just like a celestial body, even if it has been converged, the gap brought by the surface of life still makes them feel an incomparable pressure. I didn't expect that you, the teacher, would come here in person. I thought it would be the dovish ZHU marshal who would come this time. The old man smiled. Something happened over there, and old ZHU went to observe it, and he can't leave for the time being. Things? What happened? Wu-Mo was stunned. The marshal went out in person? This is not a small matter. It's hard to say for the time being. The main reason is that the garrison found that the signs of pests this time are a bit strange, and the number is not right. Wu-Mo heard this, and his face suddenly changed slightly, and the faces of the other 2 teachers were not very good. Pests are undoubtedly terrible, but they are very fixed, and they are the same every year. Unlike the erratic whale pests, or the red pests, that basically only appear in the earth fairy world and the myth world. Therefore, once something like pests changes, nothing good will often happen. The old man paused, and suddenly thought of something and said, by the way, my disciple should be in the military university, right? Yes, Zia is with him. He won't run away this time. There is still a lot of time before he can enter for the 3rd time. After you have dealt with the necessary itinerary, I will go to notify him. Wu-Mo laughed. Obviously, Lu Zi's move to live in Li Su's room has a lot to do with him being a father. Really? No need to notify, just go there when the time comes. The old man smiled happily. As an old man who is over 100 years old, his favorite thing is undoubtedly the emergence and growth of outstanding juniors. The sudden rise of Li Su, especially after the news of the battle in Yunmeng's not long ago, the old man couldn't help it. When he heard that ZHU Changba was going to check the situation of insect pests, he immediately returned from the earthly immortal world and decided to host the opening season of the military university and meet his disciple. As one of the 2 elders of the Hawk faction, meeting the young eagle is a recognition and a confirmation of identity. After this time, Li Su will undoubtedly be completely marked with the symbol of the Hawk faction, and of course he will also enjoy the unique tradition of the Hawk faction. Partiality. The Hawk faction's partiality is recognized, and of course no one dares to say anything. Because people born in the Hawk faction basically stand at the forefront of mankind. The efforts of each of them are worthy of that partiality. So it is better to say protection than partiality. The death toll of the Hawk faction is also high, because of its toughness. Jundali. After beating the man to tears, Li Su was very satisfied. Although he didn't sweat, he still decided to take a shower. Lu Zi collapsed in the practice room. She was like a little girl who seemed dissatisfied with her family's arrangement. She ran away from home to find her true love and life. Finally, after going through untold hardships, the baby was about to be born. At that moment, her parents jumped out and pointed at her nose and scolded her, saying that they asked you to get married, but you didn't do it. You worked hard and finally eloped with the person you were originally going to marry. Do you think you are cheap? The mood was mixed and uncomfortable. You knew that your junior had a bad temper, but you insisted on teasing him. It was great, right? My bones were all crisp. Damn, how did the bastard junior practice? A punch came over, and the true energy actually vibrated 3 times in her body, and her scalp exploded. Fortunately, it only hurt but not swollen, otherwise she would have become ordinary with her ambition. After resting for a while, Lu Zi slowly got up. Although it was painful, after the pain dissipated, she found that her strength had actually improved. Her true ki became more active, and her body's absorption speed of extraordinary particles also increased a lot, especially the heart knife, which had improved a lot. Angry or not, Li Su certainly did not simply vent his anger. As he said, it was a martial arts exchange. She was crying tears in the previous second, and the next moment Lu Zi took a breath, wiped her nose, and her eyes became a little hot. As mentioned before, although Lu Zi felt like she was hanging on the gallows when learning knowledge, it was another matter when it came to improving her strength. Although it hurt, the benefits were real. After being beaten like this, and a few more times, she might be able to go directly to the world fragments. After taking a shower, Lee Soo walked out with his upper body naked, and Lu Zi's eyes lit up instantly. Lee Soo didn't even need to ask, as he could smell the other party's emotions floating in the air. He immediately said lightly, "The stimulation of true energy and physical stimulation has a half-life. If you use more, it will be useless, and have no effect." Of course, there are still some training effects, such as being more resistant to beatings, and being more sensitive to beatings. "Do you plan to continue?" Lu Zi was startled, and said without thinking, "I'm going to take a shower. It's okay to be beaten for improving strength. Simply to increase the experience of resisting beatings. Lu Zi, really doesn't deserve a beating." Lee Soo frowned slightly, looking at Lu Zi, who went into the bathhouse without even a change of clothes. Is this girl planning to run away? At this moment, her clothes are not only covered with sweat, but also blood. The impurities that Lee Soo beat out of her body through the waves are not only dirty, but also smelly. Shaking his head, Lee Soo walked to the bedroom indifferently, took out new clothes, and put them on, then returned to the living room, turned on the tablet, and ordered a song to play. The Dao rhyme is almost captured, the Changshengju can no longer be connected, and the true key is full. Although it is a bit exaggerated to say so, there is no doubt that Lee Soo has nothing to do. However, there are still about 17 days before the next entry. These days are really hard to bear. After about an hour and a half, Lu Kian, who washed herself clean and fragrant, walked out in a bath towel. Lee Soo couldn't help but his veins jumping again and again, and made a major decision in his heart. After reaching the Daoist realm, if this guy dares to do this again, he will definitely enter the other party. You ask, why not enter now? There is no way. He is obviously not able to beat Wu Mo, the daughter slave, in the martial arts realm. Lee Soo got up and went straight back to the bedroom. He didn't plan to come out before the time was up. Although he could suppress it for a while, the evil fire is the same as gasoline. It is not only flammable, but also likes to evaporate and actively increase the flammable range. In fact, seduction is nothing. Lee Soo has seen a lot of Wanwan's tricks. But Lu Zi was different. Her ears were red, but she pretended to be generous. This behavior was like a 1,000-year-old fox on the outside, but a big white rabbit on the inside. Her temptation was raised several floors invisibly. Looking at Lee Soo, who was going upstairs in a rather embarrassed way, Lu Zi smiled complacently. Although she was about to explode with shame, she still held back. She took a deep breath, and while she was proud, she slightly clenched her fist. Of course, she was not the kind of person who was bold enough to really casually do it to any boy just because she had a senior sister and a junior brother. You have to know that Lee Soo himself is extremely excellent. With the addition of various skills, especially the existence of the stallion level Deoxin planting demon method, his attraction to women is very fatal. Not only can people have a good impression of him at first sight, but the more familiar he is, the more attractive he will be. Lu Zi is naturally no exception, not to mention that she is Lee Soo's dependent, so relying on the teacher to tease her only accounts for half of it. So the life of the two began, and the fun inside was wonderful. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. While the two of them were living a fun-filled life together, the elites of the military university were undoubtedly the ones who were in high spirits. Super marathon. Not only were they carrying heavy loads, but they were also running too fast. Or 3,100-kilometer forced march was not a big deal at the beginning, but it became very strenuous at the end. Even those in the Daoist realm were a little overwhelmed. However, Zhang Shengying made adjustments based on their situations. As time passed, the load of the martial arts realm was reduced, while the load of the Daoist realm became heavier. It took them 3 full days to finally finish the run. Soon, the team began to return one after another. When they ran into the school, when the load was removed, everyone collapsed like a dog and sat on the ground. Of course, fatigue is only relative. For example, there are 2 people in the team who are obviously much better. They are the 2 strongest people besides Zhang Zhen and Zhang Shengying, Zhu Dong and Fang Jun. Zhu Dong is in the Daoist realm of the second realm, the highest realm. As for Fang Jun, although he was only in the first level of Taoism and the realm of Taoism, he was born with a strong physique. Apart from Aang San, among the elites, only Zhang Zuzu, that unreasonable guy, could compare in terms of recovery and endurance. He sat down directly and took out the extraordinary crystal without any hesitation. Unlike the red martial arts crystal, it could directly replenish mana. The blue mana crystal began to replenish. Zudong frowned and looked at Fang Jun and said, "Fang Jun, what are you doing? There can only be one king in the military, and the prestige of the king must not be damaged." Fang Jun quickly absorbed the crystals in his hand and restored his own strength. Do you know what the result is when the Taoism realm attacks the martial arts realm? I know. You know you won't stop. No, stop, Brother Aang's face will be trampled. As the crystals were absorbed one by one, Fang Jun's strength recovered rapidly. He was only in the first level of Taoism and didn't have much mana. Zudong was stunned and his face looked a little ugly. Why are they so angry? Their eyes are like knives, wanting to stab Lan Xiang to death. This is the reason. Although Qian Fei and the other two acted privately under Lan Xiang's guidance, there is no doubt that they are die-hard supporters of Aang San. If they lose, it's okay. But in the end, they didn't make a single move and were beaten by Li Su until they were shitting and pissing. Such a result is extremely uncomfortable for the entire Aang San camp. Once it spreads, it will definitely spread. After all, the top of the front page of the student column of the news department of the military university is this incident. This can be seen by the outside world. Therefore, the people of the military university may not care, but what will the outsiders think? What will happen if the news reaches the military? Not everyone in the military obeys Aang San. Although the sugar-coated bullets of the consortium will not shake the military, they have also caused some different thoughts inside. Why did Zhang Shengying get so angry when she saw Aang San's indifferent face? Here is the reason. If Aang San manages well, Lan Xiang's unauthorized actions will naturally not happen. Now there is no doubt that it has completely become a huge trouble. Fang Jun stood up and walked directly towards the dormitory with a cold face on his rough face. Lan Xiang said he was stupid. A little, but that's just because he doesn't want to think too much. Can he really not figure it out? He can. So, this fight must be fought. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. It can only be said that Li Su is unlucky and was betrayed by the mushroom head. Watching Fang Jun leave, Zudong took a breath and looked fiercely at Lan Xiang, who was silent at the end of the team. He thought he was good before and could stir up the atmosphere of the team, but now he seems to be a complete idiot. Let's go. Where to? Brother Dang. Go to find senior sister Shengying. Stop Fang Jun before the whole thing gets out of hand. He knows Fang Jun too well. Although he is silent and doesn't like to talk when he does things, he is definitely the kind of person who will not give up until he achieves his goal. And Li Su, through the video, also knows a lot. He has a domineering personality and will never bow his head when he is not wrong. Damn, Fang Jun, who usually doesn't say a word, actually took action, and he planned to break the rules. The Taoist realm versus the martial arts realm is not the tradition of the military university. That is bullying. The gap is too big. Even Li Su is not much better. At this moment, a group of elites also realize the seriousness of the problem. Once a fight breaks out, Fang Jun will definitely be in trouble. Being punished to the military department is a light punishment. Not to mention touching the red line. They have also seen Li Su's strength, and the importance is self-evident. If there is a fight, Fang Jun may be sent directly to the death squad. Watching the group of people go away, Lan Xiang did not move. He smiled. Sure enough, Fang Jun took action. He was not surprised by Zudong and others' behavior. There was no need to think about the ending of the martial arts realm and the Taoist realm. Very good. In this way, the problems of Qian Fei and the other three should be basically suppressed. Next, I have to stay in the dark for a while, and then take action. As for Li Su, you broke the script this time and let me see it. Asterisk 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 in the dormitory. Li Su began to instruct Liu Kang on the problem of the heart knife. I created the heart blade. My original purpose was to have few means of killing. I wanted to have a move that was powerful enough to kill. Therefore, the characteristic of the heart blade itself is that the stronger the killing intent, the stronger the blade energy. There is a difference between having killing intent and not having killing intent. As he spoke, the elevator at the door suddenly rang. The two were startled and turned their heads. Someone is coming. You must know that Lee Soo has changed his status to something happened, which means he is closing the door to welcome guests. It doesn't mean that no one can come. Basically, if there is nothing serious, no one will come up. Is the teacher back? Knowing that Woo Emma was out, Lucaine couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. If the teacher is back, the master has also arrived, right? However, as the door opened, a man in his 20s or 30s, like a brown bear, walked in. He was as imposing as a mountain and had an amazing breath. Lee Soo was startled. Although he couldn't compare to the feeling Zhang Shengying gave him, there was no doubt that this guy should be in the Taoism realm. Taoism realm came here? What do you mean? Fang Jun. Lee Soo didn't know him, but Lu Zi knew that he was one of the two strongest men under Yangzan, a man with the title of Man Bear, who was extremely powerful and a level 3 warrior. What do you want to do here? You are in the Daoist realm, and it is against the school rules for you to take action. Lu Zi stood up and blocked him directly. Her face was extremely solemn and even angry. This was not the tradition of the military university, but touched the red line. Fang Jun ignored him and directly stretched out his huge palm and threw Lu Zi away with a push, saying, "It's none of your business." His eyes were extremely cold, looking down at Lee Soo from top to bottom and said, "Go to the school building to cancel the special recruitment treatment yourself, otherwise I will beat you to death." At this moment, Lee Soo didn't look at Fang Jun, but slowly turned his head and looked at Lu Zi. Fang Jun was in the Daoist realm, and his physique was extremely strong. Although he only waved his hand, how could such a reckless man control his strength? Obviously, it was not something that a first level warrior like Lu Zi could bear. She flew out directly, hit the wall heavily, and fell heavily again. Poof. Looking at Lu Zi, whose face turned pale and mouth was spitting vermilion, Lee Soo's eyes narrowed and bloodshot eyes filled her eyes. She slowly turned her head and looked at Fang Jun. "You are looking for death." It was automatically sent at 12 o'clock. When I woke up, I saw that I couldn't get out. Oh my god. Chapter 155. What the king level represents. With a roar, Lee Soo went crazy. DNI's verbal threats had already made him extremely furious, and Fang Jun's actions had directly touched his reverse scale. Whether or not to fight in the dormitory was something that Lee Soo instantly forgot, and his heart knife exploded. The knife light burst into the air, not the hand knife that was swung at Zhang Shengying at that time, but a terrifying knife force of 10 meters. Even though he was in the realm of Taoism, Fang Jun was extremely confident in himself, but at this moment he still couldn't help but condense his eyes and felt the crisis. However, when his true ki moved, the consistent divine power true ki instantly spread throughout his body, and the Vajradeo rhyme emerged. Boom. A shocking sound, or thunderbolt from the blue sky. The dormitory of the military university, the special recruitment room, was broken. Even though Fang Jun didn't check it for a while, he obviously didn't expect that he was very reckless, and the other party was even more reckless, and was directly blasted out by Lee Soo. Heart knife. In the void, Lee Soo chased out, followed closely by the phantom step. His eyes were full of brutality, and the killing intent was wild, which was several times, dozens of times before. The demon seed was activated, the 9 suns were activated, the Vajra was activated, the nameless heart method was activated, and the longevity method was activated. Boom. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. There was a shocking sound, and everyone in the thousands of acres of military campus heard it at this moment. Standing on the campus, countless people couldn't help but look up, wanting to know what happened. Heart knife. Boom. Heart knife. Boom. But there was a figure with boundless demonic energy all over his body, and round after round of terrifying sword beams on his body, as if to cut the sky apart, kept bursting out and slashing at the person below. Hearing the huge sound, everyone couldn't help but shudder at this moment. The tyrant took action, and it was obvious that he was much more furious than the last time at the school gate. That direction, it's the lake. Countless people got excited and couldn't help but run over there. They didn't know who was fighting with the tyrant, but the other party must be strong enough to make the tyrant do this. The Minister of Information, Mushroom Head Li Yao, was in high spirits at this moment and couldn't help but want to jump wildly and shout excitedly, "Here it comes, here it comes. This is what she is pursuing, this is it." In the student union, Zhang Shengying couldn't help but have a headache. Sure enough, there was a commotion again. I wonder who was the one who made the move this time. On the side, Zhang Zuzu and the other two girls couldn't help but get excited. Now they don't have to work. Bang! The door of the student union was suddenly pushed open, and Zhu Dong and a group of people came in a panic. Zhang Shengying frowned and wanted to say something. Fang Jun ran to find Li Su. What? Even though Zhang Shengying was calm, she couldn't help but change her face at this moment, showing an extremely rare fierce look on her face. She roared directly, "Taoism realm and martial arts realm, does Fang Jun want to die?" Sure enough, Zhu Dong had a splitting headache. He didn't expect the senior sister's reaction. Come to think of it, how could no one care about Li Su's talent? Didn't pull him into the faction? Judging from the senior sister's reaction, there is a 90% chance that it is related to the other party. Fang Jun, this time is really miserable. He wants to win the battle? Maybe other factions won't say anything, but if you provoke the Hawks, you can't be killed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, it's so lively. At the gate of the military university, the old man who got off the car smiled. Even though he was far away, he looked as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Is that little guy Li Su? Not bad, not bad, very energetic. He dared to face that kind of opponent. Very good. Students of the military university need this kind of courage. But, this murderous aura is so strong. It can be compared with, when I was young. Huh. On the side, Wu Mo had a headache. He didn't expect that something happened when Lucy was watching, but fortunately, the person didn't leave. Good boy, I said you were so angry. So that's why. Not bad, not bad, I like it. Wu Mo had a toothache. For this teacher who was obviously not afraid of trouble, he immediately said, "Teacher, you." Zia was beaten up. What? Who? The damn bastard. I'm going to chop him to death. Wu Mo went berserk in an instant. Lucy, his black-hearted little cotton-padded jacket, he beat her, taught her a lesson, and others? As Wu Mo went berserk, the other two teachers who followed him were annoyed. What was going on? My disciple is chopping. Oh, really? He's chopping well. But what's wrong with that little bastard? How could the invincible martial arts realm let Zia get hurt? The one who did it was the Taoist realm. Wu Mo's face froze, and he instantly became cold and angry. Teacher, wait a minute, I'll go. Okay, don't move, follow me, my disciple may not lose. The old man smiled, waved his hand, and wrapped the three people directly towards the Junda Lake. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, you are very good. Fang Jun, who was chopped by Li Su for more than 10 times, and a 10-meter long pit was smashed on the ground, but his clothes were not even torn, said lightly, "Unfortunately, the gap between us is." Before he finished speaking, the sword light exploded, and golden fragments merged into the sword light. Boom. If you touch the reverse scale, even the King of Heaven will kill you. If you are sparring, Li Su will still say a few words to you. Enemy? Li Su never chats with enemies. The phantom step was like a dream, and in an instant, it transformed into thousands of forms. Dozens of terrifying blade lights exploded, and golden light was hidden in the blade lights, confusing the Dao rhyme, and slashed towards Fang Jun. Fang Jun, who received the knife, looked a little solemn at this moment. It was not just that the knife power was stronger, but the Dao rhyme was obviously contained in the knife light. What is the biggest gap between the Dao realm and the martial arts realm? It is not just the level of strength, but more importantly, the Dao rhyme. There are two concepts with Dao rhyme, and without Dao rhyme. For example, Fang Jun was extremely confident here. Li Su could not even consume his defense, let alone break it. As a result, the knife just now cut off some of his mana and consumed it. Can the martial arts realm master Dao rhyme? What's wrong with this guy? Still ignoring Li Su's attack, Fang Jun moved, raised his hand and punched out. It was a simple move, splitting Huashan with force. But with the support of mana, it was as if he was really going to split the mountain. Li Su's knife power was shocked, and he couldn't help but stop. In the direction of his fist, 3 hot knives exploded directly. Lee Su's footsteps flashed, and the phantom step instantly opened the distance. In the blink of an eye, he avoided the opponent's attack by 100 meters. Seems very strong. So that's it. This is his confidence, his self-confidence, and his courage to touch his reverse scale. Stepping on the lake, Lee Su rarely continued to attack, but took a deep breath. His pupils became redder and redder. Flames began to ignite in the depths of his eyes. The eyes began to change as a whole, turning into purple suns. Cells were active, and the temperature was rising. At the same time, the Dao heart-planting demon method was surging and fluctuating. The terrible fluctuations covered the surroundings, and the mental power exploded and infected crazily. The air and light were affected, and turned into black holes. His body began to bloom with golden light, turning into a city wall. The first volume of the nameless technique began to stimulate potential, and the water kidney of the longevity formula continued to spray out waves of life force into his body. With a roar towards the sky, Lee Su's killing intent became stronger, and his killing intention became stronger. At the same time, his momentum became stronger and more terrifying. His eyebrows glowed, and the diamond circle emerged. The huge diamond force gathered in it, and there were water patterns blending in. There was fire in his pupils, and the fire rose from his body, turning into a firebird, as if alive. There was a knife in his heart, and the knife light rose in the sky, and golden light was scattered throughout it. His spirit exploded, and the waves were diffused. There was a hint of earth yellow in the black, which was extremely heavy. Die. With bloodshot eyes, Lee Su waved his hand and chopped. The diamond circle broke through the air and first hit Fang Jun's body. Ding. There was a loud noise, and the golden light was like a huge wave, which hit Fang Jun's body deafened and shook it. Before he could react, the knife light came. Clang. There was another loud noise. Although the body protecting true key was not broken, Fang Jun was beaten back a foot. Boom. 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 The firebird came, and it swiftly hit Fang Jun's head, back, front and back of his lower body. Buzz. At the same time, the wave descended and pressed on Fang Jun's body. Even though Fang Jun was as confident as he was, he rarely showed a trace of surprise at this moment. 4 different Dao rhymes, and his true key can carry them? Doesn't it mean that the other party has mastered 4 S-level skills? How is this possible? Although he didn't believe it in his heart, Fang Jun was a little anxious at this moment. He didn't feel the danger, but felt the threat of the person in front of him, Tuang Zan. He wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. With a loud shout, Fang Jun was no longer passive, but took the initiative to attack. His body shook, and he directly shook off the wave pressing on his body, crushed the firebird, raised his hand to knock away the diamond circle, and smashed the knife light with a punch, and then rushed towards Lee Su. Flipped the palm to the sky. It was still a simple move, but it covered the entire area of 100 meters. The power was extremely amazing. Even if Lee Su had several magical skills to protect his body, he would probably be seriously injured. Who is Lee Su? How could he be hit by the other party? With a move of the phantom step, he was out of the opponent's attack range. The 4 great magic skills were activated at the same time. The diamond circle, the heart knife, the firebird, and the black field were directly activated, hitting, slashing, flying, and pressing towards Fang Jun. Boom. 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 As the 2 sides entered a complete collision, the huge lake with a diameter of more than 2,000 meters completely turned into a battlefield for the 2. The terrible impact caused waves of several feet in diameter on the lake. The 2 people fighting seemed to be 2 ancient beasts colliding wildly. The remaining flying energy was affected, torn, and shattered even outside the lake. Asterisk 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 yeah, not bad, not bad. Even though he was very angry, he still understood the gap between himself and the opponent. Although he was suppressed, he was safe. At this moment, high in the sky, a group of people stood there in a daze. There were students from the military university and teachers. At this moment, they stared at the old man at the front of the team in amazement. When the fragments of Lee Su's sword flew out and broke a tree that was almost 1 meter thick in half, most of the students who came over changed their faces and were horrified. Such a big tree was broken in an instant. How could their small bodies withstand it? However, when they saw countless fragments of sword energy exploding and flying, Countless people undoubtedly regretted it in their hearts. What's the excitement? Can the battle of the strong be easily watched? As a result, the next moment, everyone was brought to this void. Zhang Heyo, the head of the demon army. Grandpa, aren't you going to stop it? Zhang Shengying was among them. She was going to stop it, but was pulled over all of a sudden. Although Li Su doesn't look inferior now, he is actually very dangerous, because the damage of their attacks is not proportional. It's okay for him to hit Fang Jun, but if Fang Jun hits him, something bad will happen. On the side, Aang Zan, who also came, didn't look good either. He never thought that Fang Jun, the fool, would actually do it himself, and he glanced at Wu Mo, who was using his magic power to heal Lu Zi's injuries and recover, and his face was cold and almost ruthless. I used to think he was cute and naive, but now I really feel like he is a pig, a real pig. Don't you know Lu Zi? Why did you hit her? Don't you know how protective Wu Mo is? You can say you hit Li Su, but you hit Lu Zi, a level 3 soldier hitting a level 1 soldier. What do you want to do? Bullying the weak is a taboo in the military, let alone the Hawks. How can this be saved? How can this be saved? If it weren't for Grandpa Zhang's pressure, Wu Mo would definitely go up and kill Fang Jun directly, and his father couldn't stop it. Recalling this, Lu Zi cried and said to Wu Mo, "Teacher, help my junior, help him. He went crazy because I was injured." You know, Lu Zi didn't say a word when she was beaten to vomit blood. If Wu Mo hadn't noticed something wrong, he wouldn't have known. Now crying and asking Wu Mo to take action, Aang Zan wanted to pull his hair off. Zhu Dang, who was standing aside, also had an extremely ugly face at the moment. Fang Jun was considered to have been let go by him. Although he knew something was going to happen, he still let him go considering the momentum of Aang Zan's side. Now, Zhu Dang's face turned green. In front of the Hawk faction, especially when the big guys are all here, bullying the weak, and beat Lu Zi. Do you really think that all the Hawk faction members are dead? Teacher, do you want to continue watching? Wu Mo said with a cold face. Watch, of course you have to watch. Shengying, Zaina, Kaina, Wu Mo, who do you think will win in this battle? The old man said with a smile. Everyone was stunned. In the battle below, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Li Su would lose. Not to mention that he had been suppressed. How long could his true energy last? Once he was exhausted, that was when he would lose. Although Fang Jun made a lot of noise, his consumption was not high, so he must have lasted longer than Li Su. The old man couldn't help laughing, and he shook his head. Wrong, totally wrong. The winner is my disciple. The other one is called Fang Jun. He's not bad either, but it's a pity that he made a mistake. Everyone was stunned. He shouldn't have angered my disciple. He really shouldn't have. As the old man's words fell, the battlefield below began to change. Boom. 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 Time after time, Li Su's emotions exploded and became more extreme. Die. 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 One after another. No one can leave safely after touching his reverse scale. No one. Constantly attacking, crazy attacking. Li Su's anger that almost tore his heart apart constantly stimulated his spirit, and the Daoji ball deep in his mind began to rotate, and golden light spots kept shining. The Dao locked Fang Jun's body and frantically analyzed his power and his Dao Yun. At the same time, after each attack and each explosion, Li Su was also collecting, and the Dao I was frantically collecting. Fighting is always the best way to improve self-cultivation. With dozens, hundreds, and hundreds of crazy attacks, Li Su gradually began to touch and feel the division and arrangement of Dao Yun. His heart knife became more and more sharp, and the 5 element of gold continued to fill. His Vajra circle became more and more powerful, and the 5 element of water continued to merge. His Firebird became hotter and the 5 element of fire continued to change. His fluctuations became heavier, and the 5 element of earth continued to increase. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The more they fought, the more frightened Fang Jun became, and his face could no longer remain calm. Not only could he not hit the opponent, but what was even more terrifying was that Li Su's attacks were getting stronger and stronger, and his body protecting ki was being consumed more and more. Can he still make progress like this in battle? Is he a human? Gradually, if Li Su only occupied 3 levels of the battle on the field, then Fang Zhan began to restrain his attacks and strengthen his defense. He could no longer ignore, and could not ignore, the opponent's attacks. I just don't believe that you have endless ki. From 30% to 70%, to 40% to 50%, Fang Zhan was suppressed by Li Su little by little. I want to see how long you can hold on. Fang Zhan gritted his teeth, stared at Li Su, and continued to restrain his attacks and improve his defense. Haha, the attack turned into consumption. The Daoist realm versus the martial arts realm. My disciple's name of tyrant is quite good. It suits him very well. The old man smiled. I didn't expect that he really picked up a king level treasure. Zhu Baba must be envious to death. At this moment, whether it was the military college students or the teachers in the sky, they couldn't help but be stunned. The change in the battle situation was undoubtedly beyond their imagination. Among all the people, only a few people such as Zhang Shengying, Ying Zan, Wu Mo, etc. had their eyes flashing. Zhang Shengying took a breath. At first I just guessed that it was possible, but I didn't expect it to be true. The king level does not refer to the talent in cultivation alone, but also in combat. Under normal circumstances, people's talents are divided into several levels: ordinary talented, genius, and prodigy. Touching the Dao 3 times is a prodigy, but there is no such thing as touching the Dao several times to be king level. Ying Zan and Zhang Shengying both touch the Dao 3 times. The former is king level, but the latter is not because of talent, but because they cannot reach it in combat. The most famous king level person in Xia country is undoubtedly King Xia. It can be said that the title of king level is because of King Xia. King Xia is almost invincible in the same realm. He can fight even 3 demon kings in the same realm. The most terrifying thing is that he becomes stronger and stronger in battle. No matter how serious the injury is, or how long the battle lasts, his strength will hardly decrease unless he dies. Therefore, even though the demon clan is powerful now, they still dare not turn the table completely. It is because of this that, if they kill King Xia, several of them will definitely be buried with him. You must know that after the supernatural realm, there will not be such a huge gap as in the martial arts realm. It will begin to be smoothed out little by little. Therefore, King Xia's situation is not caused by the practice, but his characteristics. King characteristics: the more you fight, the stronger you become. It is incomprehensible, but it is so. Ying Zan also has this talent, so he is recognized as a king, although his personality has some flaws. The reason why Zhang Shengying said that Li Su is a king level is that he has a faint feeling, but he is not very sure. This is completely confirmed. The old man lowered his head and looked at Li Su, and the smile on his face became more and more intense. The angrier, the stronger. The spirit stimulates the body, and the body responds to the spirit. There is actually such a trait. When the outside becomes powerful, it will be explosive. Okay. Fortunately, I came. Otherwise the bastard Zhu Bei who was coming would definitely rob it. While the old man and others were thinking about it, the battle below changed again. Clang. With a loud noise, Fang Zhan took a step back, and blood flashed. How is it possible? Fang Zhan widened his eyes in disbelief. Not only was his defense penetrated, he also felt that his magic power was weakened. This is impossible. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Why is it that I'm the first person to run out of strength? Question mark. Fang Zhan was almost crazy. How could he accept this result? He is in the realm of Taoism, while Li Su is only in the realm of martial arts. How big is the gap here? It is even greater than that between S-level martial arts and A-level martial arts. On the opposite side, Li Su, only his pupils were bloodshot, and he smiled at this moment, with an extremely crazy smile on his face, and his anger and murderous intent reached a new level. I saw blood. I thought I couldn't cut it. As his anger surged again, the sword became more powerful, the diamond circle became more urgent, the firebird became more intense, and the fluctuations became more violent. The 4S level abilities burst out again, and the power was raised to a higher level at this moment, hitting Fang Zhan. Boom. Fang Zhan began to stagger, and his true energy could not be stabilized. Boom. Fang Zhan's face turned pale, and obvious wounds began to appear on his body. Boom. Fang Jun was chopped by Lee Su's heart knife for the first time and flew out, hitting the ground. Boom. 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 The heart knife and the diamond circle kept hitting Fang Jun's body alternately, each time causing huge fluctuations, and each time greatly reducing the opponent's magic power concentration. The firebird burned close to Fang Jun, and the fluctuations suppressed Fang Jun's whole body. Boom. Finally, there was another loud noise. Fang Jun's true energy was broken, completely broken. He was in the Taoist realm, but Lee Su, who was in the martial arts realm, and his rough method directly shattered his body protection magic power. Every inch of his skin felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. His skin was rapidly burned. Fragments of the blade's power were embedded in his body, cutting flesh and blood everywhere. The diamond ring completely shattered the bones of one of his arms. I lost. Stunned, Fang Jun was completely stunned. He actually lost. However, when he raised his head and looked at Lee Su for a moment, he could not stay still. Even though he was a man of great nerves, he could not help but tremble. What kind of eyes were those? Cruel, extremely cruel. There was no emotion in his eyes, only murderous intent. The eyes were like knives, scraping Fang Jun's bones so hard that he could not help but feel cold, and painful. In an instant, Fang Jun seemed to be in that endless pest, and his soul could not help but be paralyzed. He will die. He will die. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Lee Su chopped his head with a knife, without any hesitation, without a pause. If you provoke me, there is still a chance. If you dare to touch the reverse scale, you will die. How could Lee Su hesitate? He wants to beat this bastard to death. The knife broke the opponent's scalp, and he was caught the next moment. Lee Su's purple pupils and blood core, the anger and murderous intent that had dropped a little bit rose again, and the breath that had begun to weaken rose unreasonably the next moment. Turning his head, he looked at the guy who grabbed his hand, and there was no doubt that he was going to chop the other party off. Lee Su was stunned, and his unprecedented murderous intent stagnated. Then he frowned deeply. Teacher, what do you mean? The person who came was Wu Mo. He took a breath and said softly, it's enough. He provokes me, so it's okay. He shouldn't hurt my senior sister. Teacher, do you understand? Understand? Lee Su's eyes began to erupt with anger. The people around him, the people he cares about, no one can touch them, no one. Good boy. What a good boy. At this moment, not only Wu Mo showed an extremely relieved smile on his face, but also the old man in the sky, Zhang Shengying, Yingzhen and others smiled. Hawks are the most protective of their shortcomings, and they protect their shortcomings unreasonably. Junior brother. Just then a voice sounded. It was Lucy, who ran over in a panic. Her breath had calmed down, and her injuries had been healed. At this moment, the face of the neighbor's big sister was tense and anxious. Wang Meng didn't want Lee Su to be punished for killing someone, and she naturally didn't want to either. Looking at Lucy who ran to her, at a loss, not knowing what to say, Lee Su closed his eyes and took a light breath, then exhaled a long breath, and the killing intent was restrained and gradually calmed down. Lee Su extended his left hand and patted Lucy's head. He stretched himself and returned to his previous calmness. A smile appeared on his face and he said, well, I've overexercised. Are you hungry, senior sister? Nervous, flustered, and injured. He didn't feel it just now. When Lee Su touched his head, Lucy, who had calmed down, was stunned a little. Let's go. I'll treat you to a big meal in the cafeteria. The cafeteria is free. Don't worry about those details. Free can't be called an invitation. Then senior sister, come with me to have a free big meal? That's okay. Without paying attention to Wu Mo, Lee Su and Lucy talked and laughed towards a lake. No, after the battle, the originally beautiful lake has become a mess, with potholes everywhere, and the terrain has changed. Looking at Lee Su and Lucy who were leaving and talking and laughing, Wu Mo couldn't help laughing, as if he saw himself and his sister Yiren in the past. It's great. However, Wu Mo looked down coldly at Fang Jun, whose face was extremely pale, and who was not as confident as before, and said lightly, you are lucky, but you can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the living crime. You have been in the death camp for 3 years, and you can be exempted from the crime if you survive. 12,000 words. Today is the 10th day, and 110,000 words have been updated. It feels like I have never been so explosive. I have achieved the habit of bursting. Haha, and then I just took a look at everyone's comments. Yesterday I wrote from 1 o'clock in the morning to 5 o'clock, and there were only more than 8,000 words. I stopped and the 5 girls were sore. I changed to masturbation and the skin could be scraped off a layer. More chapters? You might as well kill me for begging. Not everyone is the tentacle monster of Eagle Boss. More than 20,000 words in 6 hours. How did he write it? Well, okay, I admit it. My update is not strong. I'm guilty, so I beg for subscriptions. I beg with a thick skin. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156. 2 weeks left. What is this? Lee Su stared at the jade slip Wu Emo sent him. Military commander. Well, you can also say that it was sent by your master. Your reward is also logged into your identity. You can receive and redeem it through your identity card. Master? Lee Su was stunned. That is to say, the teacher mentioned by Teacher Yaron. Has the master come? He came, but he left again. Left? Well, the teacher is very busy. He only comes once a year, when the military university opens, and then leaves immediately. Opening season? Lee Su was a little confused. Is it open? How come he didn't know? Wu Mo rolled his eyes. It's open, why not? And the opening of this opening season is unprecedented, with a martial arts realm beating a Taoist realm. Fang Jun was not simply defeated by Lee Su, but he was directly beaten with a psychological shadow. People who stick to their principles generally have great confidence in themselves, which is called honey confidence. The same is true for Fang Jun. He asked himself that, even if he said that there were not many people who could beat him in the realm of Taoism, he ended up being pressed to the ground by Lee Su. The collapse of his body protecting magic element also symbolized the collapse of his self-confidence. It can be said that it was really miserable. He couldn't even beat a super level player. Imagine that once Lee Su caught up, Fang Jun might not even have the courage to stand in front of him. In this way, Lee Su was completely famous this time. No one would bother him again in the military. It was not only a problem of his strength, but the teacher also announced in public that Lee Su was a major in the military department and a member of the special forces of the 7th Division of the Demon Expedition Army. This is real power, not just a position. The special forces have few personnel and have not broken through 3 digits so far. But don't think that they are not strong or bad. This is not the case. The special forces themselves are the sharp knives on the battlefield and are there to fight the most difficult battles. In addition to the division commander, the deputy division commander needs to be authorized by the higher authorities before he can command them. Therefore, basically no one in the military will bother Lee Su again. And the result of Fang Jun's battle gave everyone a reminder. Let everyone clearly realize what the concept of a king level powerhouse is. The realm of Taoism, even in the military, is a realm that many people dream of, but in the end, he was beaten by Lee Su. To be honest, Su Dong, the 3rd strongest, was a little embarrassed. Fortunately, it was not me who went there, otherwise it would be even worse. Lee Su's speed is too fast, and it is difficult to capture him. The most important thing is that his defense is not strong, far inferior to Fang Jun. He is stronger than the opponent because his attack power is stronger and can break through the opponent's defense. As for the mushroom-headed Li Yao, she was excited for a while, and then her face was dull, as if she had entered the state of a sage, without any emotion. There is no way. News is interesting only when there is conflict. The fighting power shown by Lee Su is directly invincible. Okay. Only a fool will go to trouble him next. Didn't you see what the military commander said? The more angry you are, the stronger you are. What a hammer. Aang Zhan and Zhang Shengying. Obviously, it is impossible for them to fight with Lee Su, but there is still a possibility of sparring in private. As for the 2nd year students, the strongest ones are undoubtedly Zhang Zusu and her 2 friends. Seeing the 2 girls look like they are obsessed with girls, there is basically no hope. As the saying goes, 8 out of 10 things in life are not satisfactory. The next scene can basically be imagined. The words written in the newspaper are probably tyrant. The era of Lee Soo begins. This is even more boring than the Yingxin period. At that time, Yingxin still fought his way up bit by bit. After all, everyone knew Yingxin's identity, so they didn't dare to bully the weak. Not only did they follow the rules, but they also lined up to go up. Lee Soo's span is too big. In less than 2 months, he has done everything that Yingxin has done in 2 years. Now, he probably only needs to go to the battlefield to face a pest challenge. As long as he can play his own characteristics, he will be the well-deserved king of the military university like Yingxin. This is very boring. Alas, prepare to graduate. By the way, where is it better to go? Regarding the current situation of the military university, Lee Soo actually didn't care too much about this issue. In fact, he likes fighting. When he was in Shuanglong, he fought with his father-in-law Sonk a lot. On average, he could fight 18 times a week. If you come to him in a friendly manner, he really won't refuse. Instead, he will be excited to fight with you until you are exhausted. Unfortunately, Junda is stubborn and has to hit him in the back. You should be more serious, even if you say he is your junior brother. What kind of words are you talking about? Wu Mo turned his head, his old face a little dark, looking at Lu Kaian, who was lazily lying on the sofa, with a beautiful figure in full view, wearing only a white t-shirt and shorts that were pulled up to the base of her thighs, and her pink and beautiful little feet were exposed to the air, waving up and down. This scene, as a father, is nothing to see. He has long been accustomed to it, but Lee Soo is different. This is a big head and a big tail wolf, the kind of person who eats people without bones. Looking at those who practice the Deoxin planting demon great method, there is no one who is decent. Pangbanis, Hanbeis, the former uses women as tools to play with them, and the latter is just an old cow who doesn't recognize his relatives. He relied on plowing the fields all the way to become a master. There is no one else. So, Lee Soo is not a good thing either. Feeling Wu Mo's resentment, Lee Soo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Blame me? Everyone here, please judge. Did I ask the senior sister to come? No way. Senior Lee Soo, we are here to play with you. Just then, 3 little girls, with sparkling eyes, stepped in with their little legs. Oh, Zuzu, Yutong, and Yaya. Lee Soo raised his eyebrows. He met them a few days ago. When he took Luzi to dinner, Zhao Ya ran over with 2 little girls to eat. After chatting for a while, he finally knew who Zuzu and Tangai were written by Mushroom Head. You said that the 2 little girls are older than him. Just look young. Should they be called senior sisters? Brother Lee Soo, let's have a fight. Zhang Zuzu's eyes were shining, and she raised her little fist. And me. Zhu Tangai who also looked excited and wanted to fight with Lee Soo. Look, people call him brother. He can't reply with sister, right? How rude. Women have to be young, beautiful and relatively young, unless they are queen-like. But then it's just the other way around. Act young. You are 17 or 18 years old, so they are naturally not that old. Well, that's a bit off topic. Okay, I'm just sitting around doing nothing anyway. Although I was a bit full from the fight with Fang Jun and had learned too much, which needed to be digested, Lee Soo did not refuse the challenge of the 2 women. It was a pure exchange of ideas, which was different from a life and death battle. Nodding, Lee Soo stood up and said, "Senior sister, are you going?" "No." Luzi lay there lazily, completely without energy. She had only been beaten a few days ago, and her body had not recovered yet. Forget about a simple beating. It's not just lying there must be feelings, so that the souls of both parties can touch. Moreover, watching Lee Soo's sword, Luzi undoubtedly had the most comprehensive understanding and feeling of the hard sword. The domineering sword intent and the determination to kill everything were deeply imprinted into the girl's heart and soul. So what she lacked now was not fighting and training, but constant perception and digestion, imprinting everything presented by Lee Soo in her heart. Look. Wu Mo said meaningfully, this little bastard is a playboy. He will definitely be surrounded by women in the future. At the door of the training room, Lee Soo couldn't help but blush when he heard the 3 little guys behind him laughing with their mouths covered. Damn, Teacher Wu Mo, you are too much. Can't you wait until we go in and close the door before talking? It was not until the afternoon when the three girls were sweating profusely that Lee Soo stopped. Not bad. Zhao Yap, like herself, had just entered school, but she was not bad in talent and mastered a set of hard and soft palm techniques, which seemed to come from the ancient masters, the misty palm technique. Zhang Zusu is a bit magical. She uses a pair of hammers called Li Guwen Jinchu. Yes, it is the pair that Li Yuanba, the first hero of the Sui and Tang dynasties, holds. She also learned the hammer method from him. As for internal strength, she did not practice it. Instead, before she was born, her grandfather, the Minister of Education, saw a certain fierce beast dapping and gained some enlightenment. The inscription was imprinted in Zhang Zusu's body and grew with her. It seems that Li Yuanba also has this fate, so both of them have side effects. This girl is a bit stupid. As for Zhu Tangyu, she actually learned the Taeksu Sutra. Can you believe it? I have to say that Leo Zhu is really a ruthless person. In order to let Zhu Tangyu learn this skill, he did not let his daughter learn to read. The most terrifying thing is that this girl really learned it. After learning the Taeksu Sutra, she started to learn characters. Fortunately, the girl is smart, otherwise she will probably be illiterate in this life. Just when several people were about to go out, the door of the practice room was pushed open, and Zhang Shengying, who mastered the Mingyu Gong and practiced it to a very high level, walked in. Look, here comes another one, Zhang Shengying, the granddaughter of the teacher. No, I'll go and warn her. She's a scumbag, stay away from her. Then, Wu Emo's voice came in. Lee Soo's forehead was bulging with blue veins, and his face was a little black. Zhang Shengying was also a little uneasy at this moment, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. She threw a look at Lee Soo. Junior brother, what's the situation? Lee Soo shrugged his shoulders weakly. How to explain this? There may be another possibility for the three Zhao girls. After all, one is confused, one is simple, and one is not on guard. But Zhang Shengying is different. This is a cultivator in the true sense. And it is well known that cultivators and humans are two different creatures. In Shuanglong, he and Shifixuan have a good relationship, but he has never provoked each other. It's not that he can't provoke her. The attraction of demons to Taoist fetuses is natural, stronger than that of ordinary women. But Lee Soo didn't move, because the other party was a cultivator. They are beautiful, but what they pursue is not the love and feelings that most women desire, but the way. So talking about relationships between men and women is not comfortable. Zhang Shengying glanced at the three women, and then glanced at Lucy, who was no longer lying down, but sitting up, and looking at her warily. She immediately understood. Not pursuing does not mean not knowing. In fact, they are much more sensitive than ordinary people. So she smiled playfully at Lee Soo, and Lee Soo bowed without hesitation with his hands clasped together. Please, don't make trouble. Zhang Shengying's mouth corners hooked slightly, and her impression of Lee Soo became better and better. She did not regard her as the opposite sex, but more as a friend, which was very good. What she feared most was the emotional entanglement that was not clear. Even if she won the battle, although the distance was well controlled, there were still some. Without joking, she let the other party go and said, yeah, Zuzu, Tangyu, you hurry up and sort it out. Something happened. The three women were startled, and their little faces suddenly became bitter, but facing this mother-like existence, they really had no power to resist, and immediately said with a bitter face, okay. Soon Zhang Shengying took the three women away. Lee Soo also returned to the living room. Before she sat down, Wu Emo spoke again, saying faintly, sure, Lee Soo, you are so popular. There are only more than 10 girls in the military university, and there are 5 of them, and they are the 5 most beautiful ones. Teacher Wu, are you bored and have nothing to do? Lee Soo couldn't help rolling his eyes. He turned to look at Lucy and said, senior sister, when are you going to enter the world fragments? In these few days, at most a week. Really? I guess I will be in there when senior sister comes out. Lee Soo nodded and smiled. Lucy was not surprised. In fact, if it weren't for the time limit, I'm afraid Lee Soo would have gone in long ago. Suddenly, Lucy got up from the sofa and threw herself on Lee Soo. Her face was a little red, and she said with seductive eyes, "Even if it's Zhang Shengying, you are not allowed to leave me, or I will die in front of you. Lucy." Before Lisu could react, Wu Mo couldn't help but roared. His old face was as pure black as that 24K. Lifting the other's skull, Wu Mo walked out with a dark face without looking back. What the hell is this? Little cabbage actually ran into the pig's mouth. No, I have to contact my sister and ask her to take care of it. Otherwise I'm afraid I'll have to drink directly. If it really becomes like that, Wu Mo, will be a sinner for all ages. Originally, because he was busy, he didn't take good care of his parents. He was even on the battlefield when they died. He finally came back. Because of his guilt towards his sister, he also wanted to make up for the relationship. He took Lucy as a daughter. The little cotton padded jacket was also very considerate, and they have always been kind to each other. Lisu, that's a big fire pit, a super big fire pit like King Xia. Maybe King Xia is a wise leader, but he is undoubtedly a super scumbag. If it weren't for his high life level, and it was difficult for women to conceive, the first surname in Xia would not be Zhang, but Ying. People have been surnames since thousands of years ago. It only takes 100 years for Ying Wu to defeat him. Watching the father and daughter leave, Lisu took a breath, secretly suppressed the evil fire in his heart, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's been shit, and it's getting shitter. Since the day when Fang Zhan was beaten, Lisu felt that his nerves were being challenged every day, and his charm resistance would be updated every day. Fortunately, Wu Mo appeared in front of him every day, otherwise he would have accidentally fired the gun the next day. Finally, the evil fire was not suppressed, and Lisu felt a little happy again. It's great. It's true. In the novels I read before, why did the protagonists always say that women would only slow down their sword drawing speed after they passed away? The more you use a sword, the faster it will be. If you don't use it, isn't it just a decoration? What's the difference between this and starting with a copy of the Sunflower Manual to force a penis cut? Sitting on the sofa, Lisu slowly closed his eyes, and the 5 great magic skills in his body started to run spontaneously, constantly adjusting himself, making his body more and more perfect. Less than 2 weeks left. Taoism realm, here I come. By the way, what is the jade slip given by the master? I haven't read it yet. Let's take a look first. I don't know what it is this time. 8-9 mysterious skills. The art of transformation of heaven gang and earth demons, the art of patching the sky, or the legendary 3 Pure One Sutra. If possible, it's best to learn the Taking Sutra of the Supreme Master. It's best to directly join the human sect after learning it. It's safe. It's just me and the eldest brother. Most people don't dare to plot. If it doesn't work, the Jade Pure Sutra is also fine. At most, I can be a tool. As long as I'm obedient and compliant, the 12 golden immortals will become 13. As for Shanking, the leader is a good person. He is really a good person. It must be very happy to be his apprentice. Very happy. Very happy. But the G sect is too pit. The kind of pit that makes you want to die. And it was wrong from the beginning. Master Tangshan, you have a good idea. It is undoubtedly a great source to intercept a period of life for all living beings, but you use the luck of the human race to establish a sect to save all races. Isn't this a bit too much? If Master Yuanshi didn't feel something was wrong first and took action in advance when Master Tangshan couldn't suppress it, I'm afraid that the holy position would be damaged. Well, you ask why he is so respectful and respectfully calls me Master? Nonsense. That is the founder of Taoism, the highest being worshipped in the whole 4,000s of years, and the supporter of the human race. Of course, Nuwa is also very reliable, the holy mother of the human race, who raised the human race with tears and hardships, and also brought 3 saints to the platform. Yes, there are also 2 big guys in the West. Although there are some minor problems between the brothers, Buddha is Taoism, and we are all one family. One family. And the lady in the underworld is also the 6 reincarnations, the great grace of heaven. All things are grateful. So, this is definitely not fear, absolutely not. It is respect from the bottom of my heart. Unparalleled respect. That's right, that's it. However, what Lee Su didn't notice was that the golden ball in his mind moved, and it seemed that there was a figure moving inside. Holding the jade slip, his mental power merged into it, and he began to feel the content inside, and the next moment the scripture entered his mind. Lee Su couldn't help but be stunned. These two skills. It's quite interesting. I'm about to start a new chapter. I don't think there will be too many words today. I need to sort out my thoughts. I feel that the update is so fast. Is it because there are too many words? I feel that the content that could be updated for 2 months in the past is gone in a days. If this continues, will it be possible to advance to the magical book in 200 chapters? Mashika. Chapter 157 3 World Fragments. Time passed quickly. Almost 5 days later, Lucy came to find Lee Su and opened the world fragment directly in his room. Lucy looked back at Lee Su, and her cherry lips slightly uttered a few mouth shapes, but no sound came out. Then she smiled and turned into the world fragment. Standing there, Lee Su's eyebrows jumped, wanting to say something but stopping. On the side, Wu Mo, who was also looking at the content of the senior sister's mouth shape, was so angry that he almost jumped up. Seeing that Lee Su's eyes were getting more and more unfriendly, he had the idea of beating this little bastard first to vent his anger, so as not to be unable to beat him in the future and then think about it in vain. Of course, Lee Su didn't care about this at all. Instead, he cared about the information left by the senior sister, because no matter how you look at it, it was a flag. I said, "Senior sister, why don't you come out first, and we will go after we are done. It won't take long, right? At least 1 day, at most 3 days." Well, of course Lee Su just thought about it in his heart. First, he didn't dare, and second, this flag shouldn't kill anyone. After all, senior sister didn't say that we will get married after we get out. She said that after we get out. Ahem. Turning around, Lee Su glanced at Wu Mo, feeling the other party's restless atmosphere, and directly sent a small look to him. "I didn't say anything, and I didn't do anything. If you dare to hit me, I will definitely hit you back in the future. Not only that, no matter how many times you hit me, I will not only double it, but also hit senior sister back by the way." Of course, please guess how. Wu Mo's old face was throbbing with veins, and he almost exploded. Summoning the wolf, he roared in his heart, but he still held back. He was not afraid, mainly. Oh, what does he look like? Wow, so handsome. This outline, this look, my god, so strong. A real man. TSK. Kinda has a good eye, better than me. TSK. Tell Kinda, I support her. Such a man must be obtained as soon as possible. Xiaomo is not allowed to bully him, understand? Wu Mo looked at his sister, who was still very beautiful, with an extremely mature temperament and beautiful and charming. At this moment, she looked like she was old and yellow. If she were 20 years younger, she would hate Jun Sheng for being born too late. He couldn't help but doubt his life. "Sister, have you been single for too long? Have you lost your mind? What's good about this bastard? As for what if Lee Su becomes stronger, he is a teacher. Lee Su dares?" Wu Mo's eyelids jumped suddenly. What is he doing? He really dares. Thinking back, in the past few days, several girls have come to Lee Su to spar. Although there is indeed no fight, and there is no bruises, he is undoubtedly really doing it. Zhao Yan and several other girls were beaten by him and screamed. Even if it was Zhang Shengying, Lee Su would still beat her. Moreover, because the opponent was stronger than him, Lee Su was even more unscrupulous. In addition to not having the intention to kill, he was really ruthless and beat the opponent as if he were a man. It has to be said that he is a real man. Seeing Aang Zan, who came with him, couldn't help but twitch his eyes. He wrote a big word of admiration for him in his heart. A real man. Fighting is not divided by gender, age or young. What destroyed the three views of the two men was that, although Lee Su's attack was ruthless and dark, Zhang Shengying got angry several times and couldn't help but hit the opponent back, but after that, she immediately ran over with an excited look on her face. Why? Wu Mo almost doubted his life and felt that he couldn't understand the brain circuit of women at all. In fact, it's very simple. Even in a world where the strong are rampant, the three views that can never be changed are that when a man faces a woman, he will not regard the other party as an opponent, but as a weak person. Wu-Mo is like this, and Aingzhen is also like this. When they attack, they always stop at the right time. What's the point of fighting? The feelings of the women towards cultivation are real, not only because of family reasons, but also because of their own choices. Therefore, in the eyes of the women, Wu-Mo and his behavior not only did not make them happy, but made them quite dissatisfied. Yes, you will hold back, but will the real enemy, such as the demon clan, hold back? They also came with awareness. Therefore, when fighting with Li Su, although the other party was reckless and had no grace and completely regarded them as opponents to compete, which made them a little angry. I'm a woman, do I need to be so cruel? But they immediately forgot about it when they turned around and instead constantly summed up their experience and felt improved. Therefore, Wu-Mo can be sure that this bastard is really better than him, and he will definitely beat him up in the name of sparring and retaliate. After all, if a person can be cruel to a woman, what else can he not do? The most tragic thing in the world is that the cabbage that the old father has raised for more than 10 years is going to be pushed by a pig, and what is more tragic is that the old father cannot beat the plagued wild boar. Staring at Li Su angrily, Wu-Mo turned around and left. You are chasing my daughter? Okay, I'll go after your teacher. Old Wu will never suffer a loss. Thinking as he walked, when the elevator opened, Wu-Mo walked in, took out his ID card, and directly dialed Yiren's number. Hello, junior sister? Speak. Junior sister, how are you? Have you recovered? Are you sick? No, why do you say that? Why are you asking stupid questions if you're not sick? No, I'm just worried about you, right? Hello. Looking at Wu-Mo, who was extremely embarrassed in the elevator, Li Su stood there, his face expressionless, saying nothing. I can't help laughing. I'm professional. Teacher Yiren, in the first high school, has the title of devil. In the previous life, that was the heart of teaching. In this life, in addition to the heart of teaching, there must be a heart of seeking the truth, which is heavier than Zhang Shengying's. Love between men and women? Let me tell you, gender is meaningless to Teacher Yi. So if chasing women is divided into levels, Zhang Shengying is nightmare level, and Teacher Yiren is purgatory level. And I'm chasing your daughter, and you're chasing my teacher? Is there any inevitable causal logical connection? Li Su shook his head, sat cross-legged, and began to visualize. The magic spells passed down by the master. The first one is Vajra Force. The second one is Dragon Force. They are all Buddhist methods, the fundamental methods, and are cast in scriptures. Needless to say, Vajra Force is what Fang Jun practiced. He only knows the basics, but he beat Li Su very badly. As for Dragon Force, it comes from the second of the 8 Buddhist groups, Dragon Group. And there is no doubt that these two skills are spells that greatly enhance their own defense and vitality, and have strong life-saving abilities. And the source of the spells was actually learned from Journey to the East. This undoubtedly made Li Su complain. Do you know what awesome characters are in Journey to the East? Let's not talk about anything else. Just talk about Tangshan Jiaozu. Do you know? Then do you know who is the strongest in Journey to the East? It's Tathagata Buddha. Damn. You can say whatever you want without the conferred god list. If there is, I'm afraid you are asking for a beating. I can't beat you to death. However, the spells are still pretty good. Unfortunately, just like the Chang Shengju, you can only watch and learn, but not practice. It's a bit annoying. But it's okay, it's only a few days before he can go in. Li Su slowly comprehended it while fighting with Zhang Shengying and others who came over, giving each other pointers, chatting with Wang Meng on the phone, and asking about Teacher Wu-Mo's progress, which hurt his heart. After a few more days, the cooling period was finally over, and he could release skills to enter the world fragments. He took a deep breath, his eyes glowed, and he was quite excited. But this time was different. Wu-Mo, Zhang Shengying and others came. Boy, don't be careless, because if you are strong, your kung fu will disappear after entering the world fragments, and in your case, this time I'm afraid it will be directly the corpse ghost world, and it's possible that the demon world will appear directly. Wuemo's expression was serious and serious, but he didn't stop. There is no way. If you want to break through the Taoist realm, you must enter the world fragments, and by conquering the world, you can get rewards, retreat your true ki, and welcome mana. Otherwise, even if you practice outside for a lifetime, it will be meaningless. And it is obvious that since ancient times, breaking through the barriers is the most difficult, and the world inside the world fragments is like this, and people like them who rely on the world fragments are even more so. So far, the probability of death for breaking through the martial arts realm to the Taoist realm has basically remained at around the 8th level, and the degree of danger is extremely high, which can be said to be far beyond the first entry. Don't be careless. Zhang Shengying said simply. Come on. Zhao Yao and the three girls raised their fists and cheered. Li Su smiled and took a breath. He didn't have the nervous expression of others entering the world fragments. He was calm and unhurried, with calmness and confidence between his eyebrows, and he stepped in. The world fragments are a cheat for the invincible road to me. I know the plot, and I'm invincible. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, don't play like this. In the dark world, Li Su knelt on the ground. His little face was pale green, pale green. Is it necessary? Is it necessary? Is it necessary to do this? I ask myself 3 times in my heart, because this is very important. Didn't he get the Tao Heart Demon in the last world? Didn't he just practice the longevity secret? Isn't it just a heart attack? Isn't it just a beating of the ceiling? Is it necessary to do this? Li Su looked up and looked at the 3 worlds in front of him. He felt like he was going to collapse. If you were looking at a color comic, you would find that the 3 bright worlds in front of you were all emitting red dotted breath. If you use your eyes, it would be bright red. If you use your nose, it would be so strong that your throat would hurt. If you use your ears, it would be death. If you use your feelings, it would be a black and white impermanence that puts his hand on your shoulder, sticks out his tongue and says weirdly, come on, you immortal boss. In the first world, Li Su could see breath floating on the entire world map, one after another, extremely ominous. Not surprisingly, the amount of breath and the number of demons and monsters are probably directly related. Do you need so many? The whole map is full of them. Even if one breath represents a demon and monster, the number would probably be tens of thousands. And what the hell is that over in Zhejiang? It's great that you have demonic energy, but why is it so thick? It's several times harder than other places, right? The second world, haha, can anyone tell me what those large black areas on the map are? I won't talk about the black sky over Luoyang, the eastern capital. Over in Shu, Mount Emei is sparkling, but everything else is green. And what the hell is that skull that flew over just now, which is almost as big as a mountain? As for the third world, Li Su took a look and immediately retracted his gaze. What the hell is that? He didn't even go in. Just the eye contact made him feel like his soul was about to split. The smell that was wafting out was like freezing his lungs. Every nerve and every cell in his body was reminding him of the danger inside. If he was excited when he entered the world fragment before, thinking that he would quickly gain powerful strength and be invincible once he entered, the third world really told Li Su that he would die, and that he would definitely die if he went in. Cold sweat couldn't help but slide down. The third world was completely black, and the only thing that could be identified was that it was 4 continents. This shouldn't be it, shouldn't it be, the 4 continents in the legend? Li Su's face was covered with cold sweat, thinking of the novels in his previous life, which he thought were very beautiful, but when he really went into it, he would find it undoubtedly one of the 2 extremely terrifying myths. Journey to the West. No kidding. How many human skins were dried on Lion Camel Ridge? How many people did the Peacock King swallow with one mouth? Even if the Heavenly Court is not a good person, the Jade Emperor made a huge county city reignless for several years, just because the mortal county magistrate overturned his tribute, not to mention that he also created a mountain of rice and flour. It was just one person's mistake, and the whole county had to bear it. How high and mighty is that? When you read Journey to the West, you will find it interesting, but when you go in, you will find that it is not beautiful at all. Humans can actually survive in such a world. They are really worthy of being the protagonists of the world. Otherwise, there is no way to explain how they survived. Li Su kept taking deep breaths, and for the first time felt his own innocence, and when the real demon world was in front of him, his strength at this moment was still just a reptile on the ground, and if he was not careful, he would be trampled to death by the other party. No, I can't watch it anymore. Closing his eyes tightly, Li Su kept adjusting his breathing. The crisis of death made him unable to look at everything in front of him rationally, and his heart was in chaos. Li Su spent a long time suppressing the fear in his heart, raised his head, and looked straight at the first world. Undoubtedly, he could only choose this one. There was no need to consider the other two. Even the second one, if he guessed correctly, should be the Shushan legend novel written by the host. He had not read it, but he had seen the movie version. Emily almost wiped out the family. Is that a place for people to stay? So he timidly focused his attention on the scene of the world he could go to. After watching for a while, he could roughly see that it should be the Tang dynasty. I don't know when it was. However, since he entered the Taoist world, there is no need to think too much about where to go. There is only one, the Taoist sect, and it was the Three Mountains talisman that everyone was very familiar with. May Ocean sect, Dragon and Tiger Heavenly Master Dao, and Jezheo Mountain Ling Bao sect, these three authentic Taoist sects. However, Dragon and Tiger were okay, at least Li Su knew they were in Jiangxi, although he was a little confused about where exactly in Jiangxi. As for May Ocean sect and Ling Bao sect, well, after all, not everyone can prepare for time travel in advance, and he had no idea where these two sects were. However, Dragon and Tiger were okay, and as one of the three mountains, who hasn't heard of the name of Langhu Mountain? Xianxi Dao, what a cool name. If the character who traveled through time this time was named Zhang, and entered Langhu Mountain, wouldn't he be able to say this to people in the future? Poor Taoist Langhu Mountain, Zhang Xianxi. I couldn't help but be naughty. After all, the world fragments this time were too unfriendly. Li Su took a breath and looked at the Jiangxi part of the Chinese land, ready to find the location of Langhu Mountain. How do you say that you can find Langhu Mountain on the world map and on the reduced satellite map? Simple. Look at the demonic aura. The less evil spirits there are, the more likely it is that Langhu Mountain is located. There is absolutely no mistake. How could a Taoist holy land, where the three pure ones are enshrined, be filled with evil spirits? Right. Li Su's eyes moved slightly. You know what? He really found a place on the map, right on the edge of Jiangxi, near Hubei and R. In the map of the previous life, that place should be Jiujiang. Without a doubt, this is the place. There is basically no black air on the large area of land, unlike the place near Fujian, that seems to be called Yingtan. Damn, the evil spirits are so heavy. Is it a demon cave? It's okay. When I go to Langhu Mountain and succeed in the way of the Heavenly Master, I will go there in person and kill all the demons there with the five thunders. Taking a deep breath, Li Su stretched out his hand and pressed it directly. Let's go. In an instant, Li Su's eyes blossomed and the dark world space began to glow. The next moment, he was already in a temple. Come in. Li Su was stunned and couldn't help but look around, then look down at the broom in his hand. Are you cleaning? Oh, right, the temple. Does that mean you've gotten started? Haha, you've gotten started directly. Li Su's eyes couldn't help but glow, and he was excited. Golden Light Mantra, Thunder Method, thinking of Langhu Mountain, these two must be learned without a doubt. But why does my head feel a little chilly? And this temple, Li Su also felt something was wrong. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a Taoist temple. Instead, it's a bit like the Buddhist temple next door. No, it's not like, it's exactly the same, based on his experience of staying in Shaolin Temple for many years. In an instant, Li Su had a bad premonition. Could it be that, although he arrived in Jiangxi and was near Langhu Mountain, he didn't enter Langhu Mountain, but the Buddhist sect next door? He couldn't help but look down. That's right, monk's robe. This is really a pit. Buddhism and Taoism have been neighbors since ancient times. It is not strange to have Buddhist temples near Taoist temples. After all, Chinese people like to look at feng shui. Generally, both families can see a good place. It is okay if they are evenly matched. If a Buddhist sect is established on a Taoist treasure land like Langhu Mountain, it will be beaten badly. In a trance, Li Su seemed to see 3 descendants of Cheyenne Shideo who were chanting the golden light mantra and walking towards him with a smile. Their fists were clenched and cracked. "Brother, come and learn from each other. I opened a Buddhist temple at the gate of Taoism. Do you really think that Buddhism is originally Taoism? Not good. Not good. This is very bad. Super bad." Li Su's eyelids twitched, and he had the urge to take off his pants and return to secular life immediately. "Brother, can I join Langhu Mountain now? I really want to join Langhu Mountain. I have thought of the slogan and want to promote the reputation of Cheyenne-shi. Brother, brother." A handsome little monk appeared at some point and stood in front of Li Su. After calling him several times, but he didn't respond, he couldn't help but stretched out his hand and shook him, saying, "Brother, brother. Where did this little monk come from? He's so cute." Li Su looked dazed, looking at the shaking little guy with lifeless eyes. It was really pitiful. This cute little face was bound to be beaten by the brothers on the opposite side. It seemed that Li Su was thinking something rude and that he didn't answer after calling for a long time. The little monk got a little angry and shouted, "Brother Fahey." Ha! Li Su shuddered and woke up. His eyes were bigger than copper bells, and he looked at the little monk with horror. "What did you call me?" It's still 10,000 updates. Fortunately. Chapter 158 Pure Land Sect. In the second year of Baoing, the Anshi rebellion ended. Although the world was peaceful, the local governors supervised the military and political power, and there were foreign invaders. The once prosperous Tang dynasty was already on the decline and was about to fall. The world is about to be in chaos. People's hearts are like ghosts, their desires are insatiable, and demons are everywhere. In Jiujiang, Jiangxi, in a temple, a little monk was holding a broom and sighing while cleaning. "Obviously, I was going to Langhu Mountain Cheyenne Shideo. How did I enter the temple and become a monk? Amitabha, sin. Li Su cried silently in his heart and couldn't help complaining about his situation. What the hell? It's okay to enter Buddhism, but my own dharma name is actually Fahey? Shenma Ghost. Li Feng Pagoda collapsed. West Lake water dried up. Do you want me to suppress Xiao Bei? Am I being teased by Xia King? By the way, can't I say a word of Doi Xian Lang? The second one is quite good. Li Su has rarely admired anyone. He has only admired 3 people in his life. One is Zhu Zian, the second is Dan Yang, and the third is Ning Kaichen. One dares to sleep with demons, one dares to sleep with immortals, and the last one doesn't even let ghosts go. However, Li Su soon came to his senses. If this is the legend of the White Snake, it would be wrong. Fahey is the main character. When entering the world fragments, only the main characters will not be leaned over. Soon, Li Su flipped out his world book. After taking a look, he breathed a sigh of relief, but his eyelids couldn't help twitching. I said why the demonic energy in Zhejiang is so strong, and this is the feeling. The world belongs to a Chinese ghost story. World resolution 15%. A Chinese ghost story full character resolution 60%. Story resolution 100%. A little disappointed. The talent bonus is not more than 200. It's too much. I don't know if the demonic energy is that 1000-year-old tree demon or the Black Mountain old demon. Li Su would breathe a sigh of relief for the latter, but the former is fucked up. Are 1000-year-old tree demons so fierce? How strong is the Black Mountain old demon? The only thing that comforted Li Su was that, although he had no choice but to travel to the monk temple, the temple he was in was not the small temple in Langhu Mountain, but the Pure Land Sect. Pure Land Sect, most people may not know much about it, but there is no doubt that it is quite amazing. There are 3 sects in Buddhism, Zen, Tantric, and the last one is Pure Land Sect, also known as Lotus Sect. Although the Pure Land Sect is naturally different from the Pure Land Sect in his previous life. After all, there are really monsters here, but at the same time, Buddhism also exists, so it is very powerful, without a doubt. You ask Langhu Mountain, the holy land of Taoism, how can there be a Buddhist leader like Pure Land Sect? Of course there is no such thing in Langhu Mountain, because Pure Land Sect is in Lushan. That's right, He went to the wrong place. Remember Lee Su's previous complaint that there was a demonic aura everywhere in Yingtan, Jiangxi? It's close to Fujian. Yes, that's Langhu Mountain. Some people may ask here, why is the demonic aura in Langhu Mountain so heavy? Because the Taoists are full of murderous aura. In the Taoist practice, demons and ghosts are all treasures, including corpses, blood, inner elixir, and ghosts. Therefore, many demons were crippled in Langhu Mountain and circled up, and blood, flesh, and inner elixir were taken whenever they wanted. Even if you were hundreds of miles away, you could see thunder in the sky above Yingtan in the east, and from time to time there were Taoists carrying demons and ghosts flying over there. Naturally, the demon atmosphere over there was very strong. As for the Pure Land sect, what they practiced here was Amitabha Buddha, and what they pursued was the Pure Land of Bliss and the eternal Buddhist kingdom. Usually, everyone would recite the sutras together. The Buddhist sutras have their own transcendence effect, which makes demons feel uncomfortable, and ghosts will ascend on the spot after listening to them. Unless they are stubborn, they basically don't lean towards this side, so the demon atmosphere is very weak. Faced with this result, Lee Su had no choice. Even if you have entered the world fragment once, the next time you find a place with a particularly strong demon atmosphere, do you dare to go there? It's really hell. Exhaling a breath, Lee Su swept the leaves in front of the gate clean, and then he walked to the stairs and sat down. He was a disciple of the Fa generation, the fourth generation of the Pure Land sect, and above him were the Shan and Cheng generations. He was undoubtedly a big boss, and he was awesome. Even if there was only one Shan generation left, and 7 or 8 Cheng generations, it was still very impressive. In the world of cultivating immortals, the higher the generation, the greater the strength. There is no need to worry about safety in the short term, but you can't be careless. God knows what the process of this world is. When I came here, the evil spirit in Zhejiang was the strongest, but it doesn't mean that there is no evil spirit in other places. Therefore, cultivation is undoubtedly the top priority at the moment, and it must be improved as soon as possible. No matter how long it will take for the story in Zhejiang to happen, self-protection is undoubtedly the biggest premise. But fortunately, being in the Pure Land sect, the Buddhist teachings are not bad. Apart from other things, the Infinite Life Sutra, the Contemplation of the Infinite Life Sutra, the Amitabha Sutra, and the Treatise on Rebirth, the 3 sutras, and 1 treatise can be said to be the fundamental law of the Pure Land sect, and can be used to cultivate the Pure Land of Buddha. You ask Lee Su why he knows? Simple, he is now practicing the Amitabha Sutra among the 3 sutras and 1 theory. He has read it a lot in the past few days. Sitting on the stairs, Lee Su's eyes flickered, and he kept thinking. He has been here for a few days, and has learned a lot, and his understanding is undoubtedly more. First of all, there is a difference between the martial arts realm and the Taoist realm. After entering here, he felt it deeply. There is a fundamental difference between the two. The practice of the martial arts realm is to induce the resonance of the body through the 2 skills of movement and stillness, to produce true ki and form the Zaoshan. The Taoist realm is different. It accumulates and forms the fruit of the Tao in the heart, and then absorbs the spiritual energy of the world into the body and turns it into magic power. In the martial arts realm, the Zaoshan is the foundation. In the Taoist realm, the fruit of the Tao is the foundation. They are 2 completely different things. Therefore, if he, a martial arts realm, does not enter this world fragment, then there is no doubt that he will never be able to advance to the Taoist realm. And once you come in, you can succeed immediately. There is no way. The talent is there. At the same time, with the practice of the Amitabha Sutra, Lee Su discovered the difference between Buddhism and Taoism. The fruit of Taoism is to understand the myriad ways of heaven and earth, and melt them into one's own body, and then transform them into supernatural powers, and pursue the law of nature. The fruit of Buddhism is to observe and understand oneself, and reflect the heavens, and then transform them into relics, and practice consistently. There is no difference between the two, but the direction is different. And Lee Su also found a problem. Obviously, the martial arts realm has independence and uniqueness, but the Taoist realm does not exist, especially the Taoist interpretation, which is undoubtedly S-level, right? It must be S-level. As a result, everyone in their lineage learned it, and it was not obtained through inheritance. Why? Maybe it's because of the difference. Because even if it is the same scripture, everyone's practice will have different results. For example, Lee Su has been practicing the Amitabha Sutra for several days, and the fruit of Taoism has formed in his body. Now it has sprouted and taken root, but it has not bloomed. Instead, the rhizomes continue to go down and become thicker and thicker. There is no way. I read it once every day, and I feel fresh. I feel that I missed something yesterday. I understand, but the lotus does not bloom. Not only does the rhizomes go deeper and deeper, but they also become bigger and bigger. Lee Su said with a smug look on his face. I'm not smug at all. The little monk who called him that day has already blossomed and has opened 9 petals to form a foundation for Taoism, generating magic power, and can transform into magic. Although the direction is different, the difference is not big. After all, Lee Su will eventually blossom, and maybe it will be 9 petals and 3 layers at once. The Pure Land sect's Tao fruit is mainly lotus, with 9 petals as the extreme, 3 layers per flower, and 1 state per flower. The real difference lies in the magical powers they have realized. What the little monk felt was words, and words have great power, and can affect everything. Lee Su didn't feel this. In fact, among this group of little monks, basically none of them are the same. Not only that, although the Amitabha Sutra is embodied in front of them in words, once they read the words, the sound of the mouth will resonate, form a scene, and integrate into the heart, as if Amitabha is instructing you and telling you the essence of Buddhism. I'm afraid this is the difference from martial arts. This thing has too many ways, and is too wild, and one person can't grasp it. And what was discovered in the end was the connection between the martial arts realm and the Taoist realm. As the roots of the Dao fruit went down, Lee Su found that the place where it took root was none other than his meridians, and the meridians just corresponded to the exercises he practiced, and the ability of the Arhat key. Facing this result, Lee Su's eyes were undoubtedly bright. He had a hunch that, if he practiced the Amitabha Sutra to perfection, it might be combined with his Arhat key after he went out, and a huge change would occur. Then, the poor life of the little monk began again. He ate vegetarian food every day, and swept the floor and carried water. The body did not need to be deliberately exercised. The Dao fruit continued to glow, which was itself an extreme strengthening. The only thing that made him a little depressed was the 2 exercises of Vajra power and Dragon force, which also came from Buddhism. He did not dare to practice them, mainly because the Dao fruit had not bloomed, and the Dharma had not been formed. If any of the 2 above cultivated other marks, it would be very ugly. As for the longevity secret, let alone, he just threw it aside, and did not dare to look at it. He was afraid that, if he looked at it, it would bear fruit by itself, which would be really fucked up. Life passed day by day, and Lee Su was quite calm. After all, he had practiced for nearly 100 years. A year or 2 was nothing. Moreover, the practice of Taoism took at least 10 or dozens of years, right? As for a Chinese ghost story, let it go. Unless he could defeat the Black Mountain Old Demon, he would stay here. That's right, this time he was ready to die, and it was really shit. Everything that happened in the legend of the Twin Dragons still had a great impact on him. At least in this world, he didn't plan to have a good relationship with anyone. He left quietly, just like he came quietly. Of course, there was an opportunity. First of all, he could not bloom. Then, there was a genius in the Pure Land sect. That's right, a genius, a super genius, who was many times stronger than Zhu and Cheng he met during the Xian Lang period. And that person was the little monk who came to call him senior brother before. The little guy had just entered the sect not long ago, and had just started practicing. His talent is really amazing. It took more than 2 months for the fruit of Tao to blossom. Not only that, but his subsequent cultivation speed was extremely fast, beyond imagination. It has only been a year, and this little guy has not only blossomed 1 flower, but also the second one. The 3rd flower in the pond has already shown its tip, and there is already a dragonfly standing on it. There is no doubt that the entire Pure Land sect was shocked. He was called a super genius who appeared once in 100 years. He was directly awarded a brown monk's robe and promoted to a high level. In terms of status, he was directly promoted from the status of a 4th generation disciple to the treatment of a 3rd generation disciple. In addition to continuing to practice the Amitabha Sutra, he also added the contemplation of the infinite life sutra. He is definitely a genius and has attracted much attention. Becoming the head of the Fire generation is just around the corner. As for Lee Su, he is used to being a genius outside, but his current situation is undoubtedly a bit miserable, and it is really miserable. He is 1 year older than Faz Heo. After practicing for more than 2 years, he has not yet blossomed. You know, even the slowest ones will bloom after about a year, so Lee Su is almost an iron tree, the kind that won't bloom. Lee Su naturally didn't want to explain this, and there was no way to explain it. After all, he couldn't tell people that, although it didn't bloom, its roots were really thick and big, right? A large area of densely packed plants would make people have intensive phobia. Very good, just like that. No one will care about me. Lee Su couldn't help thinking happily, this situation is very good. However, it is obvious that his idea is very good, but reality is often cruel. The more you don't want it, the more it will come. Brother, I have realized the supernatural power again. Seeing the first little genius of the Pure Land sect, the little monk Faz Heo, who only appears once in 100 years, he trotted, his face was red, very cute, with a Buddhist aura, and ran to Lee Su happily, with a big smile on his face. Really? Congratulations. Junior brother, you really have a bright future. You are worthy of being favored by the Pure Land sect. Lee Su quietly rolled his eyes, still sweeping the floor, and complimented him at the same time. However, the bulging blue veins under his hand holding the broom undoubtedly exposed his incomparable feelings at the moment. What a sin. He said that he didn't want to have friendships with others, let alone with Faz Heo, the future star of the sect. How much attention will this attract? How much attention? Don't think that Buddhist disciples will not make friends with forces and factions. No, I'm afraid to tell you that the more the sect's slogan is to save all living beings, the more serious the situation inside will be. After all, we are all human beings, not gods. The older generation is still okay. With the accumulation of years and cultivation, their minds are gone. The younger generation is different. Now is the time for them to be active. You have to know that this world is not safe. There are constant wars outside. Not to mention the danger of the end of the dynasty. There are also demons rampant. It can be said that, if you have a little bad luck, when you go out, you will never come back. With the talent shown by Faz Heo, there is no doubt that he will have a great status in the Pure Land sect in the future. For the younger disciples who are not very good at cultivation, making friends in advance and becoming friends will not only greatly increase their own safety, but also have a lot of status in the Pure Land sect's 3-part temple in the future, right? So those brothers with average talents naturally prepared to make friends with Faz Heo. But what happened? Lee Su became the biggest stone pillar in front of them. At the same time, because Faz Heo has good talent, the big guys of the Pure Land sect naturally pay a lot of attention to him. He runs to him every day, which inevitably leads to Lee Su himself being paid attention to. What's the matter with this little guy? Looking at Faz Heo with a smile on his face and sticking out his tongue, Lee Su was stunned and felt very upset. Did he do anything to him? Nothing. Why does this little guy look like the little brother who followed behind him when he led the team to dig bird eggs when he was a child? Lee Su took a breath, looked at the extremely excited Faz Heo, couldn't help shaking his head, pointed to the stairs beside him and said, "Sit down and rest first, then recite the Amitabha Sutra twice." Buddha emphasizes the enlightenment of the mind and the cultivation of the 5 aggregates. It is a good thing to have supernatural powers. It is important, but not important. You can be happy, but you must be calm in your heart. As the saying goes, if your heart is as clear as ice, you will not be startled, even if the sky falls. There is no mutual generation, and difficulty and ease complement each other. What you need to do now is not to be happy, but to carefully recall the feeling of the supernatural power, to capture that feeling, why it works, what is the reason for its success. This is your foundation. It is easy to know the law, but it is difficult to understand the law. Supernatural powers are not over after enlightenment, but you have to learn and understand them in depth. Do you understand? Yes, brother Faz Heo took a breath. His smile was shining, and the colors were flowing. Sure enough, no matter when he came to see his brother, he could get huge gains. Seeing the little guy run to the stairs and sit down obediently, and then began to recite the sutra, Lee Soo nodded. While cleaning, he began to think about it. Why? Why does this little guy like to pester me so much? Is there something about me that attracts him? After all, he was also very popular with dogs in his previous life. Could it be that Fazheo also has this attribute? Thinking of this, Lee Soo shook his head helplessly. If this is the case, he really has no way. After all, this thing can't be changed. It's okay. It's okay. Although it has attracted a lot of attention, hasn't it bloomed yet? It is called an iron tree. According to his feeling, if it doesn't take 80 or 90 years, it will be impossible to bloom. In 80 or 90 years, Fazheo might have bloomed 5, 6, 7, or 8 flowers, enough to become a leading figure in the Pure Land sect. As long as he is careful and avoids the jealousy of his peers, he will have no problem in this life. Asterisk 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 at this moment, not far away. 2 old Zen masters in grey and white monk robes are looking here. Is that Fahey? Said one of the old monks. Yes, master. He is Fahey. After 2 years of practice, he still hasn't blossomed. The younger generation even gave him a nickname, Iron Tree. Haha. Iron Tree. This name comes second. I thought it was a rare event in 100 years for the Pure Land sect to produce Fazheo, but I didn't expect that there is actually a treasure hidden. It is difficult for the iron tree to blossom. The roots need to be deep. It may not be unearthed for 100 years, but it will be covered with flowers overnight. Is it really so? I don't know what Dharma this little guy has realized. Master, do you think it could be the fundamental Dharma? The Arhats in the Amitabha Sutra? It's hard to say. The roots are deep and bottomless. Perhaps it is the infinite light of a high level, or even the 8 meritorious waters. Infinite light. 8 meritorious lights? Master, is it so amazing? The slightly younger monk showed surprise on his face. Buddhism is different from Taoism. The fruit of the Tao is not determined by the blooming and withering of flowers. This boy has great enlightenment. Let people prepare and inform the Zen and Tantric sects that the Buddha treasure will go west in 10 years and our Lotus sect will send people to participate. Who does the master plan to send? The old monk smiled and said nothing. The slightly younger monk was stunned for a moment, then looked at Fahey, who was still quietly sweeping the floor, calm and unmoved by external things, and then he couldn't help laughing. That's right, going west to send Buddha treasures has a great cause and effect, and it is bound to encounter a great disaster. Although Fazheo is good, the master never mentioned it from beginning to end. Only when he saw Fahey did he say that the Lotus sect would participate, which in itself explains a lot. Amitabha. How could the sect where the big boss exists, or the sect of cultivation, really be blind? So, Lee Soo, who was sweeping the floor, couldn't help but shudder, and his hair stood upside down inexplicably, feeling that something bad was about to happen. He looked around quickly with a look of horror, and when he found nothing, he couldn't help but touch his little joint. What's going on? The second update is postponed. I didn't sleep all night and had insomnia. I will make up for it during the day, no later than 10 PM. Chapter 159 Pure Land Buddha. 3 years, 3 years, and 3 years again. In the blink of an eye, 9 years have passed. 9 years. How many 9 years are there in a person's life? Lee Soo didn't know, but he had lived a very comfortable life in these 9 years. Basically, no one disturbed him, except for Fazheo who came to see him from time to time, as if he had been forgotten. The only thing that was a bit annoying was probably the 5 people headed by Fa Ken, Farming, Fanon, Fa Hui, and Fa Yun who were hostile to him because of Fazheo. I didn't laugh. I really didn't laugh. Suddenly I felt that the name Fahey was actually very good. Do you think so too? In the first 3 years, when Fark and his friends came over, Lee Soo thought about it and performed a bare-handed brick splitting. The 5-inch thick blue brick was chopped off by his palm and used to patch up the dilapidated wall next to him. Fake and his friends who came over aggressively walked past Lee Soo with horror. Although there are magic spells, they can't be used as food. Especially the magic of the Pure Land sect. Although there are many changes, but overall it is not very concerned about defense. Oh, it's not that it's not concerned, but it's better to use brute force to defend against demons. So looking at their fists, that are bigger than casseroles, they gave up. So, 3 years later, Farkin and his friends came again. This time, they were really confident. The main reason is that the Deo fruit has blossomed, 2.5 flowers have blossomed, and their strength has greatly improved, and they have absolute confidence and confidence. Helplessly, Lisa could only look at the bronze tripod in the hall that weighs about 2,000 pounds, with a look of embarrassment that he couldn't sweep under the big tripod feet, then picked up the bronze tripod with his hands, and put it aside, swept the 4 corners clean, and put it back. Looking at the 5 people's expressions of doubting life, Lisu smiled, and said hello and walked out. Now another 3 years have passed, and Lisu is still the sweeping monk. It is said that Fark and his friends have blossomed 3 flowers, and they have gone out for trials to exorcise demons more than half a year ago. That is to say, they should have sufficient confidence and confidence when they come back this time. Touching his chin, Lisu felt that it was a bit difficult. For the harmony of the sect, in order not to hurt the self-esteem of the masters, and to be able to live a peaceful life, he felt that he had tried his best, very, very hard. He had lifted the 2000 jin copper tripod, which could be considered a magical power. What should he do next? He couldn't lift a building to perform, could he? It's not that Lisu couldn't do it, but it didn't look like something that someone who hadn't bloomed could do, right? Oh, it was too difficult for me. That's right, Lisu still hadn't bloomed. He had spent 9 years just taking root. Although it hadn't bloomed yet, it was almost done. The roots of the Deo fruit had filled his body, and all the meridians in his body, even the capillaries, had turned into roots. Fortunately, this was the Deo fruit, the meaning of the mind, virtual and not real, otherwise it would be scary to take an X-ray. It's almost time to bloom. It should be in the near future. Once the flower blooms and the fruit of the Tao appears, Lisu will be able to start practicing the Vajra force, Dragon force, and the secret of longevity. Although the Pure Land sect also has 2 top scriptures, the Infinite Life Sutra and the Contemplation of the Infinite Life Sutra, he does not plan to learn them. Why? It's very simple. The Amitabha Sutra cultivates the Pure Land Buddha kingdom, while the other 2 sutras cultivate the Buddha. Although the Buddha kingdom and the Buddha are both Buddhist supernatural powers, they are essentially very different. The Amitabha Sutra emphasizes that the mind is the Pure Land, the Buddha kingdom is built inside, and the world is transformed. As for the Buddha, the contemplation of the infinite life is the Buddha's path, and the infinite life Buddha is the Buddha. I won't mention the profound aspects. To put it simply, both of them cultivate the emptiness of the 4 element, cut off the body's desires, and purify the mind. It is also like the Tao heart planting demon method has a great influence on the mind. It is not to say that it is not good. In fact, it is not bad to break through the root and obtain great freedom. For Lisu, the impact is probably to return to the original heart of a child, true feelings and true nature, and not be moved by all things. It's a bit mysterious, right? It's okay. Let me give you a simple explanation. It's equivalent to a force calm buff. Oh, it's not the calm buff that will be cut off when a thought arises, but a continuous buff that prevents desires from arising. What a joke. I have a wife, and in reality there is a lovely sister waiting for him to go back. How can he become a Buddha? Someone may ask here, how can you practice Buddha if your mind is not clear? Then let me tell you, you are wrong. Buddha is the state of mind, the fundamental pursuit, the understanding of desire, not being controlled, not being degraded. The heart is above lust, and you are liberated. Abandoning family, relatives, friends, and even one's own life is the fundamental crooked way. The saying that you can become a Buddha by putting down the butcher knife has also been misinterpreted by most people. Can you achieve the right result by putting down the knife? How can there be such a cheap thing in the world? The knife put down here is the butcher knife in the heart. However, once the knife in his heart was released, he began to feel guilty, filling his mind and unable to extricate himself. He wanted to be forgiven, forgiven by the living, forgiven by the dead, and forgiven by his own heart. It was easy to ask for forgiveness from the living and the dead, but it was hard to break his heart. Basically, he had to die once before this knot could not be untied. because this was not only a knot in his heart, but also a knot of cause and effect. Even if the Buddha's alms bowl was a little better, he couldn't help but break it to avoid missing him. He had tied up a big cause and effect like the life and death of others. How could he just let it go and be done with it? So for murder and crimes, it's better to turn yourself in. This is faster than practicing anything else. Well, the above is just the author's own understanding of Buddha. Therefore, when Lee Su practiced Buddhism, he held the Buddha's heart, not the Buddha's behavior. He did not want to achieve the Buddhahood, but only wanted to have a clear conscience. Therefore, he practiced the Amitabha Sutra, but he could not practice the other two. After practicing, although he was still himself, he was no longer himself. Moreover, that kind of practice is not only fruitless, but also easy to cause inner demons. Although Lee Su does not want to transcend himself, he does not want to sink into depravity. Basically speaking, this guy has the enlightenment of Buddha, but his heart can only reach the level of arhat at most, and he cannot even become a bodhisattva. In a word, he is violently collecting heavenly things. Well, back to the point. The lotus is about to bloom, and Lee Su is not only looking forward to it. What he has realized is that through his talent and understanding of the Tao, he can see the root, that is, a pure land. This is undoubtedly the highest law of the Amitabha Sutra, the pure land of Buddha. For a while, Lee Su forgot about Fa and the others, and devoted himself to piercing the last root and stem, and guiding himself to bloom. Oh, right. By the way, after 9 years, Fa Zhao is incredible, quite incredible. Amazing talent, the reincarnation of the Buddha. 9 years have passed, and now he has begun to practice the Infinite Life Sutra, and has realized the path of Buddha. The 5 lotuses are actually blooming on the lotus platform, turning into the number of 96, which is extremely amazing. Lotus Sect Deo Go. This lotus petal is a great power. 39-1. 27 great powers. 59-1. 45 great powers. 559 lotuses, 225 great powers, almost equivalent to the realm of 39 lotuses, which is terrifying. Now the little monk has become a handsome man, a contemporary Buddhist disciple of the Fa generation, shining brightly. The time he comes to see Lee Su has also become less, from once a day, more than an hour each time, to once a week. Although I don't know why the other party is so awesome, he still comes to see him every week without fail, which is not good, but at least the number has decreased, right? However, what makes Lee Su a little upset is that in the past 6 months, it seems that not only Fa Zhao will come, but when he comes, many disciples of the Fa generation will also come, and there is a feeling that they are getting more and more. Then a bunch of people sit together, not asking for anything else, listening to him recite the Amitabha Sutra. After all, most of you have practiced the Infinite Life Sutra. Why do you come to listen to my Amitabha Sutra? When I was reciting the sutras, there were no 3,000 golden lotuses emerging from the ground and countless spiritual rains falling from the sky, right? However, seeing that this group of people basically did not bother him, Lee Su simply ignored it. Brother. At this moment, Fa Zhao's voice rang out. Lee Su turned his head and sighed. He is already an adult. Fa Zhao, who used to be a little guy, smiled like a porcelain doll. Now he has become a young man with clear eyebrows, elegant demeanor, and Buddha's aura. I have to say, that time has passed. You are really a butcher knife. As long as you are a person, you will be cut off from youth one by one. Behind him, there is a group of disciples of the Fa generation. Counting them, I'm afraid that all the 4 generations of disciples of the Pure Land sect have arrived, right? No, why can I see a few uncles of the Cheng generation standing inside? What are they doing here? It's just the recitation of Buddha and sutras among the disciples. Don't the seniors have nothing to do? Come to join in the fun. And you, that's you. Don't think I can't see you standing behind. Master, what are you doing? You are the abbot of the Pure Land sect. Do you think I can't see you if you hide in the crowd? That was the old monk who taught him the Amitabha Sutra, with a kind face and amiable manner. It's a pity that he is not as good as Monk Xianming, who brought him meat. Lee Su's lips twitched, and he always felt that his plan of lurking and hiding was about to run away and never come back. It's okay, it's okay. Everyone is just a good person. After all, I have been practicing Buddhism for 9 years, but it hasn't blossomed. The atmosphere of the Pure Land sect is good. Except for a few guys like Farke, most people's main energy is still practicing Buddhism and being kind to others. Lee Su smiled and put down the broom. In the past 6 months, he has been doing it 4 times a week on average, and he is used to it. Since you are here, just recite it. It's not a big deal anyway. After all, no matter how much you say, if he doesn't blossom, what can you do? Asterisk 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 at this moment, outside the Pure Land sect, 5 dusty little monks rushed back, and behind them, there was a convoy with dozens of people, holding a team flag with Zhejiang West and Lia written on it. Arriving at the Pure Land sect one after another, the 5 young monks soon went in, and headed for the inner courtyard of the Pure Land sect. The team stopped, and a woman got off the carriage. She was beautiful, but there was a trace of sadness between her eyebrows. With her appearance, the gate of the Pure Land sect opened wide, and a group of monks came out, led by the abbot of the Pure Land sect, Master Qingyuan. Mr. Khan, I'm honored. Master, do you understand my intention? I understand your intention, and the Pure Land sect understands it. Please go to the courtyard with me. The person who solves your troubles has been properly arranged. The woman's worried face showed a slight smile, and she felt relieved. Master, please lead the way. The woman nodded, and then she looked at the people in the convoy and said, you can wait here. Yes, ma'am. Asterisk 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 passing through the temple gate, passing the main hall, and turning to the inner courtyard. Master Qingyuan led the woman all the way to a high tower in the backyard of the Pure Land sect, and the disciples below could be seen resting. Are there any activities today? Although she was worried, she couldn't help but ask when she saw a large group of monks standing in front of the place where the disciples rested. Please look at the center. Master Qingyuan smiled and pointed to the 2 young monks in the center, surrounded by the crowd, and said, he is the one arranged by our temple to help you solve your family's problems. The woman was startled and looked over immediately, then frowned slightly. Little monk? However, one of them was wearing a brown monk's robe, with an extraordinary temperament. Even from a distance, one could still feel the boundless Buddhist aura on him. The woman took a breath. She had planned to ask Langhu Mountain to solve the family problem, but her mother was a devout Buddhist, so she had no choice but to come to this Pure Land to seek help. So she hesitated. Is it the little monk in brown robes? Master, it's not that I look down on him, but what happened in my family is really troublesome and difficult to solve. I have invited many masters, but they all returned in vain, and many even lost their lives. The old monk smiled and said, don't worry, although Fazheo has good talent, his understanding of Buddhism is not good enough, and he has never left the temple, so he is not good at solving this kind of things. Ah. The woman was startled. It's not that little monk? Who is it? The little guy next to him, wearing grey monk's robes. The woman frowned and felt offended. She thought the old monk was playing a trick on her. What happened at home was so troublesome that it disturbed the whole family. As a result, they came to this Pure Land sect specially, but the other party actually sent a plain monk's robe who was obviously just the lowest level disciple. She didn't stop him from dying, but the most important thing for her was to solve the problem. Master, you. The woman was a little angry. The old monk smiled and said, don't worry, just wait and see. At the same time, the 5 dusty monks who returned immediately went straight to the backyard, after handing in their tasks, intending to find Lee Su. That's right, it was the 5 little guys headed by Farke. The originally tired few people, as they got closer to the backyard, their expressions became more energetic, and they couldn't help but rub their hands. This time, Farhe must be good. The experience of half a year gave them full courage and confidence, and completely wore away the shocking scene of Lee Su lifting a 2000 jin copper tripod with one hand, and putting it aside, and then cleaning up. Compared with the demons, Farhe, what is it? So, the 5 people rushed in. Huh? Why are there so many people? Looking at the monks sitting on the ground, there was even a master uncle of the Cheng generation, and the 5 people were stunned, and a little surprised. When they saw the Fazheo in the center, they couldn't help but suddenly realized, is Fazheo going to preach? As expected of a junior brother, he is getting more and more powerful. Even the uncles and others can't help but come to listen. Damn, that bastard Fahey, his comprehension is so poor, but he is so lucky to be liked by junior brother Fazheo. Otherwise, how can such a guy be qualified to sit in the center? Huh. The 5 people were stunned and suddenly felt something was wrong. Why do I feel that Fahey is in the center, not Fazheo? Fuck it, you are back. Hearing the movement behind them, the 2 disciples of the far generation turned around and smiled. You guys are so lucky. Come and sit down. Senior brother Fahey is giving a lecture, which is the greatest opportunity for our Pure Land sect. Fahey is giving a lecture? Wait a minute. Junior brother, did you get something wrong? What's the use of an iron tree giving a lecture? I really envy junior brother Fazheo. I knew from the beginning that senior brother Fahey was extraordinary and stayed with him for 9 years. It's a pity that we only discovered senior brother Fahey's amazing achievements in Buddhism half a year ago. The junior brother talked to himself and pulled Farke and the others to sit down. Unable to resist the enthusiasm, and more eyes were looking over, the 5 Farkes were full of doubts, but they suppressed their doubts and sat down. What's going on? After being away for half a year, the world has changed completely. In the center, almost everyone has arrived. Lee Su sighed and sat down. Although he didn't quite understand why everyone was so idle, he didn't see any miracles happen when he chanted the scriptures, but since it was like this, there was nothing he could do, so he chanted. Seeing Lee Su sitting cross-legged, holding a flower with both hands, the atmosphere in the inner courtyard suddenly became one. Everyone couldn't help but take a breath, open their eyes wide, and look at Fahey. Lee Su opened his mouth and chanted softly, "Thus I have heard, at one time, the Buddha was in the Jetavana Grove in the country of Savatthi. He was with 1,250 great monks, all of whom were great arhats. Along with his words, there were indeed no 3,000 golden lotuses emerging from the ground, nor countless spiritual rains falling from the sky, but the scriptures were spit out, mixed with Lee Su's understanding of the Amitabha Sutra, and along with his words, visions appeared. Above his head, a page of painting slowly unfolded. It was huge and boundless, like a world, with infinite Buddha light in the world, and 8 meritorious waters spreading in all directions. The infinite light illuminated the heavens. 500 arhats and 3,000 bhikkhunis sat in it and chanted softly. That was the Pure Land. That was the Buddha's country. For a moment, the Buddha's country was shaken, and the chanting of thousands of people matched with Lee Su's voice. The voice contained the great Buddha's mind and Buddhist principles, and accompanied by Lee Su's chanting, the sound was deafening. The voice was not loud, but as Lee Su recited, it actually covered the entire inner courtyard of the Pure Land sect. For a moment, everyone could not help but feel their Deo fruit vibrate, and the golden lotus inside could not help but glow and grow. The Pure Land of Buddha seemed to be right in front of them, and in their hearts. At this moment, the 5 Dharma guests sitting in the back were shocked and unbelievable. Then they felt ashamed and could not handle themselves. The next moment, their hearts were cleansed, and they stepped into the land of bliss. Brother Fahey is not ordinary. I'm the Buddha, and Brother Fahey is the Buddha's country, and I'm in it. All along, the Dharma guests did not understand why Fazheo liked to be with Fahey so much. Now they finally understood. After half a lifetime of hard work and searching for a long time, they did not expect that the Pure Land of Buddha was right in front of them. Tears could not help but flow. The 5 people suppressed their hearts tightly, not wanting to disturb the Pure Land because of their crying. On the top of the tower, Master Chingyuan smiled and looked at the woman. Donayu, do you have any questions? The woman burst into tears, and all the anxiety, panic, and uneasiness seemed to be completely dispelled, and she arrived at the carefree Pure Land. Is this the Buddha? That is the Buddha's land, where the Buddha is. Thank you for your mercy, Master Amitabha. After almost an hour, Lee Su successfully completed the practice. He exhaled and opened his eyes. He couldn't help but look around at the first time. That's right, there was no strange vision at all. The grass and trees didn't grow tall, and the flowers didn't bloom. Everything was the same as before. I said it was ordinary. Well, his Buddha's kingdom vision was transformed by his state of mind. Before it bloomed, he naturally had no magical powers. He could only feel the wonders of it by listening and watching, but he had no actual influence. However, when he looked up and looked at the disciples around him with tears on their faces and moved, Lee Su couldn't help but his eyes twitching wildly. I'm chanting sutras, not MLM. All IANGZHU. I can understand being calm, but what the hell is tears? Chapter 160. He went down the mountain. In the inner courtyard, as the chanting ended, everyone soon dispersed one by one. Lee Su also breathed a sigh of relief. Although this was a little different from the temple life he had expected, it was only once a week, 4 times a month, and only 48 times a year. It was not bad. Although the problem was not big at this stage, Lee Su had already felt it, and felt it very clearly. His Dao fruit, the roots and stems had been completely established, there was no extra space on his body, and his understanding of the Amitabha Sutra had reached a limit. At least at this stage, it could not continue. Therefore, the buds on the Dao fruit had begun to sprout and grow by themselves. At the earliest today, at the latest in 2 days, his Dao fruit will bloom. Once the Dao fruit blooms, the magic power will be self-generated. Combined with his understanding of the Amitabha Sutra, what is the concept of chanting the sutra? He had to think of a way. Lee Su did not want to become Faz Heo at all, being watched by others and not free. By the way, senior brother, Faz Heo, who had originally gone out, suddenly turned around and said, What? Master said that, after you finished chanting here, let me take you to the main hall. Main hall? What's the matter with the abbot? Lee Su raised his eyebrows. Faz Heo's master was different from him. Why would he go there? Could it be that he would be expelled from the sect because the iron tree did not bloom for 10 years? No way. Is this the case with Buddhism as well? You should know that the reason why the Taoist sect expelled people is not simply because they have poor talents, but because they think that continuing is a waste of life. After all, the pursuit of Taoism is immortality, which is fundamentally different from Buddhism. Buddhism seeks to refine the mind. The iron tree does not bloom, which is also a kind of Tao fruit. Therefore, the more this is the case, the more you need to practice. Faz Heo also looked puzzled and shook his head and said, I don't know. Master told me so. However, with the Buddha nature of his senior brother, it would not be strange to ask him to do anything. Even if he was asked to preside over the morning class chanting of the Pure Land sect from tomorrow, I'm afraid that no one in the entire Pure Land sect would refuse. Instead, they would welcome him extremely. Once a week, it was the master himself who ordered that no one be allowed to disturb senior brother Fahey. Otherwise senior brother would have been called to the main hall to preside over the class half a year ago. Lee Su put down the broom and didn't care. He went to see what was going on. Okay, let's go. The two walked side by side directly towards the main hall. Along the way, seeing this scene, many disciples of the far generation who had not yet dispersed could not help but brighten their eyes. Go to the main hall. Could it be that the abbot finally planned to let senior brother Fahey preside over the morning class? Although he listened to it once a week, he had listened to it 24 times in half a year, but it was obviously not enough. Senior brother Fahey's Tao fruit, his understanding, his Buddha heart, Buddha principle, and Buddha intention contained this great impact for everyone. That kind of tranquility will never be forgotten once you have tried it. The Tao fruit can't help but be shocked. It is the highest understanding of the Amitabha Sutra. Feeling that the eyes of the disciples around him were very strange, Lee Su became more and more uneasy as he walked. What's the situation? Could it be that I have been exposed? With a trace of uneasiness, he and Faz Heo came to the main hall. The originally grand and majestic main hall inexplicably turned into the demon-subduing hall in Lee Su's eyes. There was no longer Sakyamuni inside, but a guy with a bloody mouth. Illusion? Is this my illusion? Lee Su's eyelids twitched, and he had the urge to escape, but it was obvious that he had come here, and it was too late to retreat. After all, although they all had the Tao fruit, his physical strength was amazing. No, it should be said that he was inhuman, but there was no doubt that he was still just a mortal. Let's die. Lee Su took a breath and lowered his head in resignation. Why? I hid well. Why did the master notice me? Yes, it was Faz Heo. No mistake, it was Faz Heo. Everything was Faz Heo's fault. Soon, they entered the main hall. A wisp of fragrance came. Not only Lee Soo, but Fazheo couldn't help but look up at the place where the smell came from. Woman. Putting aside her appearance, why is there a woman here? And the other party's identity is obviously not a bikini, but an ordinary woman. How could she be here? Are you here? Abbot Master Chingyuan smiled. Yes, Master. Fazheo put his hands together and bowed. Disciple Fahey, meet the abbot. Lee Soo also put his hands together and bowed. Yes. Master Chingyuan nodded and said, Fahey. Yes. Lee Soo raised his head, with a question in his eyes. What did the abbot want to see him about? This is Kain Hui, because some bad things happened at home. According to the situation, we speculate that there should be a demon entering her home, and the lurking demon is extraordinary and very powerful. Now that the older generation of the sect cannot leave, the Pure Land sect can only entrust you with it. At this moment, not only Lee Soo was stunned, but Fazheo was also stunned. Brother, get rid of the demon. Indeed, Pure Land monks have this business, but brother has undoubtedly never left the sect. The most important thing is that brother's Tao fruit has not yet blossomed, and from what the master said, there may be a big demon in the other party's house. How can brother go there? At least we should let the other brothers who have amazing appearances go, right? Immediately, Fazheo couldn't help but want to say something. Lee Soo was also surprised, looking at the abbot in confusion. This old monk. Crazy? Why did you ask me to go? I haven't even had my Dao fruit yet. Killing a demon? Or a big demon? Is this a serious illness? Wow. 120? Please come immediately. There is a lunatic here. However, before the two of them could speak, Master Chingyuan smiled and said, Fahey, your Dao fruit is about to bloom, right? It is estimated that it should be almost done by tomorrow at the latest. Lee Soo couldn't help but feel a pause in his heart when he heard this. Damn, he was found out. But it's okay, it's just the progress of cultivation that was found out. After all, he didn't hide it. But can you see it? Even if the Dao fruit doesn't bloom? Well, I learned something. I know you are devoted to Buddhism and don't want to be contaminated by the mundane world, but, well, I'm here just to tell you today. You can decide whether to go or not tomorrow after your Dao fruit blossoms. If you still don't want to go at that time, I will let others go. Master Chen Kang smiled and said, okay, you can leave first. Lee Soo looked strange and stared at the abbot of the sect for a long time. This is not a mental illness, but a snake-like disease, right? My brain is rusty. I don't want to practice peacefully, but go out to kill monsters? It's not the Taoist sect next door. You can get materials by killing monsters. Buddhism doesn't emphasize that, right? Immediately, Lee Soo bowed 11 times and retreated. Master. Seeing brother Fahey leave, Fazheo couldn't help but speak, with a puzzled look on his face. Master Chen Kang shook his head, turned to look at the woman and said, Kain Tanayu, you can return with the original team directly. It's better to send a pigeon, to send a letter directly. With the ability of my disciple, Hang Sao should be able to arrive in a week at most. The woman was stunned. A week? Are you kidding? They came from Hang Sao, and it took them more than half a month to ride horses and cars, and they took the official road. However, thinking of the ability shown by Master Fahey, the woman couldn't help but take a breath. She nodded, without saying much, and said directly, I understand. I will leave now. Send someone to tell my husband to receive Master Fahey. Well, Master Chingyuan nodded and stopped talking. The woman quickly said goodbye. Finally, there was no one left, and Fazheo was about to speak. Master Chingyuan suddenly said, your brother Fahey is different from you, and different from most of the disciples of the Pure Land sect. Fazheo was stunned. The Buddha he asked for cannot be completed in the Pure Land sect. Ah. Master Chingyuan smiled and closed his eyes. Yes, it is impossible to succeed as a Buddhist disciple who only appears once in 1,000 years. No, 10,000 years in the Pure Land sect. The Buddha. How could Fahey's Buddhist path be completed by sitting? Are you kidding? That's the Buddha country. Half a year ago, when strange phenomena appeared on Lee Soo's body, the first to be alarmed were Cheng Yuan and his master, Monk Shan Dao. They had already made some guesses, but when the other party's supernatural power showed strange phenomena, they realized how terrible Fahey's enlightenment was. It turned out to be the fundamental law of Amitabha Sutra, the Pure Land Buddha Kingdom! Although the Amitabha Sutra is not the highest sutra of the Pure Land sect, it has this sentence: those who practice the Buddha Sutra may not necessarily become Buddhas, but those who obtain the Buddha Kingdom must be the world-honored one. Zhejiang is basically the road that Fahey must take, and he must go. The Pure Land Buddha Kingdom is undoubtedly a great supernatural power, which can be said to have boundless power. A Pure Land sect can be free from worries for 1,000 years. But to be honest, the Pure Land sect can't afford such a person. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Returning to his own room, Li Su couldn't help but bow his head. Although he felt that the abbot was definitely a snake-headed person, the other party's firm tone made him feel a little uneasy. Why? Why would he definitely go there after his Tao fruit blossomed? There is no reason. No reason? This obviously goes against his character. However, Buddhist practice is most concerned with cause and effect. The old monk dared to say this in a crazy way. Li Su was undoubtedly a little nervous. It seemed that he really couldn't go. After sitting restlessly for a while, Li Su took a deep breath. No matter what, he would bloom first. He sat down cross-legged, and his thoughts moved slightly. He focused his mind on his own Dao fruit, and began to push the Dao fruit to bloom. As the thought arose, the Dao fruit in Li Su's body suddenly felt it. The roots and stems trembled, swallowed and spit out nutrients, and the buds began to emerge. Very quickly, very quickly, very quickly. It usually takes 10 days and a half months to bloom a flower. But when it came to Li Su, the buds sprouted, and 9 branches bloomed at the same time, and began to grow wildly. One branch was 9 inches long, and had 9 leaves. As the tip trembled slightly, a flower bud began to emerge and slowly opened. The flower had 9 petals and 9 layers. It was actually the lotus of 9 nines. Even though he was prepared, Li Su was still shocked by his situation. He didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. He has 9 branches and 9 lotuses, plus 99 petals. What does that mean? 729 layers. Can it be considered unprecedented and unparalleled? One layer is a great power. What is the situation with 729 layers? I'm afraid that it is not just a thought that can turn mountains and seas. For a moment, Li Su couldn't help but feel very excited, and felt that even in this world, his time had come. What a 1,000-year-old tree demon, what a black mountain old demon, they are all farts. When his 9 lotuses bloom, his magical powers will be perfected, and the Buddha Kingdom will appear. All the millions of demons will be collected by you at once. After thinking for a while, Li Su suppressed his excitement, and looked at his Tao fruit flower, waiting quietly, waiting non-stop. Why is it so slow? Seeing that the first flower stopped after opening only 2 layers, and the progress was getting slower and slower, Li Su couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? Okay, Fahey, you stop first. Just when Li Su was very puzzled, a voice came into his ears. Li Su was stunned, stopped blooming, and opened his eyes. The next moment, he saw that the room he was in was gone, and he could see the sky full of stars when he looked up. Not only that, Li Su looked around, and found that the area within a radius of 10 meters was full of sand. What the hell? What's going on? It's true. An old monk came over. It was Master Shandao, who had seen Li Su from afar. He stood beside Li Su and sighed. Looking at the old monk, Li Su was stunned. Master? Monk Shandao said softly, Fahey, do you know how the realm of Taoism is divided in Buddhism? Well, the number of lotus flowers is the height, and the number of lotus layers is the width. The more flowers there are, the stronger the power. The more layers of each flower, the deeper the power. Well, then what about this? Besides that, Li Su was stunned, then shook his head, not knowing more. In fact, in our Pure Land sect, there is a distinction between height and width. Monk Shandao said softly, in terms of height, the 3rd lotus is the Arhat realm, the 6th lotus is the Bodhisattva realm, and the 9th lotus is the Buddha realm. At the same time, in terms of width, the 3rd layer is the Arhat power, the 6th layer is the Bodhisattva power, and the 9th layer is the Buddha power. Li Su nodded subconsciously. So that's how it is. No wonder the Pure Land sect did not have a clear statement on cultivation. From the beginning, the Pure Land sect has been calculating realm and power separately. But what's the point of this? The realm is easy to cultivate, but the power is hard to achieve. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Lee Su was stunned. Shouldn't this usually be the other way around? Shouldn't it be that the power is easy to cultivate, but the realm is hard to achieve? I haven't basically told you about this, because I guess you won't encounter this situation, but now that you have reached it, I will briefly tell you about it. The realm is undoubtedly not easy to reach, but the current situation in this world will undoubtedly make it even harder to reach power. Monk Shandeo raised his head and looked at the boundless demonic aura rising outside the Pure Land sect. The world is in chaos. The way of heaven is not obvious. People's hearts are like the abyss, and their desires are hard to satisfy. With the rise of demons, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth has been in chaos, and most of it has been absorbed by demons. Although some of it can still support ordinary practice, if you are a person like you who has mastered the power of Buddha, it will be difficult for the fruit of Tao to bloom. Because there is not so much power to support your fruit of Tao to go on. Lee Su couldn't help but widen his eyes, and the whole person was stunned. Huh. It seems that my fruit of Tao is obviously growing amazingly, but it suddenly stopped. What did I think it was? It turned out to be stunted. This is so short-lived. Shandeo said calmly, you see, just a moment ago, you drained the 10-meter small world. Fortunately, you stopped. Otherwise, if you continue, it is equivalent to plundering the vitality of the world. Lee Su couldn't help shrinking his pupils, and his face couldn't help changing. No matter what, he is also a Buddhist, so he naturally understands what it means to plunder the vitality of the world. There is a big cause and effect, and it is the kind that can't be resisted. Don't worry, what you are using now is the spiritual energy of the Pure Land sect. We will replenish it, but if you want to practice next, you can only think of other ways. After all, the Pure Land sect can't afford it. Hearing this, Lee Su understood, completely understood. It's all said so far, combined with the fact that the abbot asked him to come over not long ago. What else is there to say? Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help showing a bitter look on his face. It's cold, cold. It's completely cold. Go to hell. Master, please tell me directly, how can I continue to practice? Kill demons, protect the people, and save the suffering. Lee Su slowly closed his eyes. I know it, I know it. Once the Buddhist cause and effect is out, there is no place to run. Tay, I can see at a glance that you are not a human. The demon will die, the mighty dragon. The extremely vivid picture can't help but appear in his mind, and Lee Su's head is about to split. Shandeo also sighed. From the moment he saw the other party for the first time, he felt that this boy had boundless Buddha nature and boundless cause and effect. Fahey, you should think about it carefully. Giving up may also be an option. Lee Su took a deep breath. Consider? Give up. Bullshit. Okay, isn't it just killing demons? It's almost the same as fighting monsters in games. He doesn't object to this. After all, he has done a lot. The reason why he doesn't want to go is that he doesn't feel safe. At this point, what else can I say? However, Lee Su slowly raised his head and looked at the monk Shandeo. He suddenly said, Master, Fahey has no objection to leaving the mountain, nor to saving people, but the demons in this world are rampant, and people's hearts are like demons. This demon deserves death, and what about this evil man? Shandeo was stunned, and then he laughed. Buddhists practice with a calm mind, as long as the mind is calm and without worries. Hearing this, Lee Su also laughed. Is that so? Master, I understand. Fahey will go down the mountain now. Well, go. Go to the world. Take a good look. Walk well. Yes. Lee Su got up directly, without packing anything, and went straight to the main hall. Since the master was here, the abbot should be waiting for him there. The long dark night was dotted with stars, and the miasma was boundless in the distance. Lee Su was alone, and met the abbot. As expected, he had prepared a bag for him. He bowed immediately, picked up the bag, and went down the mountain. One step down the mountain. At this moment, Fahey's feet seemed like a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses, with countless demons and heads rolling. For a moment, the two people who were seeing him off not far away were so shocked that they couldn't help but widen their eyes, watching Fahey's figure disappearing little by little under the stairs. Abbot Qingyuan turned back to look at monk Shandao. At this moment, his voice was a little dry and he said, "Master, is everything okay? What's the problem? Master, stop joking. Don't say you didn't see the cause and effect phenomenon behind that little guy Fahey." Hearing this, Shandao couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He had a headache. He took a deep breath and said, "Notify all the sects in the world that I'm the Pure Land sect." At this point, he paused. Qingyuan was stunned. "What about the Pure Land sect?" Shandao waved his hand and said with boundless pride, "From now on, the mountain will be closed for 100 years and no one will care about worldly affairs." Qingyuan was stunned. At this moment, 100 years of practice was a little unstable. He felt that his three views were refreshed. Shandao rolled his eyes in annoyance. Who can stop the path of the Buddha? Asceticism is the way, great compassion is the way, saving the suffering is the way, and killing all the evildoers in the world is also the way. Buddha has Sakyamuni, and there is also Akala. Master, isn't this a bit? Qingyuan was a little embarrassed. Otherwise, if something happens, you go down the mountain to solve it? Qingyuan was stunned and couldn't help but recall the moment when Fahey left the Pure Land sect, the endless chain of cause and effect surrounded his feet, and what kind of mountains of corpses and blood floated up. If it weren't for the countless Buddhas behind him, he would have thought that the person who left was not a Buddhist disciple of the Lotus sect, but a giant of the demon sect. I'll make arrangements now. My Pure Land sect will close the mountain for 100 years. 5,000 words. Then there is the issue of adding more. Well, I understand everyone's enthusiasm. In fact, I think I'm adding more words every day. After all, 5,000 words is considered a normal update. If it is more, it will be really difficult to grasp the plot. It will become a sea of water. The second chapter is still at 7 o'clock. 5 o'clock feels like not enough time. Chapter 161, Saint Monk Fahey. Look at you, I'm just walking on the road. Why do you have to rob people? I'm a monk. Don't you know? Taoist priests are okay in this world, but monks are generally very poor, not to mention monks who dare to walk alone outside at night. They are either dishonest or not to be messed with. Why did you target me? Li Su, who was carrying a 7-foot-tall man and had just come down the mountain for a day, was robbed. As he walked, he sighed. Isn't this adding to my troubles? By the way, how far is it? I'm very busy. I have to go to Hangzhou to help people get rid of monsters. It's not good to delay for too long, right? After all, you told me that you have an 80-year-old mother and people crying for food, so I chose to keep you among the 8 of you and saved all the others. People should be grateful. Huh? You ran past? This side? Why didn't you say so earlier? I ran too fast? Blame me? Li Su was a little unhappy. He began to doubt. You are not lying to me, are you? I know that all life has a desire to survive, but physical salvation is not painful. At most, it will be black before your eyes, and you will know nothing. But if you lie to me, tell me in advance that I will really find a frying pan to boil you. I'm not kidding. The man trembled, and his face turned green when he was carried by Li Su. How could I meet such a killer? Isn't Buddhism about saving all living beings? Isn't it about compassion? What's wrong with this monk? He twisted the heads of the 7 brothers off without hesitation when he met them. Is this a monk? Is this a fucking monk? Are you bullying me because I don't have enough education? Oh, I see. Is that where you live? Finally, it was almost dawn. A rather simple village could be seen from afar, with many people on duty. Li Su hurriedly quickened his pace and walked over. Well, the smell of blood is very strong. Many people died. Standing in front of the village, Li Su blinked his eyes after smelling the smell in the air. He didn't care and walked into the village with the big man. Who is it? Li Su was discovered at the first time without hiding. The people on duty immediately shouted. Soon, the voices in the village surged and gathered towards the entrance of the village, holding simple weapons. Each of them had a fierce look on their faces and ferocious expressions. There were more than 100 people, and they looked very imposing. This place looks like a beautiful place. How can it raise a group of villains? Don't you think so? He lifted the big man up and faced the opposite side. Ah, it's the third boss. How could it be? Finally seeing the person in Lisu's hand clearly, many people exclaimed. Before, the third leader took people out to do something. He was waiting for the other party to come back with food and women, but he was brought back by a man in plain monk's robes. Seeing the people in the village, the terrified third leader couldn't help showing a fierce look on his face. His confidence came back. In the Black Tiger village, he was only the third leader, and there were two stronger ones above him. Especially the leader of the village, the Black Tiger, whose strength was simply inhuman. The big man spoke directly, with a threatening face. You'd better let me go. This is the Black Tiger village. The leader is a monk. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, I may spare your life. The leader? Monk? Lisu was stunned. He raised his head and looked at the depths of the village. Two people came out in the crowd. One of them was skinny, with sharp teeth and cheeks. He was not a good person at first glance. The other one was strong and mighty. He was probably 2 meters tall, with murderous aura lingering all over his body and a fierce power. Let's not talk about the thin one. The tall and strong man frowned slightly. A monk. And looking at the decoration, he couldn't help but think of the top Buddhist sect in Zhejiang, not far from the top of the mountain, the Pure Land sect. Is the person coming here a monk of the Pure Land sect? I wonder if I, the third leader of the Black Tiger village, have offended you in any way. If so, please forgive me. Unlike the big man, carried by Lisu, the one who spoke seemed very polite, which was completely inconsistent with his appearance and temperament. As his words fell, everyone in the Black Tiger village seemed a little uncomfortable. They knew the fierceness of the big leader best. This was a person who would eat people without leaving any bones. Even the big man carried by Lisu couldn't help but be stunned. Compared with the stunned people, the second leader of the Black Tiger village had a flash of eyes. He could become the second leader, not only because of his strong strength, but also because he had a lot of thoughts. He was a military advisor in the village. He realized that the big leader didn't seem to intend to provoke the monk in front of him. Monk? Is he from the Pure Land sect? If there is a famous place nearby, it is undoubtedly the Zhejiang Pure Land sect in Yingtan Langhu Mountain. There are worlds of demons and ghosts. These two sects are undoubtedly top sects. Don't mess with it. At this moment, Lisu laughed. It's not to mention that the demon was mistaken for a cultivator. This demon is quite unique. Interesting. They say that people's hearts are like ghosts. With your appearance, should we say that the demon's heart is like a human's? The big boss's pupils shrank. Was he seen through his true self? Question mark. This monk. The next moment, it was about to take action, but saw Lisu raised his palm, and a glimmer of light appeared on his palm. The glimmer quickly spread and turned into a world, and then a terrifying attraction burst out from that world. Since you have eaten so many people, it is only natural for this poor monk to save you. Not good! Exclamation mark. The big boss's face suddenly changed. It felt an unprecedented suction force, trying to pull it out from under the human skin. Letting out a shrill scream, the big boss didn't even think about it, cut off his tail to survive, and the human skin shattered directly, and instantly escaped into the void. Huh. Lisu was startled. He looked at the tail that was pulled over. He was a little stunned. Is this thing a weasel? Why does it have the unique trick of a gecko? Can you grow it? But if I'll let you escape like this, where will I, Fahey, put my face? The Taoist lotus flower vibrated, and the world in his hand transformed into a huge force and merged into his body. Then Lisu raised his foot and stomped. Boom. With a roar, the 100-meter space shook violently, and a yellow figure was directly shaken out. No. The figure showed an extremely frightened look on his face, and let out an extremely sharp scream, saying in disbelief, "How is it possible? How is it possible?" The tail-breaking escape technique is a secret method of its clan. It is an extremely advanced escape technique. Once the tail is broken, it basically disappears without a trace. Through this method, it escaped from countless Taoist priests and monks. But today, it was shaken out by someone's foot. Then, the terrible suction came again. The weasel with a broken tail could not control itself, and was pulled towards the world in Lisu's palm. No, 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 you can't kill me, you can't kill me. My ancestor is the immortal of Huangshan Mountain. If you kill me, my ancestor will definitely sense it. Monk, you will definitely die, and your sect will also suffer disaster. The weasel screamed sharply, grabbing the surroundings frantically. Oh, there is a backer. Li Su's eyes lit up, really lit up. He had been down the mountain for more than a day. Although he was rushing to Hangzhou, he was not just rushing. Along the way, he killed a lot of monsters. They were all monsters that were more than 10 years old and not strong. Killing them, in addition to their evil, Li Su also wanted to know how to upgrade by killing monsters. Don't say, he really found it. The method is actually simple. Put it in the Buddha's kingdom. Well, that is, the magical power generated by the fundamental law of the Amitabha Sutra that he comprehended. Whether it is a corpse or a dead body, as long as it is thrown into the Buddha's kingdom, it can be directly refined. Look, after more than a day, the first and second layers of his Tao fruit lotus have all bloomed, and the third layer has also begun to move. The only thing that made Li Su a little dissatisfied was that these demons had too little spiritual power. They had been completely insignificant for more than 10 years. If they wanted to kill them until the third floor was fully opened, they would probably need hundreds or even thousands of them. Now that he heard that there was a backer behind this thing, Li Su couldn't help but get excited. This was the first time he had encountered one. Very good, very good. I don't know if it was 100 years or hundreds of years, or 1,000 years. Well, I haven't encountered it, and I don't know if it was strong. According to the demons he had encountered so far, the 1,000-year level didn't seem very strong. After all, in his eyes, a few decades was no different from an ant. If it was 1,000 times stronger, wouldn't it still be an ant? Thinking of this, Li Su couldn't help but increase the intensity of his magical power absorption. The next moment, the weasel screamed, and before the sound fell, it was pulled into his Buddha kingdom by Li Su. The light was infinite and the 8 merit waters flowed. In almost a second, the weasel turned into grey in his Buddha kingdom. The spiritual energy appeared from the Buddha kingdom and ripped into Li Su's body. The Dao fruit shook slightly, and the third layer opened up a lot. Oh, not bad. It's been 100 years. Feeling the reaction on the Dao fruit, Li Su couldn't help but take a breath. If he came with 8 more heads, the third level would be fully opened. Who is it? How dare you kill my descendants? Just as the weasel, from its soul to its inner elixir, was destroyed by Li Su's Buddha lotus, an extremely gloomy voice sounded. The voice was like a demonic sound. Just hearing it, one couldn't help but have hallucinations, as if falling into a demon cave. The void shook, and a black shadow appeared. It had a terrifying face and a hideous appearance, with a monstrous blood flame, which was extremely terrifying. Kill my descendants, you will be hunted down by my Huangming clan forever, until the last drop of your blood is killed. The voice was full of demonic energy and endless anger. Standing there, Li Su was stunned. The next moment, he couldn't help but get excited. There really is? Question mark? This strength. It doesn't feel good. Although the demonic energy is strong, it's a pity that the level of compiling Dao iron is too low. If a big demon is like this, I can't help drooling. His eyes lit up, and the Dao fruit began to vibrate. The first layer of 9 petals on the first lotus flower vibrated at the same time, shedding countless spiritual lights, and the 9 petals below also vibrated with Dao rhyme lingering in them. In an instant, the Buddha kingdom rose above his palm, and turned into a world of 10 feet. As the Buddha light surged, it directly locked the space in front of him. The next moment, a completely different and huge suction force burst out from the Buddha kingdom, and began to suck the black shadow. The black shadow, who was about to continue talking, was shocked and felt a huge suction force. It couldn't help but change its face, and wanted to retreat. After all, its original body was not here, but hundreds of miles away. At this moment, it only had spiritual consciousness. It was okay to deal with ordinary people, but it was obviously no match for a real master. However, it was ready to retreat and spread its own spiritual consciousness, but found that the huge suction force not only locked its spiritual consciousness, but also began to lock towards its original body through the spiritual consciousness along the space fluctuations. Wonima. The black shadow opened his eyes wide in an instant and was stunned. He had always thought that he was strong enough Once someone of his bloodline was killed, he would definitely come and threaten him. As for whether to retaliate or not, it would depend on the situation. As a result, the opponent was even stronger and locked onto his consciousness directly, wanting to come and kill him. He couldn't help it and got angry. The demonic energy began to burst out, and he used his magical powers. His soul opened his mouth wide, ready to bite the opponent to death. As soon as he moved, the suction force on the opposite side became even stronger. Not only that, as his soul attached to the consciousness, the picture on the other side also appeared. Immediately, the black shadow shuddered, and his face turned green. What did he see? It was a world, the Pure Land Buddha Kingdom, with infinite light in the country, the 8 meritorious waters glowing, 500 arhats sitting, and 3000 bhikkhunis chanting Buddha. As his soul attached, the entire Buddha Kingdom was glowing, the infinite light inside was shaking, the 8 meritorious waters were jumping, the 500 arhats invited him, and the 3000 bhikkhunis reached out to hold his hand. Come on. Come on. Come. Buddha Pure Land, welcome you. The fur is crushed to make soil, the flesh is calcined to make ingredients, the bones are crushed to fill the spiritual energy, and the soul is broken to nourish all living beings. Ah. With a shrill scream, as if seeing the most terrible thing in this life, the black shadow did not hesitate to activate his life-saving magic, breaking off the tail to survive. Puff. With a sound, a large tail appeared, and was pulled in by Lisu Buddha. The next moment, the black shadow's figure faded, and the remaining spiritual consciousness was broken on the spot, and it disappeared directly. With a stumble under his feet, Lisu took 2 steps back. Because he pulled too hard, it suddenly broke. His expression was a little weird, staring at the void. He was a little angry, and a little jumping. You are a weasel, not a gecko, and you are a different race. How did you learn it? Feeling that the Buddha quickly digested the tail, a huge amount of spiritual energy fell, and the 3rd layer of the Deo Glow Lotus suddenly opened 2 petals. Lisu had a toothache, and was very distressed. It's a big loss. At the same time, hundreds of miles away, somewhere in Huangshan, blood was flowing from his buttocks. The Huangshan immortal, with a green face, stood up and injured a huge pain from behind his buttocks. He changed back to his original form without any hesitation, got up and ran, and disappeared in a flash. Your grandma's foot binding cloth! Exclamation mark. Damn son thief, you are really a traitor to me. Why don't you mess with anyone else, but mess with such a monster? I haven't lived enough. And that monk, does he look 20 years old? Buddha country, he actually practiced Buddha country? Monster life is already difficult, how can there be such a pervert? Recalling the scene, when he was pulled by the Buddha country, Huangshan immortal couldn't help but shudder. Shouldn't the Buddha country be a place to influence all living beings and go to paradise? What the hell is it that even your bones were boiled in the past? Run quickly, the farther the better. Go to Yaoshao, no, Pingshao, not Yingshao. Stay away from the central plains and never come back. Is it easy to practice Taoism for 500 years? Now it has been cut for 200 years. It feels that the great ideal of becoming a 1000-year-old demon is leaving it and getting farther and farther away. Standing in place, Lisu, who was preparing to go abroad, sighed without knowing that his operation had directly scared the opponent so much that he didn't even want to stay in the central plains. He was very disappointed. If he succeeded just now, the 3rd level would be fully opened. By the way, he said Huangshan Daxon? Don't you mean Huangshan over there? Do you want to go there? Well, I guess it's impossible. Alas, I have to pay attention next time. It's too far away. There is still a possibility that he will escape by relying on the Buddha Kingdom. I have to master more means. First kill him remotely, and then use the Buddha Kingdom to pull him over. Lisu nodded, thinking that this was a good idea, and then he turned his head and looked at the remaining people in the Black Tiger Village. At this moment, the more than 100 people in the Black Tiger Village standing in place were pale and completely scared. They knew that the big boss was a monster, and because they knew that, they knew very well how terrifying the big boss was. As a result, he was defeated by the monk in front of him at the first sight. What a joke. The second boss, who was trembling all over and cursing the third boss half to death in his heart, was about to say something, such as thanking the holy monk for killing the monster, and they didn't have to be controlled by the monster anymore. Anyway, as long as they could save their lives, everything would be fine. Forget it, the sooner you die, the sooner you will be reborn. When you go to the underworld, remember to report my name. I, the poor monk Fahey, will send you on your way. Dozens of leaves flew into his palm, and he threw them casually, including the two bosses, and they all broke into pieces. The third boss was naturally killed. He didn't come here because he really thought that the other party had an old mother and was crying for food. He came here to kill them all. These people were mixed with thick blood and there were remnants of wronged souls. They had eaten people, so they naturally couldn't be left alive. After pressing his palm and sinking the corpses into the mud as fertilizer, Lee Su patted his little bald head and walked into the Black Tiger village. It was a foul stench, a very foul stench. Corpses could be seen everywhere in the corners. There were people and animals, more people than animals. Walking all the way, we came to the place where the Black Tiger village held prisoners. There were quite a few people inside, more than 20, all of them women. They were slaves and also food. The men were basically killed at the first opportunity to cut off all possibility of resistance. And the people inside were basically crazy. In this crazy place, how many people could stay awake? Sitting cross-legged, without caring how dirty the ground was, Lee Su started to recite the sutra, the rebirth sutra. As the sutra came out, the souls of the dead could be seen floating out of the huge village. Dozens, hundreds, thousands, their faces full of resentment, extremely hateful, howling miserably, because they lost their minds due to the pain of the last moment before their death. As Lee Su's sutras continued to fall, gradually, they began to recover, their hideous faces began to ease, and became clear. You could have taken revenge yourself, but killing living beings with the dead souls, even if it can temporarily dispel some hatred and pain, is still a mistake in the underworld. You have already suffered extremely painfully, and should not continue to suffer, so I will take charge of your hatred, and help you resolve it. I have already eliminated the physical sins of the people from the Black Tiger village. Although their death was not painful, you may not feel relieved, but it doesn't matter. Their souls have been thrown into hell, where they will continue to bear their own evil deeds, and repay the pain inflicted on you. If you are still unwilling, you can go down, and take a look. It will definitely be an eye-opener. As unwilling dead souls, they naturally saw everything that happened just now, but because their hearts were filled with pain and hatred, not only was their hatred difficult to dispel, but it became even stronger. Now that they have woken up, thousands of dead souls are in tears. They kneel on the ground and can't help crying for their experiences and for this result. Lee Su stood there, listening quietly, without comfort or dissuasion. Only after they had cried enough and stopped did Lee Su ask, "Do you still have any obsessions?" Thousands of dead souls looked at each other, and soon the oldest man bowed and said, "Thank you, Saint Monk. You have set us free. Most of us came to JDZ. Many of us have lost their entire families and have no one to miss. Only some of us should still have people at home. We hope that the Saint Monk can help convey a message." "Well, sure. If you have something to say, stand up." As more than 300 dead souls came out, Lee Su raised his hand and waved, offering the Buddha kingdom. Under the vibration of the Deo fruit, a little Buddha light entered their bodies, and he put it away and said, "It will allow you to exist for a certain period of time. Go and say goodbye." "Thank you, holy monk. Go. I hope you will have a peaceful life in the next life." Watching the dead souls dissipate, watching the more than 300 dead souls who got a little Buddha light and left, Lee Su sighed. So, what should these women do? JDZ. The next morning, countless sobs suddenly sounded, and soon turned into wailing. "Father, father, mother, mother, daughter, my daughter, child, my poor child." For a while, JDZ County Magistrate was alarmed. What happened? He couldn't help but send someone to inquire. A few days ago, a holy monk appeared in the Black Tiger village, beheaded the evil Black Tiger village people, and saved their murdered relatives and families. Last night, the family came into the dream, told the result, and reincarnated. The holy monk's name was Fahey. But shouldn't the holy monk's words be to persuade them? Kill them all? The county magistrate heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he felt something was wrong. When did the great monk behave like this? Chapter 162. Are you the high monk of Pure Land Buddhism? Finally, we are almost there. Lee Su sighed deeply, looking a little embarrassed. Hang Sao is not far from him, but he can't just kill and bury the dead, right? He would feel bad. So he spent more than a week to arrange for those women. Fortunately, there are a lot of gold, silver and jewelry in the Black Tiger village, so it is convenient to place these women. Fortunately, it was the end of the Tang dynasty, not the Ming dynasty. Otherwise, with the conservatism of that era, these women would probably commit suicide the moment they woke up. Zhu was really killing people in this regard. Life is already so difficult, and suicide is a serious crime in this world with the underworld. However, although his conscience was at ease, time was undoubtedly delayed. It's been almost 2 weeks, and I don't know if anything has happened. It seems that the abbot told people that it will be there in 3 days, right? Amitabha, abbot, it's not that I'm not punctual, but I really have something to do, so you just bear with it. After entering Hangzhou City, Lee Su breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not go straight to the target immediately, but found an inn to stay. It's too late. 1 more day later won't matter. If it can be solved, it can be solved by going. If it can't be solved, then just wait a little longer. After all, what bothers him now is not the problem in Hangzhou, but the problem of the Dao fruit. Oh, don't get me wrong, the Buddhist Dao fruit in Lee Su's heart is fine. It's growing vigorously. The Taoist Dao fruit in the problematic brain. This is a problem. After the monster ran away that day, Lee Su started to think about it. He had to find a way to solve this problem after being cut off twice. Otherwise, it would be a headache for him to run away like this. This is top fertilizer. As for the solution, Lee Su naturally thought of the other scriptures he had. Vajra power, dragon power, and longevity secrets should be able to make up for his shortcomings in the Buddhist kingdom, right? So, Lee Su naturally studied a lot these days. Vajra force and dragon force are okay. They are both Buddhist Dao fruit, and can be used interchangeably. Although compared with the Buddha kingdom, the two are undoubtedly a little different, but after all, one is the fundamental law and the other is just supernatural power. Naturally, there is a gap, and Lee Su did not have too high expectations. Vajra force, as expected, belongs to the combination of characters through the Dao fruit power, forming Dao patterns all over the body, which can be used for attack and defense. However, Fang Jun, that guy, is really a rookie. Lee Su couldn't help but complain about the Taoist realm that he was beaten by. At first, he also thought that Vajra Force was a defensive spell of Buddhism. It was not, until he practiced, that he found out that it was not. This so-called Vajra Force is a kind of property. Defense is just an appearance. Its real function is to make everything stronger, not to strengthen defense. Recalling Fang Jun's operation method, Lee Su didn't want to complain at all. The 18 dragon palms was used as Iron Sand Palm. As for the dragon force, well, it seems that the dragons of the dragon clan have mixed a lot of private goods in it. They are obviously cultivating Buddhist magical powers. Lee Su gathered the inscription pattern slightly, and a dragon roar burst out from his palm as expected. Dragon force is the power to break evil. Once the inscription pattern is formed, it will turn into a dragon roar. Combined with the power of Buddha, it has the effect of suppressing all evil spirits. Well, this is very good. Next time I meet that weasel, I will give him a dragon roar without saying anything. Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help but knock his eyebrows, feeling a little weird. It seems that now he only needs to pose and say Doi Xian Long, and you don't say it, there will really be a dragon roar breaking through the air. With a shudder, Lee Su quickly shook his head and shook off the brainwashing video he had seen on a certain website. Now is not the time to think about that. His current primary problem is the Dao fruit of Taoism. In fact, after learning the core method of Buddhism, Lee Su was a little hesitant about whether to get the Taoist skills. After all, what if there is a conflict? But he was not willing to do it. He was very jealous of the skills in Changshengju. After all, it was to strengthen the kidneys. Which man would be satisfied with his current kidneys? he would only expect better and better, right? The more the better, right? What's more, there are ghosts, monsters, and immortals in this world. Don't get me wrong, it's not that he really wants to do something, but he is preparing for a rainy day. As a man, it would be very uncomfortable if a female gave him a look like that's it. So, Lee Su tried and found a monster. It was to practice Chang Shengju. Then an extremely shocking thing happened. In fact, he should have discovered it a long time ago, but he subconsciously ignored it. That is, he has Tao fruit. He has always had it, the Tao fruit of Taoism, in his mind, where the Tao Ji used to be. In fact, Lee Su should have suspected it a long time ago. That is why the Tao Ji seemed to still play a role, even though he had traveled through time, helping him understand the scriptures more, higher, and deeper. Isn't this wrong? It's very wrong, isn't it? However, the real world has become accustomed to that feeling, and Lee Su didn't think much about it after entering. Therefore, it was not until he began to practice the longevity formula that Lee Su discovered that there was a Dao fruit in his mind, the Dao fruit of Taoism. It must be said that it is worthy of being from an immortal, or even a mythological explanation of the Dao. He himself did not actually experience the secrecy, and he almost didn't feel it. It can only be said that the concealment is really good. The moment the thought fell, Lee Su had a strong and incomparable complaint in his heart. Obviously you forgot yourself. Is there such a bastard in this world? You can actually forget yourself? Lee Su's smile froze, and his expression suddenly became very embarrassed. This is a huge problem he has to face. Don't get me wrong, the one he complained about just now was also himself, not that there was another person in his heart. Nonsense, who else could it be if not you? By the way, who are you explaining to? Lee Su's face suddenly turned black, and he lowered his head and said, be quiet for a while. Be quiet? Why be quiet? Go and kill the monster quickly. Kill the monster, and get out of here immediately, after you're done, senior sister. Senior sister. Damn it! Exclamation mark. Lee Su's face turned green, and suddenly he felt that the Tao explanation was not good. Maybe some people find it strange. What is going on with Lee Su? Let me explain it briefly. Taoism says that people have three souls. One is the fetal origin, the second is the Shuangling, and the third is the Yaojing. The fetal origin is also called the true soul and the heavenly soul, and it is the most important soul among the three souls. Shuangling is also called the thinking soul, which is mainly responsible for inspiration, intuition and other wisdom. The Yaojing is also called the intention soul, which is the yin one among the three souls, and is mainly responsible for physiological instincts and consciousness instincts. Children know how to suckle when they are born, and they know how to cry when they are hungry. Including people's sexual function and sexual orientation, they are also determined by the Yaojing. Well, this voice came from Lee Su's ghost spirit, the one who takes care of food and sleep, which can be referred to as the argumentative spirit. You are the argumentative spirit. Your whole family is argumentative spirit. No, if I say you, I'm talking about me. Lee Su's three souls suddenly closed themselves. Then, strong self-doubt, self-denial, self-complaint and other emotions came. Lee Su couldn't help but his eyelids twitching, and his three corpses were about to explode. These emotional shocks made him almost doubt his life. It must be solved as soon as possible, otherwise he will go crazy. The solution is also very simple. Lee Su took a deep breath, opened the Buddha kingdom, and spit out a large amount of spiritual energy inside. Instead of going to the heart, he controlled them to go deep into his mind, where the Dao fruit of the Tao gate is. With a large amount of spiritual power entering, the Dao fruit in the mind suddenly began to absorb crazily, as if it had not been fed for many years. The one who sucked hard, Lee Su's Buddha kingdom shrank visibly with the naked eye. After a while, it stopped, mainly because the Buddha kingdom could no longer spit out. The Dao fruit in his mind burped, blinked his eyes drowsily, and fell asleep. Well, his Dao fruit of Taoism was like a baby. It was dry before, even worse than when it was just born. Now it has absorbed a lot, and finally it is a little thin. As the Dao fruit fell asleep, the emotions that kept rushing out of Lee Su's heart quickly converged and gradually disappeared. Lee Su couldn't help but take a deep breath. and the whole person relaxed a lot. One of the 3 souls suddenly ran out, but it didn't really come to chat with him or argue with him. It was purely because his Deo fruit was unbalanced. It was no longer considered malnutrition level, but was almost starved to death. Fortunately, Lee Su stimulated it in advance, otherwise it would be a sin when all 3 souls woke up. The urgent problem was solved, and then Lee Su had a headache. Because now he no longer had to raise 1 Deo fruit, but 2. The Buddhist Deo fruit alone gave Lee Su a headache. He felt that, if he raised this thing, he might have to be the strongest Fahey. But he got another Deo fruit. He might have to be Sun Wukong and fight 81 super monsters. Of course, after so many bad things happened, there were still some good things. Both of Lee Su's kidneys were branded with black tortoise patterns. The patterns were engraved into the kidneys. If he was fast enough and cut them open instantly, he could see 2 vivid black tortoises standing upright in his kidneys. It is said that, if the kidneys are healthy, the spirit will be good. Not to mention, that it is a creature of heaven and earth like the black tortoise. Lee Su, who has strong vitality, feels that his Buddha heart can hardly suppress his desire to mate. Amitabha, good and good. Blow out the lights, and go to sleep. After all, after 2 days, his brain is about to explode, and his mentality is broken. He needs to have a good rest. Asterisk 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 damn it. A bunch of trash, all trash. At this moment, in the most luxurious mansion in Hangzhou City, Li Qi, a member of the Tang Dynasty Li clan, who was about 8 generations away from Li Yuan and the governor of Western Zhejiang, could not help but roar. On the side, Madame Kyan, whom Lee Su had met once, lowered her head and said nothing. In her heart, she almost scolded the old monks of the Pure Land sect. Didn't they say they would arrive in 3 days? She came back. She was a carriage, and dozens of people came back. As a result, the other party was completely gone. That's it? You have the nerve to ask me to send a letter by carrier pigeon? Madame Kyan almost exploded with anger, and her little hands became even whiter. If the Pure Land sect was not so far away, she would roll up her sleeves today and scold the damn monks of the Pure Land sect so badly that they would never be able to raise their heads in their 9 lifetimes. Li Qi cursed for a long time, then turned around and looked at his wife with hatred. You are usually very reliable, why are you so fucked up this time? It took a whole month, and the Li family was almost crazy. Because of the old lady, he didn't invite the Taoist priest. He originally came to the Pure Land sect. Whether it can be solved or not, he can invite people from Langhu Mountain at that time. After all, the Pure Land sect can't handle it. The old lady won't say anything, right? The result? They didn't come. No more waiting. If I wait any longer, I'm afraid that when the Pure Land sect comes, they won't exorcise demons, but will give him salvation. Master, go and invite the Heavenly Master of Langhu Mountain to come. No matter what, this matter must be completely resolved tomorrow. Yes, Father. Master Li, who was about 18 or 19 years old, immediately clasped his fists. At this moment, he also showed an impatient expression on his face. Obviously, he and his father Li Qi had similar opinions. The damn thing must be resolved no matter what, immediately. Looking at her son who took the order and left, Mrs. Khan didn't say anything, but felt a little uneasy. Why did the Pure Land sect agree, but no one came? Can the Langhu Mountain Taoist priests really solve it? The thing in the Li family is not a demon, but something else. If it was a demon, the Li family would have been in trouble long ago. She had naturally heard of the Langhu Mountain Heavenly Master. After all, he was famous. There are 3 top Taoist sects, Langhu, Maotian, and Lingbao. But Maotian is always unreliable. Although most of the people who come say they are Maotian Taoist priests, they immediately get into trouble as soon as they go up. And if Madame Kyan feels that she is not wrong, that thing has also started to get angry because of the behavior of the Li family. No one died before, but in the past 6 months, several Taoist priests who came to eliminate demons have been killed. I hope everything goes well, and there is also the little monk. I hope nothing will happen. Madame Kyan couldn't help but think back to that day and that moment. The Pure Land Buddha Kingdom. It turns out that it really exists. Asterisk 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 the next day, Li Su got up early. Unlike the Li family, he He slept very soundly, especially when his Deo fruit was restored. He was very energetic. The only embarrassing thing was that his thing was not very obedient and would not go down. Although it was a physiological habit, it was not very elegant for a Buddhist monk to always have such a phenomenon. After reciting the Amitabha Sutra in his heart for a long time, he suppressed it. Lee Su went out. The matter in Hangzhou had to be resolved as soon as possible. After that, he set off for Ninghe. This time, in addition to the matter in Hangzhou, Lee Su was also asked to escort the Buddhist treasure, and he was with the other sect of the three sects of Buddhism, Zen. I don't know what it is, and the place to send it was actually Luoyang. It was understandable that the empress went to Luoyang at that time. Li Longji had been dead for a long time, and the country had been moved back to Chang'an. Why go to Luoyang? In addition, what Lee Su was concerned about was the forwards going west to send treasures. Will it be safe on this journey? But thinking about his own situation, it would be a miracle if he had a safe journey, right? Never mind, we will know when we get there. As for whether to send him over or not, isn't there a Zen master there? According to the abbot, it seems that there is a big man on the other side accompanying him, who is at the same level as the abbot and his men, which is quite amazing. Well, I feel relieved. Not long after walking, they arrived at the Li mansion. Slightly startled, Lee Su looked at the oncoming team not far away. The leader was a young man, sitting on a tall horse, with a team accompanying him. At a glance, you can feel the arrogance of this guy, or kick a stone under the horse's legs. Not good, not good. Lee Su immediately shook his head. How innocent is the horse? Forget it, the mission is more important. Not intending to pay attention, Lee Su walked directly towards the gate mansion, looked at the oncoming people, and was ready to speak. But the one who ran out of the room waved his hand and said, "Where did you come from, wild monk? Go away, don't block the way, come back tomorrow to beg for alms." He waved his hand directly at Lee Su, and began to call on everyone to line up, to welcome the team coming from not far away. Snap, do I look like a beggar? Lee Su felt a little uncomfortable. After all, as a monk, he couldn't dress in luxury, right? The plain monk's robe was his basic outfit. Damn, the sect asked him to come out to do something, but they didn't prepare a better set of equipment for him. At least he wouldn't be considered a beggar at first glance, right? After thinking about it, he took 2 steps back. Forget it. He was late in the first place. If it were him, he would be furious if he encountered a ghost at home. It was said that it would take 3 days, but it took almost half a month. He would be furious, right? I understand. I'll sign up later. As for the other party being solved, well, he looked up and glanced at the sky above the Lee family. The strange aura was still there and had not been eliminated. However, this aura did not look like a demonic aura. Soon, the team over there arrived. The arrogant and domineering second-generation rich man dismounted handsomely. The posture must have been specially practiced. If it were put on now, with his good-looking face, plus he is powerful and rich, it would probably attract a lot of screams and onlookers. As for now, it's a waste. Lee Su's eyebrows suddenly raised, and he couldn't help but look at the young man who got off the carriage behind him. Taoist priest? This costume, this feeling, from Langhu Mountain? Damn, so handsome. How could I wear the wrong place back then? If this costume is on me, my face can charm everyone. Lee Su saw the other party, and the other party naturally saw Lee Su. The Taoist priest raised his eyes. From the Pure Land sect? His eyes immediately became a little bad. In this era, in this world, there is no saying that Buddha is originally Taoism. There are only enemies who wish to die with their fellow practitioners. Pure Land sect and Mount Langhu, as one of the 2 major names in Jiangxi, naturally disliked them in various ways, especially the group of bold donkeys in the Pure Land sect, who always said that they would become Buddhas by laying down their butcher knives, which made them, the Taoist disciples, most unhappy. So we are wrong to slay demons and exorcise monsters? His name is Yuming, and he is from the Yu generation in the Zichengzu and Iudian generation in the 50-character generation of the 3 Mountains Blood Oath. There is another generation below him in the current generation of Langhu Mountain. Now he is already well known, and has left the infancy. Glancing at Lee Su's monk's robe, Yuming Zenran laughed immediately. Su Yi. Sheo generation? No, at this age, it should be far generation. But, haha, haha, they actually sent a far generation Suyi disciple here? It's really miserable to be a monk in the Pure Land sect. As long as a few people die, the sect won't care. You are lucky. Fortunately, I came. Although you are gone, at least your life is saved, right? True man, Yu Ming saw it, and naturally the arrogant leader also saw it. Monk's robe. This attire, Pure Land sect? It turned out to be a plain-clothed monk, a bunch of bastards from the Pure Land sect. The old lady believes in Buddhism, and her family knows a lot about this. Even a playboy like him knows something. Seeing Lee Su wearing it, he was immediately angry. Although it has been said that no one in the Lee family has died, it does not mean that this matter is small. Not only has it made people panic, but the city has also talked about this matter a lot. As a result, your Pure Land sect sent a plainclothes disciple. Fortunately, the Taoist priest from Langhu Mountain was nearby, and the Pure Land sect was well known. Otherwise the guy might not be able to help, but have someone kill this plainclothes disciple, who dared to look down on my Lee mansion. Of course, it was also fortunate that he did not do that. Otherwise his Lee mansion would probably have a lot of heads rolling today. So he took a step forward and squinted his eyes at Lee Su. Are you the monk that my grandmother asked my mother to go through so much trouble to invite from the Pure Land sect in Jiangxi? You only came with Su Yi. You boasted before that you would arrive in 3 days, but half a month has passed already, right? An extremely simple action, plus a paragraph of words. The skill of taunting has undoubtedly been practiced to perfection by him, and this level is almost catching up with the skills in the game, making Lee Su not want to fight the monster, but prepare to fight him. This child, he needs to be educated. Lee Su pursed his lips and smiled. As a member of the Pure Land sect, he still has some manners. After all, he broke his promise. Wait, the abbot promised it, not him. If you don't agree, go to the abbot. Sorry, I was delayed for a while on the way. Indeed, this time is really not short. It's really rude, but it seems that you have invited a capable person, so I'm relieved. Since so, please inform your donor Kyan, the little monk, and I will leave first. Yes, a capable person, who came as soon as he was invited. They are all big sects. Why are they so punctual? Lee Su's neck veins burst, and even Amitabha couldn't suppress it. He smiled slightly to avoid killing the other party himself, and he decided to leave first. Wait a minute, this master, HMM. The young man squinted his eyes, and said with a smile, stay and watch. See how the heavenly master of Langhu Mountain subdues demons and exorcises monsters, and there will be someone to learn from, right? Master Yuming, you won't mind, right? Master Yuming smiled and nodded, and said directly, of course I don't mind. We are all fellow disciples of the righteous way. It's good to observe first, so that we won't make mistakes when we meet in the future. Miami, Yu Xiaofo. It's a pity that he is not a complete Buddhist, otherwise he can beat the other party to death with just these two people's conversation. Sure enough, it is only now that demons are rampant in the world. Otherwise it is estimated that the Taoist and Buddhist sides would probably beat their brains out. After taking a look at Master Yuming, Lee Su raised his head and looked at the strangeness above the Lee mansion. He lowered his head and smiled and said, in this case, I will be disrespectful to watch how Master Yuming catches monsters. Then, the two young men raised their heads high and walked into the Lee mansion with a proud look on their faces. There is nothing wrong with pretending to be cool, as young people all like this, but if you hold your head high, you won't be afraid of being stopped by the threshold, Lee Su thought. Ouch. With a cry, the arrogant young man in Lee's house fell inside. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Tengu. Inside the Lee mansion. After entering, Lee Su was stunned at first. Just now, he felt that it was not very clear and vague outside, but after entering here, the strange feeling came again. The things in the Lee mansion should not be demons and monsters. Li Su couldn't help turning his head to look at Yuming of Langhu Mountain. He didn't know if the other party had noticed it, but seeing that the other party was still walking with his head held high, Li Su couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows. This guy didn't seem to notice it. He wouldn't just go in and rush up, right? Although Li Su couldn't be sure what the thing inside was, there was no doubt that using normal means of beheading demons to deal with the other party would probably be a big loss. The so-called normal means breaking evil. For example, Thunder method, such as Dragon Force, is good for killing demons and monsters, but if it is not, the effect will be greatly reduced. Although Thunder method has high attack power in addition to breaking evil, the thing inside is likely not to eat. Although it can see spiritual fluctuations, it can't feel life fluctuations. That is to say, it is not a flesh and blood creature. Therefore, to fight against that kind of existence, other means are needed, such as Li Su's use of the Buddha's kingdom to force, sublimate your mind, and then force absorption. His attack method is not a conventional way to break evil, but control and plunder. I guess some people will say that the means of Buddhism should not be to save all living beings. How can it be control and plunder? Saving all living beings is something that is only discussed in Mahayana Buddhism. Normally, the general public practices in Hindu Buddhism, which is the method of saving oneself. This is in this world. Please don't apply reality to it. It's not that I don't want to practice Mahayana Buddhism, but I don't have great supernatural powers and great power. What kind of Mahayana Buddhism is practicing? What does Mahayana Buddhism emphasize? Saving all living beings? Can ordinary people do such a thing? Therefore, at least the Pure Land sect in this world does not practice Mahayana Buddhism. The Buddha's kingdom of the fundamental law of the Amitabha Sutra that Li Su studied is to practice the self, not the sentient beings. Again, this world. There is no way. Mahayana Buddhism has extremely high requirements for talent, understanding, and luck. Just as the Buddha said that everyone has a Buddha in their heart, but think about it, there are only so many Buddhas, not to mention that everyone can become a Buddha. Is this Buddha still valuable? What do you want the Bodhisattva to think? What do you want the Arhat to think? So for Li Su, killing the evil spirits with compassion and saving them, and making reasonable use of their corpses, not only improves himself, but also protects the environment. It is simply killing two birds with one stone. In fact, there are precedents for such things. For example, you and I have a predestined relationship with Buddha. Back to the topic, as they came. No, mainly the real person from Langhu Mountain came. The first time the owner of Li Mansion, Li Qi, came out and said with a smile on his face, "Welcome." The real person from Langhu Mountain came to Li Mansion. His eyes stagnated slightly, and his smile froze. The reason is naturally needless to say, seeing Li Su. The group of bold donkeys from the Pure Land sect, they came at this time. And, it turned out, that it was Su Yi who came. He was immediately unhappy, very angry, very angry. Master. Although at this moment, the entire Li Mansion undoubtedly disliked Li Su, there was obviously one person who didn't, and that was Madame Kyan. Looking at Li Su, there was no belated questioning in her eyes, only joy and happiness. Here, I have to mention that Buddhism is a little more attractive to ordinary people than Taoism, and it is very contagious. For example, Li Su's Buddhist kingdom, although it belongs to him, the Buddhist principles come from the heart, and from the grasp of compassion. That contagiousness is very effective in washing away the 3000 troubles, just like a smile can infect people. Dona Kyan. Li Su put his palms together, with an apologetic look on his face. He didn't intend to say much, but he still explained, "I'm sorry, because I encountered robbers on the road. I could have arrived in time, but I didn't expect that there were more than 20 women trapped in the mountain village. It took so much time to settle them." Of course, not only that, as a Buddhist cultivator, when he saw Madame Kyan for the first time, he found that, although there was a dark cloud over her, she was not worried about her life, nor did her blood relatives have trouble. After all, she had mastered the supernatural power, so she could naturally know good and bad. It was difficult for her to calculate, but ordinary people could tell at a glance, so she didn't mean to be anxious. Li Qi and the others were startled. Although they realized that the other party should have some reason to come here, they didn't expect that he was going to save people. For a while, Leaky's face looked a little better. He understood the Pure Land sect, a Buddhist bald donkey, the most. They would not do things like watching people die without saving them, although they were a little unhappy. As for Master Lee, as a dandy, he couldn't help but sneer. Are a group of mudlegs more important than the Lee Mansion? Being late is being late, no matter what the reason is. So that's how it is. Madam Kyan breathed a sigh of relief. It was normal for Buddhist disciples to be compassionate. She smiled and said, "It's great that they can be saved by the master. I believe they can also be saved." In an instant, the faces of Leaky and Master Lee changed color. Madam, Mother, had a very high favorability, and as Lee Yuan's 8th generation, they had heard Princess Gao Yang's love story many times. Feeling the hostility in their eyes, Lee Su sighed. He mentioned that Madam Khan's liking for him was not something like love, but the natural affinity of Buddhist practitioners. Princess Lam and Bianji were originally pure at the beginning, mainly because Bianji was too young and couldn't help it. Who is Lam? He was bold and open. If you dare to come, I dare to show that kind of style. So the style of painting was distorted. Lee Su said softly, Amitabha. Chanting softly, the sound of Buddha was like rain, sprinkling and moistening people's hearts and soothing their moods. After a trance, Madam Kyan immediately woke up and felt her own loss of composure. She stepped back and said, "Sorry, Master, I lost my composure." Lee Su smiled slightly and said, "Thank you for your concern. As the saying goes, concern makes you confused." That's right, this is purely concern. Just like worrying about your own family. It's not that there is really any secret that cannot be told. Leaky and Master Lee also lost their killing intent and quickly calmed down. After all, they are just mortals. Facing Lee Su's amazing appeal, it is difficult to resist. Okay, it's good stuff. On the side, Yuming Zenran couldn't help blinking his eyes. As a Taoist disciple, he would naturally not be affected so easily. He thought it was a plain dress. The group of bold donkeys in the Pure Land sect really like this tune the most. Obviously, they have amazing strength, but they have to wear tattered or plain clothes. How many demons and monsters have been killed because of this? I'm afraid that the underworld can't even write down the walls of 100 feet. At least it's a brown dress. After getting the answer in his mind, Yuming Zenran immediately restrained his carelessness and became serious. The Pure Land sect directly sent the brown-clothed man. The demons in the Lee Mansion are probably not simple. They will definitely be automatically promoted to a higher level. After all, they like to let their disciples send them and then deal with them. Otherwise, with so many new bald donkeys joining every year, where can they be stuffed? Supervisor Lee, why don't we talk about the troubles in the Lee Mansion directly? Yuming Zenran went straight to the point, just like the image of a Taoist priest from Langhu Mountain. He is the most authentic in the world and does not need an atmosphere to lay the groundwork. When dealing with demons and monsters, there is only one word, kill. Leaky took a breath and immediately felt a little relieved. He was worthy of being a disciple of Langhu Mountain. He was completely different from the sect next to him. Look, this is called efficiency. Immediately, he spoke frankly and told the strange things that happened in the Lee family. It's like this. Almost a year ago, there was a sudden wailing sound in the Lee Mansion. The sound was not loud, but you could hear it as long as you stepped into the backyard. As time went by, the wailing sound became more and more obvious. Because we couldn't find the source, and it was only in the backyard, we sealed it off. But after 2 years, even if you don't go to the backyard, you can still hear it. And even if you leave the Lee Mansion and live outside, the wailing sound will definitely be heard every night at midnight. Soon, Leaky told the strange things that happened in the Lee Mansion. In the past 6 months, changes began to appear. The person who was invited to remove the demon died. Not only that, the only cry was no longer sad, but full of anger. Many people couldn't stand it and got sick. Please help the Lee Mansion to eradicate this monster, to prevent it from getting out of control. Yuming frowned. There was no doubt that this situation was not a monster. There are generally 2 types of monsters. One is to do a big job and kill many people at a time. The other develops quietly, disappearing one person a month and moving to another place after about a year. The one in the Lee mansion obviously went against the trend. Isn't this attracting monster catchers? In fact, there should be quite a few people invited by the Lee mansion. There are several who died, and there should be more who didn't die. Yuming immediately said, "Lee supervisor, can someone take me to the backyard to have a look?" Of course. Lee Ki waved his hand and asked the servant to lead him there. Hey. Seeing Yuming Zenran heading directly to the backyard, Lee Su couldn't help but feel upset. He thought he was a great master. He must have just left the novice village not long ago, right? You can hear it during the day, and you can still hear it, even after leaving the Lee mansion. This is undoubtedly related to the curse, right? Knowing that the demon exorcist would die, you just ran naked to the backyard? Although the Langhu Mountain Golden Light Curse has the same effect as the Vajra Indestructible Divine Art, and can even resist the invasion of external evil, it is not omnipotent after all. If it can't be prevented, won't you get yourself into trouble? At least you can put up a talisman, right? The Zengai sect is a sect that specializes in talismans. This bastard doesn't think that, as long as he has the Golden Light Curse and the Advanced Thunder Method, he can be worry-free, right? You are a Taoist priest, not a mage warrior. Use the talisman for me. After walking 2 steps, Yuming Zenran suddenly turned around, and his eyes were just like Master Li, who had just fallen. He slanted at him and smiled. "Monk, are you not coming?" Li Su sighed. "Are you saying you can't come?" "No, you are talking about monks. Do you dare to come? Are you kidding? Who the hell am I? Fahey. How dare I dare to take the Chinding Mountain to heaven?" So he smiled and said, "I won't go. Let Zenran handle it." Upon hearing this, Yuming Zenran laughed immediately. "That's it? The bold donkey of the Pure Land sect." With a triumphant smile on his face, Yuming Zenran disappeared, and only Li Ki and his son, Madame Kyan, and Li Su were left at the scene. "Donor Kyan, I would like to ask, did your family buy anything a year ago, such as antiques?" Li Su spoke directly, without asking Li Ki and his son. Although he had just resolved the murderous intentions of the 2 men towards him, he did not make them feel good about him, unless he opened a Buddhist kingdom. Mrs. Kyan was stunned. "Master, what do you mean?" Li Sudeo didn't hide anything and said directly, "I suspect that the thing in your house is not a demon, but something else. It's easy to drive away demons, but if it's not a demon, I'm afraid other methods will be needed to solve it." Li Ki didn't say anything, but Master Li was obviously targeting him. After all, he was so ashamed of the fool just now. "Hey, you talk so well. You didn't dare to go in just now, and now you say it's not a demon, but something else? Finally, you say that this thing is beyond the scope of the Pure Land sect. That's great. You have both face and substance." Mrs. Kyan frowned and looked at Master Li angrily. Then she shook her head and said, "I'm not too sure about this. I need to ask the housekeeper to know." "Then where is the housekeeper?" "Sorry, master, the housekeeper is a little tired because of the voice and is now bedridden." "It's okay, let's go first. I guess the Lee mansion won't be too quiet in a while. It's safer to stay away." This time, not only Mrs. Kyan, but also Master Li Ki was stunned. "Master, what do you mean?" "It is basically certain that the one inside is not a monster, and Yuming Zenran is not bad either. Once the 2 have a conflict, there will be a lot of noise." As soon as the words fell, a stern shout rang out, "Since you are shameless, don't blame me for being rude." Roar. It was responded with an extremely angry roar. Boom. A bolt from the blue. Thunder exploded. The backyard of Lee's mansion was in turmoil, and the roar was like thunder, and the whole Lee's mansion couldn't help but shake. Except for Li Su, the other 3 couldn't help but change their faces, and the servants on the side were trembling, with terrified expressions on their faces. Li Ki and his son were full of surprise in their eyes. They knew that the Taoist priests of Langhu Mountain were powerful, but they didn't expect that they could reach such a level. They used thunder to fight, which was simply a fairy method, and it was different from a certain sect. At this moment, Master Li couldn't help but get excited and shouted, as expected of the Taoist priests of Langhu Mountain, "Such methods will definitely make the monster disappear into ashes." Li Su raised his eyebrows. He was provocative with thick blood and high defense. That was Mount. If you have less blood and thin skin, you will provoke. That's called courting death. The other party is in your yard. As Master Li spoke, Li Su found that the lines on his body were much thicker than those of others. He was afraid that the Li family's experience over the past year had a lot to do with this guy. Roar. A roar suddenly exploded, and the sky lightning snake shook as if it was pulled, and it smashed straight towards Master Li. Master Li, who was originally excited, was frightened. Mrs. Khan of Li Qi couldn't help but change her face. No, Master. Master, save my son. It was obvious that Mrs. Khan was the only one in the Li family who was the most alert and knew who to call for help to be saved. Li Su stretched out his index finger, and the Buddha kingdom at his fingertips opened slightly. In an instant, like a lightning rod, the lightning snake rushed directly into the Buddha kingdom at Li Su's fingertips. Shivering slightly, he showed a look of surprise on his face. This can actually replenish spiritual power. Li Su, who was originally planning to say that everyone should withdraw first and let Yumeng Zenren block it first, and we will find a solution, suddenly didn't want to leave. He was really hungry. Not to mention the Dao fruit. His Buddha kingdom is now only the size of a finger because of the nourishment of the Dao fruit in his mind, and it is short of spiritual power. Roar. It seems that it failed to kill Master Li, and the thing inside was completely furious, and it roared again. This time, not only was the thunder drawn, but there was also a roar that broke through the air and struck Master Li. Ah! Master Li's face turned green. He was just a second-generation rich man. Where had he seen such a fairy method? Master. Madam Khan couldn't help but shout. Li Su smiled, his eyes narrowed, and he whispered the Buddha's name. He stretched out his palm, and the palm-sized Buddha kingdom began to appear, floating up into the void, suppressing all the space in front of the yard. The thunder and the roar were directly fixed, and then directly sucked in. He smacked his lips. The energy was good, the only regret was that it was too little. It was not as comfortable as killing a monster, which could take its essence and flesh, or just go in and suppress the thing and take it away. If it's not a demon, then don't kill it. It's in the Buddha kingdom, so it shouldn't be a big problem to keep some oil. Dao, I'm leaving the Li mansion to you. I'm going to kill the demon with all my strength. Before Li Su could make any move, the voice of Yumeng Zenren came from the backyard. He could also feel the situation in the front yard. He was afraid. After all, he came to eliminate the demon. In the end, he killed the Li family with his own thunder method. What's that? He immediately put down his posture and spoke directly. Li Su thought about it, and he agreed directly. After all, it still takes a lot of effort to suppress it. If both sides go big directly, it's not bad to absorb it from the outside. Amitabha, Oklahoma, Zenren, please be careful. Don't worry, this evil beast can't do anything to me. 5 Thunder's righteousness. Yumeng Zenren roared, and in an instant, the thunder in the sky was even louder, and the thunder snakes danced wildly, almost covering the hundreds of square meters of the huge backyard of the Li mansion. It was obviously going big. Roar. Facing the behavior of Yumeng Zenren, the roar in the backyard also became louder, as if it was completely stimulated and went crazy. The roar was like a demonic sound, penetrating every hole, drilling into every hole, piercing the ears, splitting the soul, and stimulating the heart. Li Su was fine, but the people in the Li mansion were very uncomfortable. No matter which of the two powers, it was extremely harmful to the living soul. Even if it was not a demon, it still felt like the soul was like a drum, being struck by someone. Li Su was happy. He increased the suction of the Buddha kingdom, and covered the entire front yard. He kept sucking and sucking. It felt that, if these two people could fight for a day and 2 nights, his Buddha kingdom might be able to return to its previous state. Roar. Unfortunately, ideals are full, and reality is very skinny. The thing inside was completely enraged. It was originally just a contest in the air, but it moved for the first time, no longer barking, but rushing out directly and biting. K9? Yumeng Zenren was stunned. Seeing the figure rushing out, as the best friend of mankind, dogs rarely become demons. They usually develop in the direction of spiritual beasts, unless they have a big grudge. Thinking about it, Yu Ming Zenren quickly used the basic law of Langhu Mountain, the golden light curse. Roar. With a roar, the dog demon bit it. With a snap, the indestructible golden light curse turned into a crisp sound, and a big hole was made by the bite, and golden fragments were splashed all over the sky. Yu Ming Zenren was shocked on the spot. What kind of tooth is this? It's too good, right? His golden light curse is harder than steel. Moreover, the thunder method of this thing has little effect on it. It is not a demon, and it is not even a flesh and blood life. Feeling the difficulty and ferocity of this thing, Yu Ming Zenren really dared not be careless. He raised his hand and the talisman appeared. 6 things and 6 gyres, 12 gods, protect my safety. With the talisman, the divine light was shining, and the 16 gods and 6 gyre gods appeared in the void. The divine power descended, and turned into layers of protection, covering Yu Ming Zenren. Not only was the power extremely great, but also the divine power appeared in it. This is not just any magic, but a real Taoist magic. Even the average little demon can be frightened to death by just seeing it, let alone touching it. Lang Hushan gives people the impression that they rarely use talismans. It's not that they don't know how to use them, but most of the time, the opponent dies before they can use them. In fact, the Three Mountains Talisman, as the foundation of Taoism, the Zhengai sect composed of the 3 dragon heads, is very terrifying. It has the orthodox Taoist heritage, is recognized by the upper level, and has people in the fairy world. The power of the summoning technique is not comparable to those wild cultivators, at least 8 times greater. However, it is obvious that the dog demon does not buy this. It roared and rushed up directly, opening its mouth and biting. As a dog, it is naturally invincible when it bites things. The most famous is undoubtedly the heavenly dog, the roaring sky dog, the one that eats the sun and the moon. So, just see it take a bite. The 6 things and 6 gyres protective armor directly cracked. Not only that, what shocked Yu Ming Zenren was that cracks appeared on the statues and shadows of the gods he invited, and they were bitten by this dog demon. This is a mud monkey. So fierce. What kind of dog is this? What on earth did the Li family provoke? Yu Ming Zenren was shocked. He was not completely ignorant, otherwise how could he be allowed to walk alone in the world? On Langhu Mountain, he was a real genius. The 6 things and 6 gyres are divine generals, the gods of heaven. Biting through the defense is nothing, but their shadows were bitten. This biting skill is undoubtedly a supernatural power, and it is a great supernatural power. Biting through his finger, Yu Ming Zenren retreated, while taking out the talisman. 28 constellations. For valued officials, please descend upon me. In an instant, the power deepened, and for a moment, the golden light on Yu Ming Zenren's body was shining, dyeing the entirely mansion golden. Thunder god and lightning goddess, come quickly. Raising his hand and waving, thousands of lightning snakes, bursts of thunder, Yu Ming Zenren seemed like a god, directly in the void, fighting with the dog demon. Facing Yu Ming Zenren's seemingly endless means, the dog demon responded easily. It ran very fast and bit whatever it saw. The golden light collapsed. The thunder collapsed. The shadow of the god was bitten by Yu to leave cracks. Facing this scene, everyone in the front yard of Li's house was extremely shocked. Master Li knelt directly, and his eyes seemed to say, Dad and Mom, please come out and see God quickly. As for Li Su, he became more kind, and his whole body had a sacred sour smell. At first, he thought that, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. But as the two sides started fighting, their spiritual power was amazing. Especially the figure of the statue that was bitten to pieces by the dog demon. Li Su's eyes almost turned green. There was too much spiritual energy, and it was too full. At this moment, not only the Buddha kingdom was restored, but the 2 Dao fruits in his heart and mind began to smile and jump for joy. The lotus Dao fruit couldn't help trembling, ding-donging, and composing music. The Yuanying Dao fruit was dancing and singing with his calves, but it was a pity that there were no gongs and drums, otherwise he would definitely beat them. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. The outburst of Yu Ming Zenren was undoubtedly fierce, fully showing the prestige of being a disciple of the heavenly master of Langhu Mountain. If it were a demon, even a 1000-year-old demon would be turned into ashes. Unfortunately, he was facing a dog demon that was completely immune to his demon slaying power, and his biting power was so brutal that it could bite through the shadow of the god. There was no way. Feeling that the Deo fruit in his body was gradually drying up, if it continued like this, he would probably become a feast for the dog's mouth, although it was a bit embarrassing. Please ask the ancestor to possess you. Don't get me wrong, asking the ancestor to possess you is not unique to Maotian, but all three mountains. Nonsense, isn't it natural for the orthodox Taoists to protect their children? How could they watch their disciples being killed when they could descend to the mortal world? Generally, those who were killed were mountain monks who claimed to be Taoists. The Taoist master taught them, even if they were saints, they would protect their children. Taking said that I only have one disciple, and he won't be conferred a god. Yuking said that my 12 disciples will encounter a disaster, and I have to find someone else to resist. Shanking said that all my disciples are dead, so let's start from the creation of the earth, fire, feng shui, and the creation of the prehistoric world. The queen said that I finally created a group of children, and also pulled 3 saints to establish a religion. How dare you, the demon race, kill my children? Want to die, right? Well, Noah is not a demon. There is no racial statement for saints, but the human race is undoubtedly the queen's child. So, the demon race collapsed. So the ancestor of Langhu Mountain also came, and came very quickly, as if he felt the crisis of his disciples. Heavenly dog. The moment he arrived, the ancestor frowned, and was a little surprised. He didn't expect to encounter the legendary heavenly dog that only existed in ancient times, but it seemed that it was not a living thing, but a spirit. But even if it is a spirit, it is an existence with the great magical power of swallowing the sun and the moon. Erlang Zion Sheng's engine has one next to him, and it bites the monkey king so much that he wants to eat dog meat from time to time. Turning his head and glancing at the surrounding gods, the ancestor grinned and felt a little distressed. The divine shadow is naturally not the deity of the heaven, but the body of the Langhu Mountain worshipper. The 6 Tings and 6 Jayas, the 28 constellations, and the 4 valued officials are all damaged. How long will it take to make up for it? Immediately, the ancestor was a little angry. The younger generation is a bastard and doesn't know what to do. Can you touch the heavenly dog? Prodigal son. The ancestor lightly avoided the attack of the heavenly dog. The ancestor was very angry. Is it easy for the master to have a trump card? Huh. Suddenly, the ancestor's eyes moved and swept down, to be precise, the front yard of Lee's mansion, and then he laughed. Yoho, bald donkey, you took away my Taoist spiritual energy, and you think my Taoist sage is dead, right? Huh. Just thinking about using 2 thunders to kill the bald donkey below, the ancestor suddenly froze. His realm was so amazing that he was no longer a mortal creature, but came down from above, so he saw the baby fat jumping in Li Su's mind at the first time. Taoist Deo fruit? Or the root fruit? What's going on? After the Battle of the Journey to the West 100 years ago, the Taoist sect and the Buddhist sect were groups that could beat each other's brains out. Practicing both Buddhism and Taoism? That's overthinking. He couldn't help but want to pinch his fingers. The next moment, his heart was thundering, and the Deo fruit in the sky was shaking. The ancestor was shocked, and a rare look of horror appeared in his eyes. What's the matter with this guy? There is such a big cause and effect involved. I can't afford to offend. I can't afford to offend. I feel that the other party has someone above him, and it's the above of his own boss. The ancestor's anger disappeared immediately. If it was at that time, it would not be wrong to practice like this. After all, Buddha is originally Tao. But little guy, since you have swallowed my Langhu Mountain spiritual energy, you are my Langhu Mountain people. Really, you have the Taoist root fruit. Why go to Buddhism? Isn't it better to be my Taoist Shanshi? Well, I guess this little guy can't control himself. After all, he is above. The old ancestor's eyes turned, as if he had sensed something again. He raised his hand and pointed at Li Su, smiling. My friend, I'm not doing my best and have caused big trouble. Please help me. I just calculated with my fingers that you and Langhu Mountain are also destined to be together. I will teach you a method as a reward. As he moved, a ray of golden light broke through the air and directly entered Li Su's mind. What the hell? In the front yard, Lee Su, who was standing and watching the show, couldn't help but open his eyes wide. What is this old Taoist doing? Before he could speak, the Taoist light on Yu Ming's Enron disappeared, and he immediately woke up, without any trace of the old ancestor. At the same time, the dog demon that was chasing Yu Ming's Enron madly turned around suddenly, and ran straight towards Lee Su. With new hatred, Yu Ming's Enron, and old hatred, the one who just stopped it from killing Master Li, the dog demon went crazy, and opened its mouth wide, far more ferocious than when it dealt with Yu Ming's Enron, as if it was going to swallow Lee Su with bones in one bite. Wait. Lee Su couldn't help but shout at this moment. The other party invited the old ancestor to possess him, and he naturally felt it. To be honest, his heart was still beating a little, for fear that the other party would find out that he was wooing Langhu Mountain. As a result, the other party's little eyes not only knew that he was wooing, but also gave him a gift. Counting with fingers? What's the difference between the Taoist counting with fingers and the Buddhist you and I have a predestined relationship? Lee Su jumped up and down, a little exploded. Isn't this Langhu Mountain thinking about it? Looking at the dog demon rushing over, and the extremely panicked Lee Su, everyone obviously didn't know what Lee Su was thinking. They just couldn't help but take a breath. Especially Yu Ming's Enron showed an extremely anxious look on his face. How could it be? Why couldn't the old ancestor subdue the dog demon? Is it that powerful? Master, be careful. Madam Kine couldn't help but scream. This bull donkey is dead. Even the real person of Langhu Mountain can't handle it, so what can the bold donkey of the Pure Land sect do? Master Li thought. Not good. The dog demon suddenly changed direction, and the Li mansion was in trouble. Li Qi thought it was not good. After all, they were all standing not far from Lee Su. Boom. With a loud bang, the dog demon bit Lee Su's arm directly, and then it narrowed its eyes, with incomparable cruelty in its eyes, and began to shake its head wildly. Don't get me wrong, this is trying to tear Lee Su's arm off. But why didn't I feel the taste of blood? Instead, I felt a little too fake. Illusion. It must be an illusion. It's a heavenly dog. What, can't it bite? Then it began to shake its head vigorously, shaking it again and again. Standing there in a daze, sure that the ancestor of Langhu Mountain had completely left, Lee Su's face, that could turn people upside down, suddenly turned black. Feeling the pain on his arm. After all, it was a celestial dog, and its biting ability was still very powerful. Even with the Vajra power of Lee Su, who had the power of Buddha, it was bitten a little. Have you bitten enough? Lee Su lowered his head, squinted his eyes, and his eyes were fierce. He naturally couldn't afford to offend the ancestor of Langhu Mountain. He felt that he was punished by the other party, which was very bad. However, at this bad moment, there was actually a broken dog biting him. The dog demon finally realized that something was wrong. Because it couldn't bite, it used all its strength, but it only broke a little skin. With its anger slightly restrained, the dog demon couldn't help but look up and glance at Lee Su, and looked at him rationally for the first time. The next moment, its face froze. Of course, it was not Lee Su's familiar face. It had seen too many ordinary faces like this, mainly behind the other party. But there was a huge world, with infinite Buddha light, merits and virtues all over the mountains and plains, arhats chanting, and bhikkhunis reciting scriptures. Buddha country. The dog demon had good experience. Its tail shrank in an instant, and its face turned purple. Didn't they say that, if the way of heaven is not revealed, there will be no new Buddhas or gods in the world? Even if they come, they won't stay for long. What kind of ghost is this thing in front of him now? He wanted to run away with his tail between his legs and return to his body, not wanting to be suppressed spiritually. He was reckless and stupid, and had a stubborn head. After all, his ancestors in ancient times dared to bite monkeys and the sun and the moon, and they were all fierce dogs. But he was not stupid. He let go, and turned around and ran away. Before he took a step, Lee Su grabbed his waist. He bit me, and I still want to leave. The Buddha kingdom opened directly and suppressed him. Ayo. With a loud shout, the dog demon planned to use his own magical power without hesitation, to cut off his tail to survive. Lee Su's narrowed eyes suddenly became more dangerous. One or two of you, both of you have gecko DNA? Did you get authorization? And are you a living being of flesh and blood? The force of the diamond overflowed and compacted the void. The force of the dragon burst out like a dragon roaring to suppress the spirit. Unlike the method of Yu Ming Zenran, which was mainly to destroy evil, Li Su's magic skills also destroyed evil, but they all belonged to the method of suppressing and destroying evil. That is, domineering was the main method, and destroying evil was supplementary. The dog demon howled, and was completely suppressed, before he could use his life-saving skills. He was directly taken into the Buddha kingdom. As soon as he entered, he saw the Buddha kingdom burst out with supreme power, light like fire, merit water seeping in, and arhats and nuns raised their hands at the same time, to make pots and stew dogs. Ayo. 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 2 words. Really miserable. It's okay. 14,000 words. Chapter 164 Heroic. Yu Ming Zenran landed and stared at Li Su in a daze. No kidding. He was really a little dazed, the kind of daze that doubted life. What did he see just now? Buddha Land. What is the most praised thing about the Pure Land sect in the cultivation world? It is the Buddha Land. The moment 10,000 monks recited the Amitabha Sutra at the same time, the Buddha Land opened above the Pure Land temple. Inside, the Buddha light was shining, the precious light was scattered, and the 8 merits of water were sprinkled. 500 arhats and 3,000 bhikkhunis were sitting in it. When the Buddha land appeared, the whole Jiujiang could feel it, as if it turned into a pure land, and the demons and monsters disappeared instantly. Now in the central plains, it can be said that the only place where demons can be found is the Pure Land sect. They opened it too much. 10,000 people just chanted the sutra, but it actually produced that kind of effect. In this regard, although Langhu Mountain disdains, cultivation emphasizes oneself. So what if 10,000 people open the Buddha Land? Once you are alone and meet people from Langhu Mountain, there is only one result: death on the spot. What's the result? The fucking result. A monk in his 20s, holding a Buddhist kingdom in his hand, looks like a private version. Buddhist kingdom. Damn, this is a Buddhist kingdom. The fundamental law of the Pure Land sect. What a joke. This guy is a human. Damn, he is a human. Fuck. Yu Ming Zenran was jealous, completely jealous. He always thought that there were only 2 or 3 masters in the world who were equal to him, and there was no one who could surpass him. As a result, his face was swollen from snapping. It's so easy to deal with it. At this time, Master Li spoke, and the young man used his taunting skills as usual, but this time it was not aimed at Li Su, but at Yu Ming Zenran. Yes, in the eyes of mortals, it is really simple. Li Su raised his hand and grabbed it, and then the fierce dog demon disappeared, leaving only a dying wail. So, it's very simple. Faced with this result, Master Li was immediately unhappy. He thought those wild cultivators would do this, but he didn't expect that the dignified Langhu Mountain would do this. The ground shook, and the backyard was thundered, but this is the result. Master Li was undoubtedly a playboy. Whatever he thought of, he said naturally, Master Yu Ming, if it wasn't difficult, there would never be such a big show. Those who promised would not regret it, just because it was solved easily. After making such a big fuss, the ancestors were invited to come down, but this is the result. Isn't this too extraordinary? As expected, monks and Taoists had to be invited together. They were born enemies. If they dared to show off, they would attack each other without the master saying anything. Master Yu Ming's veins were bulging. This damn kid, can he speak? Simple. He actually said simple. That's the Buddha's country. Do you know how many kinds of magical powers there are in the Pure Land Buddha's country? 3,000 bhikkhunis, 500 arhats, 8 meritorious waters, and infinite light. These are the 4 types. Recalling the scenery he saw just now, Yu Ming Zenran can be sure that, although it is not clear, yet and is still in the making, there are treasure temples, Buddhist bells and pagodas, bodhisattva statues, Buddha figures, and twin sala trees in the center of the other side's Buddhist country. Fuck, if you count them all, this Buddhist country is composed of at least dozens of Buddhist magical powers. Not only that, just now Li Su suppressed the power of the heavenly dog. One of the golden lights turned the void into a real object, and the dragon roar that suddenly rose from his palm was very light, but it obviously bred the dragon soul. These are obviously 2 extremely extraordinary Buddhist moves. because it was too fast to see clearly, but Yumeng Zenren can basically be sure that each of the golden lights is composed of a large number of inscriptions, and the number makes him dizzy. This is so special. You actually told me it's simple. This is simple. If that monk lets you feel it, you can scare you. Master Li seemed to be getting excited. After all, he was frightened when he recalled the thunder just now. And it was obvious that the person who cast it was Jade Ming Zenren, which made him even more depressed. I asked you to kill the monster, not me. He was about to speak again. Bang. He was slapped on the back of his head, and Master Li staggered. His eyes were shining with golden light. Who? Master Li turned back with a fierce look on his face. Someone actually dared to attack him in the Li mansion? Are you tired of living? Turning back, he saw his father's expressionless face, and Master Li was stunned. Me? Dad? Why did you hit me? Master Li was at a loss, puzzled, and helpless. Looking at the appearance of his stupid son, Li Qi couldn't help but have veins on his forehead throbbing. Who the hell are you complaining about? Yes, the master of the Pure Land sect took away the dog demon so easily that he had some doubts. Is the dog demon really powerful? But if you turn around and look, you can find that except for the place where the Pure Land sect master just protected by the power of Buddha, the rest is a scorched earth, and his favorite rockery has been split. Emma, that is a natural marble block. How hard it is can only be felt by the people who excavated it. It was actually split directly? What does that mean? If the thunder fell on anyone in the Li mansion, I'm afraid they would be turned into dust on the spot. Such a being is not an exaggeration to say that it is a god. How dare you use words to provoke the other party? The Pure Land sect is not bad. People in the Buddhist sect are generally good-tempered. Taoist priests in Langhu Mountain? What kind of people are they? In the past, Emperor Wu of Zhao believed in Buddhism and disliked Taoism, so some villains went to Langhu Mountain to attack it. As a result, Langhu Mountain exploded on the spot. The 5 heavenly masters rushed into Luoyang with rolling thunder and almost split Luoyang. If the Pure Land sect had not arrived in time, the Buddhist kingdom would have covered Luoyang, and the Great Zhao would have changed the world that day. After Wu Zhao knew the reason, she killed the villain on the spot without hesitation. She likes Buddhism, mainly because Buddhism does not care about the rules of the mortal world. It does not matter whether a man or a woman is the emperor, as long as the world is peaceful. Wu Zhao has the ability and qualifications, and the Pure Land sect supports her, so she likes Buddhism. On the contrary, the Taoist sect is the most rule-abiding. It is good if they don't beat you to death, let alone come out to support you. So Li Tang believed in Taoism and Zhao Wu believed in Buddhism. That's how it came about. How could an emperor be influenced by a sect? He is protected by a real dragon, and is immune to all evil. His likes are more out of political interests, not because he really believes in that thing. Therefore, Pure Land, Dragon, and Tiger are giants that mortals cannot afford to offend. The thunder can't kill the dog demon. Do you think it can't kill you? Didn't you see that Yumeng Zenren's face turned black? As a member of the Li family, Li Qi knew that his methods were naturally not comparable to his son's foul mouth. He apologized directly. Master Yumeng is a child who is ignorant. I will educate him well afterwards. Li Qi will remember the master's efforts and the master's protection. Thank you too for solving the big trouble of my Li mansion. The remuneration will definitely not be reduced. Upon hearing this, Master Yumeng's face looked a little better. It's still polite as a father, otherwise I will curse you to death. Well, this is not a psychological activity, but a practical action. You dare to open a dying factory after giving me some color? Well, he has a bad temper. Looking at the talisman taken back under the other party's sleeve, Li Su let out a long breath. Although he was a little bit annoyed by the boss of Langhu Mountain, he couldn't resist the reality. What can you do? However, Li Su said softly, Dona Li Qi. Master, do you have any questions? The strength displayed by Yumeng Zenren was not enough to suppress Xian Gao, which made Li Qi guess that the person from the Pure Land sect might be the real boss. He immediately lost all his anger. Don't think that monks are good people. There is a saying that those who bite don't bark. The person from the Pure Land sect is also a ruthless person. The matter has not been resolved yet. Everyone in Li's mansion was stunned. It has not been resolved yet? On the side, Yu Ming Zenran also took a breath. That's right, it's not a monster in Li's mansion, but a spirit beast, and it is very likely a divine beast. Xian Gao. Divine beast. Li Qi was stunned. What the hell? This thing is actually a divine beast. Recalling the extremely ferocious appearance, he has seen monsters before, but none of them is so fierce. It's not a real mythical beast, but a magic stone that houses the spirit of a mythical beast. Li Su said, it should be a statue of a dog that serves as a guardian and companion. The reason why it has caused trouble in the Li mansion is probably not because it wants to harm you, but because it wants to return to its original place. That's why no one has died in the Li mansion. As for those people who came to exorcise demons, they must have used some bad means, which angered it and made it kill. Bad means? Li Qi was stunned. Black dog blood or something like that. Yu Ming Zenran basically figured it out at this time, shook his head and said, black dogs themselves have the property of breaking evil, and black dog blood is even more effective. Mountain miscellaneous Taoists have no inheritance, and they usually use this method to get rid of monsters. Obviously, although the heavenly dog is a divine beast, it is still a canine in nature. In fact, black dogs can break evil, because they have a very faint trace of heavenly dog blood. The mountain Taoist priests didn't know why they took black dog blood to break the heavenly dog, and I'm afraid that the blood was obtained by killing a dog, which would naturally anger it completely. It's not surprising that it was bitten to death by it. Thinking of this, Yu Ming Zenran was not only a little angry, but that idiot did it. If it wasn't so, he wouldn't have to work so hard at all, as long as he communicated well. As a result, when he faced him, the heavenly dog was already red-eyed. Black dogs break evil, and black dog blood is even more so, but you can't kill dogs to get blood, bastard. Killing someone and asking them to help you kill monsters? Where in the world is there such a good thing? You deserve to be bitten to death by a dog. Even if you don't die, when you go to hell, you will be surrounded and bitten by countless black dogs until your soul flies away. It's better to raise it well, and wait for it to develop spirituality. That's a real good helper. Dogs are loyal. If you give your heart, the other party will definitely hug you to death, even this heavenly dog. The reason why it screams and disturbs people is not because it does bad things, but because it wants to go home and protect the people it wants to protect. At this point, Li Qi hasn't done anything yet, but Master Li, who is aggrieved, begins to feel guilty for some reason. It seems that little Don Li has a bottom line in his heart. Li Su smiled and said directly. Yu Ming Zenran's eyes lit up and he laughed. After all this time, all of this was done by this bastard. This is great. Li Qi was stunned and couldn't help but look back. When he saw his son's reaction, his face suddenly darkened. It feels like the unrest in the Li mansion for more than a year is all caused by this bastard? Question mark? He immediately got angry and said, tell me, what happened? Master Li was shocked and told the situation like a bamboo tube pouring beans. A year ago, he happened to see a stone statue of a dog. It was very small and looked very cute. The carving was vivid, as if it was real, so he bought it. After Master Li finished speaking, he looked at his father who was becoming more and more unfriendly, and his eyes seemed to be able to eat people. He immediately explained, however, if it had made a fuss at that time, I would have known it. But I have brought it back to the mansion for more than a month, and there was no movement, so I didn't associate it. Li Su was stunned. There was no movement for a month. This was beyond his expectation. Yu Ming Zenran's eyes lit up, and he suddenly said, I think you must have liked the stone statue very much at the beginning, the kind that you almost never leave. Master Li was stunned, and thinking back to the experience of that month, he couldn't help but nodded. What a pity. Yu Ming Zenran sighed. Everyone was stunned. Although the stone statue has spirits, it is not real. Mr. Li probably looks a bit like its previous owner, which confused it for a while, and made it think you are its owner. I think you must have had good luck that month. Master Li was stunned for a moment, then nodded. It was true that he had good luck that month, so good that he could pick up money when he went out, but for a rich second generation like Master Li, he didn't care much. On the side, Li Su's mouth twitched. He didn't say anything, but he felt that Yu Ming was a narrow-minded guy. Master Li was in big trouble. What a pity. If you keep that love, the heavenly dog will probably recognize you as its master after being infected by you for a long time. In the end, it will send you a dream and ask you to take it to see its original owner, and then it will follow you instead of becoming like this. Yuming Zenran shook his head. The divine beast protects the house. The Li mansion is not only rich and powerful, but also absolutely invulnerable to all evil. Now that they have turned against each other, the heavenly dog probably hates you the most. Li Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Are you dreaming? Do you think all dogs are husky? It should be true that you are confused for a while. Once you wake up, you will go back immediately and recognize your master? What are you thinking? Master Li was stunned. He believed it, really believed it. The next moment, he couldn't help but show a look of regret on his face. How amazing is the power displayed by the heavenly dog. It's okay if you haven't seen it. Now that you have seen it, tell him that he once had the opportunity to have it. Even if you say it's a dandy, you can't help but feel pain in your heart at this moment and can't breathe. So that's it. Before Master Li could speak, Li Qi's face was full of smiles, and that smile was undoubtedly a bit creepy. Obviously, he also believed it, really believed it. Okay, go and take out the stone statue and give it to the master so that we can understand this matter. Looking at the kind-hearted Li Qi, Li Su couldn't help but glance at Master Li sadly. This kid would definitely be fooled. Absolutely. Not long after, Master Li came out with the stone statue and handed it to Li Su reluctantly, saying, "Master, please deal with it." Although reluctant, Xianggao saw his look, and he knew that he really hated him. He dared not keep such a dog. Well, Li Su took the stone statue in his hand and glanced at the cute and heartwarming little stone dog. The person who carved this did a good job and even emphasized the cute attribute. Even he couldn't help but like it. In this case, I'll take my leave first. Li Su put away the stone statue and put his hands together. Ah, master is leaving now? The Li mansion hasn't entertained you yet. Madam Khan couldn't help but speak first. The trouble was solved in short, but the master was leaving soon. Li Su smiled and said, "Fate comes and goes, and fate ends. Flowers bloom and fall, and return to dust." He bowed and turned to walk out of the front door of the Li mansion. "Master, the Li mansion has not paid you yet." Li Qi also spoke. Li Su smiled. "Money? Haha, what's the use of holding that thing in your hand? Is he short of money? He gave away everything he got from the Black Tiger village. What he wants most now is to go out and kill monsters, return the heavenly dog by the way, and then go directly to Ninghe to complete the task of the master." Amitabha. With a Buddhist chant, Li Su's figure disappeared. A great monk, undoubtedly a great monk. Watching Li Su leave, Li Qi couldn't help but sigh, and at this moment Master Li looked at Yuming Zenran again. He glanced at him and didn't say anything, but the meaning was very clear. Yuming Zenran laughed. His eyes narrowed into a slit. Buddhists exorcise monsters based on fate, which is related to their practice. If they are hungry, they can just beg for alms. Money can easily ruin their practice. But the Taoists are different. The Taoists exorcise demons for profit. After all, people need to eat, right? To put it simply, they eat by their ability. Therefore, the Taoists do not despise the Buddhists for begging, and the Buddhists do not despise the Taoists for asking for money, because they take different paths. So Master Yuming looked at Li Qi and said with a smile, "It seems that I shouldn't ask for a reward either. Why don't I leave too?" Master Li's eyes lit up. In order to please the other party, he promised a lot. If he just left like this, it would be a good thing and save a lot of money. He was ready to speak. Saving such a large sum of money, will his father reward him? Before he opened his mouth, he was slapped in the face. Li Qi smiled and said, "How is it possible? Master, wait a minute. What you promised is what you promised. Come on, take this evil son down for me and send him to the ancestral temple. You are not allowed to come out without my permission." "Yes." Master Li was startled. He was in tears from the pain. He immediately raised his head and looked at his father in disbelief, with questions in his eyes. "Why? Isn't it possible to save a lot of money?" Li Qi ignored him and raised his hand to invite him, saying, "Master, please sit inside. I will present the promised things to you later." "That's great." Master Yuming smiled and said nothing. Watching the two leave, Master Li, who was held up by the servants, couldn't help but look at his mother and said, "Mom." Alas. Mrs. Khan felt a little helpless at this moment. Why did her son, who was usually a little smart, look so upset now? Is he really my own child? Buddhism talks about fate and cause and effect, and Taoism uses benefits to cut off cause and effect. For the Li family, it is the cheapest to spend some money to resolve this matter. If you don't pay, how are you going to explain this cause and effect to Taoism? Will you use your life? Master Li, you are grown up, not a child anymore. You should think deeply about what you do. So be prepared. The master of the Pure Land sect is easy to deal with, but you have offended the master several times. So even if you call him later, you have to make him calm down. The master doesn't have the good temper of the master. Master Li was stunned. Not inviting Langhu Mountain? Do you really think it's just because the old lady believes in Buddhism? How did that mountain Taoist come? So it's not all about this. It's that the disciples of Langhu Mountain are too murderous. Every year, they send disciples out to kill many monsters. Moreover, the Taoist practice seeks to defy the will of heaven and live forever. What kind of personality would a person who defies the will of heaven and lives forever have? Therefore, the powerful and wealthy don't like to find the Taoist sect because they are afraid of accidentally stepping on a landmine. If Li Su hadn't come all the time, and the heavenly dog had been getting more and more violent, Li Qi would not be very willing to invite people from Langhu Mountain. So when Yu Ming Zenren left with a smile, an extremely shrill scream was heard in Li's mansion. Ayo. 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 That sound was really tearful and heartbreaking. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After leaving Hangzhou City, Li Su opened his own Buddha kingdom and looked at the miserable and crying heavenly dog, who was squeezed out of a lot of money. Calm down. Woof. It's all stewed. How can it not be quiet? Very good. Li Su nodded and smiled. Let you out. Don't make a fuss. Woof. The dog shook his head quickly. In its eyes, people from the Buddha kingdom are no different from Buddha. Do you remember where your home is? Woof. Li Su touched the other dog's head. I'll take you home. Woof. Woof. Oh. It's quite on the way. Li Su was stunned. He was actually in Shaoxing. He didn't need to change the route. He just happened to be going to Ninghe. He took the dog and went straight on the road. Hangzhou and Shaoxing are not far away, only dozens of miles away. This distance is naturally not far at Li Su's feet, but Li Su is not an ordinary person. He doesn't take the main road, but only the small road. After all, the main road is protected by the national destiny and there are not many monsters. The mountain paths are different. There is one monster every mile, and another monster every mile. It took about a day and a half to arrive in Shaoxing. Is it here? Li Su said directly at a ruins outside the city of Shaoxing. Woof. Woof. The dog was more obedient than the one who came out of the Buddha's country. After all, along the way, it saw too many monsters being pulled out of their tendons, skinned, and stuffed into the Buddha's country to become soil. It was extremely fortunate that it could come out after entering. Finally, when it arrived at the destination, the extremely well-behaved dog showed an extremely happy expression. It has been too long, really too long, since it was brought out. Go. Li Su raised his hand and sent the stone statue away, letting the dog go back. The heavenly dog bowed, and the stone statue disappeared in a flash. Here, you're back! Exclamation mark. I missed you so much. Woof, woof, woof. Listening to the cheerful voices inside, Li Su's mouth curled up slightly, and then he raised his palm and pressed it directly, pressing down the ruins in front of him, and completely disappeared from the surface of the ground. Just stay with your master in there. After doing everything, Li Su slowly turned his head and looked behind him. Master Yuming, you chased this poor monk for dozens of miles. I wonder what you are doing. As soon as the words fell, Jade Ming Zenren, who was supposed to be separated from Hangzhou, appeared. When he saw the other party, Li Su could not help but be stunned. The handsome guy who was supposed to be a little bit inferior to him, now had his cheeks swollen by almost an inch, and they were blue and purple. Not only that, his body kept looking forward, as if there was something behind his butt. Of course, Lee Su could not escape his divine sense, and he instantly discovered that the other parties, but was swollen by at least an inch. Jade Ming Zenren, what's your new look? What the hell is this new look? He was beaten by the ancestor. After he left Lee's house, his head became swollen, and it wouldn't heal. Then the ancestor gave instructions in his head, and he even went to the Pure Land monk to ask him for advice on Taoism. Jade Ming Zenren was completely confused on the spot. Did the ancestor get hit on the head with a hammer? He asked my Taoist disciples to go to the Buddhist disciples to ask for advice on Taoism. Then, his brain was hammered. He followed all the way, and originally planned to come out after it healed. However, the swelling didn't go down at all, but became fixed instead. In other words, it wouldn't be over until the ancestor calmed down. He was discovered by the other party, and had no choice but to come out. Jade Ming Zenren ignored his own situation, sighed and admired. I didn't expect the master to really return it. Even a being like Tengu is not tempted at all. He tried hard to create an atmosphere, not wanting the look to ruin the conversation between the two. You Ming Zenren came here specially. You didn't just want to say these things, did you? Lee Su followed suit and suppressed his laughter. He is a professional. Yes, no. Yu Ming nodded. His eyes gradually changed, murderous intent emerged, and his momentum changed drastically in an instant. Even though his appearance was a little horrible, his strength was undoubtedly real and amazing. I came here to ask for advice. Lee Su was a little surprised. The other party was so confident. He thought he could beat him. Oh, and he also asked the ancestor to possess him. Lee Su might not be able to beat this trick. However, feeling the scriptures floating in his mind, although Lee Su had not moved yet, he did not think that Lang Hushan had any intention of killing him, so he glanced at the other party. You know, he has a bad temper. Even if he will not kill the other party out of consideration, coward, if he dares to come to fight with him, he must make the other party's whole body as swollen as his face and buttocks. So, Lee Su said, it's not only to determine the superiority, but also to decide life and death. Master Yu Ming took a deep breath and suppressed his aura of the Buddha kingdom. He, Yu Ming, was a genius in Taoism. Even if he was not as strong as the other party, how could it be possible for him to find a Buddhist to ask for advice on Taoism? He wanted to prove his strength and his talent in Taoism. Although the other party's Buddhist practice was high, his Taoism was not bad either. And he had seen the other party take action several times along the way. He had a lot of understanding of the Buddha kingdom and its ability to suppress it. As long as he was prepared in advance, he would have a chance. Therefore, he was full of passion. His heart was surging, his face showed boundless enlightenment, and with endless murderous intent and courage, he said as if facing the leader of the evil way, the 10,000-year demon king. Yes. Then, he knelt down. He saw a huge Buddha kingdom of 10 feet appeared, and it pressed down on his body. Not to mention performing the Taoism, the Tao fruit was almost scattered. Then the precious light inside was shining, washing his body like washing vegetables. The 8 merits of water burst out and rushed into his mouth, washing his stomach and enema. There were also 500 ahats to help him loosen his bones, and 3,000 bhikkhunis gave him cupping. It was really a blessing. A dog head stretched out from the soil. It was a celestial dog. Because it felt the movement outside, it couldn't help but come out to take a look. As soon as it saw it, it immediately covered its dog eyes. I felt a shadow in my heart being activated. Then, it whooshed and disappeared. Is that Taoist crazy? He can't even beat me, but he dares to challenge the reincarnated Buddha? Nowadays, the only ones who can fight against the Buddha are those big monsters, right? For example, the 2 snakes in Ninghe, one white and one green, were so fierce when they passed by. After almost an hour, looking at Yu Ming Zenren, who was as miserable and crying as the Tengu a few days ago, Lee Su sighed, sat beside him, patted his shoulder and said, tell me, the real reason. The ancestor asked me to come to you to ask for Taoism. Master Yu Ming knelt down obediently and leaned forward to speak respectfully. At this moment, Yu Ming had no extra thoughts. Some things would never be understood unless you experience them yourself. How abnormal is a Buddha kingdom? It contains more than 10 kinds of supernatural powers, not to mention the size. When it comes, you can't even move a hair. It seems that the ambitions an hour ago were all illusions. 7,000 words. Second update. 7 o'clock. Think about the plot. Chapter 165 Thunder Method. Wait a minute. A genius from the Taoist sect, asking him for advice on Taoism? What does that mean? Or was it the ancestor who asked him to do that? This is even more confusing. He knows Taoism, but he obviously doesn't know the Taoism of Langhu Mountain. Wait. Li Su suddenly thought of the things that the other ancestor had forced into his head. He hadn't read them yet, but they were undoubtedly the Taoism of Langhu Mountain. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, and Li Su had a headache. He was afraid that this so-called asking for advice was fake, and the real purpose was probably to learn. Hurry up, look, helpers have been arranged for you, just ask him if you don't understand. Li Su couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows, not because he was afraid of being calculated or something, but because there were too many S-level skills last time. This time it was good. He went straight into the world of demons, not the ghost level. Now there is the Pure Land sect, plus Langhu Mountain. What kind of world will he enter next time? He won't go straight to Journey to the West, right? How many times has he conquered it? 3 times, and he went straight to Journey to the West in 3 times? Is this courting death? But, refuse. Obviously not. After all, the Taoism has entered his brain, and there is no way to refuse, right? Li Su thought about it. Never mind. Anyway, fate is like rape. Since he can't resist, just lie down. There is no need to go through so much trouble about murder. And he really yearns for the Langhu Mountain Taoism, and his initial goal is there. I don't know whether the other party left it in his brain is the Golden Light Curse, or the Talisman. As for the Golden Light Curse, well, how to say it, it is strong, but he has no shortage of it. After all, he has too many defensive martial arts. In fact, the Buddha Kingdom also has defensive capabilities. As for the talisman, it is not bad. It can increase the means of attack, right? Don't look at his Buddha Kingdom as invincible. That is because of the problem of high strength. If he really encounters a big monster, it will still be very troublesome. At least Li Su doesn't think he can kill the Black Mountain Old monster now. The talisman is different. It is definitely a good thing. It is an additional means. It can be prepared in advance. When the war starts, if you can't be killed, you can be disgusted to death. Thousands of talismans of various kinds are thrown down. What kind of feeling is that? Anyone who sees it will have a headache. The Krypton Gold Warrior asks you if you are afraid. Li Su in this world is basically the same as Xuanglang. The first class is his grandson in front of him, and the super first class and super first class are not necessarily. Yuming Zenran is very good. He is definitely a genius in this world. But the problem is that the other party is of the same generation as him. He has been in so many worlds, plus a 175% talent weighting. No kidding. If Li Su is still equal to his peers in the world fragments, he can really find a piece of land to bury himself. Li Su thought about it and said modestly, it's not the same as teaching. Let's communicate with each other. When you asked the ancestor to possess you before, the senior taught me a Taoist method. It's just right for me to learn it here. How about we discuss it with each other? Yuming Zenran was stunned. The ancestor taught me the Taoist method of the bald donkey? What the hell? What is the ancestor thinking? And can bald donkey practice it? This is Taoism, which needs the Taoist fruit to promote it. However, Yuming Zenran was greatly relieved. This is good. Originally, he was extremely uncomfortable to ask Bald Donkey for advice on Taoism. Now that they are discussing it, and it is really about Taoism, Yuming Zenran's heart has recovered a lot from the blow just now. Hey, in terms of Buddhism, I admit that Bald Donkey is awesome, but Taoism? It's still the Taoism of my master. Haha, let me teach you how to be a man. Recalling his own experience, Yuming Zenran not only has some expectations. After all, with his talent, even if he meets the Cheng generation of the Pure Land sect, he will not be so miserable. By the way, my name is Fahey, and Yuming Zenran is polite. Fahey? Yuming Zenran was shocked. Far generation? Damn, is he really the same generation as me? How did this guy practice, and even created the Buddha Kingdom? Is this a human? Is this still a human? At this moment, if the other party said that he was of the Cheng generation, or even the Shan generation, he would not be surprised, but the Fa generation? All three perspectives were refreshed. Unable to resist, a strong feeling of jealousy rose in Yu Mingzhenren's body. He was a genius? What was this person in front of him? God. Te Shankations Ifu Yuli Hans Henti Deo Jinkyung Ganjiu Kiang Yuli Wan Deo Wu Wei Dadeo Mingdian Heo Shinjing Supreme Jade Emperor Zixi De Xianzan Zuan Kiang Geo Shangdi. No, the Buddhist sect should be Tathagata Buddha? Hey, look at how impressive our Taoist emperor is. The title alone has 44 characters. I always feel that the other party is thinking something very rude, but Li Su has experienced this emotion many times outside of reality. It's just jealousy. It's okay. It's normal. Li Su closed his eyes and began to feel the Taoist method left by the other party's ancestor before he achieved Dao Go in his mind. I don't know what it will be. It's best if it's not the golden light curse. He really doesn't lack defensive moves. In a moment of contact, Li Su's eyes were blank. He looked up and saw a thunderbolt falling from the sky. The posture was like the end of the world. It was going to destroy everything, and everything would be turned into ashes by it. Boom. That was thunder, a punishment from heaven, a calamity for all living beings. I thought the lowest was the golden light curse, and the best should be the talisman technique. I never expected that the other party would pass on to him the fundamental method of Langhu Mountain, the thunder method. In an instant, Li Su couldn't help but open his eyes. There was lightning flashing in his eyes and thunder roaring in his ears. Facing this scene, Li Su was still fine, but Yu Mingzhenren on the side was shocked and couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Thunder? Method? This strange phenomenon was undoubtedly the fundamental method of Langhu Mountain, the thunder method. How could it be? Why would the ancestor pass on the fundamental method of Langhu Mountain to the bold donkey of the Pure Land sect? This is unreasonable. This is very unreasonable. Yu Mingzhenren was shocked, and Li Su's heart was not calm either. Thunder method. It was actually thunder method? And that grand scene, I'm afraid it can split the Buddha kingdom, right? Someone here is going to ask, Langhu Mountain is just a mortal sect. How could it have the level of thunder method that can split the Buddha kingdom? You are so crazy. Let's not talk about GGO for now. What is the tradition of the human race's Taoism? It is the human teaching and the expounding teaching. The human teaching is in action. After the Supreme Master lost the Tao Te Ching, he didn't care about anything. Although the Taoist sects all have it, there are few successful people, so let's not talk about it for now. If you look at the requirements of the Taoist sect for accepting disciples, the first is bloodline birth. Well, this level is not difficult for humans, but for non-humans. Then it is good fortune and talent. Isn't this the expounding teaching? Langhashan may be a mortal sect, but in terms of strong roots, the Pure Land sect is a little worse. After all, the Pure Land sect only inherited Amitabha, and the Zengai sect inherited the tradition of the human teaching and the expounding teaching. So if this thunder method is really practiced to a high level, it is not surprising to practice taking or yuking thunder. Li Su quickly closed his eyes. That ray of thunder was not just a simple image, but a Taoist rhyme. There were countless inscriptions engraved in it. In terms of profoundness, it was not inferior to the Amitabha Sutra at all. And unlike the Amitabha Sutra, the number of Dao rhymes bred by thunder is not much. In fact, it can be said to be simple, just composed of a few simple characters, but the amount is too much, too concentrated, and too dense. How to describe the degree? Russian nesting dolls? It is a doll under another doll. This thunder method is like this. First, make a cork level inscription, and then start writing a little bit, covering and wrapping it, forming a proton level, then a neutron level, then an atomic level, and finally a molecular level. Dao rhymes may be monotonous, but if you talk about the process, it will definitely make your scalp numb and your eyes can't help but crack. According to Li Su's sketch just now, it can be said that the upgrade of this thunder method means that its lethality will increase. If it can write cork level inscriptions, unless you have an immortality technique that can be beaten into particles smaller than corks and still be reorganized. Otherwise, even if you have an immortality technique, you will still be beaten into gray, really gray. It's so difficult, too difficult, Too difficult. Lee Su's pupils were constantly flickering, and golden patterns flashed, and he was trying to capture them. His Deo fruit lay in the center of his mind, his eyes were wide open, and he was also trying very hard to capture the traces of thunder. The highest chapter, undoubtedly the highest chapter. Unlike when he was practicing Buddhism, Lee Su was moved to tears at this moment. This is the biggest difference between Taoism and Buddhism. Buddhism emphasizes self-realization and seeks a thought to make the flower bloom. Taoism talks about enlightenment, and what it wants is the unity of heaven and man. The former cultivates letting go, and the four elements are empty. The latter is like drinking water, knowing whether it is hot or cold. Now the thunder method in Lee Su's mind is like drinking the Milky Way water picked from the nine heavens Milky Way in one gulp, and the shock in his heart can be imagined. Tears flow in the heart, the soul sheds tears, and the body also sheds tears. On the side, Yuming Zenran was shocked and frightened. He jumped up and said, Master Fahey? Master Fahey? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Is it possible that the Tao and the fruit conflicted, and the fire went off? Seeing the tears of Lee Su, Yuming Zenran's scalp almost exploded, because those were not tears, but blood, all blood. After a while, until Lee Su felt dizzy, his eyes were shining with golden light, and the little soul in his mind couldn't help but roll around holding his head. He exhaled and released the thunder. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su opened his eyes and immediately saw Yuming Zenran's extremely anxious face. This couldn't be a problem. Buddhism can also calculate cause and effect. It doesn't matter if Fahey is still alive. If he dies, the other party will definitely trace the root cause. After checking, they will find that the reincarnation of Buddha was killed by Langhu Mountain. Both families will explode. Master, how are you? Are you okay? Otherwise, let's not discuss this method and just discuss our own affairs. Yuming Zenran was extremely nervous and cautious, fearing that the guy in front of him would have an accident. Lee Su glanced at the other party, raised his sleeve to wipe his face, and looked at the blood on his sleeve. He roughly understood what was going on with him. His mind was consumed too much. Yes, his little soul was still rolling in his mind at this moment. However, discuss our own affairs? Are you serious? Do you think this is a real world without transcendence? Everyone's state of mind? Here, Buddhism and Taoism are fundamentally different. The result of the two discussing Taoism is either irrelevant, or they jump into the other's Tao heart, and then they just start fighting, and they can beat your brains out. After all, I have to prove that I'm right. It's okay, I have some insights, and my mind is consumed too much. I'll just rest for a while. Yuming Zenran was speechless, and he was crying blood. You are here to tell me that it is because of insights that the mind is consumed too much? This explanation angle is really shocking. The comprehension of Taoism is related to realm and comprehension. It is similar to the guy who spent his mind to the point of vomiting blood. Either he was just pretending to be awesome, to create an atmosphere and raise the awesomeness of this method, or he was extremely unwilling to give up and lost his mind. Normal comprehension. Who can comprehend to this extent? It's scary to think about it, right? For example, I gave you a Chinese textbook, but you shed tears of blood when you saw it. How painful is this comprehension? Yuming Zenran's idea is undoubtedly right. After all, Taoism is very simple. If you don't have enough realm, you can't see it, and if you don't have enough comprehension, you can't understand it. So if he shed tears of blood when he comprehends it, Yuming Zenran will believe it. That's a ghost. Lee Su stretched out his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. For the first time, he felt that his talent was too good, and it was a bit troublesome. With a weight of 175, his talent can be said to be too scary. It's okay in the martial arts world. After all, the upper limit is there. The amount of knowledge in a secret book will not be too much. It's different in the fairy world. Nothing happened to the Amitabha Sutra. That was when Lee Su was reciting the sutra every day. He was feeling and feeling. Thunder method is different. Taoism is not like Buddhism, where people are shy and timid to feel and feel by themselves. It directly presents the fundamental method in front of you. You can feel as much as you have talent. As for not feeling it at all, well, that means you are not good enough. Not my method. The fundamental method is right in front of you. How much information is there in it? Even if Lee Su's brain capacity, because of the Dao Fruit Yuanshan and his own realm, is almost equivalent to a supercomputer, he still can't handle it. It is equivalent to the instant superposition of the Buddha level supernatural powers accumulated by Lee Su in the Pure Land sect during his 9 years of practicing Buddhism, and the traffic is almost more than 100 million trillion. It is already very good that it didn't crash. Sorry, Master Yuming, I will take a rest first. The mental consumption is much greater than I imagined. It's okay, you should take a rest quickly, I'll be by your side. Master Yuming said quickly, otherwise you should stop practicing, it's scary. Although the Taoist sect and the Buddhist sect are not on good terms now, the world is the most important thing, and the first thing to do is to slay demons and eliminate evil. If Langhu Mountain and the Pure Land sect fight for their brains, the demons will really laugh. Lee Su nodded, sat upright, and the Buddha kingdom opened, and the Sanskrit sound started, calming down the mind. There is no doubt that the Buddha kingdom has the best effect. Soon Lee Su's face became calm, and his mind was slowly recovering. Yuming Zenran couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but at the same time he felt a little uncomfortable, because the Buddha kingdom had left him with an extremely strong feeling not long ago. Lee Su sat quietly, and as his mind recovered, the Dao Fruit Yuanshan also coiled up his legs, chanting in his mouth, and light flashed on his treasure body. In memory, in thinking, in nurturing, Dao Yun is being compiled, and lightning begins to appear on the Yuanshan body. There are 2 colors, one dazzling and the other pitch black. The bright one is like a snake, shuttling through the void. The dark one is invisible, with bursts of thunder. Boom. Boom. As if sensing it, thunder began to resound in Lee Su's mind, again and again, like a heartbeat. The thunder snake and the thunder, as if sensing it, began to intertwine and entwine, heading towards the heart of Lee Su's Yuanshan Dao Go. Boom. Boom. The thunder, bursts of sound, kept fitting. Gradually, his body began to cooperate, the Lotus Dao Go became silent, and the Buddha's power faded. The Yuanshan Dao Go began to exert its power, and the Dao Yuan began to grow, affecting the body, and blooming with vitality. The first to react were Lee Su's 2 kidneys. The black tortoise inside raised its head, and began to emit bursts of sounds, extremely happy, and the real water kept falling from its body, turning into streams of light that penetrated Lee Su's body, and flowed towards the most important part of the human body. Boom boom. The sound of a heartbeat. Boom boom. The sound of thunder. The 2 began to fit together and merge. Gradually, Dao patterns began to appear on Lee Su's heart. One was pitch black, the other was bright. They were imprinted on both sides of Lee Su's heart, one body and yet independent. Boom. Finally, the voice of the heart turned into thunder, or the thunder turned into the voice of the heart. The Langhu Mountain thunder method entered Lee Su's body, and became a part of him. Thunder roared continuously, rising from the heart, and running in all directions. All cells seemed to be shaken, and began to vibrate, and become more active. Whether it is Taoism or Buddhism, they undoubtedly have the nature of strengthening the body. The Buddha kingdom nurtures the body, and the thunder method stimulates the cells. At this moment, Lee Su's body began to change qualitatively. It seemed like a long time had passed, but it was not long before Lee Su slowly opened his eyes, his mind recovered, his body sprouted, his spirit was ringing, and his mind was happy. Although there was no progress in his realm, his strength was probably that he had an additional thunder method that could keep pace with the Buddha kingdom, and there was not much improvement. But there is no doubt that he has become more and more perfect. On the side, Yuming Zenran was completely dumbfounded. As the Buddha kingdom on Lee Su's body disappeared, and the Buddha's light faded, he began to feel an extremely familiar breath coming out of the other party's body. It was thunder magic, the thunder magic of Langhu Mountain. And, as time passed, the power became stronger and stronger, and began to become more and more compelling. Even though he himself mastered the thunder magic, he still couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. Really enlightened? This guy. Staring at Lee Su intently, Yuming Zenran almost doubted his life. Not only did the other party master the thunder magic, but the more terrifying thing was that the thunder magic gave him a feeling that it seemed to be more advanced than the thunder magic he knew. This is very unreasonable! Exclamation mark. By what? After practicing Taoism for more than 10 years, he is not as good as others who have not even mastered this day. Don't play like this. Finally, Li Su woke up. He opened his eyes and smiled. Interesting, interesting. It was indeed the Taoist method that he had been thinking about. Not to mention the defensive power. The attack was too characteristic of Langhu Mountain, and it was unparalleled in killing. It was the same from the front and the side. Gilu, Yuming Zenran couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and said in disbelief, Master Fahey, have you realized it? Well, a little bit. Li Su smiled modestly. The thunder method gave him a great feeling, especially the positive thunder and dark lightning. The punishment of heaven, the calamity of life. The same source but different forms. It was really wonderful. And Li Su felt that he had not yet finished this thunder method. Far from it. Just like the Buddha kingdom, there is still a follow-up. It is broad and profound. A little bit. Yuming Zenran felt that his Taoist fruit was bleeding at this moment, gritting his teeth. It felt like facing the uncle of this sect. You tell me a little bit? It can be said that, if Li Su was not still bald, if he changed into the robe of the Heavenly Master of Langhu Mountain, he would be the Heavenly Master of Langhu Mountain, and no one would doubt it, let alone dare to doubt it. 3 pure ones. What the hell is this? Li Su smiled and said softly, okay, let's start exchanging thunder methods with each other. I don't want to at all. Yuming Zenran shed tears silently in his heart and felt like crying loudly, but since the ancestor had arranged it, he couldn't resist, so he broke the jar and said with a very humble and modest demeanor that he had never had when he was on Langhu Mountain, okay, Zen Master. This is the thunder method I have comprehended. A flash of lightning flashed, and Yuming Zenran's thunder method appeared. Looking at it again, it felt completely different. Li Su, who was well versed in thunder methods, immediately felt Yuming Zenran's thunder path. It belongs to the punishment thunder aspect, which is the most extreme destruction from the physical surface layer, the direction of smashing all atoms into slag. However, its most profound implication is not destructive power, but speed. After Li Su took a deep look at Yuming Zenran's thunder method, he thought for a while and said, Yuming Zenran's thunder method is good. What you have realized should not be the power of thunder, but the speed of the lightning at the moment it falls, right? Yuming Zenran took a breath, and he nodded directly, suppressing the envy, jealousy, and hatred in his heart, and nodded directly. He is an upright person. Because of learning thunder method, his personality is also carefree. He belongs to the kind of personality that goes straight to the point and does not have any dark thoughts. Well, not bad. No, it should be said that it is very good, but there is a problem. Problem? Yuming Zenran showed doubts on his face and asked sincerely, what's the problem? Not enough momentum. The reason why the lightning is so fast is not simply fast, but it has accumulated enough momentum at the moment it is emitted, so that it can produce such an extreme speed at the moment of explosion. Li Su raised his hand, and the lightning on his palm leaped, all 5 fingers, constantly flashing, and there was power gathering in it. After a certain degree, it suddenly exploded. Boom. The lightning was so fast that it hit the stone not far away, almost as soon as the sound was heard. Of course, this is just an appearance. According to your understanding, you should be able to do this in your body, and you don't need me to show it so much. Yuming Zenran was startled, and his eyes began to flash rapidly, capturing the content of Li Su's explanation and the way of performing it. After a moment, he lowered his head, as if he had realized something, and began to have an epiphany. Li Su smiled and looked at him quietly, waiting for him to understand. After about a quarter of an hour, Yuming Zenran raised his head and stretched out his palm. Boom. 10 meters away, the rocks exploded, and at the same time, the thunder roared. The speed surpassed the sound. Yuming Zenran couldn't help but show an ecstatic look on his face. His thunder method was undoubtedly the fastest among his peers in the sect, but he always felt that it was not enough, but he didn't know what was wrong. He had obviously developed the speed to the extreme. Now with Li Su's guidance, not only the speed has increased, but the power has also increased. In other words, if he continues to walk like this, he will not be far from the position of Heavenly Master. Thank you Zen Master, for showing me the way. Lee Su smiled and said, let's make progress together. Just make progress together. Then I will show you what I have realized now, and you can take a closer look. Okay. Yu Ming Zenran was concentrating and going all out. He could easily instruct himself. The other party's thunder method must be not low. It is basically higher than him. How high it is still impossible to predict, but it is enough for him to learn. At this moment, in the sky, a certain ancestor remembered something. He raised his hand and waved. He couldn't help muttering to himself, Yu Ming, that little bastard, should go to find the other party. I think the other party should also start practicing thunder method. Although he was one step ahead of the group of bold donkeys, it's okay. Taoism is different from Buddhism. As long as the understanding is not too bad, you can catch up quickly. Let's see how the progress is first. If it's fast enough, let's send a message to Langhu Mountain. I don't know which little guy is in charge now. Let him go and give some instructions. Taoism is never weaker than Buddhism. He spread his hand and opened the screen. Hey, not bad, not bad, just right. Let me see how the other party's understanding is. I hope it won't be too bad. After all, they can understand the Buddha's kingdom. Hey, Lao Zhang, what are you looking at? A baby ran over, with a cute childish voice, a red little face, and pigtails. Very cute. Oh, it's Nessa, come and see it too. Huh. Buddhist bald donkey? Nessa was unhappy. Lao Zhang, why are you looking at the Buddhist bald donkey? His father's damn exquisite pagoda was given by the Buddhist bald donkey, who screwed him over. No, Nessa, take a closer look. Oh. Huh. Yeah? This is? Got it? So that's it. Nessa's eyes lit up, and his cute little face showed a look of curiosity and fun. What are they doing? Practicing thunder magic. Thunder magic? Yours? Yes. Oh, this is very interesting. I wonder what this guy is like. It would be great if he has good talent. Nessa was very excited. Although he was not very big and looked cute, he was undoubtedly a fighting maniac. He loved fighting the most in his life, and hated the bastards who couldn't beat him, and called their parents. The two cast their eyes and watched attentively. In the picture, Lee Su stretched out his hands and smiled. I have understood two kinds, Yang Thunder Magic and Yin Thunder Magic. Yin and Yang Double Thunder? Not only Yu Ming Zenran was a little surprised, but also Zhang Laozu was a little shocked. It is natural that thunder magic has yin and yang, but it is not easy to understand both methods at the same time. Generally, it is extremely remarkable to understand one. However, when I think of the other party who has even practiced the Buddha kingdom, it is normal to understand the yin and yang double thunder, but I don't know to what extent. You must know that the yin and yang double thunder is not simple at all. The highest level can be traced back to the ancient times, to the Taoist saints. Crack. Boom. As soon as the thought came to mind, Lee Su held a white light in one hand and a black light in the other. The white light was extremely agitated, and as soon as it appeared, the thunder light was roaring, so fierce that the void was shaken. The black light was very calm, but it was constantly accumulated inside, and there was no movement on the surface, but from time to time there was thunder, shaking the mind. Damn it. Old Zhang couldn't help but swear. His eyes turned green. Nessa on the side was also stunned, a little unbelievable. The double thunder in the other party's hand actually had the flavor of heavenly tribulation. Lee Su put his hands together, and the white light and black thunder shook wildly, and the breath that was bred inside was to destroy everything. It was rare, but there was no doubt that this kind of thunder would make the gods suffer a little. If the number was large enough, it would be very scary. I named these two thunders Thunder Punishment and Thunder Tribulation. The Thunder Punishment is external, destroying all tangible bodies. The Thunder Tribulation is internal, annihilating all intangible gods. Old Zhang, although it is a prototype, this is the fundamental law, right? Nessa raised his head and said uncertainly. Old Zhang had no expression on his face. Yeah. Old Zhang, have you realized the fundamental law? Not quite yet. Nessa's eyes jumped, and he stood up with a smile and said, oh, Old Zhang, I'm leaving first. Well, walk slowly. Nessa's small body moved, and disappeared in an instant, running faster than a rabbit, like a fire on his butt. Old Zhang stood in place. He took a deep breath, stretched out his hand and slapped the mirror in front of him directly. Well, retreat. If you don't realize the fundamental, you won't come out. It's fucking fucked up. On the scene, Yuming Zenran's face was full of tears. Looking at the black and white thunder power on Li Su's palm, he suddenly understood why the ancestor wanted to teach the other party Taoism, and it was the fundamental Taoism of Langhu Mountain. Poaching people. This is it. Now half of the reincarnated Buddhas of Buddhism have become the reincarnations of the Taoist masters. High, really high, too high, at least on the 13th floor. Li Su thought for a while. Since he had inherited Langhu Mountain, it would not be good not to leave something behind. His lotus fruit shook, and the Buddha power appeared, turning into a small Buddhist world. It was just an empty shell. Then Li Su grabbed the black and white thunder he had realized, and put it in it. Use the Buddha kingdom to fix the thunder, inject magic power and demon pills, and turn it into a thunder bead. Li Su took the thunder bead in his hand, and handed it to Yuming Zenran, saying, "This method comes from Langhu. This bead is for you. Please take it back to Langhu Mountain and let the brothers see it. Is it okay?" This. Yuming Zenran widened his eyes. This is not the thunder method, but the fruit of the great Dao. Once it is taken back to Langhu Mountain, I'm afraid that Langhu Mountain will directly have a few more heavenly masters. The thunder method contained in it, even though he has already understood it, is still greatly shocked. From the dragon and tiger, return to the dragon and tiger, of course. Yuming Zenran raised his hands to take the thunder bead. "Thank you, Zen Master." His face was full of tears. "Old ancestor, Yuming understands your earnest efforts, and will not let you down, and make Langhu Mountain great." Watching the other party drive away on the thunder, Li Su let out a long breath, stood up, and it was time to go to Ninghe. Without looking back, after waving his hand, he identified the direction and walked towards Ninghe. Woof, woof. There was a cry behind him. It was the heavenly dog. It lay there and bowed to Li Su 3 times. Then it moved into the ground and disappeared completely. 7,900 words, plus 7,200, 15,000. It feels like it is developing towards a tentacle monster. But why do I feel like my hand is lame? Is it an illusion? Thank you to the brothers who rewarded me. Thank you to the brothers who voted for me for the monthly ticket. And thank you very much to the brothers who subscribed. Thank you for your support. I will continue to work hard and strive to sublimate into a tentacle monster. P.S. I asked my big brother to add more than 10 chapters. Well, this is 15,000 words, 1,000 words per chapter. Is that okay? Shy. Chapter 166. Tree Demon Grandma. Sheoxing. Walking step by step between the mountains and rivers, Li Su pinched the wolf demon that had eaten many people and directly shocked it to death with a dragon roar and threw it into his own Buddhist kingdom. He raised his head and looked to the south. At this moment, Li Su's steps were a little floating. He should have walked towards Ninghe in the east, but he walked and walked unknowingly and walked to Yewu, and he felt like he couldn't walk. He was drooling, really drooling. There are too many monsters, too many. All the way south. I'm afraid it has turned into a ghost domain, right? The soul in Li Su's mind couldn't help wiping the saliva on his mouth and couldn't help but look down at his little arms and legs, feeling more and more malnourished. No, there is a big monster over there. In the past, it was the territory of Jinhua. Jinhua should be the place where the story of a Chinese ghost story took place. There are too many monsters. Li Su hesitated, and a big drama was staged in his heart. A serious little man sat cross-legged and said, "Be trustworthy, accept courtesy, be punctual, and follow order. People must be trustworthy. This is the foundation of morality." Yuan Shindaogo, who was wearing a Taoist robe, flew out, took out an account book, and slammed it in front of the serious little man. It was full of red words. It grabbed the collar of the serious little man angrily. "Are you still practicing the double thunder punishment?" Lotus Daogo, who was wearing a cassock, lay on the side, with a leisurely expression, not in a hurry. "Well, take your time. With the progress of the Buddha kingdom, it will take thousands of years to complete it." The serious little man's serious face suddenly turned green, and his eyes turned into mosquito-repellent eyes. Thousands of years. Does he have so much time? In an instant, he was not serious anymore, and decided to do it. Another little head came out of the ground. he said softly. But, there is a big monster in Jinhua. We can't beat it. Tay, bastard, how do you know you can't beat it if you haven't fought it? Yuan Shendaogo said angrily. Wulian Xianzhen, hey Ocean Emperor, how can I, a disciple of the Tao sect, be so timid? Those monsters and ghosts will naturally use their fur as firewood, their flesh and blood to turn into oil, their demon pills to add flavor, and their souls to add fragrance, to contribute everything to the construction of my Yuan Shendaogo. Yuan Shendaogo jumped and jumped, furious, hating that he didn't fight. But, the little guy was still a little scared, afraid that he would have a life to grab, but not a life to spend. Bastard. Yuan Shendaogo was so angry that his eyes were green due to long-term malnutrition. He turned his head and looked at the Lotus Daogo. Are you just watching like this? Lotus Daogo stretched lazily. Well, don't be so impatient. The weather is so beautiful. Calm down. Jinhua is dangerous, so don't go in. Just stay outside. In an instant, all the little people in the depths of their minds brightened up. Yes, don't go in. I'll kill my own outside. Can that 1,000-year-old monster come out to fight me? Then Li Su's footsteps floated, completely floated, towards the direction of Jinhua. Is this a rabbit demon? Smells bloody. Roast it. Is this a fox demon? Smells bloody. Fry it. Is this a rat demon? Smells bloody. Wait, is this thing hygienic? Stew it over high heat and disinfect it first. Toad demon. Ugh. So ugly. Spider spirit. Ugh. Damn. Grandson, can you transform? Question mark. Learn from the Pansy Cave. This is a turtle spirit. Li Su sniffed it and felt the strong fragrance on the other party. His eyes were shining and his mouth was drooling. He put the other party carefully to the river with a look of pain on his face and said, practice well and don't eat people, otherwise I will stew you later. After that, he stood up and turned around and walked away, walking very fast, fearing that he would regret it. The little turtle stayed there for a long time, and the next moment he ran away screaming. So scary, so scary, the world is so scary. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. 1, 1, 1. Whether it is a demon or a human, as long as it is caught for evil, it will be ashes on the spot. After a series of operations, Li Su's Yuan Shendao fruit and Lotus Dao fruit have grown greatly, and the Buddha Kingdom and Punishment Tribulation have also begun to grow. The three of Vajra Force, Dragon Force, and Longevity Secret have also steadily improved. And with the improvement of his cultivation, Li Su's Buddha Kingdom began to show two sides. There is endless precious light above, shining on the heavens. There are thousands of families offering incense and countless dead souls giving thanks. It is really a paradise. Below, there are mountains of corpses and seas of blood, rolling heads, and countless demons. They are wailing and screaming as they are dragged into the boundless purgatory, with monstrous sins. The yin and yang thunders turned into huge millstones, turning continuously into the Buddha's kingdom. That is the end of demons and the end of evil spirits. Everything will be beaten into the original spirits there, and eaten up by his Yuan Shendao fruit and Lotus Dao fruit. The closer to Jinhua, the more demons there are, and the higher the Taoism. It seems that this place has become a paradise for demons. Not to mention demons, even people have a heart like a ghost domain. Good people here seem to be a rare thing. They are polluted from the moment they are born, and become a member of the ghost domain. Facing this scene, Li Su's eyes gradually turned red, his face gradually changed, and his murderous intention became more and more uncontrollable. The heart is the root of man, and the Tao is the manifestation of the heart. Daogo was touched, and in an instant, the Lotus Daogo showed a wrathful look. That was the immovable Bodhisattva. Stars also appeared above Yuan Shendaogo's head. That was the purple star astrology, and three of them became brighter and brighter, corresponding to Qisha, Piojun, and Tanlang respectively. Demons and ghosts, kill. Human evil spirits, kill. Demon monks and evil Buddhas, kill. Fake Taoism and evil intentions, kill. Seeing the scene in Jinhua, Li Su's murderous heart was about to burst, killing one step at a time. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? Morality has sunk, and rules have been buried. This scene, this appearance, kill, kill, kill. The monks' robes were covered with blood, and the corpses were scattered all over the field. The Buddha's heart and the Taoist heart were affected and turned into murderous hearts. Asterisk 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 Jinhua, Langruo Temple. This is a place with deep demonic aura and heavy demonic atmosphere. A big tree covers the sky and the sun, covering the surrounding area for dozens of miles under its shade. There is no sunlight, as if the night is shining. The demons and ghosts that couldn't go out during the day rushed in, and this gloomy place was filled with ghosts and wolves howling. "Grandma, help me, Grandma, help me." The miserable cries rang out, and there were people and demons, crying and running into the center of this gloomy and terrifying place, where stood the paradise on earth, an extremely huge palace, a palace like a flower boat. The lights there were magnificent, just like daylight. There were endless female voices coming from inside, charming and charming, lingering, the sound of pianos, bells, and bells. Each sound was pleasant to the ears, as beautiful as a dream. There was the aroma of wine, which made people intoxicated. There was the body fragrance, which made people crazy. In front of the palace, the lights were brilliant. Behind the palace, there were piles of bones. The blood merged into a river, and the more colorful it was outside, the more terrible it was inside. This is a paradise, a hell for people, and a paradise for demons. Just as it was preparing to eat the livers and hearts of the 100 boys and girls sent by the county magistrate in Jinhua, it had two sides. On one side, the man looked old and lonely, while on the other side, the woman looked extremely beautiful. It was the spirit of the giant tree that had lived for who knows how many years. It was a great demon over 1,000 years old in Jinhua, and was called Grandma. It was just happy, but then a look of displeasure appeared on its face. It raised its hand, and swallowed the heart and liver handed over by its female ghost. Then, Grandma spoke. "What's the matter?" The voices were both male and female. The man looked extremely old, as if his throat was dry and cracked, with the smell of a broken gong. The woman was charming and seductive, as if she was in the arms of her beloved, playing with emotion. The mixture really made people feel cold in their hearts and bones. "Grandma, help me." Dozens of demons and ghosts rushed in, trembling wildly, with faces full of fear and panic. Immediately, the old demon became even more unhappy, and waved his hand to let the female ghosts around him retreat. With a grim and charming look in his eyes, he looked at the group of people who should be the evil spirits nearby, and said, "Speak. There is a killer monk entering Jinhua. Grandma, it's so tragic, so tragic. Everyone was killed by that monk. Almost no one survived north of Jinhua. Only we escaped back." "Oh." The tree demon narrowed his eyes. "Monk? From the south? Are there any big ancestral temples in the south?" Nowadays, the strongest in the world are undoubtedly the Pure Land sect and Langhu Mountain. These two sides are mortal enemies, and have fought against them for hundreds of years. However, with Hishan here, although the other side organized people to come several times, they were eventually killed and retreated. Now, there are still monks and monks who dare to come to Jinhua. It stretched out its hand, picked up a piece of liver, and put it into its mouth. It turned its head, and looked at the evil monk in the group of people. "Aren't you good at dealing with this kind of people? Monks are the most hypocritical. Why don't you find some humans and poison them?" Although human cultivators have magical powers, their bodies are extremely poor. Upon hearing this, the evil monk immediately shook his head and said with tears on his face, "No, Grandma, that killer monk is not a human at all. He said we are monsters and evil. He is more cruel than us, more than 100 times." Taoist King held this idea and took the people of the whole village to welcome him. As a result, the whole village, except for the ignorant children, did not spare any of the evil monk. They were beheaded cleanly, with heads rolling, and blood all over the ground. The tree demon was stunned. This really surprised it. Is this a monk? Even the killers in Langhu Mountain would not do such a behavior, right? Raising its head, the tree demon sensed it slightly. It couldn't help but frown. The demonic aura in the west was almost gone. There are many monsters near Jinhua, not 10,000, but 8,000. Are they all gone? Where did the killer come from? Is the murderosaurus so strong? No, we can't let them go on killing like this. Monsters do have a sense of territory. Under normal circumstances, as long as they don't enter their territory, they won't care. But the tree monster is different. It has a big wish. For thousands of years, all monsters have almost stuck to their homeland, but it is the only one that is constantly expanding. From the small Lanruo temple to Jinhua City, it has now covered dozens of miles of land, and most of the territory of Jinhua has been covered by it. In the future, it will continue to expand until it covers the entire world. And to achieve this point, monsters are indispensable. The stronger the demon aura, the better it is for it. The so-called complementarity. The tree monster rolled up his sleeves and stood up. His eyes flashed fiercely. If you kill thousands of small monsters in my territory, I will use your life, your blood, and your internal organs to replenish it. Its demonic aura rolled up and turned into billowing black smoke, carrying nearly 1,000 female ghosts on the flower boat, thousands of evil ghosts under its command, and demons and monsters who kowtowed for help and flew towards the north through the tree demon's body. For a time, the demonic wind was strong, the demonic aura was like rain, and the huge body was shaking. On the edge of Jinhua, Li Su, who had killed all the way, rarely stopped. He pressed the robbers into the soil to return to nature, threw the monsters into the Buddha kingdom, and burned them into the soil, and couldn't help looking up, and looking at the land of Jinhua not far away. Under ordinary eyes, there should be a peaceful, rich and prosperous place. Jinhua has been a famous city since ancient times. There are many names, and it was finally named Jinhua, which originated from the place where Venus and Wunyu compete for glory. Zhejiang is a place with significant monsoons, distinct 4 seasons, moderate annual temperature, more sunshine, abundant rainfall, and humid air. In simple terms, it is a place where Feng Shui nourishes people. Now in Li Su's eyes, the huge Jinhua land is actually covered by an extremely huge ancient tree. The tree was extremely tall, with branches and leaves, so lush that they could block out the sunlight. There was not even a single point of light below. The yin energy was so heavy that it felt like your lungs would freeze if you took a breath. Not only that, there were countless people hanging between the branches, bloody, and the whole tree was dyed black and red from top to bottom. From time to time, there were children with hideous faces climbing inside, spitting out shrill cries. Li Su frowned, which was rare. This monster was a bit famous. If he entered it, he might not be able to beat it. The murderous intent in his eyes was slightly restrained. This was undoubtedly the first time Li Su encountered a monster that he felt he could not beat after establishing the Buddhist kingdom. Thinking of this, Li Su couldn't help but complain. Ninkachan actually fucked a ghost in here? No wonder the tree monsters were so attracted to him, eager for his flesh and blood, and chased him madly. With this aura, anyone with a weak body would be impotent if they entered it. How many generations of virgins would it take to be able to be so heroic and high-spirited in it? A great sage of 10 generations? What to do? Li Su had a feeling that, if he could kill this thing and throw it into the Buddha's kingdom to make soil, his realm should be almost perfect. But rushing into the opponent's base to fight, what's the difference between that and breaking into Langhu Mountain? I'm afraid I'll be beaten to a pulp as soon as I get in. This tree demon seems to be different from ordinary wild demons. The way it covers it gives Li Su a feeling very similar to his Buddha's kingdom, a domain suppressing magical power. Just as Li Su bowed his head, he suddenly raised his head with a look of surprise on his face. Did the tree canopy move towards him a little? Just now I felt that I was still on the periphery, but now I'm under it. Hehe. Ha ha ha. Ho ho ho. Demonic voices and ghost sounds rang out. Li Su was slightly startled, but saw thousands of demons and monsters riding on demon clouds and roaring towards him. The demonic aura was so heavy and the demonic atmosphere was so deep that the air seemed to be suppressed, and it was difficult to move. Little monk, you are so brave. You dare to kill the monster of Jinhua in my Jinhua territory. The skin is good. After I drink your blood and eat your internal organs, I will hang your skin up and make it into clothes to wear all the time. The monsters dispersed, and the tree monster in the black cloud slowly walked out, looking at Li Su with glowing eyes. It could smell that it was an intoxicating breath. If this monk ate it himself, his Taoism would definitely increase greatly. In an instant, the eyes on the old half of its face opened, revealing bursts of green light. It was a look of hunger that could eat anything. The other side of its charming face couldn't help but evoke a smile, which contained beautiful innocence, the joy of first love, and the devotion of love. Well, Going deep into it, it was basically impossible to beat it. However, Lee Su raised his head and glanced at the canopy that barely covered him. "Do you think your field is a Taoist formation?" He suddenly smiled, and his smile was extremely cold, revealing his white teeth. "Want to eat yourself? Here, it's not certain who will eat whom." Lee Su smiled, holding a flower with his fingers, extremely holy and sacred. "You old monster, you are so bold to come out of your nest. Today, Fahey will definitely pull out your bark, burn your roots, stew your leaves, refine your tree heart, light up your tree soul, and eat it up." He looked at the other person straight, as if he had been hungry for 10 days and 10 nights, and there was a pot of braised pork in front of him. His eyes were shining, green light. "Little monk, you are looking for death." Sensing Lee Su's thoughts, the tree monster exploded, extremely furious. "It has always been it who eats people, but today someone actually wants to eat it?" The entire crown of the tree was shaking, and the terrifying demonic aura was overwhelming. Lee Su raised his palm. His eyes were murderous like snow. The Lotus Deo Fruit Yuan Shandeo fruit killing phase exploded. The Buddha kingdom behind him rose. The yin and yang double thunder exploded. The dragon roared, and the diamond turned into a Buddha. Howl. With a long roar, Lee Su jumped up and rushed directly towards the tree demon. He had no reason to be timid here. Dragon roar. The body of the dragon was filled with scriptures, and in an instant it turned into a huge dragon, roaring and roaring. After a shocking roar, all the evil souls trembled. In an instant, thousands of demons and ghosts near the black cloud screamed, and their souls were directly injured by the terrible dragon roar. The tree demon was also shocked. It didn't expect the monk to rush up directly. But at that time, its crown shook, and the terrible branches from the ground and the sky rose up, and rushed towards Lee Su from all directions. Vajra flame. Lee Su's eyes shone brightly, and the Vajra force burst out, turning the void into a solid. The Vajra forces vibrated with each other. As we all know, friction generates heat and fire. Boom. The raging fire covered the sky, and blocked the endless branches, grinding them and igniting them. Boom, boom. The flames and branches collided in an instant, and the whole world couldn't help but shake. The terrible and huge impact exploded in all directions. Die. The demonic aura in the tree demon's eyes became stronger and stronger. The deep yin energy continued to gather, and both pupils turned green. The huge body began to shake wildly. The tree trunk was like iron, and the branches were like swords. They were densely packed, and endlessly enveloped Lee Su, as if the end of the world was coming. The wind and the clouds were stirred, and the sky and the earth were wailing. The earth cracked, and the void made a sound. The old demon, the 1000-year-old tree demon, although he didn't have many magical powers and spells, and was not as good as the Taoism of the human race, but with such a simple move, it was already earth-shaking, as if it could overturn the world. Endless tree world, simple, and domineering. Under its body, there is almost no solution. Facing the seemingly endless attack, Lee Su took a deep breath. The Vajra force and the dragon force were obviously struggling to fight against this kind of magic and magical power. It was too passive. So, his lotus soul began to shake, and the Buddha kingdom behind him began to expand, and expand again. Pure land of Buddha. The 100-foot Buddha land opened, and in an instant, precious light poured out like rain. The treasure pool, where the 8 meritorious waters were located, was ablaze with 8 colors. Blue light, yellow light, red light, white, and white light covered the sky and the sun. Amitabha. The 500 arhats put their hands together and chanted the Buddha's name. Namo Amitabha, the great compassion and mercy saves the suffering and the distressed. 3000 bhikkhunis chanted at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. The Buddha land and the tree realm collided with a loud bang. It was a collision of worlds, a collision of great forces. The two peerless powers, at this moment, showed their peerless tyranny in the sky above Jinhua. The terrible collision of power turned into endless roars, shaking the world. Boom. The earth is shaking. Boom. The sky is swaying. The vibration is getting bigger and bigger, and the oscillation is getting farther and farther. Gradually, the terrible shock spread to the whole Zhejiang. For a moment, countless creatures could not help showing panic on their faces. What happened? Buddha's light, soaring into the sky. Demonic aura, shaking the clouds. The world's best, the top of the world. Above Jinhua, the two great powers are like two terrible millstones, madly squeezing and strangling each other. Roar. The calm tree demon was no longer calm. It roared and rolled up its branches. The tree trunks that could split the mountains broke through the ground and split the air. Dozens, hundreds, thousands of them smashed towards Li Su. Kill. Li Su's face was shining with precious light, and the Buddha's light was infinite. The 8 meritorious waters and the immeasurable light combined and emitted a flame that burned all the demonic atmosphere and slashed at the tree trunk. Boom. 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 This man and the demon, in the sky, made the sun and the moon lose their color. The sky and the earth were dark, and all things were miserable. The earth couldn't help but crack, and the mountains and rivers were also collapsing. 1 mile, 10 miles, dozens of miles. The huge shock was transmitted to Jinhua City, as if it was a major earthquake. The sky and the earth were shaking, and the houses collapsed. Ah! Ah! A shrill scream sounded, and the flesh and blood demons could not bear it, and were smashed by the vines, and strangled by the Buddha kingdom. Miserable. 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 Except for some female ghosts, who had been following the tree demon for many years, and were protected by it. They were sent to the back to hide in an instant, and the thousands of demons and monsters brought by the tree demon, and the evil monks were all beaten into meat paste, and turned into soil by the crazy attacks of the two. Ah! The female ghosts were trembling madly. They were just attached to the tree demon, or controlled by the tree demon. They had never seen such a terrible scene. The scene that seemed like a battle between Buddha and devil shocked their souls, and made them tremble and crumble. Damn little bald donkey. The tree demon's face was extremely ugly. Although he knew that the other party was not easy to kill, he did not expect that the fight would reach this point. What kind of magical power was the other party? How could there be such a terrible Buddhist magical power in this world? Thousands of years ago, the heaven and earth suddenly broke off. Whether it was gods or demons, they no longer appeared. It was still a 100-year-old demon, and had little experience. It did not recognize the power that Li Su was exerting at this moment. At this moment, it was mad and roaring. It actually tied with a human. What a humiliation it was for the tree demon who wanted to cover the world with the tree canopy. Kill, kill, kill. The tree demon became more and more crazy. It controlled its branches frantically and rushed forward, pressing down on Li Su's Buddha kingdom, beating him madly. It didn't care what happened to Jinhua. It wanted to kill him, and must kill him to make up for the loss with his blood and bones. And Li Su seemed to be really suppressed at this moment. His resistance was reduced. He began to retreat and kept retreating. Little by little, from facing attacks from all directions, he mainly faced the front. Finally, when all the attacks came in front of him, Li Su, who was retreating with a gloomy face, smiled and looked at the tree demon with endless coldness in his eyes. You came out. The tree demon was startled and couldn't help but look up, and then he was shocked. At this moment, its soul had already left the canopy range. The reason why it didn't pay attention was not only because it was crazy about killing, but also because it was dark outside. One person and one demon have been fighting for 3 or 4 hours. Not good. The tree demon was startled and wanted to retreat. Under the range of the main body, it is invincible, but once it leaves, it is another matter. The Buddha light of Li Su's body disappeared, and the Buddha kingdom also converged. One of his eyes was pure black, and the other was pure white. In order to let the other party come out, he deliberately retreated under pressure. How could he let the other party escape? Yin-yang double thunder. His left hand split the sky with white light, and his right hand was black. Heavenly punishment, life calamity. His hands suddenly closed. Boom. Or thunderbolt in the clear sky. It was thunder. It was divine punishment. With a loud bang, different from the Buddha kingdom, but with the same peerless magical power, the top offensive means in the world. The moment the black light and white thunder appeared, it directly penetrated the void, penetrated the distance, penetrated the time, and penetrated the cause and effect. The moment it appeared, it fell directly on the body of the tree demon. Boom. Ah. With a shrill scream, the tree demon's soul was directly split apart with a loud noise. The old half was shattered by the black light and white thunder, and the enchanting half also became bloody and fleshy, with a sign of death. However, the next moment, the tree demon's body shook violently, and dozens of huge branches suddenly fell off. Black blood rushed into the sky, emitting an extremely foul smell. At the same time, the tree demon's soul, that was split by the black light and white thunder, actually began to recover rapidly. In just a moment, the terrible injury was almost healed. Lee Su was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that the opponent was not killed by the black light and white thunder, even though he was hit directly. Do the monsters have life-saving magical powers? This is also considered an alternative way to survive by cutting off the tail. You are given the gift. Oh no, the tree demon seems to have the ability to revive dead trees. However, it's useless. Black light and white thunder, that is the top magical power of Taoism, the strongest Taoist method in Langhu Mountain, and the fundamental method of Thunder Method. In terms of single round extreme killing, even the Buddha Kingdom can't stand it. After the thought fell, the disappeared black light and white thunder appeared again, as if locked, and struck the opponent again. And this time there seemed to be anger in it, as if the damn guy, how could he survive? Hit it in the face? At this moment, at this scene, the tree demon's face turned pale, with a rare look of shock on his face. Just now, he almost killed it. Now, how can it bear it again? HMM. At this moment, Lee Su, who was waiting for the other party to be killed, and then went to collect firewood for ashes, suddenly changed his face. He looked down and almost ran away. You shameless guy. With a scream, Lee Su rushed out. At the same time as the black light and white lightning were put away, he rushed to the place where the tree demon's broken limbs were, and he devoured them with the Buddha's kingdom. His neck was a little uncomfortable, but he didn't care. He turned around and ran, running fast, faster than a rabbit. Damn it, Black Mountain old demon, Fahey, will remember you. I will remember you. You wait. Next time I will beat you to death. Almost at the same time, when Lee Su disappeared, the ground arched, and a shadow appeared. The breath and the evil spirit were even more powerful than the tree demon. The moment it appeared, the world was shaking and wailing. All the living disappeared, and all the dead glowed at this moment. A figure appeared below where Lee Su had just looked. Its eyes were red enough to ignite the soul. It stood there, watching Lee Su fleeing far away. That's right, it was just below, ready to make a move and kill Lee Su regardless of its identity, but it didn't expect that the other party would find it before it moved. After a long while, it murmured, "Budderland, black light and white thunder. I didn't expect to see it again after thousands of years." The tree demon came over at some point, with great resentment and anger on his face, and said, "Hishan, why didn't you leave him?" The Black Mountain old demon sighed, raised his head gently, and looked up at the sky. If the other party hadn't noticed it just now, he might have made a move. Now chase him. You are the Buddha's eye in the sky, and the heart of Tao is a decoration. If he dares to chase, Langhu Mountain and the Pure Land sect will probably drop down in the next moment and kill him directly. I didn't expect that the Buddha and Taoism, who were at odds with each other, would join forces again after 1,000 years. Who is that kid? The Black Mountain old demon shook his head. Tree demon, don't leave your territory again. The next time the other party comes, find a way to lead him under your body, and I will kill him. Without the tree demon covering him, the group of shameless guys in the Buddha and Taoism would definitely come down with the light and kill him through the way of heaven. This is also the fundamental reason why he didn't dare to chase. Because he is shameless, and the other side is even less so. The next moment, the Black Mountain old demon disappeared. Although the tree demon was angry, he did not dare to say much to the Black Mountain old demon. It looked at the distance with an extremely fierce look, and its soul disappeared. As they left, the Buddhist words and the heart of Taoism shining above the sky trembled slightly, and then two figures emerged. It was Shandao of the Pure Land sect and Zhang Qingkong, the old heavenly master of Langhu Mountain. However, their eyes were a little strange, and their eyes were very vicissitudes and extremely ancient. They did not look like they could be seen in 100 years, but in 1,000 or tens of thousands of years. The two looked at each other and smiled first. The little bastard was also shocked and ran fast, otherwise it would be really troublesome. However, the next moment, Monk Shandao's face was not good, and he looked at Zhang Qingkong with a sullen look, and opened his mouth. Damn shameless. Zhang Chenkang smiled and also opened his mouth. No, what can you do to me? Humph. The two turned their heads at the same time and disappeared. Let's ride the donkey to watch the opera and wait and see. Well, I'll keep typing. Chapter 2 at 7 o'clock, and I'll keep it at 7 o'clock from now on, leaving some time for revisions. Chapter 167 Ning Hey Deo Deo Deo. Damn, what kind of person is this? He is so shameless. Isn't it that the stronger the person, the more pompous he is? What the hell is that black mountain old demon? Far away from Jinhe, Li Su couldn't help but complain wildly. Almost. If it was a little slower, that old shabby guy would probably make a move. Thinking of this, Li Su couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. The black mountain old demon, that bastard, is quite vicious. Because it didn't care about the life and death of the tree demon at all. Maybe its attack would seriously injure or even kill Li Su, but the 1,000-year-old tree demon would also be dead. The black light and white thunder are not a joke. The life-saving magic that the tree demon displayed can definitely not be used a second time in a short time. After all, the first time, the opponent's soul was cracked. To be honest, in Li Su's opinion, it was a miracle that the opponent could survive. At least if his soul was hit by the black light and white thunder, he would have to kneel. However, how did Yan Shiksha and the others beat the 1,000-year-old tree demon? Outside the range of the tree demon's domain, Li Su only fought a draw with the opponent, relying on tricking the opponent out of the domain a little, before using his trump card to severely injure him. If he had fully entered the opponent's body, even if Li Su's Buddhist kingdom was fully activated, there would probably be a 50% chance at most, well, a 50 to 50 chance of escaping. As for the opponent's body, the closer the soul is, not only will the power be greater, but the movement will also be more weird. Standing far away from Jinhe, Li Su raised his head, glanced, and ran away without looking back. The tree demon should not come out, and he couldn't beat it if he went in. In addition, the black-hearted demon slipped away, and there was no way to beat it. Originally, I wanted to kill the tree demon and go to Langruo Temple to see what Nizaokian looked like. Was it Sister Wang? Or Big S? Or Fifi? But I like Sister Wang the most. The latter ones are not so good. Oh, it's not that she doesn't look good, she is pretty, but the female ghost is dressed like a fairy, which really hinders the viewing experience, and the atmosphere is gone. Ghost, you have to be charming, right? The so-called seductive eyes, charming, and enchanting, in combination with the dark and ghostly scenes. The whole atmosphere is up, right? The so-called danger and sex coexist, and death and beauty are in opposition. Why can't the following series surpass it? This is here. The temperament is not right. The girl who is a fairy couple is chosen to play a female ghost. That peerless and independent temperament. Apologize to the female ghost. Apologize. Female ghost. What is a female ghost? There must be a very sad story, and they wither in the helpless flower season. Their formation itself is pitiful and hateful, sad and pathetic, a typical contradictory individual. Li Su shuddered, quickly came back to his senses, and pulled back his crooked thinking. Although it is a pity that I didn't see it, it's better not to kill it with my own hands. Yes, kill it. A tiger's accomplice. Kill. It's pitiful, sad, and lamentable, but it's wrong. If I don't kill you, what about those who died because of you? Li Su will give sympathy, but he won't pity, let alone leave it alone. This is the core of his Deo fruit. People have Deo. Deo has law, and law seeks reason, not outside of human feelings. If his family members make mistakes, Li Su will compensate 100 times, and will also punish them. As for the 10 unforgivable crimes, he will not give such a chance to happen. It's bullshit to mend the fold after the sheep have been lost. It's the behavior of the strong to plan ahead. As a strong man, you can't even manage your own family. It's either you indulge yourself, or you don't care at all. Saying anything else is bullshit. But it's delicious. Li Su raised his head, his mouth was drooling, and he felt that his whole person was sublimated. His Buddha kingdom was glowing, his Deo fruit was shining, and the part cut off by the tree monster was a full 20 miles long. What kind of concept is that? The entire Buddhist kingdom was bustling at this moment. The bright light turned into swords and spears, constantly chopping off branches. The 8 meritorious waters kept washing away. 500 Ahats and 3000 Bakunis went into battle together. The scene was like an autumn harvest. It was so lively. The whole kingdom was filled with joy. The lotus deo fruit was shaking, and the yuanshan deo fruit was dancing. There were too many. Aura. A large amount of aura was squeezed out of the broken roots of the tree monster by the Buddhist kingdom and the punishment. Originally, on the way to Jinhua, the third lotus deo fruit had just bloomed. The aura on the yuanshan deo fruit also began to shine, and 3 colors of aura gradually took shape. Now, after eating all of them, it should be enough for both of his deo fruits to grow to 6 lotuses and 6 colors. Li Su's eyes were shining, and he was so excited. He was originally planning to go to Jinhua to get some money, at least to gradually ease his own aura deficit, but now it has completely exploded. Sure enough, the gold belt for killing and arson, even though his head is also hanging on the belt. Li Su was a little excited, quite excited. Once it is completely digested, the 2-color deo fruit will grow, and it will undoubtedly be much easier to face the tree demon again. It should be no problem to directly enter the opponent's hinterland for a battle, but it is hard to say whether it will win or lose, but it is not a big problem to run. If it is like this for 2 or 3 more times, the opponent can be stewed. Although the idea is good, Li Su couldn't help frowning. That black mountain is very troublesome. Although they didn't fight, the thing gave him a very bad feeling. Its body is also very big, so big that it can scare a person to death. Because of this, Li Su quickly discovered the opponent, and the ground under his feet was almost full of that guy. Although the opponent didn't take action in the end, Li Su could feel that the opponent had a strong desire to kill him, and even ignored the 1000-year-old tree demon, and wanted to kill him. That is to say, if he wants to go there next, the Black Mountain old demon will definitely take action at the first time. This is fucking shit. At this stage, it is obvious that he can't beat it. Unless the 2 deo fruits reach the level of 8 lotuses and 8 colors, he will be miserable. Damn, how strong is this Black Mountain old demon? Feeling the thoughts popping up in his mind, Li Su couldn't help but scream, 8 lotuses and 8 colors? That level is almost equivalent to the level of Buddha in the world, right? It can touch the immortals. Li Su nodded his head, feeling that every enemy in every world he entered was so fierce. What's going on? Yanshiksha won't be killed by me. I'm a Tabha, Sin. With a move of his feet, Li Su went directly to Ninghai. As for Jinhua, let the protagonist and the others deal with it. Anyway, he can't deal with it. If he goes there now, he is afraid that he will be beaten to death by the 2 demons before he finds the protagonist. Moreover, Li Su is not sure when the story of a Chinese ghost story begins. There is no specific time in either the movie or the novel. In fact, it is hard to say whether Niziokian is dead or not. It is not clear whether Yanshiksha is an official or has abandoned his official position. So, let's go to Ninghai first and get the Buddha treasure mission. By the way, I'll continue to kill some monsters. When I reach the 8th level of Deo Fruit, I'll go and settle accounts with those 2 bastards. With a huge Buddha country on his head, he swallowed the tree monster's branches bit by bit. At the same time, Li Su identified the direction and headed straight for Ninghai. It smells so good. Asterisk master, what are we waiting for? Ninghai town. A young monk looked at the old monk in front of him with a puzzled look, with questions in his eyes. The young monk looks good, cute. He will definitely be a handsome guy when he grows up. Although his height is a little problematic, he is already 17 years old, but he is just over 1.6 meters tall. It is probably due to long-term vegetarianism and malnutrition. The old monk has a kind face and a bright Buddha spirit. He is in a very high realm. Although his eyes are no different from those of ordinary people, he occasionally bursts out with amazing Buddha light. He sits quietly, but he seems like a mountain. There is no doubt that he has cultivated Buddhist principles and Buddha nature to a very high level. And this weight is obviously different from the Lotus sect of the Pure Land sect, with a Zen flavor. Hammerstone is undoubtedly a Zen master, waiting for someone. Who? Your senior brother from the Pure Land sect, a genius in Buddhist cultivation. Pure Land? Lotus sect? The little monk was startled. He knew that there were 3 sects in Buddhism: Zen, Esoteric Buddhism, and Lotus sect. He didn't expect that someone from the Pure Land sect would also participate in escorting the Buddha treasure this time. How long will it take? The little monk was a little bored. When he first arrived in Ninghe, he felt it was quite fresh. After all, he had been in the mountains before. After coming down the mountain, he had been rushing on the road, walking hundreds of miles to the seaside to pick up the Buddha treasure. When he arrived in Ninghe town, he could finally have a good rest for a while. Naturally, the little monk happily strolled around the town. Unfortunately, during this period, Ninghe was just a small town with a small population and was not lively. He soon felt bored. However, when it came to the Buddha treasure, the little monk couldn't help but shrugged his shoulders. On his back was a golden Buddha. It was quite heavy. The person who brought it was also very strange. He couldn't see his face clearly. He had a strong smell of the sea and said that he came from the Bodhisattva dojo in the South China Sea. It should be these few days, no hurry. The old monk smiled. He raised his head and looked to the west. Amitabha, brother Chingyuan of the Pure Land sect, really picked up a big treasure this time. The strong Buddhist meaning can still be felt, even if it is hundreds of miles away. And the vibration not long ago, did it conflict with the monster? Thinking of this, the old monk couldn't help but sigh, glanced at the little monk beside him, and suddenly felt a little disgusted. They are all little monks. Why is there such a big difference? The one coming from the opposite side can almost catch up with him in terms of Taoism, but his own disciples couldn't help shaking their heads. In addition to reciting the Diamond Sutra, they only know how to play, and their hearts are completely unstable. Otherwise, after it's over, go and see Brother Chingyuan and ask him how he teaches his disciples. So excellent. Fortunately, it's me who is here. Otherwise, if it were Brother Fangshang, I'm afraid I wouldn't send the Buddha treasure. No, it's still sent, but I'm sending this little Buddha treasure of the Pure Land sect to Nanhua Temple. I'm worried that there are no excellent successors. If he goes, I'm afraid that this temple will be glorified for more than 100 years. Alas, poor brother, although his Buddhist teachings are becoming more and more profound, he is troubled by the issue of successors. He is worried about the inheritance of the temple. Fortunately, I refused decisively, otherwise I would be the one who is unlucky. Thank you for your sacrifice. I'm grateful or not. I'm grateful or not. Ahem. Ahem. How about helping the brother? The old monk thought for a while. It's not impossible to poach people. Looking at the Buddha's aura that is constantly approaching, he thought for a while and felt that if the hoe is really swung, the Pure Land sect will collapse in half, and the fundamental law of the Amitabha Sutra, the Pure Land Buddha kingdom, will fall on the head of Nanhua Temple. Amitabha, monks are empty of the 4 element and the 5 aggregates. But, let's continue to give the brother a headache. It's better than everyone having bloody heads. However, the old monk turned his head and looked outside Ninghe town. He frowned. Monster, big monster. Moreover, this monster is very unique, with 2 souls in one body. It has been practicing for a short time, but it is extremely amazing. The most terrifying thing is that it is different from ordinary wild monsters. It obviously has a legacy and is extremely difficult to deal with. However, the only good thing is that this monster does not eat people. It will save people when it is fine. Of course, if someone pays attention to it, that is another matter. It will not eat people, even if it is taught a lesson or killed. Its behavior is undoubtedly very different from that of ordinary monsters and ghosts. It is more like the behavior of human beings. Therefore, the old monk did not care whether it is Buddha or Taoism. Unless the brain is screwed, it will not kill monsters indiscriminately. All things in the world have spirits, just like people. There are good people and bad people, and naturally there are good monsters and bad monsters. Not to mention the evil monsters. Good monsters usually have great fortune and are loved by the world. After all, they are naturally powerful and easy to accumulate merits. Therefore, if you kill them indiscriminately, you will suffer. Especially if you fail to kill them, but instead make them hate the human race and kill them. At least half of this karma will fall on your head. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At this moment, on the shore of Ninghe, a huge snake was flipping and swimming in the sea water, feeling very comfortable. Its body was a little strange, with one blue and one white intertwined. From a distance, it didn't look like one snake, but 2 dancing together. Sister, why don't those two monks leave? The voice was full of joy, cute and lively, like a 6 or 7-year-old girl, full of excitement. I don't know, they should have set off yesterday. The voice was gentle and virtuous, elegant, and calm, as if it was a person in a painting, unique and beautiful. How about we go and urge them to get on the road and fight the old monster together? The child's voice was very lively, the kind that would jump and jump when walking on the road. The other one had a headache. It was already the limit for them to be separated from each other in such a peaceful way. If they went to urge them to get on the road, I'm afraid they would have to fight immediately. No hurry, it's their fate anyway, they have to go anyway. Oh. The little one was heartless and didn't care. He controlled his body and kept playing in the water, saying, I don't know if the tree demon's heart is delicious. The last one was dry and not chewy at all. It was so unpalatable. The elder sister covered her head, feeling a little confused. Forgive my ignorance. Do we snakes chew? It would be great if I could transform. Uncle Zhang said he would treat me to a big meal and introduce me to a boyfriend. I heard that if I have a boyfriend, he will give me whatever I want to eat. Ayo. Sister, why are you pinching me? The elder sister couldn't help but pinch her sister with her claws. Her pretty face turned a little red, and she couldn't help cursing in her heart. Uncle Zhang, you bastard, what did you say to my sister? Although they are two souls in one body, my sister woke up relatively late. According to the age of the human race, she is only 6 years old now, still a child. A 6-year-old girl, you introduce her to a boyfriend? Question mark? Thinking back to when he was young and was almost tricked by the other party with a lollipop, he couldn't help but twist his body wildly with shame. Uncle Zhang, that bastard. No, I'll go back to Uncle Zhang and complain. After all, I was 12 years old at that time, and now I'm 6 years old and start to do it? How can this be? However, the big snake raised its head and looked to the west. There was a huge noise before, and I didn't know what it was. I hoped that there would be no trouble. After all, this time, following to kill the tree monster was related to whether they could transform. Ning hey. Almost a day and a night later, Li Su, wearing a clean monk's robe, came in here, smelling the faint smell of seawater in the air. Li Su, who had completely digested the tree monster, exhaled a long breath. This time he was really full, especially the kind of hug. I don't know where the senior brothers and predecessors of the Zen sect are. Have they left? There shouldn't be. The time together is a little bit short. Amitabha. A Buddhist chant rang out, and two monks, one old and one young, walked towards Li Su. The old one had a kind look, and the young one was clever and cute. They looked vaguely familiar. As the two got closer, Li Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Although the young one looked much younger, he looked exactly like the one who said, I'm sorry, I'm a policeman. Damn, it turns out that it's not the way of the human world, but the way of Chapter 168 White and Green Snake. After introducing his identity, Li Su originally thought that Master Bayan would immediately ask to set off. However, in fact, Master Bayan looked at Li Su for a moment and said, Master Fahey, your elm seems to be unstable, and your Buddha power is also fluctuating. There is no doubt that Li Su has improved, and improved greatly. After all, how many monsters did he eat during the Jinhua trip? Not only the branches of the 1,000-year-old tree monster, but also most of the monsters and ghosts brought by him to watch the battle went into his stomach. Bah, no, it was in the Buddha kingdom. He was a vegetarian. When he was swept by the Buddha kingdom, he naturally ate it up, including the skin and bones. So much at once, plus the branches of the 1,000-year-old tree monster. Li Su was very full, very full. Although the lotus deo fruit and the yuan shan deo fruit reached the 6 lotuses and 6 lights respectively, they were very fat, very fat. The lotus deo fruit was a little deformed, the stem was too fat, and the lotus was not as thick as the stem, which looked quite vulgar and very that. As for yuan shan deo go, it was just a fat boy who couldn't walk. It was too tall horizontally. On the bus, it was definitely the kind that could take 3 seats. Moreover, both Daogo were a little drunk. They burped from time to time. They were dizzy by the large amount of spiritual energy and were swaying there, unable to tell the front, back, left, and right. Fortunately, both Lotus Daoguo and Yuanshan Daoguo had their own magical powers. Buddha Kingdom and Punishment Tribulation were working hard to loosen the soil and rub the stomachs of the two little guys. Because of these influences, Li Su's realm was a little unstable at the moment. He found that he had overestimated himself a little. He didn't dare to refine the tree branch. It was broken into sections and lined up in Buddha Kingdom. Well, when I came here, I encountered a big monster in Jinhua and fought with it. Li Su didn't hide anything and told his current situation directly. Really? Baiyan Zen Master's eyes were a little bright. It was natural to say what the big monster in Jinhua was. Sure enough, the previous vibration was really him fighting with the monster. Now, if you feel the aura of the western part, it has obviously weakened a lot. It is obvious that it should be injured by Fahey. That is a 1,000-year-old monster, and it was injured by Fahey's nephew in a one-on-one fight. At this moment, Master Baiyan has a very intuitive understanding of Fahey's power. Fahey's nephew is so powerful, maybe he doesn't need to pay the price of his entire body's cultivation for this trip to the west. He blinked his eyes, and he knew what was going on. He immediately said, in this case, let's take a rest first, and wait until your realm is stable before taking action. Li Su and the little monk Shifen were shocked at the same time. Can we continue to wait? Is there no time requirement? This is a question in Li Su's mind. As for the little monk Shifen, he looked unhappy. Does that mean they have to stay in Ninghe for a while? Li Su said immediately, Senior. Actually, Master Baiyan interrupted. It's settled. By the way, how long will it take for you, Nephew Fahey, to completely stabilize your cultivation? Well, at least a week, at the latest 10 days. Okay, you can find a place to practice slowly. There is no rush here, and there is no rush. Master Baiyan nodded and said while pulling the little monk Shifen, meet here in 10 days. Looking at Master Baiyan, who left quickly, Li Su was stunned for a moment, a little confused. It would be fine if he didn't leave immediately, but he said he would gather in 10 days. He said 10 days at the latest. After a moment, he shook his head. Well, it's okay. Recover all your strength, stabilize your realm, and then go to Jinhua. Apart from anything else, the chance of escaping should be much greater. Li Su thought about it and planned to find an inn to stay in, but he reached out and touched his arms, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Well, there is no money. All the gold coins that were dropped from the robbers before were placed in the guys who were rescued. After taking a look around and feeling that there were no robbers who would drop money nearby, Li Su sighed and made a great decision to sleep outdoors. After all, there was no money. As for begging for alms, forget it. This does not fit Fahey's temperament. That is Tang Seng's hobby. If you don't believe me, imagine in your mind that the strongest Fahey brother is holding an iron bowl and knocking on the door to ask for money. Isn't it very inconsistent? Li Su jumped up, looked at the direction, and went straight to the sea on the edge of Ninghe. Since it is sleeping outdoors, let's go to the seaside. It is said that facing the sea, spring is warm and flowers are blooming. It's a pity that I really don't have time, otherwise I really want to try that kind of life. I used to be afraid that there were too many mosquitoes on the seaside, and there was no village in front, and no shop behind. Now with his great power, which mosquito dares to come? After a while, Li Su ran to the seaside, listening to the sound of waves hitting the shore. For a while he couldn't help feeling refreshed, and felt that his heart was washed. He sat down, and the 2 Dao fruits in his body began to glow, and his supernatural powers began to vibrate with all their strength, digesting the bloated spiritual energy. After sitting for a while, Li Su suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, Mardan. Damn, isn't it to send the Buddha treasure? Why is this rhythm? It feels like they are going straight to Jinhua to find the 1,000-year-old tree demon, and the Black Mountain old demon is going to fight hard. Because I thought of Dao, I think it's right to go there. After all, that's what the story says. But think carefully, they are sending the Buddha treasure to Loyang. They should go from Shaoxing to Hangzhou, take a boat from there to Yangzhou, and then turn to Loyang along the Grand Canal. What are you going to Jinhua for? Are you looking for a fight? Could it be that Master Baiyan and the others have the attribute of being road idiots? Or are they the kind that can even lead the people next to the Master? After experiencing the power of the 1,000-year-old tree demon and the bottomless black mountain old demon, Lee Su doesn't think it's a good choice for the current team to go there. The gap is still a bit big, and there is a high probability that they can't beat it and have to run away. For a while, Lee Su's Dao fruit digested the spiritual energy while he began to think. He was a little confused about the current situation. Is there any route requirement for sending the Buddha treasure? In fact, he was also confused about why the Buddha treasure was sent to Luoyang. After all, it was not the imperial capital of the Tang dynasty. After Zhao Wu was moved back to the regular state, the capital was rebuilt under the Li Tang dynasty, and it was moved back to Xian, Chang'an and the Han dynasty, and Xianyang and the Qin dynasty. After thinking for a while, Lee Su didn't figure it out, so he simply didn't think about it. Anyway, they will meet in 10 days, so he can ask then. Sitting by the sea, Lee Su's heart was completely calm. The 2 Dao fruit treasures were shining, constantly digesting the spiritual energy from the tree branches of the tree monster. Thanks to the old monster, if it weren't for it, if he wanted to complete his Dao fruit, he really didn't know when it would take to kill the little monster. The thousands of little demons that were killed before only gave out 5 layers of spiritual energy. The quality was too low. It was probably related to being too close to the old demon. There was all kinds of resentment inside. If it weren't for the 2 great magical powers of Buddha Kingdom and Punishment, Lee Su wouldn't want to touch them. By the way, while there is time, think about the Vajra Force and Dragon Force. In the battle with the big demon, these 2 magical powers made Lee Su feel seriously inadequate. They were all water. I won't talk about the Vajra Force. After all, it was the first impression of Buddhism. It's so watery, isn't it? As for the Dragon Force, please, although the Dragon Clan has become a soy source existence in the prehistoric world after the Dragon and Phoenix catastrophe, you can't fight like this. You roared so loudly, but it just shook the demons for a while. No wonder the Big Peng Bird dared to put you on its menu. It's really that the descendants are not invigorated and not powerful. What about the inheritance of the dragon ancestor? What about the inheritance of the Azure Dragon? At the very least, Yinglan will do. If it doesn't work, the 9 sons of the dragon can also be 9 sons, right? After all, they were moved from the Dragon Palace in the West Sea. These half-baked creatures look like dragons at first glance, but they are actually a group of giants, right? Why call them the Dragon Division? It would be better to call them the Jiao Division, which would embarrass the real dragons. As a son and grandson of a dragon, this performance made Lee Su very embarrassed. It was really embarrassing. He took a breath, opened his eyes, and vibrated his soul. He was ready to go all out, to capture the essence of his 2 great magical powers. Not to mention the Vajra power, he had to capture the Dragon Division power well, sort out the Buddhist essence, and concentrate on comprehending the real dragon inscription. He didn't think the power of the real dragon would be that bad, but the giants in the West were not powerful. They had lost all the methods of their ancestors, and learned something weird. Lee Su began to practice with full concentration. In the sea, white and green, without the dragon-like charm of dozens of feet before, the python now turned into a small snake, drifting with the waves, and quietly raised its head, rising from the boundless sea, secretly glanced at Lee Su, and then immediately went down. Sister, what's the situation? The green soul, the little girl named Kinga, was a little stunned. I thought that the 2 monks, one big and one small, were ready to leave, but another monk came from outside Ninghe town. Although he looked ordinary, his strength was undoubtedly earth-shattering. Seeing him from a distance, my heart couldn't help but beat. Oh, does the soul have a heart, and can it beat? I don't know, but it feels like this. The white soul, the girl named Su, was also a little stunned at this moment. Unlike the confused Kinga, she saw the young monk who suddenly appeared. Even though he looked ordinary, she could feel something very different. Is this the intersection of fragments? Both humans and demons can enter the world fragments, but I don't know if it's because of the different races. Sometimes people from both races appear in the same world at the same time. Although I've heard of it before, I didn't expect to run into it myself. Isn't this more common among foxes? It seems that they are very special. Most of the worlds they enter have people existing. It seems to be related to their skills. Although the snakes and foxes are on good terms with the human race, the reasons are different. The snakes fell in love with the human race because of a story in the world Fragments. Unlike the foxes, the closer they get to the human race, the more emotionally intertwined they are, and the faster their realm will rise. Therefore, the internal balance of the snakes is now out of balance. The foxes are similar to the pandas, as always. I don't know what the situation is with the humans outside. Just as there are people in the snakes who hate humans, the same is true for the human race, especially the consortium, which is the most hateful. He is an outsider. Besu said softly, Kinga, hide well, don't expose it. The intersection of fragments is not a big secret. Both sides know something about it, but after all, the inside of the fragments is different from the outside, and most of the human race is inside dark rule. It seems that they think it is a fake relationship. So it is better not to expose it, if it is not exposed. Kinga was startled, and her eyes were wide, revealing an incredible look. Outsider? Does that mean he is the same as them? This is the first time I see him. Besu took a breath. The other party might also come to participate in that story. Maybe they will have to fight next. Kinga. Hey. What's wrong, sister? Go to practice. Ah. Why? Although she didn't know what the other party looked like, there was no doubt that this ordinary looking monk was very powerful. Even she felt a lot of shock, and her body felt numb, as if she was pricked by a needle. This won't work. I thought it was nothing, but now it seems that things are a little beyond my expectations. The stronger the attacker, the stronger the world itself will be. The Besu who came in did not improve their strength too much. Unlike the human race, they did not have talent waiting, but at the same time their strength would not be affected. Except that their realm would be limited by the suppression of the world. As long as they were willing, they could improve their strength at any time to reach the limit of the world. Originally, they were only at the peak of the Taoism realm, and the characters in the plot should not be too strong, but now it seems that they are going to cross it. Soon, the two little Yuanshan began to practice to improve their strength to deal with unpredictable results. After they started practicing, Lisu suddenly opened his eyes inexplicably on the coast. He subconsciously touched his face and felt that he seemed to be slandered by someone. Someone had an opinion on his beautiful face. After taking a look around and making sure that there was no one, and no one was surprised, Lisu couldn't help wondering where this inexplicable feeling came from. Then, he closed his eyes again and started practicing again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The man and the snake began to practice across the coast. Lisu made good progress. After about 5 days, his Dao fruit returned to normal. The lotus Dao fruit and Yuanshan Dao fruit returned to their original appearance, but the aura and precious light became deeper. Not bad, not bad. I can hurry up to refine the remaining parts of the tree monster. Maybe I can break through the 7th level. Satisfied with his own situation, Lisu couldn't help but smile, and he began to accelerate the burning of the tree branches in his body. One section after another, one section after another. Finally, more than 20 miles of tree branches were burned by him and turned into spiritual nutrients. The lotus Dao fruit and Yuanshan Dao fruit couldn't help but shake. The 7th lotus began to shake, and the Yuanshan light began to appear in the 7th color. Breakthrough. This level should be able to improve a lot. Huh. Lisu was suddenly startled and couldn't help but cast his eyes to his own Buddha kingdom. At this moment, the place has restored its original brilliance and splendor. Under the rendering of the Buddha's light, it looks magnificent and majestic. The style is so impressive that people can't help but kneel down and cry. The previously vague treasure temples and pagodas have gradually become clear, and the entire Buddhist kingdom has become more and more solid. At the same time, the punishment power that turned into a millstone under the Buddhist kingdom has also changed. The color has become deeper and deeper. One side is bright and dazzling, and the other side is dark and swallowing light. It has become much thicker. What is this? Lisu was happy that his magical power was greater, but he couldn't help but have a trace of doubt on his face. He looked at the center of the Buddhist kingdom, and there was a section of green branches that were about 1 centimeter long and emitted this green light. It seemed to be the last thing left after the tree demon's body was burned. However, unlike the tree branch with a strong demonic aura that could make your lungs pass, this thing was very magical and carried an inexplicable breath. Lisu was a little surprised. If this was the real body of the tree demon, thinking back to its shape, for a moment he felt like he was facing a G-virus. They were completely two different creatures. The aura of the branch has completely changed. Although Lee Su can still refine it if he wants, he stopped and stared at the thing without blinking, with an inexplicable look in his eyes. The remaining spiritual energy is no longer important. The things on the branch body undoubtedly interest him more. There are inscriptions, extremely special inscriptions. Is it the origin of the tree demon? Lee Su blinked his eyes and felt that this thing was related to the root of the tree demon. He couldn't help but take it out of the Buddha kingdom, put it in his palm, and observed it carefully. Well, it's incomplete, only a little bit, but it's very complicated, but it's basically confirmed to be the origin of the tree demon. This structure is very interesting. Lee Su couldn't help but think of the scene when the other party's soul severely injured you and cut off a corner of himself. Could it be related to that ability? Thinking of this, Lee Su's eyes not only lit up a little, there is no doubt that it is definitely an immortal technique, and it is a very advanced one. Even the black light and white thunder cannot kill it at once. If he can learn it, it will undoubtedly be another way to save his life after the immortal golden cicada technique. Without hesitation, Lee Su memorized the inscriptions in the tree branch and engraved them into his mind. After killing the tree monster completely, he memorized all the inscriptions. However, what kind of tree is that thing? This kind of inscription is no worse than the scriptures in the Amitabha Sutra, and it is also an extremely powerful truth. That tree monster, is it completely practicing in the wrong direction? If this way is the basis, Lee Su shook his head. See, this is called putting the cart before the horse. He obviously has the most top level magical power, but he chooses to learn crooked ways. Sure enough, the monster has no brains. Tick. This is the sound of water drops falling on the ground. Lee Su shuddered and came back to his senses. Although he was at the seaside, the water drop was too close. At this moment, the moonlight was bright, and the seaside was filled with the atmosphere that confession would lead to success, and success would lead to success. A little person, with a weird look, wearing a small sheep horn whip, wearing green clothes, with big eyes, a little fat hands, drooling at Lee Su. Lee Su's eyes jumped, and his heart almost trembled. He almost shouted directly, "Demon, die." Then the Buddha kingdom pressed down directly. However, he soon realized that the little girl was not staring at him, but at his hand, or more precisely, the branch in his hand. To confirm, Lee Su picked up the branch and moved it to the left. The little girl's head also turned to the left, moved to the right, and moved to the right again. He took a look at the tree branch. The inscription pattern had been recorded. There was not much spiritual energy in it. It didn't matter whether he ate it or not. The most important thing was that the little guy in front of him, although there were snake scales on many parts of his body, did not give people the coldness of a snake, but instead highlighted the cute atmosphere. As an anime fan, Lee Su has also seen many characters in mythology, such as Baisusin and Medusa, and he felt the breath of this little guy, which was light and transparent, and exuded the three good qualities of a Lalita all over his body. No, it was the breath of nature and the cuteness of small animals. After all, he is a Buddhist monk. You, a little snake spirit, showed your original spirit and ran to him drooling. If you were Zio King in the Hong Kong movie Green Snake, I would have executed you immediately, believe it or not. So, Lee Su stretched out his hand and waved to the little girl. The little girl was not afraid at all. She was so bold. She was standing 1 meter away and motionless, but she ran over. She was completely confused, the kind of person who could take a lollipop to sea whales. Want to eat? Yeah. Here. Lee Su smiled and handed it to the other party. The little girl's big eyes immediately turned into crescents. She opened her mouth but didn't move. Oh, waiting for food. Lee Su was happy. In an instant, the feeling of having a cat at home came back. She put the branch directly into the other party's mouth. There were 2 clicks, as if chewing a dried radish. The little girl's face showed an extremely happy expression, and her whole body began to glow. After watching the other party finish eating with a smile, Lee Su touched the other party's head and said, "Okay, it's gone. Go home quickly. Don't run around. There are many bad guys outside. There are not many brothers as handsome and kind as me." The little girl squinted her eyes and enjoyed Lee Su's touch on her head. She tilted her neck and looked at the other party. There was a little doubt in her eyes. Is this a new invention of handsomeness? But how to say it, although it looks ordinary, the longer you look at it, the more interesting it becomes. Yeah, brother is so handsome. So she nodded seriously and decided to remember Lee Su's face. A good looking brother. Lee Su smiled immediately after hearing this. Really, what a good kid, good eyes. Then she yawned, sleepy. Her little body paused and she lay directly on Lee Su and then fell asleep. Hammer, her age is something that can be deceived by a lollipop. Seeing the little guy sleeping in his arms, Lee Su's eyes jumped. He felt that it was very necessary to educate him. After he woke up, it would be best to wait for his parents to come and give him special instructions. If it were someone else, he would probably be stewed. With a flash of light, the little guy disappeared, and instead, a white and green snake slapped on Lee Su's body. Lee Su shook his head, picked him up, wrapped him in a monk's robe, and put him beside him. Then he closed his eyes and began to practice. The Dao fruit was calmed down. The next step was undoubtedly to practice Vajra power and dragon power. He had a lot of insights in the past few days. Time passed slowly, the night passed quickly, and the light of dawn fell. Lee Su continued to practice, and the little snake wrapped in the monk's robe woke up. As soon as she woke up, she was startled, and the white scales on her body were all bright. What's going on? Although the little head has not yet stretched out, she can feel that the monk who once watched from afar and gave her a great sense of stimulation is right next to her, and she is immediately a little confused. Are you awake? A gentle voice sounded, and it was a breath that made people relax both physically and mentally. The monk's robe was taken away, and the ordinary face that had been seen once appeared in front of the little snake. Lee Su reached out and gently touched the other's head, picked it up, held it in his palm, and then reached out and gently tapped the other's nose and said, "Next time, don't do this, okay? How worried are your family members when you run out alone? You actually ate and went to sleep directly. It's because I'm a good handsome brother. If it were someone else, I would skin you alive and stew you directly, okay?" Putting the other on the ground, Lee Su waved his hand and said, "Go back quickly. Remember not to eat anything given by others casually. What if it's poisonous? Even if it's not poisonous, what if there's a curse? Next time you see something delicious, first use the prevention spell to see if there's any, then break half of it off and give it to others, such as evil people, such as evil demons who eat people. Let them taste you first to see what's going on, and eat it after they're sure there's no problem. Got it? Remember, you can't eat good people, otherwise I'll stew you if I find out. Go." The little snake was a little confused, staring at the other for a long time, and then walked away in a daze. Until it returned to the sea, the cold water stirred, and the little snake came back to its senses and exploded. She, Baesu, the most beautiful girl in the spirit snake clan, gentle and virtuous, mature and sensible. Even in the face of the demon king, she can be neither humble nor arrogant, and her talent is the best in the clan. She is unanimously optimistic about everyone, and is expected to inherit the spirit snake tradition in 100 years. She is respected and loved by millions of demons. Today, she was touched on the head, waist, and body, and was treated like a doll, and taught a lesson. Baesu exploded, completely exploded. Unimaginable shyness filled her whole body, her heart was broken, white smoke was coming out of her soul, and the white snake pattern was powdered. She drilled all the way to the depths of the seabed for several thousand meters. After recovering her true body, she twisted wildly, as if she had a nervous breakdown, making a lot of noise, and the seabed was cracked by her. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" She screamed hard. "Sister, what are you doing? It's so noisy." Kinga, who was sleeping soundly, was woken up, and couldn't help but complain. Baesu's body stiffened. It was impossible for her to run, to find someone to feed her. She had not done this since she was 12 years old. There was only one person, her sister. Although the other party was only 6 years old, the two sisters were undoubtedly very similar. But, Baesu's whole face was blue, red, and green, and her 7 orifices were spewing fire, as if the dark history buried for many years had been dug up by someone. She sacrificed her soul sword, and lost all her manners. Zioking. Kinga, who was still a little confused, shuddered and came back to her senses. She widened her eyes and looked at Besu, who was chasing her in disbelief. She screamed, "Help, sister is killing my sister." Suddenly, a huge snake chased after its tail with its head, making a lot of noise. "Hey, mom, what is that land snake doing? Why is it hitting itself?" A small sea snake that was attracted looked at it in a daze. "Shh, don't look at it. Snakes on land are all crazy. Stay away from them in the future, understand?" I exhaled at 3 o'clock in the morning. Are there any fellow Taoists? Chapter 169, heading to Jinhua. So that's what happened. Li Su's eyes flashed with strange colors, and there was a divine light sprouting. Vajra power is very different from the Amitabha Sutra, but there is consistency. The fundamental law of the Amitabha Sutra is to build a Buddhist kingdom. The fundamental law of Vajra power is also to forge the world. However, unlike the Pure Land world of the Amitabha Sutra, Vajra power builds a world of one grain of sand and one world. Cultivate the power of vows, forge the world. One grain of sand has one world. The Buddha kingdom practitioners are the big world. This world is the realm of sentient beings, the supreme realm. One world can carry sentient beings. It is the great world. Vajra power practitioners are the small world. This world is the realm of Potter, the microscopic world. One world has countless dust particles. It is the small world. Li Su's practice of Vajra power a few days ago was only about grasping the nature, but he did not go deep into the root, mainly because he had too little time and too many things to do. Now that he has calmed down and focused all his attention on the practice of Vajra power, the 24-hour function of the Taoji is fully open, and he immediately noticed the previous neglect. He stretched out his palm, pinched the air with his thumb and index finger, and multiplied his own wish power into it, creating a small world. It is also called the Vajra realm. A grain of sand is a Vajra. This Vajra can multiply 3,000 wishes. There are billions of dust particles in the realm, which can be made into a mountain. This mountain is Mount Sumeru, and it is a mustard seed mountain. The mountain is huge and boundless, and it is also as small as dust particles. Although a grain of sand is small, it has the power to destroy the world. When it is fully developed, it can condense 3,000 sands into a Vajra realm. Of course, Li Su can't reach that realm at the moment. A grain of sand is not much, and it needs to multiply 3,000 wishes. Each wish takes 10 years, and it takes 30,000 years to form a grain of sand. Looking at the Vajra realm formed at the fingertips, Li Su's eyes burst with blue veins. The more he understood, the more his heart exploded. He threw the Vajra realm to the ground. "I'm cultivating your sister. 30,000 years for a grain of sand, and 3,000 grains are needed for full development. 90 million years? Question mark? Are you kidding me? Only a lunatic would practice this thing." I said that Han Huang originally used Yuan Hu as the year. It seems that a set of exercises can be practiced for almost a Yuan Hu. No wonder the Hunyu and Daoguo is so abnormal. It takes 5.6 billion years to practice. Can any pig become so good? Don't be angry, don't be angry. Li Su took a breath and calmed his mind. Isn't this nothing? In fact, the Buddha kingdom is almost the same. After practicing for so long, Li Su has almost figured out the general situation of his own Buddha kingdom. Didn't he say that there are treasure temples, pagodas, twin trees, and Buddha figures in his Buddha kingdom? After practicing all of them, the foundation of the Buddha kingdom will be established. Then, with this Buddha kingdom forever shining, 10,000 years can be transformed into a wheel. 12 wheels are the Bodhisattva realm, 24 wheels are the Buddha realm, and 36 wheels are the Buddha Lord World Honored realm. Eat shit. Li Su threw the pot. For the first time, he felt the unfriendly attitude of cultivating immortals towards the human race. A mind that is, as long as 100 years can make you wither and flourish. A magical power with a unit of 10,000 years. Haha, you are really supernatural. By the way, the Taoist thunder method does not require so much time, but if you want to achieve great success, it only requires a little bit. That is, you need to experience a catastrophe yourself. After all, the source of this thing is it. So you have to experience it yourself to understand what it is. Warm reminder, remember to improve your strength, otherwise it will be very bad if you are struck to death. Take a long breath and exhale it for a long time. It is worthy of being a Taoist boss. After all, when others are struggling to survive, when the catastrophe occurs, only the Taoist boss will watch with interest when the catastrophe occurs, and then create this so-called thunder method. Forget it, let's go and observe the dragon force. Suddenly, I feel that the supernatural power of the dragon clan is closer to reality. Lee Su closed his eyes and removed all the Buddhist experience of the dragon force, leaving only the dragon clan inscription. This is very good and clean. There is not much content, but it can be seen from the small. This magic power weaving and the content writing are amazing. The mighty power of the dragon, in one word, is simply amazing. It is not the dragon clan's ability to call the wind and rain, or fly into the sky and hide in the ground. In fact, those are the crooked ways and unorthodox ways. It's a pity that everyone from the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea to the shrimp soldiers and crab generals regards those abilities as the fundamental magical powers of the Dragon Clan. No. The strongest magical power and fundamental law of the Dragon Clan is nothing else but their flesh and their power. They follow the path of the great man who created the world, proving the way with power. It is extremely pure and simple. The fundamental law of the Dragon Clan, the inscription pattern is quite simple, just one character, and all the magical powers come from it. If it weren't for the explanation of the Tao, Lee Su would not have discovered that, although the dragon chant in the dragon force is varied and breeds thousands of things, after removing those miscellaneous things, it is still this power. As long as this inscription is written into the flesh, it is not very difficult. In Lee Su's current situation, he can make more than 10,000 in a day with all his strength, and then write it on every cell in his body to succeed. Question mark? How many cells are there in a person? Under normal circumstances, roughly speaking, there are only 60 trillion at most 6 billion days? Not much. It's only about 16,438,356 years. Fuck. How could the kung fu of the Cation master be simple? He has already opened the sky. Is there anyone better than him? Proving the Dao with force. Count the number of prehistoric times. He is the only one who can do it, right? There is no doubt that Lee Su can be sure that this method is definitely simple at the beginning, and it will only get harder as time goes on. If it is so easy to prove the Dao with force, the prehistoric world will not have 6 saints, but 600 saints. When I think of 600 Cation masters roaming the world, it is really beautiful, very beautiful. So, this method is probably not a matter of time, but also a problem of the level of cultivation. Didn't you see that the Cation master was killed the next moment after proving the Dao? Lee Su let out a long breath and smiled. Yes, how could the path of the Cation master be so simple? Well, just practice diligently and don't think about those things. As for whether you can achieve great success, haha, it's good to dream when you have nothing to do. Attaining the Dao of Hunyuan? There are all kinds of things in dreams. Lee Su calmed down. Although the Daoji brought him countless conveniences and made his already extremely terrifying talent even more terrifying, it undoubtedly brought him a lot of worries. This seemingly endless length of magical practice made him tremble. Brother. A cute la-li voice sounded, and a little man rushed into Lee Su's arms. After that day, the little girl and Lee Su became completely familiar with each other. She was not afraid of strangers at all. Her little elbows were around Lee Su's neck, her big eyes were blinking, and she opened her mouth and shouted, "Brother, tang tang, tang tang." Lee Su, who was originally worried about the magical power, was suddenly happy and experienced Wu-Emo's fun. Girls are really little cotton padded jackets. Daogo continued to practice. Lee Su held the little girl's body and said, "You can eat candy, but let me see the progress of your practice." The little girl's face was red, and she showed a happy look in her eyes. She stretched out her little hand without hesitation. The inscription on it was flashing. It was the dragon power extracted by Lee Su, the fundamental source. Although the other party was a snake, snakes were also branches of dragons, right? I wanted to let the other party try and see if it would work. The little girl was extremely talented and made good progress. Under the practice of Yuanshan, it has spread all over her limbs. Don't look at her little arms and elbows. This power is quite strong. If she were to throw a tantrum on the spot, it would directly cause a landslide. Scratching the other party's little Kyang nose, Lee Su smiled like an aunt, as if looking at her own daughter, and nodded and said, "Very good, there is progress." The little girl's eyes narrowed into crescents, and she was very happy. Lee Su stretched out his hand and grasped it in the air. The rhyme of Tao emerged. This was his own creation. 4 days ago, the little girl came to him with grievances, saying that she was beaten by her sister, and he created it to comfort the other party. With dragon pattern as the core and small world as the framework, various Dao rhymes such as mountain, water, wind, and soil are integrated into it, and then the Dao interpretation of the structure of the sugar is analyzed to form Dao sugar. How to say it? A taste of nature. Of course, although the purpose and method are a bit of a joke, there is no doubt that this candy is basically equivalent to Lee Su's understanding of Tao and his perception of the law. Therefore, it is really very delicious, especially for spiritual life. After taking a bite into her mouth, the little girl couldn't help shaking all over. The taste inside melted instantly, and the taste was simply indescribable, as if she had eaten 10 tons of lollipops in one breath, and the whole world became sweet. Delicious. It's good if it's delicious. Lee Su smiled. He didn't get up, still sitting, letting the little guy hang on his neck, and continue to practice. The little girl was also very well behaved. She just lay in Lee Su's arms, occasionally changing a posture, and then began to breathe evenly, and began to practice. What Lee Su practiced was the most fundamental Taoist power and Buddhist power. The so-called learning from the Tao and following nature, the so-called fundamental wish. The influence on the surroundings is huge. Even if his realm is not high, he is actually a small world and a small Buddha. Under the fusion of the two forces, the little girl who was originally confused about cultivation, and was at the age of jumping around also restrained her nature, and began to practice obediently, to grasp this great opportunity. 1 practice is a day. It was night. Lee Su opened his eyes, patted the other's head, and after watching the other wake up, he took out a candy and stuffed it into the other's mouth and said, "Okay, go home, otherwise your sister will worry again." The little girl opened her eyes, lowered her head, pursed her lips, and her eyes were extremely complicated. She nodded and stood up gently, far less lively than during the day. The roots of her ears were red. The next moment she ran to the beach and turned into the sea with a splash. Lee Su watched the other party leave and couldn't help shaking his head and smiling. This little guy, sometimes I really feel that the other party has become a different person. I didn't care, continued to close my eyes and started practicing. In the sea, Bei Su, who had quickly dived into the depths, showed up. At this moment, her entire soul was red and glowing. At first, she was undoubtedly against her sister going to meet the other party. After all, people's hearts are separated by their stomachs. Kinga and she are one body with 2 souls, which means that they are not under her control. Usually, it's nothing. When Bei Su, who feels a little crisis, decides to improve her strength, she will fall into deep practice. Obviously, the lively and active Kinga will not do that. As a result, the other party woke up the next day and immediately ran to find the monk. Originally, after the practice was over, and she woke up, Bei Su, who felt a little guilty about what happened yesterday, planned to apologize to her sister. After all, she was just a child. Back then, the two of them were one body with 2 souls, and their bodies could not bear it. Kinga chose to sleep until her body could accommodate the 2 souls before waking up. Therefore, she liked and loved her sister. As a result, good guy, really good guy. As soon as she woke up, she lay in Lee Su's arms again. And this time it was not a snake body, but Kinga's soul lay directly in Lee Su's arms. They are twins, very special, so when her sister is asleep, she can also drive her soul. In an instant, Bei Su's face turned red like a big apple. God has mercy on her. Since she realized the difference between men and women, and learned the culture of the human race, she can't even lie in the arms of men. She usually talks more than 2 meters away. Although people outside say that she is cold, it's not that simple. She is shy, very, very shy. Especially Uncle Zhang, that bastard, has instilled in her that men are big-tailed wolves, and those who approach you are greedy for your body. Only Uncle is for her good and wants to introduce people to his son. Faced with this result, Bei Su almost strangled her sister to death. The once caring little cotton jacket has become a black-hearted cotton produced by a factory, cheating her sister. She is a virgin girl, and she wakes up in the arms of a man with her hands hooked around his neck. What the hell is this? Fortunately, the other party regarded her as his sister, and the look in his eyes was completely looking at his daughter. When she thought of this, Baesu couldn't help but dig her fair toes into the ground. I'm Baesu, the most beautiful woman in the spirit snake clan, and ranked in the top 5 in the earthly immortal world. What kind of look does this man have? Well, even if she is a beautiful snake, you really can't guess what a girl is thinking. After the shame came to an end, Baesu calmed down, then smacked her lips, and sipped the candy that the other party fed her. Delicious. It's like the fruit of the Tao itself, making people linger and indulge in it. Everyone knows that incense is poisonous. Why is it poisonous? Because of the power of will, the wish of all living beings. With prayers and thoughts, eating too much will be affected, which is poisonous. Therefore, both the Taoist and Buddhist sects try their best to avoid being poisoned by this thing. For this reason, corresponding methods have been made respectively. The Taoist sect carries it through the clone. Basically, the people of the Taoist sect have countless incarnations to avoid being entangled by the poison. The Buddhist sect cultivates great aspirations, is not affected by the incense, and in turn affects the incense, so that their own ideas become the other party's ideas, and let the other party follow them. The Pure Land of Buddha is a typical example, the paradise, the pursuit of all living beings. Lisu practiced Inayana Buddhism, seeking to save himself. His Buddha land is only a personal kingdom, not a kingdom of all living beings, but it does not change the fact that his Buddha power contains the power of will. Of course, his Buddha land is essentially different from the eternal life of most Buddhas, but it is a yearning for a better world and his pursuit of Tao. But, it is still poisonous. It will make people feel good about him, want to get close to him, and can't help wanting to pursue and explore the way of this world with him. Therefore, this thing is very poisonous, especially for women who are devoted to seeking Tao, such as Baesu, who has little desire for love, and is devoted to cultivation. It is really poisonous, even more excessive than the Tao heart planting demon method. From the first day of mental explosion to the 4th day now, I think the candy is delicious, which is a huge change. Under normal circumstances, the previous Baesu would definitely spit it out immediately and then check if it is poisonous. He is a good person, at least the eyes without desire can communicate. Although she was quite bothered by the fact that she woke up in the other's arms every time, it was okay. Sooner or later, she would separate from her sister. When that time came, her sister would continue to lie in the other's arms as a daughter, and she would just be a Taoist friend with the other, talking about the great Dao together, and pursuing the truth of the world. As for why it was a daughter instead of a wife, it was worth mentioning. Fortunately, I held my sister's soul the next day, and forced her to swear that she and I were one body with 2 souls, otherwise I would be really embarrassed. However, the monk had a high level of understanding. My sister's Dao mark can basically be said to be the fundamental law, right? They are 2 bodies with 2 souls. If the little girl cultivates it, it is equivalent to her cultivation. Now I owe a big favor, and I have to find a chance to repay it. Another night and a day passed. In this way, it has been 10 days since I came to Ninghe town. Lisu opened her eyes and looked at the moonlight that had begun to set in the west. It has been almost 10 years since I came to this world. Senior sister, do you feel empty, lonely, and cold? I kind of miss the wives in the legend of the twin dragons, especially Wanwan, who can unlock any posture and play with you. Well, I have to find a way to rescue them as soon as possible. The main thing is that with her, I can not only unlock super postures, but also unlock them with Yuan and the others. Women are the same as men in this regard. What compatriots can do, I can definitely do. Even if I'm ashamed, I can do it. The little girl woke up and lay in his arms for another day. Lisu reached out and rubbed the other's little head and said softly, "Are you awake?" The little girl was stunned and nodded. "I'm leaving. Be careful when you are alone in the future, understand? Leave." Baesu was stunned and looked at Lisu in confusion. Lisu smiled. Although he didn't think the other party could understand, he still said, "It's time to send the Buddha treasure. If there is a chance, I will come again and make you delicious food." Basu was stunned. In a trance, she found that she seemed to have forgotten something. After a while, she suddenly remembered that she was in the fragments of the world. The purpose of coming to Ninghe was to go to Jinhua, kill the 1,000-year-old tree demon, and swallow its demon heart. Good guy, really good guy. She forgot the original purpose. For a moment, Basu's soul in the flesh could not help but emit green smoke, and the whole soul turned pink. She took a breath, took back King her soul, and restored her original body. The white and green little snake shrank directly under Lisu's left hand, turned into a circle, and was wrapped around Lisu's arm. Faced with her action, Lisu was stunned and prepared to say something. As a result, the little snake directly closed its 5 senses and disconnected from the outside world. Of course, it was not that it didn't want to listen to the bastards chanting, but it was too damn shy, especially for the fact that she was used to being held by Lisu. Lisu's mouth twitched. Was he being blamed? Well, whether he could beat him or not was another matter. It shouldn't be a big problem to save the little snake. He thought about it and left a message on the spot. The general idea was that I would take the little guy away for a while and send him back soon. Lisu turned around and walked directly towards the town. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Soon after entering the town, the sky became brighter and the morning light began to fall. Not far away, Zen Master Baiyan walked towards him with a smile on his face and a Buddhist shrine in his hand. Huh? Where is the little monk Shifeng? Lisu was stunned and did not find any trace of Shifeng. Did he go to the toilet? It was really an unfortunate time for him to come. Senior, I have kept you waiting for a long time. No problem. The road ahead is dangerous. It is not too much to be prepared. As expected, he was going to Jinhua. Lisu's eyes showed confusion. Is this considered knowing there is a tiger in the mountain and going to the tiger mountain? By the way, senior, where is Shifeng? Why can't I see him? Oh, I sent him back. Lisu was stunned. Sent him back? Where did you go back to? Master Fahey, you and the tree demon faced each other, right? Did you injure him? Yes. Yes. Zen Master Baiyan thought for a moment and said, in this case, I'm afraid that the tree demon has remembered your breath, and the Black Mountain Old Demon will probably keep an eye on you. Lisu nodded. That's right. I'm afraid that once the other party senses him, a big battle will begin. But it's okay. We are going to kill demons, so let's fight. Brother Fahey, although the tree demon is easy to deal with, the Black Mountain Old Demon is undoubtedly a huge trouble. Even if you and I join forces, I'm afraid we are not his opponent. Zen Master Baiyan said so. So powerful? Lisu was a little surprised, but then he remembered that the Black Mountain Old Demon in the movie was also very powerful. At least if the other party didn't have the weakness of sunlight, it would definitely be Zen Master Baiyan's group that was wiped out. So, Nephew Fahey, I want to ask you for a favor. Senior, please speak directly. I have a way to turn Nephew Fahey into my disciple. In this way, all your magical powers will be covered up. Unless the Black Mountain Old Demon touches you personally, he will definitely not be able to find any flaws. At the same time, you have to make an apology for me. Try to deal with me as much as possible, and pretend to be an ordinary mortal to avoid being discovered by the 2 demons. Buy more time and let the power of the Buddha treasure penetrate Jinhua. Lisu was stunned and couldn't help but widen his eyes. I became Shifeng? That's all, but I still have to pretend to be an ordinary mortal? Recalling the experience of Shifeng and Xiaoqian, Lisu was stunned. What the hell is this? Deo. Is he going to become Fahey Deo? Suddenly, Lisu thought of something. Let himself play Shifeng? Pretend to be an ordinary person? In other words, the original role of Shifeng was to delay the 2 old monsters? Give the other party a feeling that, as long as they target the little monk, they will tire the old monk to death sooner or later? You are such a great monk. I thought you looked serious, but you actually have the whole situation under control, right? Come to think of it, with the old monk's cultivation, how could he not find out the situation of his disciples? He asked so seriously every time. Are you collecting black history? Lisu looked at the old monk and immediately felt that he had bad intentions. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170, A Chinese Ghost Story. Senior, this Buddha treasure is not to be sent to Luoyang? Of course not. Zen Master Baiyan smiled. Now the world is in chaos. People's hearts are like ghosts. What's the use of sending Buddha treasures to Luoyang? Li Su was stunned. That is to say, from the beginning, this so-called sending of Buddha treasures was to deal with the two big monsters in Jinhua? Why is it so complicated? The Black Mountain Old Monster did give Li Su a very scary feeling, but he didn't think. Suddenly, Li Su was stunned. It was not difficult for him, but it didn't mean it was not difficult for people in this world. Talent waiting, Taoism bonus. He is basically equivalent to the reincarnation of the world on at 1 and the advent of the Taoist master. Even so, he still finds it difficult at present, let alone those people whose talents can't even reach 100%. I'm afraid that the existence of the Black Mountain Old Monster is a mountain that cannot be crossed. Wait, it is difficult on the Buddhist side, but it shouldn't be difficult on the Langhu Mountain side. After all, they in the Zengai school can use the magic of summoning gods. As if sensing Li Su's doubts, Master Baiyan smiled and said, "Nephew, you have been to Jinhua, and you must have seen the two monsters. What do you think of them?" Li Su thought for a while and said, "The tree monster is okay, but the Black Mountain Old Monster feels a bit bottomless. I'm afraid I can't beat it for the time being." For the time being? Master Baiyan nodded. Indeed, with the talent shown by nephew, if you give me 50 years, maybe it's possible. 50 years. Li Su raised his eyebrows, feeling despised. With his talent and Taoism, it will take another 50 years to defeat the Black Mountain Old Monster? How much do you look down on him? Master Baiyan didn't explain. He smiled and said, "Come on, Shifeng, carry it on your back." The old Zen master smiled and handed the Buddha shrine to him. Li Su rolled his eyes. "Master, I haven't agreed yet." Although he thought about it, he still reached out to catch the Buddha shrine and prepared to carry it on his back. When the Buddha shrine was in his hand, Li Su couldn't help but pause, and an unprecedented power was transmitted from the Buddha shrine. Is this the golden Buddha? Li Su's eyes were filled with surprise. It was so heavy, incredibly heavy. It felt like a mountain was pressing down on his body. Damn, how did that little monk Shifeng carry this thing? It's so heavy. Is it very heavy? The old monk said with a smile. Li Su's forehead began to sweat. He felt extremely tired. The veins on his hands were bulging. He nodded. Zen Master Baiyan narrowed his eyes and smiled. This Buddha treasure, the higher your cultivation, the heavier it will be. This is also a kind of practice. When you feel that it is not. As if he was about to be crushed, Li Su could no longer hear what Zen Master Baiyan was saying. He felt and saw that the power that continued to seep out of the shrine was flowing into his body. It was infiltrating its own power and flowing in through the loopholes, destroying the balance of his body's Dao Rime at once. Both the Lotus Dao fruit and the Yuanshan Dao fruit were impacted. This is not an attack. It was a kind of training to help him realize the situation of his own foundation. It was so heavy, because although his realm was stable, it was not completely compacted. Li Su took a deep breath, and a little light began to flash in his eyes. Yuan Shandao Go directly coiled his calves, and the 7-color treasure light on his body continued to overflow, washing himself, the position invaded by the power of the shrine, resisting it and compacting the original cracks. The Lotus Dao Go kept trembling. Each time, it was an adjustment to itself. While the power that did not belong to itself was shaken out, it began to madly consolidate its own foundation. After a while, Li Su let out a long breath, picked up the shrine, and carried it on his back, and smiled. "Sorry, uncle, I'm not used to it for a while. By the way, uncle, what did you say?" Baiyan Zen Master put his hands together, shook his head, and took a step forward and said, "It's nothing, you'll get used to it. Let's go, let's hurry up." Amitabha Buddha, Prajna Buddha, what the hell is this? The Buddha treasure came from the South China Sea and was blessed by the Bodhisattva. It has great supernatural powers and can suppress all demons. For those who practice Buddhism, it is also of great benefit. As long as they enter its range, their foundation will be shaken and unstable, and they will be unable to lift it. Why did they let Shifen carry it? Because although he practiced Buddhism, he was just an ordinary person, and did not have the cultivation, so it was not heavy for him to lift. In order to adapt to this thing, the old monk spent almost half a year before and after, and was able to lift it in his hand with ease. As a result, Fahey got used to it completely in a short time, after he took it in his hand. What kind of foundation is this? Is it made of molten iron? What kind of thing did the Pure Land sect receive? Has this guy practiced for 10 years in total? I have been practicing Zen for 80 years, but I feel that it is not as stable as the other party. The old Zen master undoubtedly had some of his 3 views destroyed, and he felt tired and didn't like it. He felt that whoever wanted to practice Buddhism could practice it. He didn't practice it anymore. The realm of cultivation, that was originally quite complacent, was now embarrassed. Well, it was decided. The Black Mountain old demon will be handed over to his nephew. It's good that he doesn't need to fight to the death. The two of them set off quickly. Originally, their speed should not be fast. The old Zen master thought that it would take a long time for Li Su to get used to the Buddhist shrine. Now, starting from Ninghe, it took only 3 days to reach Yewu, and it was less than a few dozen miles away from Jinhe. It's much quieter this west. You should know that when the old Zen master first planned to go this way, he had a lot of headaches. He felt that he would be exhausted before arriving in Jinhe. As a result, not to mention that they didn't encounter any monsters along the way, Yewu was even more refreshing, and the people were calm. But I don't know why, when they came from Yewu, the people looked at them with a strange look in their eyes, with gratitude and fear. As a Buddhist, it's not strange to be grateful, but it's a bit confusing to be feared. But thinking that Li Su seemed to come from this side, could it be him? Zen Master Bayan immediately said with a smile, "By the way, nephew, have you been to Yewu? It is much quieter. I didn't expect Yewu to be so peaceful." Li Su was stunned. He shook his head and said, "No, I didn't go into Yewu." He really didn't go in. Although he sent a lot of people over, he left when he arrived at the door. He was in a hurry to kill monsters. Why would he use the time to go into the city? Zen Master Bayan was stunned for a moment. He thought that Fahey was exorcising monsters in Yewu just now, but it turned out not to be the case, right? Forget it. No matter what, the primary goal now is Jinhe. Soon, the nephew and his nephew set off. This journey was really quiet and peaceful, just like in the movies, and there were almost no obstacles. Not to mention monsters and ghosts, there were no bandits or robbers. I thought it would take more than half a month to travel, but in less than a week, I stepped into the territory of Jinhe. At this moment, Li Su had changed his appearance and turned into the young monk Shifeng. After walking a few steps, he frowned and said, "Master, this golden Buddha." Shifeng, look where we are here. Oh, we are almost getting close to Jinhe. Guon is not far away, and then we can enter Huangshan. Really? We're almost halfway there. Let's go to Jinhe first today, take a day's rest, and continue on the road tomorrow. Okay. The master and apprentice walked out towards Jinhe, one after the other. After a long while, Zen Master Bayan finally spoke. "Walls have ears. You wanted to ask me why the Buddha's energy is leaking, nephew?" "Yes. That's the original purpose." "Oh. That old demon in Black Mountain is very advanced, beyond the realm that human power can reach. There is basically no way to fight it, and this demon is extremely cautious. If something goes wrong, it will sneak into the ground and not come out. If you want to kill it, you must do 2 things. First, weaken its power unconsciously, and second, make it unable to escape. The function of the Buddha treasure is based on this. The leaked Buddha power will continue to weaken the opponent's strength and fix this space at the same time. Once it appears, there is no way to escape." Li Su nodded suddenly. "It is worthy of being a Buddhist sect. It is really sinister." Although Zen Master Bayan was cheated by his apprentice in various ways in the movie, in reality, he was cheated there. It was clearly deliberately cheated by the other party. The poor tree demon was never taken seriously by Zen Master Bayan from beginning to end. It was really like stepping into another world. Standing under the shadow of the tree demon, Lee Su couldn't help but sigh. The smell of blood in the air made even Lee Su feel numb in his throat. How many people had to die to make it so strong? Master Bayan didn't say anything. He sighed and obviously smelled the stench of decaying bones. The two masters and apprentices followed the procedure and entered Jinhua first. It was undoubtedly completely different from Yewu. It was no exaggeration to say that this place was a hell on earth. The people here were ugly and hideous, as if the evil ghost in the human heart had manifested. Their mouths and eyes were crooked, their limbs were deformed, and almost none of them were intact. However, something was wrong. It seemed that I didn't see the reincarnated Yanchiksha. Shouldn't they meet him in the wild in the plot? The other party was killing people and loved money. Here they come. Suddenly, Master Bayan spoke. Lee Su was startled. There was a noisy sound not far away, and he saw a man chasing more than 10 people. There was a flash of swords and countless corpses on the ground. Is it Yan Yumingzenren? Question mark. Seeing him dressed like a chivalrous knight with a mercenary look on his face, although I couldn't recognize him at first, there is no doubt that he is Yumingzenren from Langhu Mountain. Don't say that he is dressed like this. I didn't feel anything before, but now I'm very familiar with him. Lao Zhang is the king of heaven who is hindered by his voice. Damn. After all this time, it is a three-way siege by Langhu Mountain, Nanhua Temple, and Pure Land Sect. This drama is really a set of sets. I feel silent for the Black Mountain old monster. In the current situation, basically unless the other party has other means, otherwise, it is basically a dead end. Soon, Yan Shiksha and exchanged glances, and the three separated. It seems that everything is going according to the original plot. Asterisk 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 monk. 2. In the hell on earth, the tree demon listened to the report. His eyes flashed, and the Black Mountain old monster did not move. Does that mean it is not the guy named Fahey? The tree demon shook his roots, and felt it slightly. The old monk is not bad. Although he can't do anything to him, it is quite difficult to deal with him. On the contrary, it was the little monk. The blood was so strong that eating one would be more fulfilling than eating 1,000 people. In an instant, the tree demon couldn't help licking his tongue. The previous injury was still aching, and could not be recovered. Just right. The tree demon said directly, Xiao Zuo. Finally, the heroine of a Chinese ghost story finally appeared, after being called for many times. She had long flowing hair, and was extremely beautiful. Her eyes seemed to be able to seduce souls. She was dressed in just the right amount of clothes. It seemed that she could see everything and nothing at the same time, which made people very lustful. Just standing there without any movement was unbearable. She spoke softly, her eyes were as charming as silk, and every movement seemed to arouse the deepest desire in people's hearts, saying, Xiao Zuo understands. With a fragrant breeze, she disappeared. It seemed that it was the same as the original plot, but what were the differences? I couldn't say specifically. In Lanruo Temple, as Xiao Zuo took action, the tree demon soon cooperated. The old Zen master glanced at Lee Su and said, there is a demonic aura. Shifting, you keep an eye on the Buddha treasure. I will be back soon. As he said that, he winked at Lee Su. Nephew, you are acting. Don't do it. There is not enough time. The weakening of the Black Mountain old demon is not enough. If you arouse the other party's vigilance, all your efforts will be wasted. Lee Su rolled his eyes and felt a little upset. There is still an underage snake on him. This scene is really hard to control. It's 18 plus. No, 18 in modern society. I'm afraid that third base has been hit, right? Well, it's not suitable for children. What to do? Seeing the old monk running out in a hurry, isn't this monk going to find a seat to prepare for the next big show? Otherwise, confuse the little guy first. Don't let her sense it. As for the old monk, just watch it. Anyway, the story is over, and the dark history can't be exposed, right? Thinking of this, Lee Su made a fearless decision in his heart, ready to perfectly interpret the original Shifeng's behavior, and express the reluctance to welcome to the fullest. After all, he has been alone in the empty room for more than 10 years. Amitabha, calm down, and be careful. Darn. It's a new look. Lee Su raised his eyebrows. Knock on the door directly? It's not a ghost shouting that there is a ghost. Well, bad review. But he took a breath and decided to open the door, but first covered the Buddha treasure with a cloth. He did not completely follow the original plot development model. In fact, he had already fought with the tree demon and met with the Black Mountain old demon, and it was not long ago. Will the plot really go on step by step? Lee Su was a little skeptical. Lee Su went downstairs, took a breath, and tried to make his voice not so calm and calm. What is nervousness? It seems that I haven't felt it for a long time. Who? It's me. A feminine voice sounded, as if a woman was lying in your ear and panting. Even though Lee Su's heart was as hard as iron, he couldn't help but fluctuate slightly. His face changed, and he almost said directly, "Who the hell are you?" I remember that the female ghost in Deo 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 is called Xiao Zuo. Although they are the same actor, they are not the same person. Is her magic power so powerful? After all, Lee Su is not Shifeng. Although he often exudes strange ideas, his Deo fruit is undoubtedly as solid as a rock. The other party shook his Deo foundation with just a word? Or is it a Deo foundation that has been fixed once by the Golden Buddha? It's a bit beyond imagination. Walking to the door, Lee Su's eyes were dim, and he felt that the plot seemed to be moving in an unpredictable direction. Did I overlook something? Can this story really be ended step by step so simply? Recalling the first 2 times he entered the world fragments, Zhao Heng was like a bug the first time, and DNA was directly stuck with a bug the second time, but this third time was just ordinary. Towards Lee Su opened the door. In an instant, he met the eyes of the woman outside the door. No, the female ghost. Lee Su took a deep breath and exhaled for a long time. Damn, this time it's a big deal. No wonder it felt wrong. How could it be right? Now thinking back, the other party didn't pay any attention to the other monsters and ghosts that day, but just moved all the female ghosts out before taking action. Is this thing such a kind monster? Impossible. For it, apart from itself, how could it care about anything else? Not to mention that it didn't think it could threaten it at the time, and moving the female ghosts away in advance was a strange behavior in itself. Looking at the person in front of him, Lee Su understood, and moving the female ghosts away in advance could also explain it. Xiao Zuo, or Xiao Qian, was stunningly beautiful and indescribable. Her eyes, movements, and even the body fragrance that came with the wind all carried a fascinating breath. Under Lee Su's Taoist eyes, the woman in front of him was absolutely beautiful, and her whole body was covered with blue-green Taoist rime. The beauty was almost comparable to the supreme Taoist scripture that Lee Su possessed. And the most terrifying thing was what kind of scene was inside this woman's body? Countless demons and ghosts, countless wronged souls, as if it was the deepest part of hell. That was a scene that even gods would change color when they saw it. Wouldn't you like to invite me in to sit down? Xiao Zuo spoke, with a smile on his fair and jade-like face. In an instant, it was as if 100 flowers were blooming, capturing people's minds. Hiss. At the first moment, the little snake in Lee Su's sleeves reacted. He couldn't help but tighten his body. At the same time, Bei Su and King of Souls were both blown up, feeling unprecedented terror. Lee Su nodded his head, feeling extremely exhausted. Was the bug this time actually the heroine? His eyes changed, and the golden light kept flashing inside. He was not only observing the other party, but also trying his best to capture, madly capturing. Where is the vitality? After a moment, he took a breath and said, "Please." Xiao Zuo walked in directly with a smile on his face, and without waiting for Lee Su to speak, he went straight to the second floor pavilion. Hey, didn't the Golden Buddha fall down? As if she couldn't feel the power of the Golden Buddha, Xiao Zuo walked directly to the table and sat down. She had a smile on her face, and her gaze was so attractive, as if she was an unmarried girl waiting to be married, or a top-notch prostitute who had fallen into the dust. Her every move was so touching. Compared with her calmness, the little snake in Lee Su's sleeve was completely furious, and the scales on its body were shaking. Brother, this girl has a big problem. Kinga directly transmitted the sound through her soul, with an unprecedented anxious tone. Before Lee Su spoke, Xiao Zuo raised her head, with an unhappy look on her face, and said, "Don't whisper with other women." Hiss. Kinga's pigtails stood up, and she couldn't help but control her body and raise her head, making the unique action of preparing to attack for small snakes. Xiaozuo seemed to feel it. Her eyes changed, began to blacken, and a peerless murderous aura burst out from her body, with the shrillness of endless undead. Li Su raised his hand and gently patted his sleeves to calm Kinga down. He ignored the terrifying aura emanating from Xiaozuo's body, walked directly to the other party, and sat in front of the golden Buddha. Xiaozuo was surprised and looked at Li Su in surprise. He didn't expect that the other party could remain calm when facing him. Strange, you don't seem to be afraid. If you are afraid, you will leave. Interesting, you are the first such interesting person I have met. Are you Xiaozuo? Call me Xiaokan, it's me anyway, and Xiaokan is my original name, isn't it? What's the matter with you? Me? Oh, you mean why I'm not an ordinary female ghost? I was born in a yin year, yin month, yin time and yin moment. In Taoist terms, I should say that I have a pure yin body and basically cannot live past the age of 20. However, my luck was bad, and I died at the age of 16. Coincidentally, the day I died was also a yin year, yin month, yin time and yin moment, so I became a ghost. However, the difference is that I became a pure yin ghost. It was nothing at first. After all, there was a 1,000-year-old demon where I was, and I could not escape its control. But it happened again and again. Maybe it was because the number of times accumulated was too much. The yin energy became thicker and thicker, and by coincidence I came into contact with Taoism, which actually activated the Taiyin yin rhyme, allowing me to wake up from this endless reincarnation. Don't you think it's interesting? Xiaozuo, no, Xiaokan said it simply, but as her words fell, both Beisu and Kinga could not help but tremble. Taiyin Dao rhyme, one of the supreme Dao rhymes of the demon race, on par with the Dao rhyme of the sun. Now the leader of the 8 demon kings of the demon race masters the Dao rhyme of the sun, and therefore his strength is the strongest in the entire demon race. If it were not for King Xia, the human race would probably have been wiped out. It turned out to be Taiyin Dao rhyme. No wonder the other party gave him the feeling, as if he had learned the supreme scripture. So that's it. It's similar to Dini. There was a bug, but it was obvious that Xiaokan's bug was more than 10,000 times stronger than the other party. Damn Taiyin Dao rhyme, which can trace back to ancient times, belongs to the Dao of Taiyin Xi. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion sounded. Oh, it's already hit. Xiaokan was not surprised at all. She looked up and out the window, smiling. Li Su let out a breath. Even if he didn't see it, he could feel that the tree monster was going crazy. Zen Master Beian, who was originally preparing to act, and Truman Yuming, who played Yan Shiksha, were no longer hiding and went all out. As for the result, it was not satisfactory. The old monster was much stronger than before. Are you controlling the tree monster? Well, I've always been in control, but I don't pay much attention to it. This guy doesn't care about raw or cold food, not to mention his terrible eating manners. He eats everything. But fortunately, I have collected a lot of resentment from it, so I'll let it act on its own. Really? Li Su rubbed his brows. What kind of drama was designed by the 3 parties? The 3 of them simply plunged into the script of the female ghost in front of them. At this moment, the little baking snake couldn't sit still. Feeling the crisis of life, once Zen Master Beian's party was resolved, they would undoubtedly face the terrible female demon, tree demon, and the Black Mountain old demon in front of them. Even Beisu became nervous at this moment, and felt the crisis of life. Why did it turn out like this? Especially this female ghost in front of him. It is completely beyond the plot of the story, right? Kinga's soul appeared directly and lay on Li Su's shoulder. Her eyes shrank into a line, and her body revealed a fierce aura that she had never had when she was with Li Su. Combined with her little face, she was cute and fierce. If she made a woohoo sound, it would be even more atmospheric. Little demon, do you want to die? Xiaokan spoke especially gently and softly to Li Su, but became extremely ferocious when it came to the little snake. As the most terrifying demon in the world, Xiao King's behavior undoubtedly provoked her. Kinga's soul was furious, but she did not retreat. She also stared at Xiaokan, and inside her body, Beisu also took a breath, with murderous intent in her eyes, ready to attack. Alright. At the moment, when the situation was tense, Lee Su reached out and patted Xiao King's head and said, "Go outside and help the Zen master and the others." Brother. Kinga couldn't help but widen her eyes. She could tell how ferocious the female ghost was by looking at her sister's reaction. In this case, shouldn't they join forces to get rid of the female ghost first? That's right, fellow Taoist, this woman is very scary. I'm not sure at all. Let's join forces. Beisu also came out. Her soul was glowing, her magic power was vibrating violently, and the visible Dao rhyme on her body was gathering. Lee Su was startled. He didn't expect that the sister in Kinga's mouth was also there. He couldn't help but blink his eyes, thinking of the color of their two bodies, one body with two souls. Not only that, Beisu's Dao rhyme was obviously different from this world, just like him. Because Kinga was still young and had not practiced for a long time, her Dao rhyme was not obvious, so Lee Su didn't see anything, but he immediately realized from Beisu's Dao rhyme that the other party might not be from this world. Real demon clan? Why? In an instant, many questions came to Lee Su's mind, but he quickly suppressed them. He felt that Xiao Qian's murderous intent was getting stronger and stronger, and it seemed that she was going to attack the two women. Forget it, just focus on the present. Lee Su suddenly stretched out his right hand and gently pressed his index finger on the Buddha treasure. He restored his original face and used his own Buddha power. In an instant, Xiao Qian's eyes condensed, and the malice that was about to burst out suddenly stopped. She looked at Lee Su with a little surprise. "You are different from those I have met before." "Really? It's really an honor." Lee Su smiled. "Kinga, and Kinga's sister? Hello, fellow Taoist, my name is Beisu." "Really? Hello. Then fellow Taoist Beisu, please take your sister with you to the tree monster and help the old Zen master. That tree monster should be your target, right?" "Why, no, fellow Taoist you. Fellow Daoist Beisu, cultivation is actually a very selfish thing. It can be said that there is no one in the world who is more selfish than a cultivator." Lee Su suddenly spoke, and he said softly, "The selfishness here does not refer to selfishness, but only to oneself. Sharing the same boat and walking side by side may be possible on the road of cultivation, but in the end, a cultivator can only rely on himself, and only himself. Because the path he takes is a path against the sky, a path to reverse his fate, transcend life and death, and do not fall into reincarnation. It's great, but this behavior itself is a denial of destiny. It is the first intolerable existence, not anything else, but heaven, Tao, and destiny. It will never allow anyone to easily crack the path it has set. So it will bring down a disaster to kill us and destroy our path." At this point, Lee Su paused. He turned his head and looked at the person who was so beautiful that he did not seem to exist in the world, and said in a deep voice, "And Xiao Qian, she is my current disaster." The three women were stunned at the same time. Even Xiao Qian couldn't help but look at Lee Su in surprise. Facing her, it would not be too much to find more helpers. In fact, many people before did so, but the ending was obvious. Interesting, really interesting. I'll let him go before, because I thought that he could continue to grow, and the gains would be greater. But now it seems that maybe he can really break out of the shell and escape from this endless reincarnation hell. It's so long and hard to wait, but it will all be over. It is destined to be over. After I eat him. Beisu was stunned for a long time. In a trance, the figure that had left an extremely strong impression in her heart emerged and overlapped with Lee Su. "You have to live and break the catastrophe. I don't want to die like this when I owe someone a favor." Beisu took a deep breath, and her soul moved and returned to her body. "Sister?" Kinga couldn't help but screamed. She wanted to do something else, but her soul froze and returned to her body. The white and green snake body came out from Lee Su's sleeve and rushed out of the window. It instantly turned into a giant python of dozens of feet long, broke through the air, and let out an earth-shaking roar. Rumble. The body was like thunder, and the shadow was like lightning. It broke through the air and destroyed all the way. The inscriptions on the huge white and green snake body shone, and with the breath of destroying the world, it rushed to the place where the tree monster was in the distance. I was really underestimated. Nizaokian narrowed her eyes slightly, and murderous intent flashed in her eyes. She raised her little hand, facing the window, ready to attack. Don't move, or all your efforts will be wasted. Lee Su suddenly smiled, and a ray of golden sand appeared on his fingers, pressing squarely on the Buddhist treasure. Nizaokian's body froze, and she immediately glanced at Lee Su, and said coquettishly, "This person really doesn't know how to take care of a daughter's heart at all." She twisted her body, as if she was a girlfriend, lover, or beloved who had lost her temper, charming and charming, piercing her bones and heart. Lee Su sighed, and said with some melancholy, "Well, who told me that I'm a bald donkey in Buddhism? I don't understand love." Nizaokian chuckled. "You actually said that about yourself. You are really interesting. In a while, I will slowly devour your Taoism, and before you die, let you enjoy the beauty of human relations." "Really?" Lee Su also laughed and said, "What a coincidence. I also plan to talk to you. When I peel your skin, pull out your tendons, dig out your heart and lungs to refine oil." Nizaokian said dissatisfiedly, You seemed funny just now, but now it seems that you really don't know how to cherish women." Lee Su smiled and said, "This is also an expression of love, although it is quite alternative." The tone of both of them was extremely soft, as if lovers were talking, but the look in their eyes and the meaning of the words were undoubtedly so creepy. "Little monk, how did you find out? Are you refining the Black Mountain Old Demon? I found it when you came in." "Oh. It seems that I underestimated you. If I had known, I would not have come in person." "Yes, thank you for coming so quickly. It doesn't matter. The result will not change anyway, huh? Little monk, are you absorbing the power of the Buddha treasure?" "Yes, I can't just watch you absorb the Black Mountain Old Demon and then be eaten by you, right? I have to do something before that, right? Little monk, you are going too far. Can't you just be eaten by me quietly? Please, sister, you have such a good figure. Please be more patient. By the way, I will increase my strength." The two people looked at each other with smiles on their faces, but the murderous intent in their eyes became stronger. The Buddha's energy and the Buddha treasure was constantly extracted by Lee Su, and his Dao fruit began to glow. The lotus and the Yuanshan stood up. The lotus Dao fruit tightened its roots, and the Yuanshan Dao fruit also showed unprecedented solemnity. They all went all out to digest the power from the Buddha treasure, quickly replenish themselves, and promote the growth of the realm. 7, 8, and 9 flowers. 7 colors, 8 colors, and 9 colors. Lee Su's magical powers are also evolving. Under the promotion of Daoji and the absorption of power, they are constantly moving towards the perfect level. Grains of golden sand emerged and surrounded Lee Su. Dragon-shaped Dao rhymes emerged and rushed into the golden sand. Under the extreme oppression, crisis, and the shadow of death, Lee Su desperately matured his magical powers. He no longer sought the perfection of a single pole, but wanted to reach the extreme as much as possible and present his boundless great deeds. The Buddha kingdom and the punishment tribulation are sublimating rapidly and incomparably. They devour everything, and strive to make themselves more solid. Really, he was heading towards the state of perfection without stopping. The originally virtual images in the Buddha kingdom were coming and becoming real. The black light and white thunder formed by the punishment became more and more dazzling, shining with an astonishing aura of destruction. Even the longevity secret that was not used as a means of attack began to change under the analysis of the Tao. The black tortoise inscription pattern on his kidneys broke and turned into the most fundamental water, the innate water. The water rushed up to the sky and kept washing the body, making Lee Su's body stronger and stronger. On the opposite side, Nizaokian's lower body began to turn black. The black color was like lightless mud. The mud was full of terrible things. The composition was not simple black, but turbid. It was formed by countless colors constantly filling in and confusing. The black color was that the living beings felt uncomfortable just by looking at it. Their bones were cold, their souls were trembling, and their flesh and blood seemed to be out of control and were about to be dragged away by it. It kept expanding, and a figure could be seen in the mud, struggling madly. "Little monk, you are going too far." Nizaokian was a little angry, because the massive absorption of Buddha's energy woke up the Black Mountain Old Demon who should have been suppressed. There is no other way. If not, we can't beat him. Lisu smiled apologetically, but continued to accelerate the absorption of the power of the Buddha treasure. Bitch, damn bitch, bull donkey, damn bull donkey. The roar sounded very suddenly. It was the Black Mountain Old Demon, the arrogant Black Mountain Old Demon. It woke up, but found itself stuck in the mud and unable to extricate itself. It was suppressed by the power of Buddha, and swallowed by the black mud. Feeling what was happening to itself, it went crazy, and could not help but roar. It roared loudly with earth-shaking murderous intent, and filled with immense anger. It should have been the strongest existence in this world, but now it was unable to control itself. It was like the ants it usually looked down upon were about to be crushed to death. Facing the awakened Black Mountain Old Demon, Lisu and Iziokian still looked at each other calmly, completely ignoring the Black Mountain Old Demon who could only struggle in vain. From the moment he stepped into this place with the Buddhist treasure, this world, the protagonist of this stage, had nothing to do with him anymore. I'm not reconciled. I'm not reconciled. I won't. The voice became weaker and weaker, and finally disappeared in the endless black mud underneath Iziokian. She used too much force, which was different from the original plan. Iziokian was very unhappy. Little monk, I'm very angry. I want to peel out your heart and liver, cut it into thin slices, and eat it bit by bit. Lisu smiled and nodded, giving his suggestion. If possible, you can dip it in sauce. I think you can try red oil first, and then some sesame seeds. Really? Yes. The two of them stared at each other until the Black Mountain Old Demon's aura completely disappeared, and the Buddhist treasures and Buddhist aura completely disappeared. Pure land. Lisu's eyes flashed with golden light, and his 9 lotus fruits were shaking wildly at this moment. The 9-layer 9-petal lotus flowers were like a piece of music being played, and each petal was gently beating. Every beat was a great power descending, and at this moment he was infinitely close to the Buddha on earth. 10,000 resentments. Iziokian's body trembled slightly, and a terrible shadow was moving under her. The rhythm of the Taiyan river inside was stirred like a gear, and countless resentful ghosts and evil spirits were waving in it, carrying a monstrous hatred, and setting off terrible waves again and again. Buddha Kingdom. Soul Devourer. One man and one ghost attacked at the same time, exerting their own great strength, showing their magical powers, to completely strangle the enemy in front of them. But, on one side, the Buddha's kingdom descended, turning into a world thousands of feet wide, with Buddhas, treasure temples, twin posa trees, and long-sounding Buddha bells. The light was shining, and the 8 meritorious waters bloomed. 500 arhats and 3,000 bhikkhunis chanted at the same time. On one side, the ghost realm appeared, and the world turned black. There were endless evil ghosts in it, including hanged ghosts, starving ghosts, wrongly dead ghosts, headless ghosts, mourning ghosts, ghosts who died unjustly, thousands of ghost mothers, carrying tens of thousands of dead babies, crying wildly, as if they were two opposite poles. In an instant, the entire Lanruo temple of thousands of square meters, hell on one side, heaven on the other, intertwined. Boom. Like water and fire that cannot tolerate each other. At this moment, they intersected and burst out with mutual destruction, as if they were going to tear the world apart. The huge Lanruo temple was collapsing, being torn apart from the most fundamental molecular and atomic levels. The old temple could not withstand this extreme conflict, and under the power of the two were crushed to ashes. In an instant, except for the less than 10 square meters of space where the two stood, the entire Lanruo temple turned into a foreign land, burned by the Buddha's light, and swallowed by the black mud. The air was shaking, the Buddha's kingdom and the ghost realm. The two directions were completely different, but the same reached the extreme, and the scriptures of the same supreme level collided. That was the rhyme of Tao, that was the great power. 10 strikes, or 1,000 strikes, 100,000 strikes. The terrible collision was endless, the air was ignited, or frozen, and even the plankton-level creatures between the two could hardly survive, and were swallowed by the power of the two. Conflict, the ultimate conflict. Each of them had only one goal, that was to completely submerge the other, until there was nothing left. The earth was shaking. The sky was trembling. At this moment, below the immortals, there was no one above the two. 10,000 words. Thank you all for your comments. After writing the last chapter, my head was a little dizzy because the upstairs renovation was drilling and I was shaking so much that I checked for typos and didn't pay attention to the content at all. I'm really sorry, very sorry. Chapter 171 White snake swallows the sky, green snake devours the soul. Sister. Kinga's voice became more and more anxious. Seeing that they were getting farther and farther away from Lanruo Temple, and seeing Lee Su facing the terrifying female ghost alone, she shouted loudly, her soul sweating and crying. It was as if she would never see her again after leaving. Feeling the horror of the female ghost, even though Kinga was still young and ignorant, she understood that the danger of that existence was a demon that could freeze her soul to death. Baesu said nothing. Her soul looked grim, and the farther away she was, the more intense her killing intent became. As a genius of the Spirit Snake clan, and an existence that could compete for the top 5 in this generation, what was the difference between leaving like this and escaping without a fight for her? The funny thing was that as they got farther and farther away, her heart and her soul actually breathed a sigh of relief. In an instant, Lee Su's calm words sitting there once again broke into her heart. Transcend life and death, and not fall into reincarnation? Ha ha. That's it. Compared to Lee Su, who was facing death itself, her determination to seek the truth was only this little. Anger exploded, rage rushed to her heart. The farther away she was, the more sober she was, and the more she realized that she had surrendered from the moment she saw Nizaokian appear. Even though Zyra King was afraid, she still mustered up her courage. Even if it was because of Lee Su, she did the best she could at her age. The pressure from the female ghost was undoubtedly comparable to that of the Demon King. It was not the realm, but the other party's aura. But Zyra King still roared at the other party, preparing to attack head-on. Courage, or recklessness, allowed her to break Nizaokian's shackles. And what about her? Lost? She actually lost, from the moment she decided to leave that place. Your calamity? Why? Why is this yours, not mine? Damn you bastard monk, who are you looking down on? Zyra King, kill the tree demon first, kill the tree demon quickly, then go back and swallow that bastard ghost girl. Baesu screamed. As a strong person, even if it was just a moment of emotion, she felt unprecedented humiliation and unwillingness. They were the strongest geniuses of the Spirit Snake clan, and they inherited the dual magical powers of the white snake swallowing the sky and the green snake devouring the soul. Kinga was startled. She clenched her little fist and her soul turned into light. The next moment, she merged directly with Baesu's soul. But, the moment the soul returned to one, Baesu's expression changed completely. No, at this moment she was not called Baesu, but Baesu King. This was her original name. Roar. The snake body soared into the sky, and the void let out a roar. The snake body completely turned white, and at the same time, green lines began to appear on the scales. There were scriptures glowing, and there was a Taoist rhyme flashing. The huge snake body did not fall, but directly shuttled through the void. In the blink of an eye, they were dozens of miles away. In an instant, they arrived at the battlefield. Facing the tree demon beyond imagination, Yuming Zenran, who had already been fighting hard, couldn't help but scream, damn, there is actually a giant python. I'm going to die. Please ask the ancestor to come to me. He screamed and exploded. A tree demon beat him to death. The thunder method, that had obviously made great progress, was actually not effective at all. The super speed attack became a complete escape. Fortunately, the tree demon was 1,000-year-old level, otherwise his self-esteem would be broken. Facing the snake demon that came again, he didn't hesitate to ask the superiors for help. However, before the Huaguang lit up, it was directly extinguished the next moment. The summoning magic was actually interrupted. Yuming Zenran was extremely shocked, and felt that he had been cheated. He agreed to act. How could it really become a desperate fight? He, Yuming, was only just 23 years old, and he hadn't found a Taoist friend yet. He regretted it in an instant. If he had known earlier, he should have at least eaten meat. Let's not talk about the third base, at least the first and second bases were fixed or something? Question mark? Now, he is going to die as a virgin. No. The old Zen master was much calmer. He knew the snake that came, and it was also because Yu Ming Zenran panicked. Otherwise he would have found that the other party did not have any turbid air, but had its own pure air. It was obviously not an evil demon, but an elf. Therefore, it was probably here to help. However, the old Zen master was a little creepy and frightened in that direction. Amitabha, may the Buddha have mercy on me. What is that thing over there? The Zen heart of 80 years is trembling, and the lungs seem to be frozen. Even if they are dozens of miles away, it is extremely difficult to exert the Buddha's power. Black Mountain Old Demon. Impossible. If it had this ability, it would not have been hiding underground without seeing the sun. What happened? Brother Fahey, are you okay? The giant snake has arrived. The body is covered with Taoist patterns, not one, but two, one white and one green. But the body rolled up, and the huge body directly stirred up the wind and clouds, and rushed into the core of the tree demon without hesitation. The tree demon also found it. Its face was ferocious, and its eyes were full of black light. Because it was threatened by Li Su, it could not directly attack. Seeing the little demon coming, it immediately burst into murderous intent. It directly dropped the old Zen master and Yu Ming Zenran. The terrible sea of trees swept up, and thousands of them hit the giant snake. Spiritual snake twist. In the void, facing the several foot thick tree whips that came, Baisuking did not dodge or evade. Her eyes quickly swept over the tree trunks, and her body contracted strangely, as if she was entangled in something. One by one, blue veins popped up on the snake body, and her eyes glowed with a faint red light. It pulled the body little by little. Snap, snap, snap. The tree whip that had already swept in front of Baisuking stopped, and began to tremble. The body was covered with snake patterns, getting deeper and thinner. Boom. With a loud bang, all the trees exploded at the same time, and were directly cut off by Baisuking. Ah. Even though it was a tree demon, it couldn't help but let out a scream at this moment, because not only were the branches cut off, but the force also acted on its soul, causing unbearable pain. Taking a breath, Baisuking didn't intend to give the other party more time, and didn't intend to waste too much time on this mere 1000-year-old tree demon. Her soul was crazy, her whole body was shining, and there was a sword intent in her eyes. That was the sword cultivation method she got by chance, from the Shushan lineage. Through learning and enlightenment, Baisuking wrote the sword intent and sword patterns into her body. As a peerless genius of the Spirit Snake clan, she created her own sword method through observing the Shushan sword intent. Spirit Snake, cut. Endless sword aura appeared on her body, and the sky-breaking sword intent burst out. It is said that the sword cultivators in the world came from Shushan, using the sword intent and sword patterns of Shushan as the carrier. She is peerless and even more aloof. She merged with the sword intent of the fullest, and instantly used her body as a sword, and with a simple sweep, she cut it out. Clang! The shocking sword light broke through the air. The snake body of dozens of feet turned into a huge sword light of dozens of miles. This sword can break mountains, split the sea, and cut the world. The old Zen master and Yu Ming Zenran couldn't help but stare at their eyes wide at this moment, looking at everything in front of them in disbelief, their scalps tingling, tinnitus and dizziness. Damn, I'm screwed. Ami, Utuofo. How can there be so many perverts in this world? The two of them almost thought to themselves at the same time, looking at the scene in front of them in horror. The big monster whose stem had penetrated into Jinhua for more than 10 miles was actually cut out of the ground by a sword, and the 10-mile land was cut off in the middle of Baisuking. White snake devours the sky. Baisu's voice rang out. Green snake devours the soul. Kinga's voice also rang out. The giant snake paused, and suddenly opened its big mouth. The one head, at this moment, became two. The white head opened its mouth and swallowed everything. All the real objects, all the real things, were all moved by the huge snake mouth. The green head opened its mouth and swallowed everything. All the virtual images, souls, and the like were captured. The tree demon, the terrifying tree demon, froze at this moment. In the void, the body was dragged down towards the white snake, but the soul was pulled towards the green snake. Ah. Not only the fear of life, but also the severe pain. The body and the soul seemed to be torn apart and pulled apart. Damn little demon, you are looking for death, looking for death. Angry tree demon. or rather, Xiaoqian, in a rage, rolled up her body to drive it away. The huge body suddenly opened and turned into a terrible mouth, dozens of miles wide. Before being swallowed by the other party, they had to swallow them first. Amitabha. After Baisuking arrived, she felt the huge anger contained in the other party and quickly withdrew from the battlefield. The old Zen master, he is back. Tree demon donor, you have completely forgotten about me, which is not good. Suppress. With a sound of suppression, a huge Buddha statue appeared and directly suppressed the tree demon's body and me. Turning into lightning, he ran out dozens of miles in an instant and ran back the next moment. Yuming Zenran, who was known as the speed runner in the world, also came back. If asking the ancestors doesn't work, then ask the gods. 6 things and 6 Jayas, 4 valued officials, 28 constellations, 36 heavenly generals, and 72 earthly fiends. Come quickly, come quickly. Damn, suppress me. Standing on the tree demon's head, Yuming Zenran didn't care and went all out to use all his own armor yuan. In an instant, countless phantoms of gods appeared, appearing directly around the tree monster, suppressing the void. Haha, I told you to show off, but you dare to show off in front of your uncle Yuming. I can't kill you. Yuming Zenran's 7 orifices spurted blood, his Tao fruit was turbulent, and his huge mana was overdrawn, but he didn't care. What spirit snake, what Zen master, the Taoist is the boss. Damn it, damn it, damn it. With the Buddhist magic power and the Taoist suppression, the two of them exerted their full strength. Even with the 1000-year magic power of the tree monster, plus Xiaoqian's control, it was still completely fixed in a short time. After all, it was not Xiaoqian's original body. It was nothing at first, and it could be killed in a moment. But unfortunately, the body and soul were bitten by the spirit snake that was split into two, pulling the body towards the snake's mouth. The huge soul and the huge body began to shrink rapidly when they reached the mouth of the spirit snake. The huge tree demon that could cover dozens of miles was swallowed up by the spirit snake bit by bit. No, what's going on? How could it come back? Black Mountain old demon, Black Mountain old demon. The tree demon woke up and screamed in fear, panic, and disbelief. When it was about to be completely swallowed, Xiaoqian decisively abandoned the Black Mountain old demon. She felt that the swallowing of the little demon was a fundamental magical power and a supreme sutra. Once swallowed, it would fall into another space and would definitely be refined. The scream stopped abruptly. The 1000-year-old tree demon, the 1000-year-old tree demon that had been rampant in Jinhua for 1000 years, was swallowed up by Baisuking. The old Zen master let out a long breath and was a little exhausted. Puff. Yuming Zenran vomited a mouthful of blood and was about to fall. Damn, finally killed it. In the void, Baisuking also let out a long breath. She was exhausted. The continuous use of top-level magical powers was still a bit overwhelming even for her in the realm of magical powers. However, she raised her head and turned to the direction of Lanruo Temple. With her soul merging, she went to support Li Su without any hesitation. Amitabha, Master Fahey, please don't get into trouble. The old Zen master took a breath and prepared to go to support Li Su. After all, he didn't think that the other party would not know about the big commotion here. If they didn't come, something else must have happened. Yuming Zenran wiped the blood off his face. He was really exhausted, but it was okay. What was the most awesome thing about the Dao sect? Of course, there were all kinds of top bosses, such as this taking Dao Chianzen. He took out a golden pill and threw it directly into his mouth. In an instant, his Dao fruit glowed, and smoke came out of his 7 orifices. After a fierce spasm, he exhaled a breath, and his exhausted Fa Yuan was restored. Facing this scene, neither Baisuking nor the old Zen master could help but feel veins throbbing on their foreheads. This was really too much. The weakest person present was undoubtedly Yuming Zenran. After all, it was normal. He had only practiced for more than 10 years, while the old Zen master was already 80 years old, and Baisuking was even in the realm of supernatural powers. But at this moment, why did he feel that, if they really fought, he might be the one who survived in the end? The Taoist sect was too shameless. It was too much to ask the ancestors to ask for help when they couldn't beat them. They were exhausted, but they actually recovered after taking a pill. It was obvious that the pill was given by the gods. Smash. I feel tired. My Buddhist sect, spiritual race, is so miserable. The three people present took a breath. Although they complained, the important thing was the Lanruo temple, especially Baisuking, who deeply understood how terrifying the female ghost was. Let's go. The old Zen master spoke directly and strode out. Lightning began to flash on Yuming Zenran's body. He naturally knew who was over there. He was a genius of Taoism, the reincarnation of the Taoist master. He couldn't let him die. Just as he was about to take action. Boom. Suddenly, there was a shocking explosion. Lanruo Temple, Lanruo Temple, the Lanruo Temple, that had been there for hundreds of years, was shattered and crushed into powder by two forces, one black and one white. In an instant, the Buddha's light rushed into the sky, and the majestic Buddha kingdom of thousands of feet came down with a bang. The precious light inside was endless, instantly illuminating the sky and the earth. There were Buddhist scriptures being chanted, as if to lead people to the paradise. On the other side of the Buddha's light was darkness, terrible darkness, endless darkness, filled with countless evil ghosts and evil spirits. They screamed and howled, and the sound seemed to come from the depths of hell, trying to pull all the souls away. Boom. 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 The two extreme opposites instantly annihilated the area within a radius of 10 miles with Lanruo Temple as the center. The Buddha kingdom and the ghost realm confronted each other in an unprecedented impact. In the center, there was a room of less than 10 square meters. But Fahey and Nizaokian were sitting opposite each other, their eyes looking at each other like swords and knives. The boundless power launched the most brutal fight at this moment, like a foreign land where no living creature could stand. Obviously, neither of them moved, but the collision between the magical powers, the scope was getting bigger and bigger. There was suction, the huge suction pulled everything on the periphery. There was repulsion, the huge repulsion destroyed everything close. I'm fucking. Yuming Zenran's face turned green directly, and he rushed out more than 10 miles in an instant, his face full of horror. What the hell? The old Zen master's face turned pale at this moment, and his toes buckled hard on the ground to resist the terrible suction coming from the other side. The spirit snake returned to its original state, and Kinga was dumbfounded. He looked down at his small body that had not yet shown any symptoms of concave and convex, and couldn't help but shudder. Who can bear this? Baisu took a deep breath and swam back a few thousand meters silently. Fuck, what the hell is this? At this moment, the four of them complained at the same time, complaining crazily. Support, what the hell? The outer perimeter of the battle of the magical powers on the opposite side felt like it could burn them to death. The four of them took a breath at the same time, and then said, fuck, what the hell is this? Mehahaha. This chapter is super exciting. Oh, asterisk. Chapter 172. Is there Buddha in this world? Very strange. Really very strange. To be honest, I shouldn't be so strong. Is the energy in the Buddha treasure so powerful? Or is it because of the full level of Dao fruit? In Lanruo Temple, Li Su felt very strange at the moment. No, it should be said that it was very wonderful. After absorbing the energy in the Buddha treasure, as the two Dao fruits were perfected, his mind gradually changed and entered an indescribable state. Obviously, in front of him, there was a terrifying ghost sitting to the extreme, and the degree of ferocity was probably better than any ghost in the book that Li Su had seen so far. Just her appearance next to you can paralyze your whole body. Every breath she takes is taking away your life. Life is too insignificant in front of her. It is not an opponent, an enemy, or even food. It is just like a human breathing, which can automatically absorb oxygen in the air. Li Su, like a certain individual of the oxygen being breathed, suddenly woke up and realized that he was going to be eaten. But the wonderful thing is that he was not afraid, did not retreat, and was not afraid. All the negative emotions seemed to disappear at this moment. The whole person was very quiet, incredibly quiet. He could count his heartbeats and hear the blood flowing through his pores. This allowed him to reach a whole new level of mastery over himself. In fact, the opposite side was the same. From the moment the battle broke out, Li Su felt it and caught it clearly. Nizaokian was no longer a human being. No, maybe not even a ghost. Was it because of the supreme Taiyin Yanan? Or was it the essence of a pure ghost? Or were the two mutually reinforcing? In short, after the two of them started fighting, Nizaokian's emotions disappeared completely. What was there was purely a machine-like existence. All her actions were simply to absorb what she needed to maintain herself, just like instinct. Boom. 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 In the incredible calm, the collision between the magical powers became more and more intense, and it was pushed to another level. The air began to burn, ignited by the power of the two. The earth, the void, the stones, the trees, everything seemed so fragile and vulnerable in front of their magical powers. What on earth was this strange feeling? Gap, gap, gap. The cold and soul-frozen Taiyan rhythm burst out from Nizaokian's body. It was another supreme scripture she possessed outside the ghost realm, and it was also the chapter that she possessed and best suited her. Taiyan rhythm broke through Lisu's Buddha kingdom and penetrated in a very small range. Facing the strangulation of the infinite precious light of the Buddha kingdom, every millimeter of advance would be washed by hundreds or thousands of times by the 8 merits water, but it still approached Lisu little by little. It was really a terrible magical power, almost indelible, incredibly solid, and the structural level might have surpassed the atomic structure of diamonds, but was an even more solid existence. But, facing the Taiyan iron, that could freeze his atoms, no, protons, as long as he touched it, Lisu was not panicked at all. The lotus fruit trembled slightly, and a little golden light appeared. It was the Vajra realm of the 3000 Vajra realms, where a grain of sand is a world. A full 3000 grains surrounded Lisu, covering him in it, rotating around him like a galaxy, forming the great Vajra realm. Ding. How to describe this sound? Two drills in completely different directions collided. They both have the strongest properties. In an instant, sparks flew out. It was incredible that the flying sparks not only jumped out of the Buddha kingdom, but also fell into the ghost realm. Until it completely dissipated, the two great magical powers could not extinguish it one step in advance. What kind of collision was it? How could even the sparks that jumped out contain such a huge mass? Ang. There was a dragon roar erupting from Lisu's 3000 small Vajra realms. Facing the attack of Taiyan iron, the great Vajra realm fought back. To be precise, this magical power should not be called the Great Vajra Realm, but the Vajra Dragon Realm. Because Lisu did not have the time to fulfill his wish, he could only roughly combine the dragon force and stuff it in. The effect was unexpectedly good. Boom. Boom. The Lotus Deo fruit was desperately resisting, and at the same time facing the ghost domain in the Taiyan iron. The Yuan Shandeo fruit was naturally not idle. It came out from Lisu's eyebrows, and the 9-colored treasure light directly permeated the surroundings. One hand held white thunder, and the other hand held black light. That was the thunder method, the top method of Taoism, the top attack and killing method in the world, the same supreme scripture, and it could still touch the thunder produced when the legendary catastrophe occurred. Yuan Shandeo fruit raised his hands high, and the blue veins on his white and fat face bulged. Lisu might be calm, but it was obvious that both his Lotus Deo fruit and Yuan Shandeo fruit were running wild and crazy at this moment. Boom. Boom. The black light and white thunder turned into a millstone that could cut through everything. It struck Nizaokian's ghost domain again and again, constantly hitting the opponent's body. The Taiyan iron is the top level attacking magical power, and it is also the most terrifying defensive magical power. Even in the face of the black light and white thunder, which can instantly split the soul of a 1000-year-old demon, the terrifying Taiyan power froze Nizaokian's soul thousands of times stronger than steel. The whole person was crystal clear like a huge diamond. Even if the sparks flew, it still couldn't hurt Nizaokian inside. One person and one ghost, still sitting opposite each other, at their level, there was no need to move at all. The magical power reacted faster, and the power inside was more terrifying. Sizzle. A spark pierced through Lisu's diamond realm, and fell on his body. Bang. In an instant, most of Lisu's right side exploded, ignited, and burned to ashes. However, the next moment, the Buddha's treasure light burst out, and the infinite light and the 8 merits of water surged in, directly filling his broken body and repairing it. On the other side, Nizaokian also had no way to completely defend against the bombardment of the supreme scripture. The solid and boundless iron wall was blasted through a little, and sparks entered, breaking her ghost body, but in just a second her ghost body was frozen, and could not be cracked, and it began to slowly recover. Asterisk 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 fuck. Is this still a human? The two people in the battle did not react to this. Yuming Zenran, who was watching outside, was really horrified, and had goosebumps for a lifetime. The ghost side was understandable, but the human side's body was broken into half, and it recovered in the blink of an eye. Humans have this kind of power. Even if you admit that Lee Su's talent is terrible, this is too exaggerated, right? Is this still human power? Sure enough. The old Zen master was also shocked, extremely shocked, but he took a breath. His eyes showed a strange look and said, Junior brother Fahey should have absorbed the power in the Buddha treasure, otherwise he can't explain his current situation. Old monk, what do you mean? Even if it is said that the realm is not reached, there is no doubt that the power in junior brother Fahey at this moment is the power of Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva. Yuming Zenran was stunned. As a disciple of Taoism, he couldn't possibly not know what Bodhisattva means. But how is it possible? This is the realm of mortals. After the heaven and earth were cut off 1,000 years ago, no power above the immortal could appear in this world. Even if the Taoist sect invited the ancestor to take over, it was not the ancestor's immortal power that was invited, but his consciousness and experience. Suddenly, Yuming Zenran's face showed a strange look. Wait, does this mean? Yes, it's not power, but just a trace of afterglow. The effect is about the same as your Taoist ancestors asking the old man to possess you. The old Zen master took a deep breath and nodded. The Buddha treasure did not have the great power of the Bodhisattva. Although it had huge Buddha power, it was not the power of the Bodhisattva. Otherwise, what kind of drama would they need to play to deal with a mere Black Mountain monster king? The Buddha treasure came from the Bodhisattva dojo in the South China Sea, where that person had practiced. Even though she had left for 1,000 years, there was still a trace of her afterglow. Therefore, she was able to suppress the Black Mountain old monster without being noticed by the other party. Otherwise, the Black Mountain Monster King would probably discover it the moment ordinary Buddha power entered. Master Nephew Fahey should have absorbed that trace of afterglow while absorbing the power of the Buddha treasure. Obviously, at the level of Bodhisattva, the physical and mental aspects are basically in an immortal state. The so-called form is just a manifestation, not the root. Even if it is destroyed, recovery is just a matter of thought. At this point, the old Zen master couldn't help but look at Yuming Zenran. The Taoist group of old bullnoses were really too protective of their calves. In short, it was all tears, if he said too much. If that's the case, why can that female ghost still hold out against my brother? On the side, Kinga couldn't help it. Since she had obtained the power of the Bodhisattva, even if it was just a little bit, shouldn't she be able to kill the female ghost instantly? That's why Nizaokian is so scary. Basu took a deep breath and understood why she surrendered without even having the strength to resist, because Nizaokian had already transcended from the level of life. It's like a mortal facing a natural disaster. What else can he do besides looking up and praying? Nothing can be done. Basu stared at the center of Lanruo Temple. She was undoubtedly very annoyed by this situation. She was extremely unwilling and hated it so much that she almost bit her lips. If it wasn't for her soul, she could see blood flowing. But she still watched, watching without blinking, feeling, and understanding. Although she could only be a bystander and couldn't experience it personally, there was no doubt that this was absolutely incomparable to any battle so far. It was a battle between the real immortals who had surpassed the realm of supernatural powers. Asterisk 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 wait a minute, this feeling is getting more and more perverted. My head is flying. Why did it reorganize the next moment? Oh, so the Buddha kingdom can be used like this? Record your own body and soul in it, so that the Buddha kingdom is not destroyed, and he is not destroyed? It's really eye-opening. However, is this really still the Taoism realm? Can the Taoism realm achieve this level? I'm afraid you are kidding me, right? If the Taoism realm can be reborn like this, what will the supernatural realm look like? Question mark? Although the power of the two people was completely gathered and no longer expanded, after breaking through a certain distance, the way of fighting inside was too inhuman. although the person who operated all this was Lee Su himself. But what is this omnipotence? Lee Su raised his palm and kept moving the Vajra Dragon realm in front of him. All kinds of strange ideas kept bursting out, as if the key calculator suddenly became a supercomputer. Under his control, the Vajra Dragon realm seemed to come alive, self-combining and constructing, and constantly colliding with Nizhaokian's Tei in rhyme. One breath, there are hundreds, thousands of thoughts. In a flash, there were thousands, tens of thousands of collisions. After a full hour, the two people's magical powers collided for who knows how many hundreds of thousands or millions of times, and Lee Su's eyes gradually revealed enlightenment. This realm is not his. Although he could not hear the words of the old Zen master, he could be sure that he was abnormal and wrong at this moment. Is it related to the Buddha treasure? It contains something beyond imagination? Only then did he transform to this point. It's really terrible, too terrible. This kind of control of power is probably not something that can be described by the realm of magical powers. If you want to say, the realm of immortals, well, it can only be so terrible in the realm of immortals. It's really amazing. It turns out that the gap between immortals is so big. Can you imagine it? Everything is under control. Everything is under control. Every time he attacks, it is obviously an attack that has just been launched. In fact, it has been simulated thousands of times in his mind, and the foundation has been consolidated to a point beyond understanding. This is like a mortal who spends his whole life practicing swordsmanship, and after decades of hard work, he finally achieves great success, but the attacks from the opponent are all of this level. The so-called divine skills are naturally the most ordinary things in the eyes of gods. However, this is just the application of skills. Not only that, he has clearly fought with Nizhaokian for a full quarter of an hour. Do you know how much mana he has consumed? 0. Oh, that can't be said. To be precise, it should be that the consumed mana has been basically replenished. The use of the magical power, the grasp of the Tao fruit, the power exerted, is obviously enough to destroy the world, but the power that can be mobilized is very little more to make the world resonate, through the principle of leverage, at a very small cost, to pry the huge power. And the more so, Lee Su sincerely admires Nizhaokian, who is indifferent, and has almost no emotions and no fluctuations. She is different from herself. She is truly relying on her own strength. Her realm is not that of an immortal. At most, it is the realm of magical powers. But she was no less powerful than herself who had reached the immortal realm through the Buddha treasure. Even though the energy that could be said to be comparable to that of thousands or tens of thousands of mammoths had disappeared, she was still bottomless at this moment. How could this be the final boss? This was simply a bug, just like a character with unlimited firepower playing ranked games. If it weren't for the Buddha treasure blessing realm, even if Lee Su had perfected his Dao fruit, he would have only fought with the opponent for a few times at most, and would have been drowned by the opponent's bottomless, sea-like magic power. Lee Su let out a long breath, and made a decision. He began to gather his magical powers, and the Buddha kingdom quickly shrank to a diameter of less than 5 meters, allowing himself to be completely covered by the opponent's ghost domain. Although his mind was still calm, the hairs on his body couldn't help but stand up, and his bones were cold. It was time to fight for his life, and he had to fight for his life. As time passed, Lee Su could feel that the magical realm that seemed to be able to do everything was fading. In fact, it had been fading since the moment the battle began. Yes, how could this kind of power be endless? It's not his power. The reason why it's so slow is because Daoji is helping him. After all, this is a magical power that he doesn't even know what it is. It comes from a very high level world. It prolongs the effect. Lee Su stretched out his hand, and the Buddha kingdom's treasure light burst to the maximum, and the mass was almost materialized. Not only the ghost domain, but Nizhaokian's Tei in Yan'an was also driven out by him. The Vajra Dragon realm also went out together the next moment, and instantly covered Nizhaokian's Tei in Yan'an. The two great Dao fruits felt that they had to fight desperately. At this moment, they were no longer saving mana. The 9 lotus flowers kept shaking, countless great powers fell off, and the Yuanshan treasure light kept squeezing. The 9-color treasure light all illuminated the Buddha kingdom, and reflected in the dense ghost domain. The black light and white thunder burst out with unprecedented light. Every grain of the 3000 Vajra dragon realms was glowing, and there was a dragon leaping inside. Boom. 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 Crazy, extremely crazy. Lee Su went all out, using up all his strength, madly attacking Nizhaokian's Taiyan Iron, not targeting the main body, but the Taiyan Iron itself, madly wearing it out, no longer wearing it out. Facing Lee Su's attack, Nizhaokian also responded. The ghost domain continued to darken in color, and the black light turned into black mud. Countless evil ghosts melted into it, washing Lee Su's Buddhist kingdom like a tsunami. Every time, the Buddhist kingdom was visibly shaken, and the precious light was shattered. At the same time, the Taiyan Iron was also erupting, coming towards Lee Su, a little bit, slowly infiltrating, to completely tear apart Lee Su's Buddhist kingdom. 1 minute, 10 minutes. The two people collided and collided thousands of times. Gradually, cracks began to appear in Lee Su's Buddhist kingdom, and the cracks became larger and larger. The Buddha, the treasure temple, the infinite light, and the 8 meritorious waters inside were all collapsing. 500 arhats and 3000 bhikkhunis were polluted by the black mud little by little, and were frozen by the Taiyan Yinan. His body also began to show abnormalities. Ugly tumors began to grow on his arms, and began to ooze pus. White frost began to grow on his hair and eyebrows. Every time he breathed, there was a lot of white air, and it became less and less, and weaker. The lotus fruit and the soul fruit were both affected. The lotus fruit withered, as if it was poisoned, and the soul fruit began to have icicles, and was about to be frozen. At this moment, at this time, Nizhaokian, who had always been ruthless, thoughtless, and thoughtless, suddenly had a glimmer in her eyes. She looked at Lee Su with a trace of fatigue and a trace of relief in her eyes. Finally, it's over, all this. Lee Su could no longer move, and his realm was rapidly declining. From the unattainable realm of immortals, he completely fell into the mortal world. The Taorim and the Buddha treasure was about to be worn out by him. Are there any regrets? Nizhaokian looked at Lee Su quietly. Very sudden, but not sudden. She is still the same Nizhaokian. Even though she has become a demon, the most terrifying demon in the world, and has devoured countless lives, she is still the same Nizhaokian, gentle and virtuous. She has never been able to get married to someone who can make her happy. Nizhaokian, who has lived a miserable life, does all these, because she cannot be freed, and cannot be freed. Do you want me to let the people over there go? I'm in a good mood now, and I will agree to you. Nizhaokian showed an extremely sweet smile on her face, with a taste of relief. Regret? Lee Su opened his mouth with difficulty, and he sighed softly. Even though this action was difficult, he still did it. If I have to say regret, it's probably the battle with you. I'm not happy at all, because it's not my own strength at all, and the way I used it, that's it. Nizhaokian showed a trace of surprise. You are really a weirdo. You are about to die, and this is your regret? Well, I don't like fighting, I just can't feel it, but you are the first one who can let me perform to this extent. Finally, Lee Su's Buddha kingdom was completely torn apart, and he was completely exposed in the ghost domain of 10,000 resentments. Seeing this, Nizhaokian stretched out her hand with a smile on her face, as if she was not going to eat Lee Su, but to hold her partner. Goodbye, little monk. Well, goodbye, Nizhaokian. Well. Nizhaokian's hand had already been stretched out, but when it was about to reach Lee Su, it stopped, completely paused. Not only that, the black mud that had originally covered Lee Su's body also stopped, no longer eroding his body, but began to flow back strangely. Unbelievable pain burst out. Nizhaokian, who had endured too many times, and was used to the pain, couldn't help but tremble. She raised her head, and looked at Lee Su in disbelief. What did you do? Lee Su let out a long breath and said softly, I just wiped out your Taiyan Yinan as much as possible. Nizhaokian was stunned, and looked at Lee Su in confusion at this moment. Just like this? Why? Do you know why neither Taoism nor Buddhism will raise ghosts? Although it can quickly become powerful, basically all righteous monks will not do that. Nizhaokian shook her head. She just happened to come into contact with Taoism and just wanted to escape from this reincarnation. Because ghosts will backfire on their holders, there is no exception to this. Backfire? Tainyanan. Nizaokian was stunned, and suddenly a look of enlightenment appeared on her face. How could she be really stupid if she could cultivate to this level? Feeling the crazy backflow of black mud, feeling the soul, as if being bitten by thousands of poisonous insects, Nizaokian's ghost body couldn't help trembling, and began to become riddled with holes. She took a deep breath, and exhaled for a long time, but there was no despair or madness, just a sad smile on her face, and she asked suddenly, "Hey, little monk, do you think there is Buddha in this world?" Lee Su was silent. Those few short words contained too many things. She couldn't answer, and she didn't know how to answer. If there was a Buddha, why did she have to suffer this kind of pain? This wasn't a few times, dozens of times, but hundreds and thousands of times, as if it was an eternity. However, in the end, she finally saw a glimmer of hope, but she encountered the bug of Lee Su, and was forcibly upgraded by the Buddha treasure to the point where she could be destroyed. If there was a Buddha, why was it like this? Without hearing the answer, Nizaokian pursed her lips and smiled. That smile was indescribably sad and mournful. She didn't struggle, but just sat there very calmly, letting her ghost body be devoured by thousands of ghosts. She was laughing, laughing gently, laughing at the injustice of the sky, laughing at the uncertainty of life. But she still didn't move, not moving at all. If this is fate, if this is the only way it will end up, then let it sink. Sink completely. Without the erosion of the ghost realm and the suppression of the cold air, Lee Su began to recover, and soon returned to the state of perfection of the Dao fruit. His realm undoubtedly plummeted, but the perfect Dao fruit was not damaged. But he ignored it, and just looked at Nizaokian, who did not move. Lee Su clenched his fist slowly, and veins began to pop up on his face. He wanted to say, why not be angry? Why not go crazy? Why accept your own results so calmly? Why? Can you accept such an ending? After a while, Lee Su took a deep breath. He stood up, and walked to the other side beyond Nizaokian's expectation in front of him. He is not a good person. He entered the world fragments just to gain power. If Nizaokian went crazy, if Nizaokian struggled, although he would sympathize and sigh, he would not do anything. But the other party accepted it calmly. The moment she realized the result, she actually stopped. Obviously, at this moment, she still had the power of destruction. Jinhua, no, the whole Zhejiang, no, half of the territory of the Tang dynasty, as long as she wanted. Before she died, she could destroy it all, just like Tani. If not, then destroy everything. However, she didn't. She was calm from beginning to end. Everything she did was just for liberation. Killing was not her purpose, but she had to do it. Since she couldn't do it, she took it, accepted it. Lee Su didn't know what others thought, but he personally couldn't accept such a fucked up ending. Yes, he couldn't accept it. The ruined Buddhist kingdom appeared, and the golden sands that destroyed nearly 1,800 grains appeared, and the half-broken millstone transformed by the black light and white thunder also appeared. Everything in the fragments of the world is fake. Maybe. But even if it is fake, it shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. This is not right. This is not reasonable. If you can forget everything, if the end is to start over, it's really just a story, then it's fine. But those who live here, living in the present, are undoubtedly living people. People. Not just Nizaokian, but also Xuanglangchuan, his wives, and his family. What are you going to do? Nizaokian was a little surprised, looking at Lee Su in confusion. Are you going to strangle her? No need, just wait quietly, she will be destroyed. Do some stupid things. Want to try? Can you make it back? Lee Su's eyes flashed with an incomparable light. He placed his hand on Nizaokian's chest and said softly, before, I was only in the martial arts realm, and could not do anything. Now I am in the Taoism realm. I think I should be able to do something. Nizaokian was stunned, a little unbelievable and a little shocked. He is going to save me? Why? I have to try my best. I myself. Do you understand what I mean? Lee Su took a deep breath, and began to mobilize his magic power. In an instant, the lotus fruit began to vibrate, vibrating wildly. This time was different. It was not shaking off the great power, but with every tremor, petals were falling. The same was true for the Yuanshan fruit. The 9-colored precious light on its body burst out, turned into water, flowed down, and completely separated from the fruit itself. The Buddha Kingdom, the Vajra Dragon Realm, the black light and white thunder gathered in front of his palm, and began to glow with the integration of magic power. Lee Su gently pushed into Nizaokian's body. In an instant, the black mud that poured into Nizaokian's body began to vibrate and go crazy, trying to wipe out Lee Su's power. He couldn't beat it before, and naturally he couldn't beat it now. However, Lee Su raised his head and looked at Nizaokian. "Help me." "Why?" "Help me. Kill the dead soul in your body. I will find a way. I will find a way. Believe me. Please believe me. Even if I fail this time, next time, the next time, there will always be a time when I will take you out and let you escape from this damn eternal hell." "Why are you doing this?" Question mark. "You and I have nothing to do with each other, and I wanted to eat you not long ago." Nizaokian didn't understand. She was originally calm, but at this moment she became excited. It was enough. Enough. She didn't want to have any more expectations, and was afraid to have any more expectations. Lee Su took a deep breath, raised his head, and looked straight at Nizaokian. "Just now you asked me, is there a Buddha in this world? I will answer you now. Yes, I'm one." Nizaokian was stunned, as if time had stopped. Her eyes suddenly widened, and she looked at Lee Su in disbelief. She didn't know whether it was severe pain or excitement. Her whole body was shaking. She bit her lips tightly, but she couldn't stop her tears from falling. "Is there a Buddha in this world?" "Yes, I am." "Woo woo woo." Nizaokian stretched out her hand and covered her face tightly. She cried and burst into tears. The next moment, her ghost body lit up, and the remaining Taiyan rime was glowing. It was not a freezing light, not a solidifying light, but a dispersing and purifying light. There may be a lot of resentment in the ghost body, and countless dead souls, but there is no doubt that compared with the Buddha's power to dissolve, and the Dao Yuan to shatter, it is far inferior to the direct purification of the Taiyan rime, which is the most extreme purifying power. It is difficult for Nizaokian to save herself at this moment, but it is no problem to just suppress it slightly. With the addition of the Taiyan rime, the black mud became sluggish. Even though they were numerous, the quality was too poor. If Lee Su hadn't consumed too much, they would not have counterattacked Nizaokian at all. Nizaokian's chance. She was immediately strangled by Lee Su's magical power, and purified by the Taiyan, unable to produce continuously. Little by little, the grievances accumulated for who knows how many years were completely eliminated by the two of them. With a loud bang, the dead soul in Nizaokian's body, along with Lee Su's Buddha Kingdom, the less than 1002 of the 3000 golden sands, and the black light and white thunder, were all shattered. After a long breath, Lee Su almost fell to the ground. Not only did his realm drop sharply, but his vitality was also seriously injured. However, he did not stop. The next moment, his eyes glowed, and there was a Dao rime brewing, very shallow, but it was indeed brewing. With the strength of the immortal realm and the understanding of the Tao, although it is impossible to achieve perfection, it is not a big problem to have a prototype. Nizaokian was stunned. "Is this Taiyan rime?" Lee Su took a deep breath and said slowly, "Nizaokian, you will integrate your soul into my Taiyan rime, and I will turn you into a part of my magical power. Let's try and see if I can take you out of this endless reincarnation." 8000. It's almost finished in the afternoon, the Chinese ghost story. It's finished in just 16 chapters. It's so fast. Why is it so fast? I feel like I've written a lot. Chapter 173, The Destined Person. What is the world outside like? Nizaokian floated gently in front of Lee Su. All the resentment disappeared, leaving only a little bit of Taiyan power, and her body became somewhat transparent. Well, not bad. Although there is still a little trouble, as long as it is solved, it will be perfect. Lee Su thought about it. Well, that's right. As for the 3 evils, the 5 kings, and the 5 surnames, well, they will all be killed sooner or later. Really? Nizaokian showed an extremely pure smile on her face. She walked gently in front of Lee Su. Her eyes looked straight at Lee Su, and her lips gently crossed with his. Then her body began to glow, and her ghost body turned into Taiyan patterns, and merged into the Taiyan power in Lee Su's hand. Lee Su raised his hand, and looked at the Taiyan power floating in his palm, and the vague figure in it. He took a deep breath, and absorbed the Tao Rhyme directly into his body, and sent it to the Yuan Shan Tao fruit. The Yuan Shan Dao Go, which had been lying in his mind like a dead dog, had no intention of moving. Suddenly, it turned over, and kicked without hesitation. The Taiyan force that had just entered, was kicked down by it. In Lee Su's extremely surprised expression, it was kicked out of Lee Su's body, and fell into the shadow under his feet. Before Lee Su could catch it, it merged with his shadow. "What are you doing?" Lee Su couldn't help but shout. Yuan Shan Dao Go barely supported its body. It pointed at Lee Su and cursed. After a while, its little hand gathered a trace of Fa Yuan, and formed a picture. After that, it lay down again, and rolled its eyes completely. Looking at the picture, Lee Su's eyes widened. It was a man with a very obvious shape and the Taiyan force. After the two combined, the man's body began to change and became a woman. With a start, Lee Su almost peed himself. Shit. He forgot. He actually forgot. Women who practice the 9 yang magical art will grow hair on their bodies and their breasts will become flat. What will be the result of practicing the high level power of Tai indirectly? It was so close. Damn, it was really scary. In an instant, Lee Su felt a little uneasy. Is it okay to kick into the shadow? Yuan Shan Dao Go didn't say anything. He turned over and turned his white and fat butt towards him, ignoring him. Lee Su couldn't help but roll his eyes and didn't say anything. He could feel the scene of his two Dao Go at this moment. The three souls that were originally calm began to make a fuss again. Brother. With a cry of great surprise, a little girl rushed over quickly and turned into Lee Su's arms in an instant. Woo, woo, I'm scared to death. It was Kinga. She was twitching all over and was scared. Just now, Lee Su was suddenly covered by the ghost domain. If there was no Buddha's energy still overflowing from it, she would have thought something happened. Lee Su smiled and touched the other's head. He wanted to get a piece of candy, but the two Dao fruits stopped working at the same time and ignored him. He shook his head helplessly and said, well, I'm fine. Besu also appeared and landed beside him, looking at him with extremely complicated eyes. In the end, Lee Su should have rescued Nizaokian. Although he didn't know what the other party was going to do, there was no doubt that his Dao fruit and his strength all collapsed. Now he is not even as good as that noisy Taoist. He entered the world fragments to gain power, but in the end, he actually destroyed everything. What on earth was this guy thinking? That's right, Lee Su's realm was not only destroyed, but his magical powers were also shattered. Besu was very complicated. It was instinctive to pursue power, going against instinct to save a female ghost who wanted to kill him. Why? Lee Su was startled, then smiled. I thought about it, and saved him. Indeed, the loss was huge, but it didn't matter. After all, it was only his third time to enter. If he returned with a full load this time, who knows what the next time will be? Will he go straight to Journey to the West? That's really it. Something bad will happen. Besu was stunned when she heard this, and the question she had asked the ancestor emerged in her mind. Ancestor, why do you like humans? Just because of that story? Well, there are some things in that story, but I don't like humans. Just that person. Why does the ancestor like him? Why? Well, girl, humans are a very complex group. There are small and hateful ones among them, but at the same time there are interesting ones, and there are those who shine like gems. King Zaire is the kind of person who shines with brilliance all over his body, like a gem. Do you know? This guy is obviously the strongest. He once had the opportunity to dominate everything. Shouldn't it be said that even now, as long as he changes his original idea, he can become the king, the real king. Even our demon race will be ruled by him. But he didn't. He was doing his own thing wholeheartedly, wanting to analyze this world, and wanting to know the answer. Look at the 5 kings of the demon race. They obviously have the same realm as him, but they are entangled in desires, bound by status and power. They are obviously immortals, but they are no different from those mortals in the human race. Don't you think it's ridiculous? They talk about enslaving and destroying the human race every day, but whether it is the behavior or the system, they are all learned from the human race. So why do you like King Zaya? Of course, it's because his side is more interesting. Who would be with a group of boring guys every day? Besu stood there in a daze. Suddenly, she understood why the ancestor stood on the side of humans and supported King Zaya. If you want to save, then save. Haha, what a ridiculous and casual answer. But what does it feel like? It shocked her inexplicably. Whether you are a demon or a human, isn't it this great freedom that you seek when you seek immortality? If you want to do it, just do it. Besu suddenly laughed. Suddenly, she found that she had been polluted by the demon race from the human race. Why? This kind of behavior itself is what the human race would ask. The ancestor is right. It is undoubtedly more interesting to be with such a person. Besu smiled and said, Deoao, we are leaving. The next time we meet, maybe it will be outside. I'm looking forward to it. Really? Lisu also nodded. The story was over, so he had to leave naturally. Although he was very curious why the other party appeared in the same world as him, he said, but is it okay? I heard that there are some problems over there recently. The black snake was making a fuss and making a lot of noise. Besu's attitude was obviously friendly with him. The white snake ancestor could no longer suppress it. This was not a good choice. He is him, and I'm me. Is that so? See you outside then. Besu nodded. Kinga, let's go. Oh. Kinga stopped making trouble. She got up from Lisu's arms reluctantly. Suddenly, she thought of something. She quietly reached into her mouth and took out a piece of green branches under Lisu's rather shocked eyes. Lisu was stunned. It was the tree demon's one, and it was not the part that Lisu had given it at the beginning, but the remaining part. Kinga's eyes were a little drifting, and she seemed a little guilty. She quietly looked back at her sister, and then quickly turned back and stretched out her little hand forcefully, almost hitting Lisu's face. Not far away, Besu rolled her eyes. Two souls in one body. This operation of trying to cover up the truth was really speechless. Lisu smiled, but he didn't refuse. To be honest, he wanted the tree demon's innate magical power, a life-saving magical power. After quickly memorizing it through the DOI, he rubbed the other person's head and said, okay, I've remembered it. Next time we meet, I'll treat you to all the candy you want. Kinga's eyes lit up, and her little face showed an extremely happy expression. She hurriedly swallowed the tree trunk again, looked back at her sister, who was motionless and expressionless, stood up, and said with reluctance and expectation on her face, brother, I'm leaving. Well. Hesitantly returned to her sister, Zio King said, brother, you must treat me to a full meal. Okay. Then, Daoist friend, goodbye. Goodbye. Besu wrapped Zio King's soul, and turned back into a snake body. The body shook, jumped up, and rushed to the east. After a while, it disappeared completely. Watching the huge white snake leave, Lisu's expression suddenly froze. Damn, it's so big. How many tons of candy does it take? After they left, the old Zen master and monk Yuming also came over. Amitabha, I didn't expect such a big mess. Lisu rolled his eyes immediately after hearing this. That's right, he was almost tricked to death. On the side, Yuming Zenran also had a lingering fear on his face, and was obviously also scared. Baiyun Zen master was also direct, clasping his hands and said, Junior brother Fahei, the matter is over, and I should go back to Nanhua temple. Well senior, take care, and see you again, if you are lucky. Amitabha. Baiyun Zen master smiled, and stood up, and walked away without any hesitation. All conditioned dharmas are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, dew and lightning, so they should be viewed in this way. That, junior brother Fahei. Yuming Zenran said hesitantly, why don't you go to Langhu mountain with me? Well, look, isn't your Tao fruit seriously damaged? I'll go back to find my master, and give you a golden elixir, which should be able to recover a lot. Lisu was stunned. Damn, he forgot that in addition to the powerful means of the Taoist sect, this golden elixir is even more terrifying. Dalao was eager for Laojian's golden elixir. However, he shook his head and smiled. No, this is good. It was too late in time. He could already feel the strong expulsion force. Compared with the golden elixir repairing itself, Lisu wanted to know that his magical powers were basically shattered. Now it was still intact. In fact, only the power of Taiyin in the shadow was integrated. If he went out like this magical power should be regarded as the biggest gain this time, although it was just a glimmer of hope. Really? After Yumeng Zenran looked at Lee Su deeply, he smiled and said, in that case, then goodbye, junior brother Fahey. Well, goodbye. Thunder and lightning appeared on Yumeng Zenran's body. The next moment he jumped up and disappeared in an instant. They are all gone. Standing in the same place, Lee Su was silent. After a while, he collapsed directly on the ground, not wanting to move at all, like a dead dog. Too tired, too tired. The 2 great Dao fruits are good, just lie down directly. In fact, he also wants to, but there are still people nearby, and face is important. Xianlong, Shuanglong, Kayanu. Sooner or later. Looking at the clear sky, Lee Su's eyes flashed. Sooner or later one day. His body began to fade, a little bit at a time. This time he failed to break the void. In fact, the immortal and demon worlds ascended on the spot, and breaking the void was too much to think about. In the end, Lee Su completely turned into a light spot, and disappeared from this world. As if sensing something, the world shook, just like an open book came to the end, and began to slowly close. In the whole world, everyone was still motionless, thinking backwards, and starting again. Only Nanhua Temple, Pure Land Sect, and Longhu Mountain suddenly shone brightly. The next moment they rushed up. The mountain gate was still there, and most of the people inside were also there, but a few were gone. For example, Longhu Xianqi and Yumeng Zenran. For example, Bei'an Zen Master, Shifeng Monk. For example, Shandao and Faz Heo. They broke through the air, and were wrapped in colorful colors. They rushed out of this world that was about to close, and rushed to the magnificent palace that stretched for thousands of miles, and was located in the clouds. There are countless figures here. There are 2 people in the lead. They have tremendous momentum and gather supreme Dao rhyme, several kinds, dozens of kinds. They have experienced thousands of disasters, and endured thousands of destructions, but they always exist, as if they will never be destroyed. How is this person? One of them spoke softly. There was time flowing in his eyes, and there were countless Dao rhymes, with great momentum and great destruction. Amitabha. On the side, there was a Buddha. Behind him were hundreds of Buddhas, hundreds of Bodhisattvas, countless Arhats, countless Bhikkhunis, and the 8 divisions of the Buddha guarding him. The Buddha's light of the treasure temple illuminated thousands of Buddha lands. Good. Will he be the destined one? Will the great heavenly venerable choose someone else? No, the outside world has been here for thousands of years, and countless creatures have arrived. There are curious people, eager people, despicable people, and countless people, but no one has ever wanted to liberate this place and actually carried it out. Amitabha, then he is the destined one we have been waiting for a long time. That's great. By the way, how is the Demon Emperor doing? Really? As always. He has clearly experienced a war between wizards and liches, but he still hasn't woken up. He has never been the protagonist. Amitabha, it's instinctive. Haha, what the Buddha said is right. Even if I was lucky enough to become the master of this world, I'm still just a bird instinctively. I still can't change my habit of eating shit. Asterisk 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 well, I'm back. Looking at the familiar black space, Lee Su took a deep breath, raised his head, and looked directly at the huge river above his head, with expectation in his eyes. What will happen? Can I bring her out? Can Zyokian escape from that damn eternal cycle? Boom. Just when Lee Su was extremely expectant and extremely nervous, the long river shook. Unlike in the past, the huge long river seemed to have been thrown into a huge stone, smashing a corner. It was no longer a drop of water, but a clear spring falling directly from the long river, and under Lee Su's stunned expression, it fell straight on his head. What kind of feeling is that? It was as if someone pulled open the skull, and then poked it with a red hot stick. Damn it. It was not a cry of pain, but blood was directly bursting from all 7 orifices. Pay attention to the wording, not spraying, but exploding. Every muscle in the body was twitching, and the whole person entered a spasm beyond imagination, as if all parts of the body were simultaneously triggered by trigeminal neuralgia. It was completely beyond the feeling of hitting the corner of the table with the big toe, but it was the feeling of inserting an iron nail into the nail shell, and then poking the wall with the foot like a convulsion. The long river in the body was roughly moved away, and hundreds of excavators drove in to dig the soil, causing blood to flow. Someone in the Kihei held a huge hammer, as if he was driving piles at a construction site, hammering down one by one, as if there was oil underneath, and they could make a lot of money by drilling through it. Lee Su fell to the ground. This was a pain that he had never expected, extremely severe pain. He burst into tears, blood, and tears, and spurted out directly. Damn, can't you be gentler? The pain was as if he had been kicked hundreds of times in a row, and Lee Su, who couldn't even breathe, couldn't help but curse in his heart. Time was also unprecedentedly long. It lasted for a full hour, before it began to slowly ease. Coming back to his senses, Lee Su had no time to say anything, but his eyes were dazed, and he appeared on a huge river. The long river was very long, almost endless. There were countless inscriptions flashing on the river, beyond imagination and unimaginable. Sometimes light flowed in it, space sounded in it, and destruction gathered in it. It was the way, the origin, and the principle of the world. What shocked Lee Su was that there were many tributaries on the long river. The largest one was undoubtedly the one in the front, which was quite thick, large, and long. Behind it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 were not very clear, but there were quite a few. Then there were thousands of smaller ones, tens of thousands of smaller ones, and hundreds of thousands of the smallest ones. This time, looking at the smallest one was inserted right above his head. It fell on his head. It was connected to his head, and a flash of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. In the real world, the number of strong people. Yes, although he was the smallest, he was the largest among all the small ones, which was good. Without waiting for Lee Su to say anything, he returned to the black space. At this moment, something on the long river flowed down along the tributary above his head very quickly and landed in Lee Su's two major acupoints, the center of his eyebrows and the center of his chest. The one on the center of his eyebrows was a colorful little man, as expected, his yuan shandao fruit. The one on the center of his chest was a 9-branched lotus, his lotus dao fruit. The moment they entered, the colors of the two dao fruits began to fade, far less magical than in a Chinese ghost story, and they became silent after a moment. After the dao fruit, the magical powers also stayed along the long river. The first one was the magical power of the Buddha kingdom, which was broken and cracked by the river water, and flowed directly into Lee Su's meridians along the inner long river, and melted into it. The second one was the punishment calamity. The black light and white thunder were very faint, and it rushed directly into Lee Su's heart, and into the heart knife. The third one was the Vajra force and the dragon force. The two were one, but also seemed to be separated. The Vajra was melted into the magnetic field of the Vajra body protection, and the dragon force was melted into the Vajra circle. The fourth one was the art of immortality. After the tortoise's body was broken, it was almost the same as the water of the long river. It flowed down quickly and merged into Lee Su's kidneys. At this point, all the magical powers that Lee Su had learned in a Chinese ghost story were all here. He couldn't help but clench his fists, and a trace of uneasiness rose in his heart. Could it be? The moment the thought fell, the fifth magical power fell. It was the power of the moon. The structure was very unstable and was about to break. It fell quickly and merged into the shadow under Lee Su's feet without hesitation, and then boarded in the shadow of his phantom step. Lee Su couldn't help but let out a big breath and lowered his head at the first time to see if it was successful. The power of the moon is here, then Xiaoqian? Question mark? Yes. It was very faint, almost impossible to perceive, no consciousness, no movement, but as the power of the moon merged and began to recover, Zhao Qian's ghost body was also repaired little by little and completely became a part of his magical power. Haha, ha 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 ha. Even though the 7 orifices were still bleeding and the words were a little disobedient, Lee Su didn't care. He just laughed loudly. This was expectation and also an attempt. There was no doubt that he succeeded. In other words, the people in the world fragments could be brought out. At this moment, he didn't care about the rewards. He was excited and crazy because this proved that the people in the legend of the twin dragons also had a chance. There was a chance. That's good. Looking up, Lee Su looked at the huge river that was gradually disappearing. They should be in there, right? Very good, very good. Sooner or later, I will swallow you up. The world book began to move automatically without wind, and the content began to update at the same time as it appeared directly. Acquired supernatural powers, Buddha Kingdom, Punishment Tribulation, Innate True Water, Vajra Dragon Realm, Taiyan Soul. Obtained supernatural powers, Yuanshan Rebirth, Wood, World Analysis. 45%. All character analysis. 60%. Story analysis. 100% skill bonus. 215%. Obtained achievements, destroyed the Taiyan Ghost, destroyed the Black Mountain Old Monster, and destroyed the Tree Monster. Reward, World Key. You can open the world fragments at any time to enter it, without waiting, and it is not counted in the accumulated times, and can be used once. Listening to the voice in his head, Lee Su couldn't help but be stunned, especially the key to the world, which was not counted in the accumulated times. Although it is not a fixed number, there is no doubt that the highest record of the number of times that the world fragments can be entered is only 9 times. Anyone who enters for the 9th time either has not yet broken through the level or has died directly. The reason is unknown, but it is obvious that the 9th time should be a very dangerous number, and it should be the limit that can be entered. After all, 9 is the extreme. What? You said to keep the martial arts realm going? It is possible, but after the 7th time, basically no more will be entered. Because entering will definitely die. As mentioned earlier, the world fragments are accumulated, and the more times, the more difficult it is. The difficulty of the 7th martial arts realm is actually more difficult than the 4th Taoist realm. It is still martial arts inside, but even ordinary people have the combat power of the Grandmaster level. Those guys in the consortium who look glamorous, in fact, enter the 7th time, let alone mix in the rivers and lakes. Most of them are slaves, living in an extremely humble way. Well, when seeing this content, Lee Su's 3 views were refreshed. I couldn't help but recall the 2 guys who showed the momentum of destroying the world in the temperament of masters before the college entrance examination. I was really curious about their psychological activities at that time. Very good, it's time to go out. Lee Su took a breath and looked up at the light not far away. His thoughts moved slightly. True energy. No, this feeling. It was undoubtedly mana. Let alone supernatural powers. Even the ability transformed from martial arts. The use of it is very different, as if the difference between using oil and gasoline. The heat of the 9 Yang divine art burst out and directly evaporated the dirt on the body and burned it. Yes, burned it. The 9 Yang divine art is no longer hot, but really on fire. Lee Su smiled as he rolled up his sleeves. Okay, the senior sister is still waiting for him. It's time to fulfill the agreement at that time. You said that the senior sister might have an accident? How is it possible? The contract is still there. So, is it first base? Second base? Or is it a direct home run? Lee Su couldn't help but laugh, and his laugh was very vulgar. He coughed dryly, trying to make himself serious, and jumped out like a beast in human clothing. The senior should be looking forward to his return. The next moment, the scene in front of him changed, and Lee Su returned to his room. Unlike the expected scene, there was no one in his room. Is this some kind of surprise? The extremely confident Lee Su coughed, but didn't feel it, intending to let them give him a surprise. 1 minute, 10 minutes. This is a bit embarrassing. Where are the people? Unable to help it, Lee Su felt it, and the next moment he opened his eyes wide, with an extremely surprised look on his face. No one. Not only were the seniors not there, but there was no one in the dormitory. Lee Su took 2 steps to the window and looked down. After a moment, he couldn't help rubbing his eyes. I'm back, right? I should be here, right? Why is the whole military university, and even the whole world island, so quiet? What's going on? Damn, Taiyan. Daoan, Oklahoma, I lose. Taiyan Daoan. How about Yingdao? How about? By the way, 6500, the end of Kainu. Chapter 174. 3 days ago, the tragedy of the human race. About the 4th day after Lee Su entered the world fragment, LVZ came out. Naturally, there were many people to welcome her. For example, Wu-Mo, Zhao Yao and the other 3 girls had become familiar with each other in the past few days. As soon as they appeared, the 4 people couldn't help showing a happy look on their faces. Wu-Mo knew LVZ's situation best, and Zhang Zhusu and Zhu Tangai also knew it. After all, they were in the same period. Feeling LVZ's aura, that was more than twice as strong. Several people were sincerely happy, which meant that LVZ, who had fallen behind at the beginning, was back. LVZ was a very powerful character back then, beautiful and cruel. She was good at fingering and clawing, extremely sharp and extremely cruel, especially clawing, which was known as 5 holes. But she was extremely beautiful, and the reality was that she was also beautiful when she entered the world fragment. Many men couldn't walk when they saw her. It was also because Lee Su was more determined. Otherwise, if LVZ dared to wear the clothes in his dormitory outside, at least 8 out of 10 men would be unable to walk. Just those legs can already turn people upside down. Even the beautiful Zhang Shengying couldn't help but be jealous of her junior sister's long legs. When facing those people who were so excited when they saw her, Lu Kan's method of dealing with them was very simple, eliminating their troubles. Especially after she entered the world for the first time, the teacher she worshipped was also a fat man who liked to grab people's skulls, which cultivated a very bad habit for her. Take out the kidneys. Don't say anything. After all, it is an important organ, and the picture is not good, which will make people doubt her character. The kidneys are very good. Take one, and there is another. At most it is powerless, and there will be no big problems. Therefore, many people have been taken out of the kidneys by her, both in the world fragments and outside. When the military tradition was held, she was the first to take action, and she also took out Lee Su's kidneys. So although Lu Kan is beautiful, few people in the school dare to ask her to be a girlfriend. After all, kidneys are a big deal. Therefore, she got a very beautiful title. Demon, Waste, Woman. Of course, this was before Lee Su came. Because of some accident during the second entry, her reputation gradually faded out of sight and became a member of the ordinary public. Now that she is out, our former waste girl seems to be coming too. There is a spirit in her eyes, and it is obvious that she has taken a lot of money from the world fragments. For a moment, Wu-Mo was in tears and felt that his little cotton padded jacket was back. Sure enough, the charming and tender Lucy before was just a peaceful appearance. The real her was fierce and spicy, as if she was delicious but extremely vicious. Okay, it's good to be back. Lucy was a little dazed. This time she was gone for a long time, and the whole person was a little dazed. She said, "Did the junior brother go in?" Click. Old Wu's mentality exploded, and his tears turned into tears in an instant. It turned out that he could not go back. The 3 women came forward with a very happy smile on their faces, congratulating Lucy. Lucy smiled, looking so confident and calm. This time she not only completed the world strategy, but also made up for the failure of the last time. He also cultivated the Shu divine art, which is undoubtedly an S-level skill. Although he paid something in the process, they are all of the same 6, and their chastity is at least preserved, which is a complete turnaround. Speaking of the Shu divine art, it is undoubtedly the top level divine art in Gulong's novels, comparable to wedding clothes, which means it is at the same level as the Mingyu divine art. Naturally, it is not that no one wants it, but this skill requires extremely high talent. The sect only wants women to enter, and the head of the sect is that kind of tune. It is the easiest to obtain among the known divine arts, but it has never been obtained. Someone may ask here, why did Lee Su get it completely just by getting it? And Lu Kan really has to practice it to get it. Explain. Normally, the talent of people who enter this world will generally not exceed 80%, and the highest is about 60 or 70. And it is obvious that the more peerless the martial arts are, the higher the talent and understanding requirements are. So they have to learn it to be unique. Lee Su doesn't need it, because his talent is more than 100% in any world. Even martial arts, that can only be learned by illiterate people like Zayake Crossing are not a problem for him. His talent waiting can allow him to avoid all traps, even to the root. Even if it is the power of Bodhisattva, he can directly display that great power in that world after absorbing it. That's right, in the fragments of the world, he is a bug. Unless the opponent is also a bug, there is no way to beat him. In fact, after 3 consecutive bugs, only Nizaokian can really beat him. Shianshu Divine Art is a top-level internal power method. It doesn't have many characteristics, but it focuses on large quantity. For Lucayan, it is really perfect. Mainly, it is related to the heart knife she mastered. The ultimate attacking technique that Lee Su has realized. The attack power is needless to say, and the consumption is also in tons. Only his pervert can use it unscrupulously, and the knife is like cutting vegetables. Lucayan can't stand it. Nearly 100 years of internal power, just 3 knives. Can you believe it? This time, Lucy really died, living for a full 80 years, until the end of the curtain. Anyway, with the great accomplishment of the magic skill, she was finally able to slash out 10 swords in one breath, which was really not easy. Whenever she thought of it, Lucy felt like she was in tears. Now that she has come out, with the S-level internal skills transformed into abilities, her internal strength has improved a lot. Although it is less than 300 years of internal strength, it is not worse than the ordinary internal strength of 200 years, and the recovery speed is very fast. 1 sword per second. She can slash 30 swords before taking a breath. Junior brother, that pervert. Recalling that she faced Fang Jun on Junda Lake and easily slashed hundreds of swords, and Lee Su who had other skills, Lucy, who was a little inflated at the moment of coming out, shrank. The dream of enjoying a husband alone was shattered, and she had to continue the happiness of having 2 wives. Forget it, no matter what else, she must be the first in reality. Women can never forget their first time, and men are the same. After greeting the teacher who was also her uncle and father, Lucy pulled the 3 girls to the bathhouse. The reward just now made her sweat profusely. It was too intense, beyond imagination. She almost leaked, and was very dirty. Oh, by the way, except for Lee Su, no one else would be so intense in the reward of world fragments, because there were not so many rewards. Then, Lucy stayed in Lee Su's room, after she came out, looking like the mistress of the house. After asking the teacher for a bag of extraordinary crystals, she drove people away. The main reason was that this father was too annoying. Although he didn't say anything, his expression and eyes were so easy to understand. Lucy may have been seen too much and had experience. Although the junior brother was the kind of guy who dared to do it, if you dared to go up, he would also be cold to you if you had any refusal in your heart. For example, Zhang Shengying, isn't she beautiful? Beautiful. Very beautiful, as a woman. She wanted to hold her in her arms. But the girl was not interested in love, and Lee Su naturally had no interest in her lust. This discovery immediately made Lucy realize something. Junior brother is fundamentally different from the young King Xia. He will not take the initiative to force anything. And if you want to take a step back, he will immediately take 3 steps away from you. Want him to be a licker? Sure, in dreams. Female reserve? Just kidding. In this era, where you may go to the battlefield at any time, that kind of boudoir lady does not exist. As a student of the military university, do you know what the first lesson in high school is about? Offense is the best defense. If you have the initiative, but don't grasp it, wait until the other party is surrounded by a bunch of beautiful women before going up. It will not happen to Lucy that a good hand of cards is played badly. She inherited her mother's fine traditions. Living in the heart of junior brother and becoming an irreplaceable part of him is the first priority. Is there someone coming behind? Haha, are there fewer wives and concubines in this era? I'm afraid King Xia can't even count how many wives he has. Good things should naturally be grasped in the hand first, and then consider other things. If she keeps hesitating, there will be no progress in this life. After all, her identity is not there. So before that, I can only let my father down. Standing in the elevator, Wu Mo wanted to cry, but had no tears. He finally realized the true meaning of a girl who is married is like water spilled. Of course, he didn't act so unhappy. He had already made up his mind to let Lucy become Lee Su's dependent. Female dependent? In this world, it is synonymous with wife. Unless they are blood relatives, 9 out of 10 are. The fundamental reason why he resisted so much was that when he pursued Li Ren, it seemed like there was a mountain in front of him, but his daughter pursued Lee Su instead. This is inappropriate and unreasonable. No, I have to keep an eye on it. Forget about the 3 disasters and 6 calamities, but at least, I have to create all the difficulties for myself, and not let that bastard succeed easily. Wuemo's eyes kept turning, thinking, and trying to find a way. However, as far as the current situation is concerned, it seems that there is really no good solution. After all, there are still 3 days before that bastard comes back, and at the current pace, the 2 of them are together. If he turns his head, he will have to go to the bedroom to look for him. What to do? Otherwise, some emergency mobilization or something. For example, a large-scale invasion of insect pests. Recruiting college students to join the army? No, it's too cruel. This idea is not good. Using human crisis to hinder a bastard is really a bit too much. Woo. At this moment, an extremely shrill alarm suddenly sounded, shaking the entire world island. Wuemo shuddered, and his face turned green in an instant. No way. He was joking. All teachers and students of the world island, please pay attention. All teachers and students of the world island, please pay attention. The mortal world has detected a large-scale pest invasion. The mortal world has detected a large-scale pest invasion. From now on, according to the Xia Kingdom Military Law, Chapter 1, Article 9, all teachers and students of the world island are conscripted from this moment on. All students please return to your school immediately, and all teachers please organize students immediately. Repeat it, from now on, according to the Xia Kingdom Military Law. The female voice was calm, without any euphemisms or emotions, just repeating it again and again. However, the extremely monotonous tone made the entire world island stop laughing, and everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes and began to tremble. Pests invaded the mortal world? Wuemo took a breath, knowing that it was real. His face immediately became heavy, and he directly pressed the emergency lift of the elevator and broke out of the door. In the void, he shouted angrily, "Military University teachers, assemble. Military University students, assemble. 10 minutes, be ready. This kind of alarm will not go wrong. No one dares to joke about this kind of alarm. It can kill the whole family. In other words, the pest is really coming." In an instant, he couldn't help but think of what the teacher said when he came to the military university half a month ago. ZHU Shui noticed that there was something wrong with the insect tide and the number was wrong. He thought that, even if there was really a problem, there should be a lot of time. Now it seems that the pest has probably started long ago. Damn it. Wuemo's fingers were canthus, his face was as hen, and his eyes were spitting fire. How many people died in this disaster last time? According to statistics, 3.7 million people died, 900,000 were missing, and countless people were injured. In fact, missing under the attack of insect pests is no different from death, except that the body cannot be found. Boom. At this moment, the entire military university was shaken, and Aingzan, Zhang Shengying and others who were still in school also changed their faces. The last time there was an insect infestation was only 13 years ago. Even now, they still remember the scenes vividly. Over the past 2 years, they have been killing insects crazily at the border because they have hatred in their hearts. Just as the insects want to exterminate the human race also hates them. Zudang, get ready immediately. Aingzan no longer had the thought that he was not suitable at this moment, and he shouted angrily, "Yes." Zudang saluted, his face cold and iron-blooded. In an instant, all the units of Aingzan took action. They were indeed Aingzan's jihadis, but this feeling did not come from other places, but from the battlefield, from fighting against insects. Only when they arrived at the battlefield did they understand the importance of Aingzan. Zhang Shengying's face was also livid at this moment. Zhang Zusu and the other 2 girls came quickly, accompanied by Lucayan. She did not go to find the teacher. Although Wuemo was just an ordinary teacher in the military university, it was different during the war. He was undoubtedly the commander of the military university. As a hawk, his purpose here was also because of this. Boom. 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 The dark cloud of war came, and everyone on the world island had a gloomy and heavy expression. But they acted very quickly, and in unison according to their respective duties. Even the consortium said nothing at this moment and acted quickly. The 8 kings could still say something, except for the 3 evils. especially the insect pests. They have no reason at all, and they only want to destroy the human race. They don't even accept surrender. What else can you say? Troops, move. Teams formed one by one and rushed towards the central teleportation point. Asterisk 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 at this moment, at the border, the same shrill alarm was calling. Pieces, pieces, as if the blood-red ocean with no end in sight, rolled in from the depths of the dark continent. The number was terrible, like waves, with no end in sight. Damn it. Damn it. Zhang Heyo, the commander of the Demon Expedition Army guarding this place, had extremely cold eyes. Bugs, you are looking for death. Demon Expedition Army, listen to my order. Strangle the insect tide. Don't let any of them pass. On the border, troops stood one after another. They were wearing black armor, silent and speechless. There was no fear in their cold eyes. Facing the insect pests that seemed to be falling like the sky and the earth, they only had murderous intent and anger. There were family members who fell there, friends who fell there, and loved ones who fell there. Kill. 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 He suddenly opened his mouth with a terrifying killing intent, and the standard longsword was unsheathed. He drew it in a neat stroke, stepped on an extremely heavy step, did not retreat, did not tremble, faced the whistling insect pests, and directly crashed into them. Boom. The black ocean collided with the red ocean and began to strangle them crazily. Special Operations Brigade assemble. A man suddenly shouted in the rear army formation. In an instant, dozens of team members gathered. Charge. With a roar, the man leaped up and crossed 1,000 feet in an instant, like a mountain, falling directly towards the endless insect pests. Boom. The earth trembled, and the sky and the earth collapsed. Zhang Shand is here, and the insects who come here will die. Holding a 18-foot crescent-shaped sword, he slashed directly at the insect swarm, and the blade shone with light. It was the rhyme of Taoism and the magical power. It seemed to cut everything in half, and the 3,000 miles in front of him were cut in half with one sword. Tens of thousands of insects were directly evaporated. At the same time, the Special Operations Brigade of less than 100 people also rushed out of the Black Ocean and plunged into the red insect tide. The sword light, sword intent, talismans, and thunder broke through the air. The Special Operations Brigade only fights and attacks, and goes wherever it is difficult! Exclamation mark. It was like dozens of sharp knives directly pierced the red tide. Clang. Zhang Shan's sword light continued to break through the air, breaking through the air, all the way to that depth, the end of the mortal world, and the beginning of the black domain. Ding. With a loud bang, a giant insect crawled in. It was extremely tall, and covered with inscriptions. It roared and blocked Zhang Shan's knife. The terrible power raised sparks that shot up into the sky, but it could not move forward and exploded directly. The body slid slightly by 1 foot, but was basically unharmed. Behind it, black and red figures began to surge out. Hundreds of insects that were shorter than it rushed out. They looked extremely calm, and there were also inscriptions flashing on their bodies. With a roar from the giant insect, they rushed directly towards Zhang Shan. A bloody battle between humans and insects. The killing began. Asterisk 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 at the same time, the Earth Immortal Realm. The Earth Immortal Realm. This place is full of immortal air, and there are countless extraordinary particles. There are a lot of extraordinary particles in it when you take a breath. If life can survive here, within 3 to 5 months, the body function will be more than doubled. It's good, very good. There was even a plan to move all human beings here and use the Earth Immortal Realm as a basic world for development. Unfortunately, it failed. Because of the extraordinary particles, everything here is extremely powerful. Even the mosquitoes living here can easily bite and kill ordinary children. The slightly stronger ones can easily tear and bite ordinary people. The bacteria here are countless times stronger than those in the outside world. If a mortal is here, a cold can easily take his life. The space here is unusual. The earth, plants, and rocks are extremely hard, more than 10 times that of the mortal world. In the mortal world, the martial arts realm can easily break a tree with bare hands and split a stone with one hand. Here, I'm afraid that at most it will only break a layer of skin, but it will cause pain to the body. Even the simplest air becomes extremely heavy and poisonous because of the extremely high concentration of extraordinary particles. The Earth fairy world is beautiful, but at the same time, it is also deadly. It is only suitable for martial arts realms and above to enter and live. Even martial arts realms cannot stay here for a long time. They need to return to the mortal world every year to let the body rest, otherwise they will be overwhelmed. Only the Taoist realm is truly qualified to live here and survive. However, today, this deadly place, which was extremely dangerous, has become no longer dangerous because there is a person standing quietly in front of its entrance, which is also the location to the mortal world. He stood there with a textbook in his hand. Behind him was a baking furnace with the 8 diagrams inscriptions shining on it. There was a heavenly fire burning in the furnace. The fire was almost not hot, but what was burning inside was the Tao rhyme. All kinds of Tao rhymes, whether solid, flexible, or varied, were refined and burned by it. He is the Minister of Education of Xia country, Zhang Tao. He uses the heaven and earth as a baking furnace, uses the 8 diagrams to move the heavenly fire, and uses the heavenly fire to refine all living beings. In front of him was a strange looking man with a crocodile head and a human body. The Dao rhyme was wrapped around his body, strange and terrifying, with incredible murderous intent. Every tooth on the crocodile head was shining, and there were a lot of inscriptions written inside. The space seemed to be cracked in his open and closed mouth, and it groaned. Behind it were all kinds of monsters with strange shapes, many, all over the mountains and plains. At a glance, there were probably hundreds of thousands. The monsters were born with strong adaptability. They were stronger. Unlike the human race, this earthly immortal world had almost become their paradise, which was easier to nourish their growth. Dao Aozang, we are also kind-hearted. Why don't we let me wait and go over to help you humans kill the pests together? The crocodile head spoke, with a smile in his voice and his eyes flickering coldly. Zhang Tao ignored it, and stood there still reading. The furnace behind him became more and more blazing, and the space began to be unable to bear it, and was about to be burned. It seemed to say, want to go? Okay, as long as you can walk through my furnace, you can do it. The crocodile head didn't care. It just stood there quietly, neither moving forward nor retreating. The group of monsters behind it also stood quietly. Although they weighed hundreds of thousands, almost all of them were above the martial arts realm, and there were many at the Taoist level, but they seemed to gather here, just to stand there for a good look, without making any sound or speaking. After all, the fool was refined by this minister 13 years ago, and those who stayed would not be so impulsive. Zhang Tao is a teacher and the Minister of Education, but that is for the human race. For the monster race, he is a complete killer. If he is given a little excuse, he can directly slaughter these hundreds of thousands of monsters without any hesitation. The top hawkish boss, do you really think he has a good temper? Don't look at him calmly. In fact, he is not calm at all, and the raging fire is about to burn the void. Old Zhang, you can be angry, but don't take it out on me. A fat and amiable old man jumped out with a strange cry, and his marshal's uniform was even burnt a little. It was the marshal of the Xia Kingdom's military department, Zhu Changba. Zhang Tao glanced at the other party and said nothing, because he was in a really bad mood, and had a very violent killing intent. I didn't find it. Zhu Changba sat down and sighed. Who knows where the insects dug the hole this time? It's too big to look outside. By the time we find it, the flowers will be cold. It's better to fight it out from the inside. Zhang Tao's eyes became colder and colder, and the furnace became hotter. The earth was burned into magma, and the exit of the earth fairy world completely turned into a doomsday scene. Alas, I didn't find it, but I went to the depths of the insects. Don't really think I'm not angry. I went to fight the insect king. Even if I can't kill it, I have to make it have no energy to command. Old Zhu's eyes were flashing. There was scorched earth and purgatory inside. There was a bodhisattva sitting cross-legged, and there were 10 kinds of Buddha wheels behind him. Each of them had a terrible Tao rhyme rotating, and every time it rotated, there would be a terrible burst of power. Old Crow, how about coming down and sitting down? How about we talk? We need harmonious development, so that we can make progress together, right? Fighting every day, aren't you tired? It's dark now, so it's not a good idea for you to stay up so brightly, isn't it? It will affect people's sleep. Old Zhu looked up at the void. There was no movement in the sky, but the sun shining on the earth trembled slightly, and there was a figure inside. It was the Demon King, the king of the Crow clan. It was it that illuminated the night. In an instant, there were eyes, several eyes, looking at the sun with murderous intent. On the side of Minister Zhang and ZHU Shui, there was someone in the void behind them. Although he didn't make a sound or appear, his murderous intent was extremely fierce and formed a substance. The void was cracked, and it seemed that he would kill if he didn't agree with him. Similarly, a huge body was faintly emerging not far away. Those high mountains didn't seem to be mountains, but the bodies of some creatures. They were shaking slightly and sending signals. The top of the human race and the peerless demon race were obviously all there. At this moment, a very delicate balance was formed. Both sides were silent, but there was no doubt that once a conflict occurred, it would be an unprecedented disaster, an extremely terrible catastrophe, a catastrophe that even the extremely deadly earthly immortal world would tremble at. Really, are you annoying? What's the point of doing this? ZHU Shui looked at the crocodile head and said, "Crocodile head, I'm here now. Why don't you give me one of your crocodile sons and grandsons and roast it for me to eat? Look how hungry I am. I have lost 2 pounds. The crocodile head did not speak. Although the surname ZHU is a dove among the human race, this old fat man has the most vicious mouth and can anger the monsters to death. Anyway, I didn't come here to start a war, but just to contain them. I want the insect pests to kill as many humans as possible. After all, compared with the monsters, the human race is too fertile, and they can have a large litter in a few years. Before the monsters became beasts, they could give birth, but once they became monsters, their fertility dropped alarmingly. After all, giving birth is not a simple matter. Once they become holy, they will lose their own Daoyuan. Therefore, 1 or 2 is okay, but if there are too many, no monster will do that. The human race will lose kidneys, and they will lose their lives. This can be considered complementary. Humans are born extremely weak, but they have wisdom, and can quickly become strong. The demons are born extremely strong, but the weak ones have low wisdom, and it is difficult for them to rise, and the strong ones will not give birth at will. When the two races in the earthly immortal world were in opposition and the border war in the mortal world was endless, the war spread to the mortal world. Asterisk 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 woo. G City was the first to sound a shrill alarm. Then J City, Z City, H City, and L City simultaneously erupted in large-scale earthquakes, and the alarm sounded. There are 10 cities in the Great Xia Kingdom, and half of them have experienced large-scale earthquake reactions. The local police chief who started to prepare at the first time, after receiving the notification, changed his face. So many? 5 cities at the same time. You know, the last time, there were only 3 cities. In an instant, with the sound of the alarm, the Xia Kingdom entered an unprecedented first-level combat readiness state. Ordinary people took refuge, and practitioners went out. Something was moving underground, and wanted to come out. World Island. The team was assembled, and with the arrival of the military, the team was immediately divided. With the continuous shining of the portal, the troops set out. Boom. As the underground of G City suddenly broke apart, a red swarm of insects erupted. Kill. As soon as Aingzhen came out of the teleportation space, he immediately felt the presence of the swarm of insects. As the king, recognized by the military college students and the king of the battlefield, his eyes turned blood red in an instant, with a monstrous killing intent gathering. The inscriptions were vibrating, and the Dao rhyme was glowing. He roared and rushed directly towards the swarm of insects. The knife light soared into the sky, terrifying and sharp. The god-slaying sword was sharp, the knife intent soared into the sky, and there was a Dao rhyme running inside, which was a breath of destruction. In an instant, hundreds of insects were cut off by him, and turned into ashes. Blood gushed out, and he transformed into dozens of incarnations, madly killing the swarm of insects. Blood all the way. Follow the war. Lan Xiang roared. As an absolute supporter, he took out his weapon. He had no other thoughts in his heart. On this battlefield of insects, there was only one word: kill. He led people, and rushed towards the swarm of insects crazily. On one side, a woman appeared alone. She was Zhang Shengying. At this moment, her face was as cold as frost. Her eyes were extremely cold, ruthless, and emotionless. Her figure flashed, and she was 1,000 meters away. Her toes gently fell, and in an instant, the swarm of insects that had just rushed out were frozen into ice by her. The cold air was like a tide, completely different from when she faced Lee Soo. The Mingayu Gong was exerted to the limit. The ice rime inside was rotating, and the cold air that could stop the surface of the atoms of matter was constantly erupting. The swarm of insects, the earth, the house, and the place where she stood were all pale. There was a team behind her, far away, and they didn't dare to come forward. Knowing the domineering power of Zhang Shengying's Mingayu Gong, most of them held guns and directly provided long-distance support. On the other side, 3 girls rushed out side by side, and a team followed closely behind them. The one in the lead was Zhang Zuzu, holding 2 hammers that were twice as big as her head. The speed she ran over was really like a landslide. Suddenly, she jumped and crossed the 100-meter space in one step. Anger burst out between her eyebrows, and the huge hammer swung down. Boom. Thunder roared in the sky, and hundreds of insects were crushed on the spot. The ground was cracked, and the surrounding buildings were shaking. The girl's attack was simple. The terrible magic power on the 2 huge hammers was shaking. The 2 Dao rhymes of stacking and shock were the same. Every time a hammer fell, it not only destroyed from the outside, but also from the inside. It was hard to imagine that the cute little girl would be so violent and boundless once she started fighting. Behind her was Zhu Tangayu. She was not walking fast, and a timid expression appeared on her little face. She walked step by step, and when she saw a bug, she slapped it. It was simple and direct. The palm power contained Dao Rhyme, and Dao Rhyme had strange light. The elephant was invisible and the sound was silent. Then the bug was broken. It was not broken by the impact, and the body flew across, but it was completely broken. The last one was Zhao Ya. She was very brave, but unfortunately she was not strong enough. Of course, she knew her situation. After all, she was still in the martial arts realm, not as perverted and exaggerated as the Taoist realm. So she did not rush forward. She held an exaggerated sniper rifle in her hand, cheering for the 2 young ladies in front of her, while occasionally shooting from behind. As the saying goes, if the skills are not enough, the guns will make up for it. Beside her, there was a team, also holding guns. There was no other way. The 2 young ladies in front were too perverted. Not only were they murderous, but they also had a large range. If they were not careful, they would be affected. It was easy to hurt teammates. If they were hit, they would have no place to cry. On the other side, Wu Mo took the lead. His face was extremely cold. There was a flow of magic energy, forming a piece of talisman. The talisman power flashed with the rhyme of Taoism. With a light wave of his hand, hundreds of talismans flew out. In an instant, thousands of insects rushed out and began to attack mortals. The insect tide was directly killed by him. His attack was not explosive and almost did not cause any extra damage, but the effect was amazing. After a few times, there were thousands of insect corpses in front of him. And finally, Z City. The leaders were Zudong and Fang Jun. Zudong was strong enough, and there were too many cities attacked, so he was separated from Yangzhan. Fang Jun was originally going to be sent to the military headquarters to fight on the battlefield. As a member of the death squad, he was released because of this emergency war. Next to them was Liu Qian. Her Elman character had recovered. As a military university student, she would naturally not stay in the military university. Not only that, there was a group of people behind her, sophomores and freshmen, at least first level warriors. Zudong and Fang Jun took the lead, with the power of diamond all over their bodies, and rushed directly to the swarm of insects. Liu Qian did not. She began to organize a team, 3 teams of 3, and 1 team, to attack the insect tide. Not only was she weaker than the swarm of insects, but she knew that it was difficult to deal with them. More importantly, she was very good at commanding. Not only could she provide timely support with her erratic body movements, but she also had a powerful claw method. Now she had a heart knife, which was undoubtedly more suitable. Boom. 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 The most intense conflict broke out, and 5 cities staged killings, crazy killings. Facing insects, there is nothing to say, they are the public enemy of the human race. The ground was stained with blood, some of it from insects and some from humans. Soon, the insect swarms on the ground were killed cleanly. In less than a quarter of an hour, tens of thousands of insects turned into corpses. Facing this result, at this moment, no one was happy. No one was happy. Their expressions were solemn, and they were full of killing intent. The insect-tide attack was never so simple. The ones that came out just now were just the vanguard. The insects were not strong, at most at the first level of martial arts, and they never relied on individuals, but relied on an endless sea of insect swarms to drown the enemy. It seemed that along with their thoughts, the earth began to shake violently, cracks began to appear on the ground, and then exploded. The red insect tide rushed out, and this time was completely different from the previous ones. They came in overwhelming numbers, and in an instant, the city turned into a red torrent. There were not tens of thousands, but hundreds of thousands, millions, and among the insects, there was no longer a single body shape. Some were larger, some were darker, and some had a faint cold light flashing on their bodies. There were insects with dense diorime, corresponding to the three realms of martial arts and even the level of Daoist arts. As soon as they appeared, accompanied by ferocious roars, they rushed directly towards Aingzan and his men, and even towards the surrounding buildings. The real war has begun. Kill. With a roar, the 5 cities suddenly began to erupt, and gunshots, like rain, rushed towards the insect swarms. Boom. 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 That was the attack of the police department, and there were also local administrative departments. They had been prepared early, but they had not moved, because the number of insects was too small just now, and it was not the main attack. Now was the time to open fire. The terrible roar, accompanied by fierce explosions, hundreds of thousands of insects were directly submerged by gunfire, and the dark red blood almost dyed the city red, and also turned the city land into scorched earth. The police chief's eyes were red. Damn bugs, the attack must have been launched from underground. As soon as they came out, it was a street fight. They came very quickly. Heavy firepower could not be used in the city. Otherwise, how could it be like this? No matter how many came, you will kill them. Round after round. Many of the millions of insects that emerged were killed. But obviously, this did not stop the insects. More and more insects emerged. Led by powerful insects, they continued to launch fearless attacks. Approaching, and finally arriving further. Countless police officers rushed out wearing equipment and cooperated with Aingzan and killed the insect tide together. The most tragic close-range fight was staged at this moment. Facing the constant strangulation, countless insects from underground continued to gush out. The previous deaths, the deaths just now, and the constant deaths at this moment, all seemed to have no effect at all. Blood was flowing, and the killing intent was high. This pure land on earth has turned into a hell. Shouting, crying, and making noises. Finally, a shelter was found and breached. There were thousands of people inside. In an instant, countless swarms of insects pounced on it and began to bite it most frantically. It was time for them to fight back. In just a few breaths, there was nothing left there except blood, not even a piece of bone. Men, women, old and weak were all targets of the swarm of insects. One, and another. 5 cities with a population of tens of millions, tens of thousands of shelters were built. Even if there was a crazy fight, it was still impossible to save all of them. One by one, the shelters were found, dug out, and breached. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of ordinary mortals were exposed, and were instantly overwhelmed by the insects. There were screams, shrill screams, but no one called for help. Those thousands and tens of thousands of people, when they were completely submerged by the tide of insects, did not call for help. Kill the insects, kill the insects, kill the insects. Revenge, revenge, revenge. At the moment of death, the moment of being cut off, the moment of being picked up by several insects at the same time, they were terrified, trembling, and tears were streaming down their faces. However, even at this last moment, what they shouted out was still not help, or begging for mercy. Kill, 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 avenge my mother, revenge my father, revenge my son, revenge my daughter, revenge for me. I hate it so much, I hate it so much. Kill, kill, kill. Those voices, those sentences, were resentment, hatred, and the greatest curse on the insects. Ah, ah, ah. Roaring, crazy. Facing this scene, this result, Ingzen and his men's eyes turned red. Countless people went crazy and madly attacked the insect swarms around them, wanting to kill them all. Kill, kill, kill. It seemed endless, as if there was an endless cycle. The most tragic and terrifying war between humans and insects in the mortal world was taking place. At this moment, even the mushroom-headed Liao, who was fanatical about gossip, had bloodshot eyes and screamed loudly, desperately trying to kill the insect swarm. And the weakling who always followed her was also going crazy, holding a camera bigger than himself and smashing it crazily. It was used for daily practice, made of a special alloy, heavy and hard. The god-slaying sword broke through the air, the hard sword broke through the air, and the ice sword broke through the air. There were hammers swinging wildly, forming a tornado vortex. Someone's palm was like a raging wave, slapping wildly. Kill, kill, kill. Endlessly, endlessly. The more you kill, the more sad it is. The more you kill, the more painful it is. And the more you kill, the more unbearable the killing intent is. Insects, fucking die. 10,000 updates. I have something to do today, and I have to go out for a while. I don't know if I can make it in time. If not, I can only update once today. Damn, I found out that the chapter was locked at 120. Chapter 175. He is back. Fight, fight, fight. Blood is spilled. On the border, the demon conquering army, which has become accustomed to the insect-tide fighting, has been replaced 3 times. The soldiers who just withdrew, holding their weapons, quickly ate something, replenished water, and fell asleep on the battlefield, where the killing sound was deafening. The soldiers who withdrew in the first batch began to get up one by one, recovering the consumed true energy, and repairing the damage on their bodies. The Special Operations Brigade led by Zhang Shan came down 6 times, and each time they went up, they fought a bloody battle with all their strength, and each time they won hundreds of thousands or hundreds of thousands of results. Although there were not many people, they were all in the Taoist realm, and they were all elites in the Taoist realm. In total, less than 5 hours after the war started, the insect-tide side lost more than 1.7 million. However, at this moment, no one dared to relax. They were all tense, because there were too many. Under normal circumstances, after a 1,000,000 level loss, the insect-tide should stop. But in fact, not only did it not stop, but the reaction pressure was getting greater and greater. It seemed that the attack of the insect-tide this time had been prepared for too long. Too long. The soldiers kept coming in an endless stream, endless and endless. Ants can kill elephants. Facing the attacks of the insects, the demon army began to lose strength and suffered damage. Whenever they saw their comrades fall down and were drowned by the insects, the only response they received was the roar of the demon army, a crazy roar, and swinging more fiercely. Kill, kill, kill. Bloodshot eyes, furious heart. Zhang Hao, who was sitting in the center, had an ugly face, staring at the depths of the insect-tide, without saying a word. When exactly was it? How long had the other party been preparing? They didn't notice it at all. The insect-tide that emerged this time was not just about the number, but also the high-level soldiers in the insect-tide. There was 1 in every thousands of elite and guard-level soldiers. The number was too large. Not only that, there were also warrior-level soldiers. Just by looking, 400 or 500 of them had been found. It can be said that the Special Operations Brigade played the biggest role in the battle that has not caused any major damage until now. Every time they go up, they will repel the general level in the insect-tide and prevent them from approaching the main camp. However, at the general level, the vitality and defense of the insects are too strong. Even if they are seriously injured, as long as they are not dead, they will be dragged back by the insect swarm and come again soon. Each special operations team member basically has to face more than 3 general level, and the possibility of direct killing is very low. Not only that, there are about 3 Imperial guards in the depths, the core of the insect swarm, and the guards of the insect king. Because of their existence, the leader Zhang Xian went forward several times, but returned without success. The most fatal thing is that the insects came too fast and too anxiously, and they were not prepared in advance. Zhang Heo was silent, looking at the depths of the black domain. There was a breath in it, which was vague. It was the insect king. Zhu Changba was chasing the queen of insects over there. Here, there was only himself at the border. If he took any action, the insect king would probably come over in an instant. Containment. The other party's purpose is undoubtedly obvious, to trap the demon army here and prevent them from supporting the mortal world. 13 years ago, the other party did the same thing. Arsehole, a mere reptile actually knows how to take advantage of the situation and how to contain. There is no doubt that the situation in the earthly immortal world is probably the same. The demons have been dispatched to surround the entrance, making it impossible for the human race's supernatural powers to return from the earthly immortal world, and at the same time holding back the human race's high-level officials. Although the three pests are public hazards, only the insect pests are mainly aimed at the human race. The demons will undoubtedly be happy to consume some of the human race. If there is no certain number of casualties, the demons will not retreat. Damn it, if King Zaya had not entered the mythical world and had not returned, how could the other party dare to be so bold? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The battle continues. On the border, because they are used to fighting insect pests, they can still hold on even under great pressure. But the mortal world is different. After a long period of almost non-stop fighting, the police and administrative departments could not hold on and began to suffer casualties. The military also had people, but too few. Facing the full-scale attack on 5 cities, only a few thousand people were scattered, and each city had only a little over 1,000 people, which made it impossible to carry out effective defense. The only good thing was that the elites of the military university had all returned. Although there were only more than 100 people, they had been on the battlefield, and at least they were at the 3rd level of martial arts. Although the number of insectoids that invaded the mortal world was astonishing, they were basically insect soldiers, equivalent to the 1st level of human martial arts. Yingzhan, Zhang Shengying, Wu Mo, Zhang Zuzhu, Zhu Tangyu, Zhu Dong, and Fang Jun became the focus and core of the battlefield. They were at least at the 1st level of Taoism, and Yingzhan and Zhang Shengying were at the 3rd level of Taoism, about to enter the realm of supernatural powers. Facing the crazy swarm of insects that came back, the 7 of them blocked most of the attacks, especially Yingzhan and Zhang Shengying. One was recognized as the king by the students of the military university, and the other was no less inferior. The sword of beheading the gods can cut hundreds of meters with one strike, and thousands of insects can be killed with one strike. Yingzhan killed very quickly. After a few hours, his physical strength did not weaken, but became stronger. There was a momentum on him that was gathering and gathering. In his city, with his rising momentum, the insects moved slowly, and their strength began to weaken, as if they were under great suppression. This is the king. The kingly power of Yingzhan. Enemies below the same level will be suppressed by his momentum. The greater the gap, the greater the suppression. On the battlefield, there is no doubt that he is a destined focus. Countless insects rushed towards him frantically, consuming him, and completely killing him. On the other side, Zhang Shengying, although she did not have the power of the king, her lethality was definitely not weaker than Yingzhan. Cold, extremely cold. In September, where she was, snow was strangely falling, and the ground was covered with a layer. This kind of cold is terrible. The ground was frozen and cracked, and the houses were frozen. The closer she was to him, the more terrible the coldness was. When she walked through a street, even the steel was frozen and cracked. Not to mention attacking, the swarm of insects would be frozen to death if they just approached her. Then there was Wu Mo. His attack power was not strong, but his efficiency was very high. Every time the talisman swept over, a large number of insects would be taken away. It can be said that he suffered the least damage in the 5 cities. Then there were Zhang Zuzhu and Zhu Tangyu, who were also extremely strong. Born into a famous family, they not only received the best education since childhood, but also had unparalleled roots, talents, and strength. In front of the two, corpses rolled, and countless insects were smashed by them, and blood splattered all over the ground. And finally, Zhu Dong and Fang Jun were there. As Taoist magicians, the two were not weak. They had always followed Aang San and had experienced fierce battles again and again. The two kept attacking and frantically strangled the incoming insect tide. There were also people following them, led by Lucayan, and one team after another continued to kill the insects that escaped the net. Kill, 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 kill like crazy, kill like crazy. However, one thing is obvious, that is, as time keeps passing, it keeps passing. Even if the leader Aang San and his men can still hold on, the troops who are not in the Daoist realm, but in the martial arts realm, are gradually dragged down by fatigue and destroyed by the seemingly endless fighting. Even if someone stops them, they will fight in waves like the Border Demon Expedition Army. With the passage of time and the huge mental fatigue, gradually, the rotation becomes more and more ordinary, and the rest time becomes less and less. 1 day, 1 night, 2 days, 2 nights, 3 days, 3 nights. There are constantly shelters breached, and the death toll of the insect tide is huge, and the human race is the same. So far, hundreds of thousands of ordinary people have been buried directly in the belly of the insects. This is not a cold number, this is a chilling result. The police, administrative, and military departments have all suffered huge casualties, and tens of thousands of people died on this battlefield. The military department, with more than 5,000 people coming, with the dawn of the third day, there are less than 1,000 people left. Even the students who were taken care of at the beginning began to suffer casualties. Many students were directly drowned by the insect tide, and no trace of their bodies was left. If it weren't for the other 5 cities constantly dispatching troops to replenish, I'm afraid they would have collapsed long ago. But even so, it was still not enough. After all, the other 5 cities did not dare to use all their resources. There were still vibrations underground. Once a large force was sent out, perhaps this side would be attacked the next moment. Where are the Shentang realm? Where did all the Shentang realm die? Where are the Demon Expedition Army? Why haven't they returned? Where are Zangbu and his people? Where are they? Why don't they come? Some administrative people began to shout. It had been 3 days, 3 whole days. The 5 major cities were almost destroyed, but the long-awaited support had not arrived. Many people could no longer bear it, and began to collapse. They can't come, none of them can come. The demons blocked the entrance to the earthly immortal realm at the first moment, and dispatched a large army to assemble. Zangbu and his men are now over there to confront them. The supernatural powers are basically all in the earthly immortal realm, fighting the demons and seizing resources. The moment the insect tide hits, they are entangled by the demon's supernatural powers, and have no chance to escape. As for the demon suppressing army, like us, they are facing the impact of the insect tide. There is an insect king outside, staring at General Zhang Heo's every move. It's the same as 13 years ago. The difference is that before the insect tide launched the attack this time, the demons were deliberately notified in advance, so that before the attack began, the demons took action and trapped all the high-end combat power of the human race in 2 places. The pressure over there will only be greater than ours. If there is a problem on both sides, it will be a disaster for the human race. So in the short term, we can basically only rely on ourselves. The superintendent of police took a deep breath. He was also covered in blood and had just returned from a fierce battle. Damn it. Damn the pests. Damn the demons. How dare they do this? How dare they do this? The administrator who spoke almost bit his teeth, and he was furious with blood all over his body. Why don't you dare? The police inspector looked dimly. Before the establishment of Xia Kingdom, the human race was less than 10 million. After hundreds of years of development, it has exceeded 100 million now. The demons are much more afraid than us. Turning around, he turned his head to look at the herald. What's the situation? Very bad. G City, J City, L City, H City are okay. Aang San and his men almost withstood more than half of the insect attacks by themselves, but the situation in Z City is very bad. Although Zudong and Fangjian are both in the Taoism realm, they are obviously one step behind Aang San and his men. Moreover, the battle lasted too long. It took a long time, 3 days and 3 nights, almost without sleep, and the two were the main force that could not be replaced. Now they were too weak and became exhausted. the chief executive said directly. Dispatch troops. The police department sent reinforcement. No matter what, we must defend it. The police superintendent shook his head directly. There is no one left. The insect-tide underground is still surging, and the manpower that can be dispatched from the other 5 cities has reached the maximum. No matter how many more, the defense is not enough. The face of the administrative man changed, and he clenched his fists tightly. Damn it, is it going to be the same as 13 years ago this time? Millions of people lost. The insect-tide is getting smarter and smarter. They no longer simply launch a fierce attack. If that were the case, it would be better. Although their large forces are surging up continuously. In fact, there are still many hidden underground, but they just don't appear, but keep shaking, dispersing, and pulling the human race's combat power to suppress it in various places so that it can't move. Hasn't the commander of the insect-tide been found yet? The administrator suddenly thought of something. Low-level insects themselves have no intelligence. They can only attack crazily. Such a large-scale attack must have a commander. It was the same 13 years ago. After finding and killing the commander, the opponent's attack was still surging, but the attack was all messed up. The police chief shook his head. No, although the insects have no creative ability, they have a strong learning ability. The last time the good situation collapsed, because of the death of the commander, how could they not be on guard this time? We notified Yingzhen and the others on the first day, but after 3 days, we didn't find the location of the opponent's commander. Obviously, after the last incident, the commander hid in the dark this time, and did not participate in the battle. And, since it has not been found until now, I'm afraid that the commander of this insect-tide is most likely here. The police chief stretched out his hand and landed somewhere on the map. The chief executive's eyes flashed. Z City? Indeed, the possibility is very high. Among the 5 cities, the situation in Z City is the worst at present. There is no one who can completely open up the situation. The two were silent at the same time. Z City. Big trouble. The attack of the insect-tide this time was beyond imagination, and the scope was too large. Even if there was one less city, it would not be so hard. Obviously, before the insect pests were launched, they specifically calculated the combat power of the human world, otherwise it would not be so stuck. 5 places just separated all the powerful combat power, except for City Z. The top combat power of the other 4 cities still had spare power, but they were too far away to provide support. Is there anyone else? Is there anyone who can be like Yingzhen and the others? Even if it is only an hour, no, half an hour, no, 10 minutes, as long as they can hold on for 10 minutes and replace Yingzhen and the others, the situation will probably be very different. Damn it. If this continues, City Z will eventually collapse completely. Asterisk City Z. Zudong and Fangjun were already very tired. The 3 days and 3 nights of bloody battles had exhausted their spirits. As the absolute main force, the two had almost no time to rest, and the insect-tide would not give them any. Weak, uncomfortable, and desperate. This is the barrier, the gap between genius and genius. The fierce battle in the city was being broadcasted non-stop. In the 5 major cities, Yingzhen and his men had undoubtedly defended their positions. Only in City Z, they had the most support, but the result was the worst. A blade slashed past, and it was LV Kyan. The two took a breath, and admired this girl very much. It had been 3 days. Although this girl had rested, she was undoubtedly the one who had stayed on the battlefield the longest, except for the 2 of them. Her internal strength was endless, and her blade had great lethality. Every time she swung her sword, she would take away dozens of insects. If it were normal times, they would naturally ignore it, but today, after 3 days and 3 nights, the two were undoubtedly convinced. The damage had never been reduced, and the lethality was almost the same as their current one. I'll knock you to death. I'll smash you to death. I'll hammer you to death. I'll kill you. A very energetic voice sounded, and a guy with golden light all over his body showed the most useless attack method, but he dealt super high damage. Not only that, because he didn't move fast, he was drowned by more than a dozen bugs the next moment. He felt like he was going to die, but after a while, he came out without any injuries. That was Wang Meng, and he had the Vajra body protection skill. Looking at the two, Zudong and Fang Jun suddenly smiled bitterly at the same time. Zudong said, "To be honest, this is the first time I miss him. If he were here." Fang Jun didn't speak. His face was a little dark, with a deep shadow, but his eyes were full of hope. The figure kept appearing in his mind, the figure that was like a ghost and a demon, and almost blew his head. The other king of the military is now in the fragments of the world, and has not come out yet. If he were here, Z City would definitely not be like this. Even if he is only at the martial arts level, if he really becomes a teammate, he will have unlimited courage, just like the feeling that Aingzhen gives them. Suddenly, Liu Kang slashed with a knife, and almost everyone was gone. The whole person snapped and knelt on the ground, only breathing. Zudong and the others were startled and were about to rush over to save the situation. The next moment, the knife flashed through the air, flashing black and white lightning, and rushed out hundreds of meters away in an instant. Along the way, the insectide was directly chopped into ashes. Ah! Wang Meng also screamed. The Vajra indestructible divine art that was barely running at first was particularly strenuous at this moment. It drained his internal energy in a second. Grains of golden sand grew in the golden light. In an instant, the golden sand trembled, and immediately the insects within a radius of 30 meters were beaten into powder. Facing this scene, Zudong and the others were shocked. What was going on? However, Liu Kang, who was exhausted, and Wang Meng, who was lying there with his tongue sticking out and could only breathe, both had their eyes lit up and flashed. Ha ha ha. The two laughed crazily. They were exhausted after 3 days and 3 nights, but now they were completely refreshed. Although they had used up all their internal strength, they couldn't help but shout excitedly, "You are finished. Asu, junior brother, he is back." As the two finished speaking, Zudong and Fang Jun couldn't help but shudder. Back? That person? He is back. From the fragments of the world? Suddenly, in the 5 cities, Aingzhen smiled. Good. Zhang Shengying's eyes were full of brilliance. Finally here. Zhang Zhu, Zhu Tangyu, and Zhao Ya couldn't help but get excited. Brother Su. Wu Mo took a deep breath and exhaled a long breath. Stinky boy, too slow. The immortal golden cicada technique is still a little short of perfection. Yiren, who is in the realm of supernatural power and has not recovered from her injuries, is also greatly relieved at this moment. Z City, in the sky. Suddenly, a person appeared. He was not big, but his aura was extremely terrifying. There were terrifying fluctuations around him, and there was a golden light flashing in his eyes, and there were fluctuations of Tao Rhyme. The palm was raised in an instant. Heart knife. This move was not unfamiliar. The people in City Z had seen it countless times in the past 3 days. The means of a little girl were quite amazing. In an instant, a 10-meter long knife swept into the air and cut a full 500 meters in an instant. There was lightning in the knife. Wherever it passed, thousands of insects were directly turned into debris, and there was no residue left. His figure moved, and countless clones appeared. Heart knife. With a low roar, more than 310-meter long giant swords broke through the air, accompanied by lightning flashes. Each sword was 500 meters away, directly crossing half of the land of Z City. Boom. With a loud bang, the tens of thousands of insect soldiers on the ground of Z City, which had been relieved of pressure, were smashed to pieces by him. In an instant, there was no sound in Z City, and there was no sound in Zaya country. Even the extremely violent insects were quiet for a full 3 seconds at this moment. Sorry, I'm late. I'm back now, but I've made it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.